Gu Linfeng, who traversed through time, awakened his system, yet the conditions for its activation required him to retire and enroll in university, otherwise he would face a forced erasure to safeguard his life. Gu Linfeng arrived at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, where his girlfriend was studying. On the very first day of enrollment, his girlfriend betrayed him, prompting Gu Linfeng to awaken to her treachery, leading him to confront and physically assault the unfaithful pair. During military training, upon seeing Gu Linfeng's appearance, the military instructor promptly stood at attention and saluted, sparking endless speculation among his classmates. Gu Linfeng merely smiled, declaring, "They are all soldiers I trained." Chapter 1. Discharge Enrollment System. In Shanghai City, September marked the season of enrollment at the conservatory. The entrance was congested with a myriad of vehicles, the cacophony of honking horns and parents cursing as they dropped off their children permeated the air. A young man donned in camouflage military attire, with a resolute expression, scrutinized a weighty acceptance letter in his hand. He lifted his gaze to the gleaming characters above the entrance, maintaining a calm demeanor while his heart raced with excitement. Gu Linfeng, at the age of 19, had been selected for the long mental arithmetic brigade at the tender age of 9 due to his keen sensitivity to numbers. Despite his youth, he had already served a decade in the military. Throughout his 10-year military journey, he ascended from a mere administrative position within the mental arithmetic brigade to a major in a special forces regiment. The military leadership held high hopes for him, yet he was resolute in his desire to transition to civilian life, even at the cost of declining promotions. It was envisioned that a 19-year-old major, with proper training, could shine brightly within 30 years. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Gu Linfeng, faced with temptation, resolutely chose to refuse. This was not due to a loss of faith, but rather a matter of urgency. Upon his arrival at the school, the system activated. Host detected at the designated school system, officially online. A warning echoed in his mind. If this enrollment task fails, the host will be forcibly erased. Damn it! Gu Linfeng cursed as the mechanical voice reverberated in his mind, a look of helplessness crossing his features. Stupid system, hurry up! When he first arrived in this world, he was merely an infant in a cradle. The opulent surroundings served as a constant reminder that he had entered a realm akin to Rome at birth. He had anticipated a grand beginning, only to awaken in the tomato orphanage's rickety crib. A royal flush had devolved into a mere 3. He wished he could restart the game. From a young age, Gu Linfeng had sought his biological parents, yet the only clue was a pendant engraved with the character Gu. He pondered why they had abandoned him and whether they had their reasons. With the soul of an adult residing within him, he believed he would lead a prosperous life. Earning a living seemed trivial for someone reborn. With a mere stroke of his pen, he could craft a novel from his previous life and attain financial freedom. However, the memories from his past life plagued him relentlessly. He had envisioned writing literary masterpieces, only to be haunted by thoughts of Abing's high school grades were not ideal, but he managed to enroll in a school near Taipei. This incessant barrage of memories was maddening. Despite countless attempts, he was left frustrated, realizing he lacked the typical traits of a reborn individual. Where was the promised photographic memory? Reborn, yet feeling utterly alone at the age of 9. In pursuit of sustenance and a brighter future, he fortuitously passed the selection for the mental arithmetic brigade and proudly became a soldier. This brigade was not a mere summer camp, it was a legitimate military unit. The ancient method of mental arithmetic, which should have been obsolete, was a response to electronic warfare, providing formidable computational capability in the absence of electronic resources. A retro ringtone jolted Gu Linfeng from his reverie. He picked up his old smartphone, glancing at the caller ID, and disregarding the curious stares around him, he quickly answered. "Hello, you little rascal. Have you arrived at school? I truly don't understand. You're thinking why abandon a promising future in the military to attend university? I wish I could open your head and see if it's filled with mush." The voice on the line belonged to General Sun Dongsheng, his mentor during his military service. "Sir, I hope you can respect my choice." Gu Linfeng replied loudly, holding the phone to his ear, standing before the school entrance. This peculiar scene caused those nearby to instinctively distance themselves from him, wondering if he was a fool. "Thank you, sir, huh? If you encounter any insurmountable issues, call me immediately. By the way, I heard you enrolled in the Shanghai Conservatory. It's a place where the feminine energy prevails. You better hold your ground. The previously stern General Sun's tone shifted to a teasing chuckle. Gu Linfeng hurriedly ended the call, a resigned expression on his face. Life, after all, was merely a series of unpredictable events. During his military service, he had often been the subject of jokes about his prolonged virginity, and despite his 19 years, he had never tasted the delights of life. Yet, the memory of a captivating figure lingered in his mind, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. "Where are you now? I have a surprise for you." He glanced at the timestamp of their last conversation, which had been a fortnight prior. What had she been busy with lately? Given Gu Linfeng's contributions to the nation, he could have easily gained admission to elite universities, yet he was steadfast in his decision to attend the Shanghai Conservatory. Of music, the reason was simple. His girlfriend, Lu Qianran, had enrolled there. Their acquaintance blossomed in the orphanage, where he had always looked after the delicate girl. Despite his years of military service, they had maintained their bond, and a year ago, they officially confirmed their romantic relationship online. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the new students of the music department are reporting?" Gu Linfeng offered what he believed to be his warmest smile and approached a female student. "Oh, it's over there," she indicated before frowning at his attire. "Thank you." Gu Linfeng dismissed her judgmental glance and headed in the direction she pointed. Before long, he arrived at the registration office for new music students. Just as he was about to begin the registration process, a familiar figure caught his eye. "Qianran," Gu Linfeng whispered, his tone filled with joy. As he prepared to surprise her, Lu Qianran leaped into the arms of a short, shadowy young man dressed in designer clothes. "Brother Zhang Junjie, thank you for helping me with the enrollment. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do." Surrounded by her fragrant presence, Zhang Junjie felt a surge of elation. "Ah, who could resist helping you, my dear Qing Mei Mei?" Zhang Junjie's hands began to wander with increasing audacity. If not for the concern of their surroundings, these claws resembling in Lu Shan might have ventured further. Lu Qianran playfully pouted, twisting her body. "How annoying. In craving steak. All right. Even if you desire the stars from the heavens, I shall find a way to pluck them for you. Brother, you're so wonderful." The two exchanged sweet nothings, entirely oblivious to the feelings of the single souls nearby. Little did they know, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes was fixated upon them. "Damn, this guy's impressive. Look at him, he just entered university and has already wooed a girl." "Shoo, keep your voice down. That guy is Zhang Junjie. His father is the vice president of the school. If you offend him, you might get expelled." "Is he really that formidable?" "Formidable doesn't even begin to describe him. You should check out the school forums. There are numerous complaints from female students about him, including tales of heartbreak." Gu Linfeng's expression darkened with each passing moment as he advanced step by step toward the couple. "Hey, do you have any manners? How dare you cut in line?" A student with a face full of acne was about to retort, but upon meeting Gu Linfeng's murderous gaze, the words caught in his throat. "Junjie Gij, I've completed all the paperwork." Lu Qianran beamed shyly. "I'm so hungry now, let's go. What shall we do after savoring the steak?" Zhang Junjie's tone turned lewd as he chuckled. Lu Qianran fidgeted, her small hands clutching the hem of her skirt, too bashful to lift her gaze. This coy demeanor struck a chord deep within Zhang Junjie. "All right, let's head out now," Zhang Junjie urged eagerly, his eyes gleaming with desire. Before they could leave, a sudden, thunderous voice echoed from behind. What a pair of lecherous lovers. Chapter 2. She has a red mole on her left buttock. The new students waiting in line for their paperwork had felt a tinge of boredom, but Gu Linfeng's roar instantly invigorated them, as they yearned to witness the unfolding drama. "Yes, I'm talking about you. Damn, are you seeking death?" Zhang Junjie rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the source of the challenge. But upon seeing Gu Linfeng's imposing figure and sturdy build, he halted in his tracks. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Qianran felt as though struck by lightning. She turned in disbelief, frozen in place, her face paling. "Qianran, do you know him?" Zhang Junjie questioned with suspicion. "I don't know him." Realizing her blunder, Lu Qianran quickly corrected herself. "Lu Qianran, you truly are shameless." Gu Linfeng's expression remained calm as he confronted the pair of illicit lovers, yet his clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. "Come on, you claim not to know him. Yet how could you know his name?" Zhang Junjie released Lu Qianran's hand, fury igniting in his gaze. Lu Qianran stumbled, nearly losing her balance. That man is Gu Linfeng, my admirer. I thought his military service had severed his pursuit, yet here he is at school. Seeing Zhang Junjia's puzzled expression, Lu Qianran gritted her teeth and forced out a few tears. Brother Junjia, don't you believe me? I've bare my soul to you. Lu Qianran stomped her foot. The onlookers gasped, particularly the older lechers, who lamented their misfortune. Such a delicate flower had been plucked by the likes of Zhang Junjia. It was an utter waste. Yet, many lecherous onlookers wished fervently to take Zhang Junjia's place. Hearing Lu Qianran's explanation, Zhang Junjia regained his composure. She was right. Just days ago, he had spent a passionate night with a beauty in a Hilton presidential suite. The next morning, he had deliberately lingered a moment longer, discovering a red mark on the sheets. Qianran, it's all my fault. I should not have doubted you. I was wrong. Realizing the truth, Zhang Junjia's tone softened. Lu Qianran smirked inwardly. The blood of a pigeon, indeed. Yet, Zhang Junjia was utterly convinced by her act. Otherwise, he would not have squandered hundreds of thousands on her in just a few days. Listening to the exchange between the lovers, Gu Linfeng's anger simmered as he gritted his teeth. So, Zhang Junjia, you enjoy flaunting your conquests? What do you mean? Zhang Junjia asked, bewildered. You believe every word Lu Qianran says. You truly are a fool. Gu Linfeng's gaze hardened as he pointed at Lu Qianran. She has a red mole on her left buttock. Boom! The revelation sent shockwaves through Lu Qianran's mind, nearly causing her to collapse. How does he know this so clearly? Zhang Junjia gasped, seizing Lu Qianran's shoulder. In his life, he had only ever been the one to betray, never the one betrayed. He could not tolerate this. Lu Qianran's eyes darted, and in an instant, a plan formed in her mind. She shrugged off his hand, feigning tears. Zhang Junjia, I gave you my most precious gift, and you still don't believe me? How can I trust you? Gu Linfeng and I grew up in the orphanage together. Him knowing about my mole is hardly remarkable. Lu Qianran wiped her tears, her eyes glistening. I thought I'd found my true love in you, but today I realize you're no different from those men who desire only my beauty. With that, she stumbled away, leaving no one to notice the sly smile that crept onto her lips. Upon hearing her explanation, Zhang Junjia's thoughts raced. It made a certain degree of sense. Childhood friends knowing each other's features didn't seem too far-fetched. At that moment, Gu Linfeng's heart sank completely. Such a woman was unworthy of love. Yet, he felt an unusual calm within. Love? Perhaps not. Only a sense of unwillingness remained. Qianran, I misunderstood you. I was wrong. You love the new Hermes bag, right? They'll buy you too. Zhang Junjia shouted after the retreating Lu Qianran, desperately trying to salvage the situation. Yet in her current predicament, she had no face left to remain. That guy in camouflage truly speaks without fear. I sense he has something with Lu Qianran. That man is clearly a lowly brute, willing to tarnish her reputation for his own gain. It's despicable. He even mentioned the mole on her, but how can he claim he means no harm? Is it possible he's been peeping at her in the restroom? Zhang Junjia, initially filled with guilt, nearly exploded upon hearing the surrounding comments. His expression soured as he glared at Gu Linfeng. Casting a disdainful glance at Gu Linfeng's attire, he sneered, Who do you think you are, a mere peasant posing as a university student? Noticing the shift in Gu Linfeng's demeanor, Zhang Junjia's tone turned impatient. Get lost? How can anyone just stroll into a university? Where are the security guards? Not only does her girlfriend have a red mole on her, but she also has one on her chest. Gu Linfeng dropped another bombshell. Damn you. How dare you attempt to drive a wedge between Lu Qianran and me? Without Lu Qianran by his side, Zhang Junjia let loose, resorting to vulgarity. In my eyes, you're merely a placeholder. The things I discard you hold dear. Gu Linfeng stepped closer to Zhang Junjia, whispering, Truth be told, your girlfriend is quite enticing. I'm simply enchanting. Zhang Junjia, filled with rage, swung his fist towards Gu Linfeng's head. The female classmates, engrossed in the unfolding drama, let out shrill screams, with the more timid ones covering their eyes with their hands. Yet, the gaps between their fingers betrayed their curiosity. In contrast, the male classmates were exhilarated. Nothing was more entertaining than a live brawl. In a flash, Gu Linfeng calmly tilted his head aside, evading the incoming punch. Seizing the moment when Zhang Junjie lost his balance, Gu Linfeng raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply as Zhang Junjie stood dazed. Born with a silver spoon, he had never before been publicly humiliated in such a manner. If it weren't for the stinging pain on his face reminding him of the harsh reality, he might have believed he was dreaming. Tears welled up in his eyes. After all, he was merely a boy under 20. The psychological impact of being struck in front of numerous peers would be profound. "How dare you hit me?" Zhang Junjie glared, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, wishing to tear apart the man advancing towards him. However, upon glancing at his own diminutive stature, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Ha, what's this? You can hit me, but I cannot retaliate? With so many classmates here, they can all testify that you struck first. I was merely defending myself." Many of the students present were unaware of Zhang Junjie's background and, being new to society, were oblivious to its perils. Several freshmen stepped forward to testify. "I can attest that this person named Zhang Junjie struck first, otherwise this big brother wouldn't have retaliated." Yes, I can testify too." Zhang Junjie's face turned a shade of deep anger as he realized he was outmatched by Gu Linfeng, and he began to shout, "Where are the security guards?" His demeanor resembled that of a child seeking a teacher after a fight. Muffled laughter echoed around him, a clear display of disdain for his cowardly behavior. At that moment, footsteps approached, and several security guards hurried over. Who called for security? Chapter 3. Since reasoning is futile, I shall employ some martial skills. Zhang Junjie covered his face, his expression a mask of fury. The head of security, Li Fugue, initially indifferent, was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Junjie's countenance, hastily approaching him with an ingratiating demeanor. "Young Master Zhang, how may I assist you?" "Li Fugue, did you not see that I was assaulted? Hurry and teach him a lesson." Zhang Junjie bellowed, pointing at Gu Linfeng, who stood nearby with his hands in his pockets. Feigning innocence. "You, how dare you strike someone at school? Come with me to the security office." Li Fugue, noticing the students recording the incident, concocted an excuse. While he desired to curry favor with Zhang Junjie, he also understood the gravity of his job. With so many witnesses, if a righteous individual shared the footage online, it would surely go viral. The students, witnessing the unfolding drama, began to voice their discontent. It was Zhang Junjie who threw the first punch. "Why should he be taken to the security office?" shouted one. "If you selectively enforce the rules, I will post the video online." Li Fugue found himself in a quandary. On one hand was the prospect of displeasing young Master Zhang. On the other, the chance for notoriety. He decisively proposed, "Young Master, perhaps you should also accompany us to the security office?" He lowered his gaze, unable to meet Zhang Junjie's eyes. Useless fool. Zhang Junjie was not oblivious. He recognized that escalating the situation was unwise. Yet, he could not simply swallow his anger. In that instant, he recalled what Lu Qianran had said upon encountering the opponent. "Isn't this fellow a military man?" Indeed, Zhang Junjie slapped his thigh, realizing that Gu Linfeng was not a student of this institution. "Why should I not strike an outsider? Quickly, apprehend him and take him to the police station." Li Fugue's eyes brightened. This excuse was impeccable. Targeting an outsider posed no problem. The bystanders ceased their protests, casting sympathetic glances at Zhang Junjie. Indeed, outsiders were typically prohibited from entering the university, yet it was the time for new student registrations. Gu Linfeng, appearing youthful, surely could not be the parent of a student. "My apologies, young Master Zhang. This oversight is our fault. We shall escort him off the premises immediately," Li Fugue declared respectfully, before turning his expression menacingly towards Gu Linfeng. "Did you not hear what young Master Zhang just said? Depart at once, lest we be compelled to use force." This sycophantic display was a classic example of feigned authority. Simultaneously, Li Fugue embodied the very essence of a craven lackey. "And what if I refuse to leave?" Gu Linfeng narrowed his eyes, observing Li Fugue's readiness to engage. "What? Do you wish to fight?" His voice chilled the air, as if the temperature itself had plummeted. Li Fugue instinctively shuddered, stumbling back a few steps. Yet unwilling to lose face, he retorted, "I advise you to surrender, or my iron fist will teach you a lesson." He signaled to the security guards, who immediately began dispersing the gathering students. "Leave now. Do you defy school regulations? If you do not depart, I will report every one of you to the administration. The students scattered in haste. Nothing was more terrifying than a school-wide report. Gu Linfeng remained unfazed, dismissing the security guards with indifference. Minutes later, Li Fuguwei clenched his fists, ominously stating, "Do not blame us for being ruthless. You have provoked the wrong person." Gu Linfeng's expression shifted as he contemplated retaliating, but he remembered his current status as a mere freshman, which diminished his imposing aura. With a cold chuckle, he produced his acceptance letter, raising it to clarify, "I just discharged from the army. I am here to register as a student." Li Fuguwei eyed the letter skeptically. It was indeed difficult to forge such a document. Nevertheless, Zhang Junjie, undeterred, urged, regardless of his student status, "Teach him a lesson. He dared to strike me. I will show him what it means to be disciplined. Do not hesitate, act." Zhang Junjie kicked Li Fuguwei's backside. Though Li Fuguwei felt resentful, he prioritized his career, and with a wave, commanded, "All of you attack." Gu Linfeng sighed, treating his acceptance letter as a treasured possession. He cracked his knuckles, his voice icy. "Since reasoning does not suffice, I too possess some martial skills." As fists flew toward him, Gu Linfeng dodged deftly, causing cries of pain to erupt around him. Within mere seconds, 4 or 5 security guards lay sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in agony, and Li Fuguwei realized he had encountered an insurmountable foe. Zhang Junjie stood in shock, unable to comprehend how Gu Linfeng had dispatched his assailants so effortlessly. Only hearing their anguished wails, Li Fuguwei trembled in fear, pointing at Gu Linfeng. "You have chosen your own demise. Watch how I deal with you." Just as Gu Linfeng prepared to retaliate with a swift move, Li Fuguwei abruptly turned and fled, abandoning his subordinates and Zhang Junjie. "Li Fuguwei, you coward!" Zhang Junjie cursed, his body trembling with rage. Approaching Zhang Junjie, Gu Linfeng playfully slapped his face, rousing him from his stupor. "We have plenty of time to play. You, the interloper, I find you insufferable. Begone." With that, Gu Linfeng strode towards the new student registration area. Zhang Junjie clenched his fists, seething with indignation, his visage twisted with fury. How dare he steal my lines? Who is truly the villain here? Having never faced such humiliation before, Zhang Junjie felt utterly ashamed. As the notorious playboy of Shanghai Music Academy, this was his first experience being so publicly belittled. Moreover, Gu Linfeng had struck his face. Despite his ire, Zhang Junjie maintained a semblance of rationality. How could he possibly contend with such an opponent? "Young master, you misunderstand. I was not fleeing, but rather executing a strategic withdrawal." Li Fuguwei wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, leaning closer. "Young master, this fellow is too formidable. Should we not call the police? I cannot believe you would dare lay hands on an officer." However, Zhang Junjie's response left Li Fuguwei disheartened. "Call the police? Are you not ashamed enough? Take your men and leave." Zhang Junjie felt trapped. Though his father was the vice president of Shanghai Music Academy, he still had to answer to the principal. He could indulge in the pursuit of female students with his father's tacit approval, but if his father learned of his altercation with a freshman, he would surely face severe consequences. Zhang Junjie had no desire to experience that punishment. Li Fuguwei, unwilling to press further, supported Zhang Junjie as they departed. As they left, Zhang Junjie cast a venomous glare at Gu Linfeng's retreating figure. Once Zhang Junjie had vanished, the surrounding freshmen erupted in thunderous cheers. At the tender age of 18 or 19, they idolized heroes, and Gu Linfeng's display of martial prowess had shattered their preconceived notions. Some thrill-seeking students even posted Zhang Junjie's humiliation on the school's forum, where it quickly ascended to the top of the trending topics. The youth in camouflage violently assaults the security guard. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? The wealthy sophomore finds himself entangled in a love triangle. A mysterious youth charges forth for love. A surprise. 2 men vie for 1 woman. Who is the true interloper? As public opinion swelled, Gu Linfeng swiftly became a prominent figure in the online forum. Some referred to him as TNGUG, while others called him BOLG, with various monikers circulating. Zhang Junjie's piercing gaze, filled with menace, was keenly sensed by Gu Linfeng's acute intuition. Aware he had stirred trouble, He sought a secluded spot to avoid potential retaliation and called it Sun Dongsheng. Sir, this is what happened, Gu Linfeng recounted, initially anticipating Sun Dongsheng's wrath. He was taken aback by the response. Did you strike first? Gu Linfeng replied. True to military discipline, the first response to a problem was to inquire about violence. Well, I used about 10% of my strength. I feared that if I unleashed my full power, they would meet their maker. Understood. Dealing with a mere scion is nothing. I shall personally handle it. I will send you a phone number shortly. Should any issues arise, contact him and mention my name. With Sun Dongsheng's assurance, Gu Linfeng felt emboldened. Moments after hanging up, a text from Sun Dongsheng arrived. New student registration. Senior. Here is my acceptance letter. The senior registering students looked up to see the dashing figure of Gu Linfeng clad in camouflage. Oh, good to meet you, Junior. You're Gu Linfeng, correct? Do you have a girlfriend? Upon glancing at the name on the acceptance letter, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the handsome newcomer, her heart fluttering. Gu Linfeng's impressive stature had left an indelible mark on her memory. Senior, could you please expedite my registration process? He urged, oblivious to her infatuation. All right, I understand, she replied playfully, yet her gaze lingered on him. After a few minutes, and declining the senior's overtures, Gu Linfeng hastily made his exit. His striking visage, indeed, evoked a complex mix of admiration and resentment. Meanwhile, Gu Linfeng now possessed a campus identification card, enabling him to dine, swipe for purchases, access water, and borrow books from the library. He had officially embraced the life of a university student. After settling his tuition and loading several hundred onto his card, a bank message pinged on his phone. Your account at Gongshang Bank has been charged 599 900 yuan. Tuition, current balance, 52,000 yuan. Oh, the veteran's compensation has yet to arrive. I find myself in a tight spot. Gu Linfeng furrowed his brow. Before his discharge as a major, his monthly salary exceeded 10,000 yuan. Over the years, he should have amassed a considerable savings. However, after establishing a relationship with Lu Qianran, she consistently devised ways to extract money from him. Reflecting on it, Lu Qianran was nothing but a scheming opportunist, treating him as a mere ATM. Encountering someone wealthier like Zhang Junjie was akin to a stray dog stumbling upon fresh excrement. Who would have thought I would become a TNGU? Gu Linfeng chuckled at his own misfortune, rubbing his nose. No, for an ordinary person, courting a goddess makes one for me, it should be NLing. Just as he finished lamenting, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. The system is now officially activated. System initializing. 12599. Chapter 4. Daily check-in system. Gu Linfeng stared intently at the virtual screen that had suddenly appeared before him, counting the progress bar. Abandoning his future to attend university was for this very moment. Gradually, he began to anticipate the system's functions. However, a notification from WeChat interrupted his thoughts. Upon checking, he couldn't help but smirk. Gu Linfeng, haha, I intended to surprise you, but it turned into a fright instead. If I had informed you earlier, you wouldn't have witnessed such a thrilling scene. Now that the event has transpired, consider it a misjudgment on my part. I expect you to return all the money I transferred to you. Gu Linfeng had calculated that he had transferred nearly 500,000 over the past year. Savings accumulated from his years of military service. Lu Qianran, what are you talking about? What money? Isn't it true that you willingly transferred that to me? Lu Qianran, if you don't believe me, check the transfer records. Every amount is 1,314 or 520, figures only couples would exchange. No wonder whenever he transferred money, she would refuse any whole numbers. She had clearly prepared to be a deadbeat. At that moment, Gu Linfeng felt foolish. Gu Linfeng, are you playing tricks on me? Lu Qianran, if you don't like it, take me to court. Let us cease all contact. I fear Zhang Junjie might misunderstand. Gu Linfeng, what do you consider our years of relationship? Though filled with rage, Gu Linfeng posed a question he had longed to ask. Lu Qianran, I've always seen you as a brother from childhood to now. You have always felt like a brother to me. A brother? The kind that shares a bed? Damn, how shameless. He swiftly composed a 300-word essay filled with disdain, only to receive a notification that he had been blocked. What a lowly person. Is my money so easy to take? Gu Linfeng muttered to himself. Throughout his life, he had never faced such a betrayal. However, it was not entirely a loss. After officially establishing their relationship, he had taken leave one rainy night, and they had shared a moment of intimacy, though he never anticipated the cost would be so steep. According to current prices, that 500,000 could have afforded him hundreds of exquisite meals. Ding! The godly check-in system is now officially activated. Note: do not disclose the existence of the system to anyone. Violation will result in immediate termination. Even without the system's warning, Gu Linfeng would not casually reveal its existence. He certainly did not wish to become a test subject for scientists. Would you like to check in today? Check in. Congratulations. Host, you have received a gene enhancement serum. Gene enhancement serum. Using this serum will repair genetic defects, elevating all bodily metrics to the peak of human capability. What a remarkable item. He silently praised it, preparing to use it when he realized he was still on campus. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he was in his dormitory. In his previous life, after leaving the university and entering society, he lamented never encountering the vibrancy of youth again. Now, being able to relive the nostalgia of campus life filled him with excitement. He had thought he would sacrifice an entire forest for the sake of Lu Qianran, a mere weed. But little did he know this deceitful woman would play such tricks on him. Lu Qianran, I must thank you for your unwitting assistance. He was grateful to have uncovered Lu Qianran's true nature now, avoiding a greater folly. Had they married, he truly feared he would find a meadow growing atop his head. Exhaling the bitterness from his chest, Gu Linfeng took a deep breath and bellowed. They say university life is splendid. Let me see for myself. Shanghai Music Conservatory. Here I come. This overly dramatic scene caused nearby students to instinctively distance themselves. Was this person truly a fool? Upon hastily arriving at dormitory 102 and pushing the door open, he was met with an overwhelming stench of unwashed feet. What on earth? Who unleashed a biological weapon? Gu Linfeng covered his nose and couldn't help but comment. There on the lower bunk, a burly man had just finished tending to his feet, savoring the aroma. Apologies. My friend, I am a bit fatigued and need to stretch my legs. Unable to restrain myself, I cannot help but express my feelings. With that, the burly man rose to open the window. A gentle breeze flowed into the room, dispersing the peculiar odor. Brother, my name is Zhang Long, hailing from Dongbei. By your attire, I presume you are a retired university student soldier? Gu Linfeng nodded slightly, refraining from further elaboration. He was not merely a soldier. He was an officer. However, he saw no necessity to clarify this to Zhao Long, as revealing his rank would likely prompt disbelief, given the absurdity of an 18 or 19-year-old holding the position of an officer. What do they call you, brother? Zhang Long inquired, exuding an air of ruggedness. His smile wide. I am Gu Linfeng. Ah, greeting. Zhang Long extended his hand, which had just been occupied with his feet. No need for that. Gu Linfeng frowned slightly and quickly stepped back. His keen sense of smell detected an unpleasant odor lingering on Zhang Long's hand. This scent is quite powerful. Zhang Long chuckled apologetically. At that moment, two more individuals entered the dormitory, one tall and one short. After introductions, the tall one named Yu Shiming hailed from Dongshan province, while the shorter one, Su Zhihui, came from Beihu province. Among the four, Gu Linfeng was the eldest, followed by Zhang Long, with Su Zhihui being the youngest. His Mandarin not quite fluent, which often elicited laughter when he spoke. As they tidied their beds, they engaged in casual conversation. Linfeng, in a few days, our school will commence military training. I heard from my senior that university military training lasts 2 weeks, with daily drills standing at attention for an entire day. Given the scorching heat of Wuhai, if we endure this, we might end up several shades darker. Yu Ximing's expression reflected his dismay. Su Zhihui felt similarly anxious, lamenting that he thought he had escaped hardship after 3 years of high school, only to find himself in another challenging situation. Gu Linfeng is a retired university student soldier and is exempt from training. Zhang Long gazed enviously at Gu Linfeng, an idea sparking in his mind. Ah, Linfeng, you could apply to be an instructor for the school. The three others looked at him with hopeful eyes. Perhaps not. I am here to study. Gu Linfeng recognized Zhang Long's ulterior motive, which was simply to gain special treatment should he become an instructor. during his military service. He had previously served as a military training instructor at a university. Nowadays, college students are rather pampered. Even a slightly stern tone would reduce them to tears. Unlike his days training new recruits, where discipline was met with resistance. Upon his refusal, the trio sighed and returned to their phones. Having finished arranging his bedding, Gu Linfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and retrieved a towel and toiletries from his backpack, heading to the bathroom. Speaking of which, Gu Linfeng genuinely wished to commend the school administration for students sharing a dormitory equipped with air conditioning and a private bathroom. This arrangement could rank among the top 10 nationwide. Whistling a tune, Gu Linfeng took out a gene enhancement liquid from his system space. He had read numerous modern urban novels where protagonists endured considerable suffering when using such special potions. Having experienced various pains during his military service, even participating in a childbirth simulation without faltering, he scoffed at the notion of the gene enhancement liquid being anything less than trivial. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer, uncapping the bottle and gulping it down. The liquid tasted sweet and caused no discomfort. As it flowed down his throat, he found himself longing for more upon seeing the empty bottle. Online literature is indeed misleading. No sooner had he spoken than a searing pain surged through his very soul. What the hell? Gu Linfeng's vision darkened, and he collapsed in the bathroom. After an indeterminate amount of time, a foul odor roused him from unconsciousness. He looked down to find himself covered in a thick layer of black grime. If Ji Gong were seeking materials to concoct medicinal pills, he would find no shortage of raw ingredients in Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng pinched his nose as he rose from the floor and hurried to the shower. 30 minutes later, he stood beside the mirror, astonished, his mouth agape. The reflection revealed a youthful visage, radiant and fair, with vibrant lips and pearly teeth. All the scars and wounds had vanished, and he had grown taller, now measuring an impressive 185 centimeters. The transformation was so striking that he felt a tinge of fear. With a handsome face, a toned physique, and 8-pack abs, he could only imagine the terror he would instill among the young women at Huai Music Academy. Stroking his stubble, he murmured to himself, "This is astonishingly handsome. Even I find myself envious." However, such thoughts were futile. Chapter 5. How did this kid enlist at 9? Having dried off and changed into fresh attire, Gu Linfeng stepped out of the bathroom only to hear Su Zhihui exclaim in astonishment. "Wow, everyone, check out the campus forum. What happened?" Zhao Long leaned in, curiosity piqued. Cadillac chases high-speed trains. Southwest Jiaodong University S pure love warrior. Yet another sensational scoop following silence of the boys and laughter of the girls. Su Zhihui excitedly pointed at his phone. "Look at this guy charging for love, beating up security. Quick, let me see if he stepped out of his house and freed up a bed. Whoa, this guy is something else, taking on multiple security guards alone." As he watched the video of the camouflaged youth, Zhao Long's eyes gleamed with admiration. Analyzing the techniques employed, this initial stance should be from the Black Dragon 18 styles of the armed police force. Black Dragon 18 styles? Yu Shiming inquired, leaning closer. "What kind of technique is that?" Zhao Long replied with pride. "It's a vicious combat method that the military has already banned. Its users often leave their opponents in disarray, which is why it was prohibited. ISN team military training all about military boxing?" Su Zhihui questioned skeptically. "Military boxing?" Zhao Long scoffed. A few years back, there was a news story about a college student who encountered a knife-wielding assailant during military training. Out of fear, the student unleashed 16 sets of military boxing techniques. And then what? Did he drive off the assailant? Yu Shiming asked, intrigued. To his surprise, Zhao Long shook his head with a wry smile. Not at all. The assailant was unscathed. The student, however, received 32 stab wounds. The assailant was so moved by the student's determination that he hesitated to strike. Gu Linfeng, who had been eavesdropping, chuckled silently. "Who says military boxing is ineffective? Let us see you endure 32 stab wounds. The assailant had some principles. Only 2 stabs per set? I must learn this military boxing during training. It could enhance my lifespan." Yu Shiming jested. "Wait, why does that person in the video look so familiar?" Zhao Long squinted, studying the figure intently. Gu Linfeng felt a surge of panic. His identity could no longer remain concealed. Let me take a closer look. Su Zhihui leaned in, rubbing his eyes, then glanced at Gu Linfeng, his gaze flickering. Isn't that Gu Linfeng? Look, even though it's just a silhouette, the clothing matches perfectly. Even the wear on the backpack is similar. Zhao Long and Yu Xinming scrambled to verify, their conviction growing stronger. Wow, it really is you, Gu. You've been quite adept at hiding. Zhao Long exclaimed, astonished. Gu Linfeng could only shake his head and smile wryly. Just as he was about to clarify, he found himself inexplicably relishing this sense of vanity. Who would have thought our dormitory 102 would harbor such a prominent figure as Gu Linfeng in the next 4 years? I wonder who would dare to bully us. Su Zhihui's excitement was palpable as he fantasized about ruling the roost at Huai Music Academy. The person in the video is indeed me. Please keep this a secret, Gu Linfeng replied with a smile. Just as Zhao Long was about to agree, he was captivated by Gu Linfeng's charming smile. He, a quintessential straight man, nearly surrendered to a charm he could not comprehend. How infuriating! He is a man. Zhao Long's face flushed, contemplating that perhaps being a man was acceptable after all. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Zhao Long pointed at Gu Linfeng's face, his eyes widening. Hey, buddy, did you just undergo cosmetic surgery? How come you look so fair? I distinctly remember you being as dark as a raven just moments ago. How did you transform into a pretty boy so quickly? Su Zhihui and Yu Xinming hurriedly approached, inquiring about the skincare products he had used. Relieved that they had not noticed his height increase, Gu Linfeng exhaled softly. The trio soon shifted their focus from his complexion to enthusiastically probing Gu Linfeng for tales from his time in the military. Do you believe I am a king among special forces? The kind that can take down a truckload of foes. Su Zhihui and Yu Xinming gazed at him with growing admiration, evidently convinced by his words. They exchanged glances and, in unison, dropped to one knee, proclaiming, "We have wandered aimlessly for years, lamenting the absence of a wise leader. If you do not reject us, we wish to adopt you as our honorary father." There's truly no need for that. Gu Linfeng was rendered speechless. After a brief period of laughter, the group tacitly avoided mentioning the female protagonist from the video. Although Gu Linfeng wore a cheerful smile, his friends perceived him to be nursing a wounded heart, merely putting on a brave face. Ding dong! Zhao Long's WeChat notification chimed, and upon reading the message, he exclaimed with excitement, "The counselor has instructed us to collect our camouflage uniforms and boots right now." Zhao Long waved his phone, noting Gu Linfeng's puzzled expression. He quickly explained, "You reported in on the last day, while the rest of us have been here for days. You haven't joined the group yet, so let's add each other as friends and get you in." Gu Linfeng nodded, and after a series of swift maneuvers, he successfully entered the group chat. Huai Music Academy Music Department 2023 Grade Group Chat. Counselor Su, please come to the multimedia classroom to collect your camouflage uniforms. The new student military training will last for 2 weeks and officially commence the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone embodies the spirit of resilience and determination, completing the training with enthusiasm. Additionally, no one is permitted to request leave or refuse participation under any pretext. Violators will face credit deductions. Zhang Zhuwei, Counselor, I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to request a leave of absence. I have my monthly visitor. Counselor Su, what do you mean by monthly visitor? Zhang Zhuwei, Counselor, that's a bit embarrassing to explain. Counselor Su, speak up. Gu Linfeng, Counselor, what he means is that he's experiencing hemorrhoid flare-ups. Cough, cough. Why does Gu Linfeng feel the need to say everything in the group? Su frowned in displeasure. As a master's graduate who remained to teach, she was considered quite accomplished among her peers. This was her first time leading a class, and fearing a lack of control over the students, she attempted to present a cool demeanor in the chat, only to nearly falter at that moment. Su perused the student information on her desk, scrutinizing Gu Linfeng's file with particular attention. Wow, he's rather handsome. Recently discharged from the military. He must be one of this year's veteran college students. Su chuckled softly. Her curiosity piqued as she continued reading. No information about family members? And no college entrance examination details, either? Wait a minute. He enlisted at the age of 9? Su's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with intrigue. while his rank and position were not specified. The mere fact of his enlistment age was enough to astonish anyone. At 9, she was still in elementary school, while Gu Linfeng had already joined the military. Oh man, you have certainly piqued my curiosity. In that instant, Su Su entertained thoughts of pursuing a relationship with him, not only because of his striking looks, but also due to his enigmatic background. Chapter 6. Confronting the heartless woman, all members of Dormitory 102 ventured to the multimedia classroom. Upon entering, Gu Linfeng's arrival incited a chorus of gasps from the female students. Wow, is this handsome guy from our music department? Unbelievable. On the count of 3, I want all the details about this man. Oh my goodness. The moment I saw him, I felt like falling in love. He is precisely my type. I'm sorry. Kuin, but I'm officially switching my allegiance. Gu Linfeng's 3 roommates watched the surrounding female students fawn over him, consumed by envy and jealousy. They wished to take his place and bask in the attention of the classroom. Gu Linfeng feigned ignorance, striding purposefully to Su Su, who was distributing the camouflage uniforms. Hello. I wear size 18592 and shoe size 42, he stated with a calm smile. Su Su quickly looked up, and upon seeing Gu Linfeng, her body felt electrified. Why, you're Gu Linfeng? Yes. Please hold on a moment. Su Su inhaled deeply, turning to rummage through the clothing. Oh my. He is at least 10,000 times more handsome than in the pictures. I wish to engage in a never-ending student-teacher romance with him. Su Su's heart raced. Here you go. This is what you requested. Su Su steadied herself and handed Gu Linfeng his uniform. Thank you. With that, Gu Linfeng turned to leave. Wait. Su Su called out. Gu classmate, as a veteran college student, would you be interested in serving as the temporary class leader during military training? The female students in the multimedia classroom began to whisper among themselves, their gazes never straying from Gu Linfeng. Wow, this handsome guy's name is Gu Linfeng. Even his name sounds magnificent. I declare from this moment on, he is my one and only idol. Shouldn't we focus on his identity as a veteran soldier? A man who has served in the military exudes the greatest sense of security. Could we perhaps have Gu Linfeng as our military training instructor? I would love for him to train me. Hey, what kind of training are you referring to? Oh, you are incorrigible. Standing around 7 meters tall with long, straight black hair cascading over his shoulders, Gu Linfeng's white shirt accentuated his scholarly demeanor. His well-defined legs were snugly fitted in jeans, and at 24-25 years of age, he resembled a perfectly ripe peach, starkly contrasting with the youthful female students. Su Su noticed the others staring at her, internally chastising them as wayward scoundrels, yet she felt no anger, only a hint of sweetness. Ahem, Gu classmate, are you interested? Su Su cleared her throat. Sorry, I'm not interested. Without further ado, Gu Linfeng turned and walked away. His icy demeanor rendered the multimedia classroom silent. Su Su beat Harleep, for the first time in her life, questioning her own beauty. Does he perhaps prefer less curvaceous figures? Yet, she could not help but admire his audacity. Zhang Long, I will step outside and wait for you. Gu Linfeng called to his roommates. Oh, okay. He felt averse to Su Su's proposal. After all, he had risen to the rank of company commander during his time in the military, and the role of a temporary class leader held no appeal for him. As Gu Linfeng prepared to exit the classroom, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Qianran, who had just entered. The age-old adage about enemies encountering each other rang true. Lu Qianran had not anticipated running into Gu Linfeng here. Just hours earlier, she had blocked him, determined to avoid repaying a debt. Yet fate had conspired to bring them face to face in this unlikely setting. Wait a moment, how has Gu Linfeng changed? He is unexpectedly handsome. Lu Qianran thought to herself. But regardless of his looks, he is still a pauper. How does he compare to my wealthy brother? With that, she boldly accused, so, Gu Linfeng, you have been stalking me? You won't let me go, will you? Instantly, all eyes in the multimedia classroom turned towards the two of them. Isn't she the female protagonist who charged into battle for love? Is she from our class? She isn't even that pretty. I am more beautiful, but she is the female lead, so does that make Gu Linfeng the male lead? The one who fought the security guard? Alas, my world has crumbled. Could this truly be an unrequited love that ends in vain? The incessant chattering of women fills the air, creating a cacophony that is overwhelming. Gu Linfeng's gaze turns icy, a faint aura of menace emanating from him. Lu Qianran, trembling with fear, gulps and retorts, "What? Did I strike a nerve? If you don't leave immediately, I will call the police. How many security guards can you possibly defeat? Are you a match for Uncle Mousy? Leave? Why should I?" Gu Beichin sneered. "Hasn't your esteemed brother Junjie informed you that I am also a student at Shanghai Conservatory of Music? A student? You, a mere soldier, dare to claim to be a student at Shanghai Conservatory of Music?" Lu Qianran's disbelief was palpable. "I can vouch for him. He is indeed a freshman in the music department this year." Su Su, who had been minding her own business, immediately stepped in to support Gu Linfeng upon witnessing the confrontation. Naturally, Lu Qianran recognized Su Su, and with the counselor's testimony, her skepticism dissipated. "You mean to say we are classmates? How can that be? I left the army for you to come to your school, and this is how you treat me? Mingling with others?" Gu Linfeng, who could have easily gained admission to Qingbei, had chosen Shanghai Conservatory of Music solely because of Lu Qianran's influence. How could he possibly have come here without her? Wouldn't it be more desirable to pursue a career in scientific research? Although Shanghai Conservatory of Music boasts numerous beautiful women, for him in the past, women were merely distractions that hindered his speed in drawing his sword. Is money truly that significant? Gu Linfeng posed a soul-searching question. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. My love for brother Junjie is genuine. I do not seek his wealth." Lu Qianran retorted defiantly. "Oh, what do you seek then? His age? His scarred face? Or perhaps his diminutive stature?" Gu Linfeng's eyes sparkled with mockery. "I cannot even begin to explain myself to you. Let me be clear. Even if we are classmates, there is no possibility for us. You are merely an orphan. You are unworthy of me." Lu Qianran, having reached her limit, decided to sever ties with Gu Linfeng, fully aware that her words would reach Zhang Junjie's ears. She could not afford to lose the greater good for this insignificant matter. "Unworthy of you? Ha! What a ludicrous jest." Gu Linfeng erupted into laughter, his mirth growing louder until it became a resounding guffaw. Everyone assumed he had been provoked. Su Su felt a pang of sympathy for the man before her. The three brothers in the dormitory clenched their fists, sensing the escalating tension and rushing to intervene. "Lu Qianran, you are but a frog in a well." Gu Linfeng coldly smiled, mocking her unwarranted sense of superiority. "And remember, it was I who ended this relationship." Lu Qianran's face paled. Was Gu Linfeng sent by the heavens to punish her? How dare he reveal their secret in front of so many people? "What do you mean?" Lu Qianran seethed. "Do you need me to share the transfer screenshots with our classmates for their viewing pleasure?" Gu Linfeng brandished his old smartphone, a clear threat. "I do not possess such wealth at the moment." Lu Qianran gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear him apart. "Dear lady, you surely do not wish for your secrets to become common knowledge amongst the entire school, do you?" Gu Linfeng raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with amusement. "Fine. You are ruthless." Lu Qianran spat, reluctantly gathering the funds. It turned out that confronting a deceitful woman was a most gratifying affair for Gu Linfeng. Meanwhile, the surrounding students began to gossip in clusters. "I believe this is true. Gu Linfeng claims he has evidence." Lu Qianran immediately softened her stance, which is a typical sign of guilt. "My brother Gu Linfeng is incredibly generous. He spent 500,000 for his girlfriend." "Oh, I am devastated." Gu Linfeng transferred 500,000 to Lu Qianran, but is using an outdated smartphone. Meanwhile, Lu Qianran flaunts the latest model. Does her conscience not ache? Had you not mentioned it, I would not have noticed. Gu Linfeng's current phone is hardly fit even for a dog. This cannot stand. I must record this woman's despicable behavior and post it on Douyin. In Chapter 7, all square? Then please remove the clothes I bought for you. Lies flowed effortlessly from her lips. She was indeed a seasoned deceiver. Gu Linfeng, with a glint of mockery in his eyes, refrained from exposing her falsehoods. Su Su stepped forward, addressing the girl filming. "We are all classmates. Let's not make this matter too awkward. Please delete the video." Upon hearing the counselor's words, the girl reluctantly deleted the video, and the other students prepared to record also set their phones down. After some contemplation, Su Su understood that Lu Qianran had betrayed Gu Linfeng and had deceived him out of a substantial sum during their time together. For such a self-serving girl, she was tempted to take matters into her own hands. Yet, she was the class counselor, and any issues among students directly reflected on her. However, could she manage the spread of videos when she could not control the flow of rumors? Su foresaw that Lu Qianran's reputation at school was irreparably damaged. Relieved, Lu Qianran sighed, knowing her bank balance was now only 200,000. To avoid any future complications, she promptly borrowed 300,000 from various lending platforms. A few minutes later, Gu Linfeng received a text message. Your account with Gongshang Bank has received a transfer of 50 million yuan. Your current balance is 50,200,000 yuan. From this moment on, we owe each other nothing, declared Lu Qianran, clacking her high heels as she made her exit. Wait, did I permit you to leave? Gu Linfeng called out abruptly. Zhang Long stepped forward, blocking Lu Qianran's path. Classmate, the matter is not resolved. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? What do you mean, Gu Linfeng? I have repaid you. Why do you still have people stop me? Are you demanding interest, you miser? Lu Qianran stomped her foot, forcefully pushing Zhang Long aside as she directed her ire at Gu Linfeng. Miser? If you insist on claiming that we owe nothing to each other, then I must apologize for not allowing you to take advantage of me any further. That beautiful Chanel top you are wearing, if I remember correctly, I bought it for you last month. Shouldn't you return it to me? And those shoes on your feet, you ought to take them off as well. In that moment of confrontation, Gu Linfeng sorrowfully realized that throughout their year together, he had played the role of a devoted admirer, showering her with luxury gifts, while Lu Qianran had never reciprocated even with a pair of underwear. You insufferable man. Lu Qianran's chest heaved with indignation. If looks could kill, Gu Linfeng would have been slain countless times. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she surveyed the crowd. Ladies, when seeking a boyfriend, be sure to keep your eyes wide open. A man like him, so miserly, does not deserve true love. Lu Qianran's words cast a heavy silence over the multimedia classroom. Despite Gu Linfeng being the injured party in this emotional turmoil, Lu Qianran's statement resonated with many young women present. If one day they were to break up and their ex-boyfriends demanded the return of gifts, would they not be left with nothing? Classmate Gu Linfeng, since we have parted ways, it would be better to maintain some dignity. Indeed, Lu Qianran has returned your money. Why are you still pursuing her for a mere outfit and shoes? Gu Linfeng was taken aback, believing he had misheard. Just moments ago, they were discussing how to bear children, yet the conversation had shifted dramatically. Yu Xinming exclaimed loudly. We all heard it. She claimed there were no debts between them. If she has broken up with Gu Linfeng, why still cling to the clothes he bought for her? A girl, who had been asked to delete her video, could not help but interject. If I were Lu Qianran, I would certainly return everything. Of course, if I had a boyfriend like Gu Linfeng, I wouldn't have the heart to break up. Humph, Brother Linfeng would never be so foolish. Instantly, the confrontation split into two factions, one with sound morals and the other with twisted perspectives. Lu Qianran felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Her gaze toward Gu Linfeng laced with mockery. At the center of this storm, Gu Linfeng listened to the bickering and glanced at the girls, disparaging him. Do you know? This pair of shoes cost 19,800, and that dress was 27,800. Together, they total 50,000. You all talk endlessly. Did you pay for her? Furthermore, to the classmate who urged him to be magnanimous, he added, next time it rains, remember to wear a lightning rod. I fear you might get struck. Stingy, miserly. The girl who had shouted for him to be generous muttered, her face pale as she retreated into the crowd. I can help others, but when it comes to money, I'm afraid we're not close enough, Gu Linfeng remarked, causing the audience in the multimedia classroom to stifle their laughter. Zhang Long, along with Yu Xinming and Su Zhihui, nearly doubled over with mirth. The few girls who supported Lu Qianran snickered at the crudeness of the situation. Realizing the tide had turned against her, Lu Qianran reluctantly removed her Chanel jacket, throwing it to the ground. All of it is yours. Just wait. My boyfriend Zhang Junjie won't let you off easily. Wait, what about those shoes on your feet? Gu Linfeng shrugged. What else should I do? Lu Qianran stomped her foot in frustration, angrily flinging her designer shoes away. Stop stomping. You might ruin the floor. Gu Linfeng taunted. Humph, mind your own business. Lu Qianran pointed at the clothing and shoes on the ground. They are all yours. Do you think I care who you give them to? Gu Linfeng chuckled, bending down to pick up the fallen clothing. With a swift tug, it tore apart. He then pinched his nose with one hand and tossed the shoes into the trash bin. Having been insulted as garbage, Lu Qianran could no longer hold back her tears. A girl from the multimedia classroom, unable to bear Lu Qianran's distress, offered her a pair of camouflage shoes. Here were these. Thank you. At this point, Lu Qianran felt humiliated and, after asking her roommate to collect their military training uniforms, left in disgrace. Chapter 8. Retribution from Zhang Junjie. After exiting the classroom, Lu Qianran immediately called Zhang Junjie. The phone rang for over 10 seconds before he answered, breathless. "What's wrong, Qianran?" Zhang Junjie asked, panting. "Why do you sound so out of breath?" Lu Qianran questioned, puzzled. Haha, I'm just exercising," he replied. However, the scene of her being humiliated by Gu Linfeng lingered in her mind, prompting her to recount her grievances from the multimedia classroom, albeit with a twist that painted Gu Linfeng as a villain while portraying herself as a victim. "What? That scoundrel dared to bully you and demanded 500,000? Don't worry, I won T like Gu Linfeng off the hook. I'm still working out. I'll call you back after," he said before hanging up. A cold smile crept across Lu Qianran's face. "Gu Linfeng, don't think you can disregard everyone just because you can overpower a few security guards. My boyfriend's father is the vice principal of the school, and his mother is a formidable businesswoman in Huhai. Cross him, and you shall face dire consequences." In a Hilton hotel suite, Zhang Junjie embraced a woman dressed in yoga attire. Upon seeing him hang up, she sweetly asked, "Who called? Zhang Xiao?" "Damn, you talk too much," he replied impatiently, waving her off. "Let's get back to working out." Even without Lu Qianran's complaint, he had no intention of letting Gu Linfeng off easily. Upon learning that Gu Linfeng was a freshman at Huhai Music Academy, he welcomed the opportunity to toy with him. The true cruelty of a hunter lies not in the immediate kill, but in savoring the fear of the prey before the end. In the multimedia classroom, a girl with a striking appearance approached Gu Linfeng, saying, "Gu Linfeng, you're quite handsome. You must be single, right? Would you mind having a deeper conversation with me?" Gu Linfeng frowned. "I would mind." So unromantic. No wonder you're a simpering fool," she scoffed, turning away. "Wow, is she that straightforward?" Gu Linfeng thought, bemused. "Hello, Gu Linfeng. I'm Gao Xinrui. Can we exchange WeChat?" The girl who had defended him earlier approached with a smile, raising her phone. Noticing her, Gu Linfeng was struck by her beauty, estimating her to be over 90 points in attractiveness. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, clad in a form-fitting white dress. Her figure was alluring, and she wore an adorable bun atop her head, shyly eyeing him. "Sure, it's a pleasure to meet you," Gu Linfeng replied, adding Gao Xinrui on WeChat. Her nickname was Not Fond of Cilantro, a refreshingly down-to-earth moniker. "Let us keep in touch on WeChat." After their connection, numerous bold classmates approached Gu Linfeng to add him as well. Adhering to his principle of quality over quantity, Gu Linfeng scanned the room. Although many were beautiful, few surpassed 90 points in his eyes. "Gu Linfeng, you've already added Gao Xinrui. You can't play favorites." "Yes, we're classmates. What is wrong with adding another WeChat? If you continue like this, we might not support you anymore." Gu Linfeng felt overwhelmed and reluctantly revealed his QR code. This scene evoked envy in Zhang Long and his friends, who fantasized about the perks of being Gu Linfeng. Beside them, Su Su felt a pang of jealousy at Gu Linfeng's popularity. She pinched her arm, scolding herself internally. "He is your student. How can you? Old Gu, why are you hesitating? So many people want to know you." "Shouldn't you seize the moment?" Zhang Long questioned. "Do you want me to be a scoundrel?" Gu Linfeng shot back. "It would be a shame not to, given your looks." Yu Shiming chuckled. "Indeed, you just broke up with that Lu Qianran. It's time to start anew. I think that Gao Xinrui is quite nice. Great figure, stunning looks. She could definitely bear children." Zhang Long grinned. Gu Linfeng felt a shift in his mindset. Zhang Long's words resonated. He had indeed broken up with Lu Qianran, and it was time to consider his future. Unbeknownst to him, his perspective had subtly transformed. "I want to be a scoundrel, but I will provide a home for them." Gu Linfeng mused. "Them?" Zhang Long's eyes widened, eager to inquire further, but Gu Linfeng had already walked away. "Am I about to witness the rise of a playboy?" The trio exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within them. "Let us go," they exclaimed, eagerly following. At Laojian Hot Pot, Gu Linfeng tossed the menu to Zhang Long. Without hesitation, Zhang Long calmly instructed the waiter. "Bring me one of everything. Don't listen to this fool. Just bring enough for 4. Gu Linfeng said with an apologetic smile. "Understood, sir." A few minutes later, the waiter meticulously arranged the dishes and politely took his leave. Gu Linfeng intentionally ordered a case of beer, raised his glass, and coughed lightly, saying, "I am grateful for fate bringing the four of us together. Here's to fate. Cheers." Meanwhile, a few uninvited guests arrived outside Lao John Hot Pot restaurant, dressed in police uniforms. They entered the hot pot establishment, glancing around with keen interest. Upon spotting Gu Linfeng, their eyes lit up, and they strode towards him. Gu Linfeng, savoring lamb, felt an unsettling jolt in his heart. The newcomers did not appear friendly. It seemed Zhang Junjie had leveraged his connections. Huh, what does this mean? Zhang Long queried, perplexed. Su Zhihui, sitting next to Gu Linfeng, likewise noticed the approaching officers. "I suspect it's that harlot's lover here to cause trouble. Brother Long, quickly take note." Zhang Long, no fool, promptly snapped a photo of Gu Linfeng's text message with his phone upon hearing Su Zhihui's explanation. Just as he finished, the leading officer had arrived before Gu Linfeng. "You're Gu Linfeng, correct? We suspect you of assaulting someone. Please accompany us." The leading officer displayed his credentials, and Gu Linfeng, with a discerning gaze, immediately noted the officer's name and rank. Wu Yuan, a third-level police inspector and currently the head of the Tianshui Road Police Station at Huhai Police Bureau. "Inspector Wu, may I inquire whom I supposedly assaulted?" Gu Linfeng casually picked at his teeth with a toothpick, his expression one of disdain. "Are you not aware of whom you struck?" Wu Yuan waved his hand, commanding, "Take him away." No sooner had he spoken than several officers lunged forward to seize Gu Linfeng's arms. Yet, no matter how forcefully they tried, Gu Linfeng remained unyielding. This fellow has trained, hasn't he?" Wu Yuan squinted in surprise as he swiftly drew a handgun from his waistband. Chapter 9. You are the station chief now, but that status may soon change. Wu Yuan sneered, pointing the gun at Gu Linfeng's forehead. This dramatic display was, of course, orchestrated by Wu Yuan for several reasons: to assert dominance, intimidate Gu Linfeng, and because this hot pot restaurant was near the Huhai Music Academy, frequented by female students, making his show of authority all the more gratifying. Gu Linfeng, languidly crossing his legs, chuckled, "Am I a robber or a murderer? Inspector Wu, how imposing you are to dare point a gun at my head. Do you know what happened to the last person who did so?" "What happened?" Wu Yuan inquired. "He died, his skull shattered by my punch. The brain matter splattered like this dish of pig brain on the table." Gu Linfeng punctuated his words by poking at the pig brain with his chopsticks, sending a shiver through the onlookers, while a young officer behind Wu Yuan stifled a gag. "You think you can shatter skulls? Are you some sort of superhero?" Su Zhihui chimed in, and since his brother had spoken, Gu Linfeng reluctantly decided to accompany them. As he rose, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Zhang Long understood instantly, coupled with the sincerity in their words. He had initially hesitated to comply with young Master Zhang's directives, but now silently thanked Zhang Junjie for this unexpected opportunity. If the charge of murder were substantiated, Gu Linfeng would face dire consequences, while he, Zhang Long, would be heralded for solving the case, likely earning a promotion to deputy chief. "Cuff him." Wu Yuan barked orders to his subordinates. Gu Linfeng calmly extended his hands and looked at Wu Yuan. "Inspector Wu, should you decide to cuff me, you must be prepared for the consequences." With a click, the young officer fastened the handcuffs around Gu Linfeng's arms. "Apologies, brother, but orders are orders," the young officer murmured softly. Gu Linfeng smiled nonchalantly, committing the young officer's face to memory. Wu Yuan strode out confidently, barking at the students recording the scene. "Police are conducting an investigation. Delete all the videos." Inside Laojian Hot Pot, chaos ensued. Su Zhihui leaned towards Zhang Long, brother Long. "It seems they are not here with good intentions. Should we call now?" Yu Shiming shared his concerns for Gu Linfeng, adding, "Indeed, these officers are clearly sent by Zhang Junjie from that internet CAF. This is malicious retaliation. If we delay the call, I fear for Gu Linfeng's safety." Zhang Long, however, remained unfazed. When Gu Linfeng had stood, he had subtly gestured to him. Although he couldn't read lips, he understood the message. "Stick to the plan. Rest assured, Linfeng has his own strategy. We need not worry. Let's follow these officers and see where they lead us before we make the call." The trio promptly settled their bill and hailed a taxi to follow the police car. Inside the police vehicle, Wu Yuan expressed his disdain. "The one thing I detest most is when people try to show off in front of me." He swung a fist into Gu Linfeng's abdomen. Gu Linfeng, undeterred, continued to smile. However, Wu Yuan felt as though he had struck a steel plate. The pain was excruciating. How could this young man's abdominal muscles be so firm? Inspector Wu, don't blame me for assaulting an officer. After all, it was you who hit me. Gu Linfeng quipped. Damn it, you talk too much. Wu Yuan retorted angrily. Having lost face, he chose to close his eyes and rest. Already plotting how to deal with Gu Linfeng. The vehicle soon arrived at the Tianshui Road police station. Wu Yuan roughly shoved Gu Linfeng out of the car. No need to push. I can walk on my own. Gu Linfeng replied impatiently. Kid, just wait until I have my fun with you. Wu Yuan kicked out, aiming for Gu Linfeng's backside. Coincidentally, Gu Linfeng stepped to the right, and Wu Yuan's kick met only air. With excessive force, Wu Yuan tore his pants, exposing his red underwear. Oh, Inspector Wu, is this your lucky year? Gu Linfeng's remark contorted the faces of the surrounding officers, who stifled their laughter. Wu Yuan's face reddened as he hurriedly covered his pants. What are you staring at? Hurry up and take this kid inside. I'll personally interrogate him shortly. Wu Yuan dashed off, emboldening the young officer, who quietly advised Gu Linfeng, Brother, have you crossed someone? Our chief rarely involves himself in such minor cases, and I went to your school to review the surveillance. You seem quite innocent. Gu Linfeng shrugged. I've offended a young scion, but it's no big deal. I hardly regard it as a threat. The young officer was speechless. Gu Linfeng appeared barely of age, yet he spoke with such bravado. I'm Xiao Lei, the deputy chief here. If anyone gives you trouble inside, just mention my name. That's about all I can do for you, Xiao Lei said, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Gu Linfeng took note of this name, shifting his perception of the officer. In this murky environment, retaining one's integrity was a rarity. Soon, Gu Linfeng was escorted into the interrogation room and seated in the chair. He tested it slightly, confident he could break free from both the chair and the handcuffs. In the interrogation room, it was just him and Xiao Lei. The officer harbored a sense of justice and did not wish to see Gu Linfeng suffer the same fate as Wu Yuan. Officer Xiao, I hope you can comprehend the reality of the situation. Huh? Comprehend the reality? Xiao Lei chuckled, pointing to himself. You should be more concerned about how to get out of here. I want to waste words. My calm presence here signifies my capability to leave. The rest is for you to ponder. Gu Linfeng gave Xiao Lei a meaningful glance. Seeing that Gu Linfeng was not jesting, Xiao Lei's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Could it be that the youth before him is the heir of a prominent family? To gamble or not to gamble? As he was caught in this mental whirlwind, Wu Yuan, now clad in fresh trousers, entered the interrogation room. Upon seeing Xiao Lei standing there like a wooden post, he was immediately filled with exasperation. This is no place for you. Leave at once. Wait. After you step out, turn off the surveillance. I need to have a heart-to-heart with this young man. Wu Yuan cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. This was clearly a display of ulterior motives, known to any bystander. The pretense of camaraderie was merely a guise. It seemed he intended to employ the great memory recovery technique. Wu Yuan was just barely of age, a freshman in college. Was this not a tad excessive? Xiao Lei, regaining his composure, attempted to reason with him. Are you the director, or am I? Wu Yuan recalled the task assigned to him by Zhang Junjie, and had little regard for Xiao Lei. Should Xiao Lei utter another word, he would surely face the consequences. The police officer, a graduate of a formal police academy, was indeed a nuisance. Oomph. He chuckled. You may be the director now, but I suspect that will soon change. Gu Linfeng showed no fear of Wu Yuan's raised fist. You are the director, and your word holds weight, but I hope you take the repercussions into account. Xiao Lei gritted his teeth and turned to leave. With the obstructive Xiao Lei gone, Wu Yuan allowed a cruel smile to creep onto his lips. Young man, before we commence the interrogation, allow me to show you what true suffering feels like. Chapter 10. Coercive interrogation. Wu Yuan advanced step by step. He anticipated pleas for mercy akin to please, father. Yet, as he stood before Gu Linfeng, the latter maintained an expression of calm, even displaying a hint of pity in his gaze. Indeed, it was pity. Wu Yuan could no longer contain his temper and swung his fist toward Gu Linfeng, only to recall the latter's chiseled abs from the car ride, causing him to hesitate. Thus, he retrieved a police baton from seemingly nowhere. Hiss, young man, do you feel pain now? Pain, you say? It's rather pleasant. Put some more effort into it. Seeking death, are you? The interrogation room reverberated with the sound of impact. After a prolonged bout, beads of sweat began to form on Wu Yuan's forehead, while Gu Linfeng remained unperturbed, as if nothing were amiss. Are you made of steel? Wu Yuan's eyes widened. Not quite. The issue lies with your lack of strength. Gu Linfeng retorted, though internally. He cursed. Despite having undergone resilience training, pain was still a reality. However, due to genetic enhancements, Wu Yuan's powerful strikes merely inflicted mild discomfort upon him. Young man, I inquire once more. Do you confess to assaulting the security personnel at Shanghai Music Academy, as well as Zhang Junjie? Wu Yuan panted, visibly out of breath. I do not confess. They struck me first, and I was compelled to retaliate. While I may not fully grasp the law, I believe this qualifies as self-defense. Does it not? Gu Linfeng smirked. What? Am I not allowed to retaliate when they strike me? Such a pitying little brat. It appears you won't weep until you see the coffin. Wu Yuan seethed with anger, emboldened by malice. He raised the baton and swung it directly at Gu Linfeng's face, disregarding the potential consequences of disfigurement or any incriminating evidence. He merely sought to vent his frustrations. Sensing the baton coming, Gu Linfeng felt a rush of alarm. If that struck my face and mar my appearance, how could I maintain my status as the charming male idol at Shanghai Music Academy? With a deep breath, he focused his energy, exerting force to snap the handcuffs, then raised his head and struck the baton with a punch. The rubber baton flew away. In a cyber CAF, I attend early class. Have I truly given you face? Subsequently, Gu Linfeng executed a powerful swing, landing a blow on Wu Yuan's pudgy face. A resounding crack accompanied the flight of a white tooth, followed by a spray of crimson blood. Wu Yuan swore he had never experienced anything like seeing stars before. Young man, you seek death? Then you shall perish first. Gu Linfeng unleashed his full strength, straining against the restraints of the interrogation chair, which abruptly lifted from the ground. With a mighty roar, the iron chair snapped at the welds. Gu Linfeng launched a kick, landing squarely on Wu Yuan's chest. Wu Yuan was propelled like a cannonball against the wall. In pain, he trembled on the floor, extending a finger in disbelief, a monster. He should have realized something was amiss when Gu Linfeng broke free of the handcuffs, but his fury had clouded his judgment. Gu Linfeng cracked his neck, proclaiming, Do you know I used only 10% of my strength? Next, I shall show you what a true monster feels like. This is a police station. You cannot lay a hand on me. Wu Yuan flailed on the ground, his short legs pedaling as if on a bicycle. As Gu Linfeng approached, undeterred, Wu Yuan finally felt fear. I was wrong. I should not have accepted Zhang Junjie's instructions. I beg for your forgiveness. Tears streamed from Wu Yuan's eyes. A semblance of remorse. Forgive you? That is a matter for the divine. My duty is solely to send you to meet your maker. Gu Linfeng resembled a demon returned from hell, his demeanor frenzied. In truth, this was all an act intended to intimidate Wu Yuan. As anticipated, a pungent odor wafted from Wu Yuan's trousers. Memories of Gu Linfeng's words at the hot pot restaurant resurfaced, compounded by the presence of this terrifying man. He had taken lives and had once smashed someone's skull with a single punch. Thus, he lost control. Outside, Xiao Lei paced anxiously, listening to the commotion emanating from the interrogation room. Damn Wu Yuan. He is but a child. He understood Wu Yuan's temperament, and personally overseeing the interrogation would likely leave the suspect severely beaten. Due to connections, he had evaded repercussions for years. Should I report this to a higher authority? Xiao Lei hesitated. Regardless of the circumstance, reporting to a higher authority was taboo in the bureaucratic realm. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the police station. They have brought Gu Linfeng here. You must advocate for him. Zhang Long's voice rang out. Xiao Lei's attention snapped to the source of the sound. A middle-aged man clad in a white police uniform, adorned with the insignia of a second-level police inspector, approached briskly, flanked by 3 students. Xiao Lei recognized this esteemed individual, the executive deputy director of the Shanghai Police Bureau, Qian Meng, a military transfer, known for his decisiveness. Xiao Lei's spirits lifted, and he rushed forward, his mind racing. Director Qian, please, you must intervene in the interrogation. Wu Yuan has apprehended a student and is currently employing coercive tactics. If you delay, I fear for his safety. Qian Ming halted, casting a surprised glance at Xiao Lei. Why did you not intervene? I did not dare. I'm worthless. Though scolded, Xiao Lei felt a sense of relief. Qian Ming had long been at the helm of the Huhai Police Bureau, renowned for his sternness and adherence to military discipline. Should a subordinate err, he would not hesitate to deliver harsh reprimands before personally rectifying the situation. However, if Qian Ming remained silent, it indicated he was contemplating how to deal with the matter. Arriving at the door of the interrogation room, Qian Ming kicked it open, and before he could assess the situation, he bellowed, "Wu Yuan, how dare you employ coercive tactics?" As the door crashed open, Gu Linfeng, pretending to intimidate Wu Yuan, quickly flung himself to the ground, rolling about and contorting his face into expressions of agony, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh, my precious cover! Oh, my pelvic axis! Oh, my slender waist!" Wu Yuan stared, bewildered, at Gu Linfeng's performance. Surely, this cannot be real. What trickery is this? The victim is clearly me, as Wu Yuan struggled to comprehend. Qian Ming's booming voice reached his ears. Wu Yuan was no fool. He knew today would not end well. Qian Ming's reputation was as well known to him as it was to Xiao Lei. "Director Qian, what brings you here? You must listen to my defense. Allow me to explain. Is it still necessary for me to listen? Is not everything before my eyes already abundantly clear?" Qian Ming's expression suddenly transformed into one of calmness. "Did you coerce this young man through torture or not?" At this moment, Gu Linfeng was still feigning agony, and upon hearing Qian Ming's remark, he intensified his performance. "Oh, no, Qian Suozhang, this lad is merely echoing my words." Wu Yuan was at a loss, feeling like the true victim. Yet in this moment, the roles had reversed. "It's not your words. It seems you've watched too many skits." Qian Ming waved for Xiao Lei. Xiao, where is the surveillance footage from the interrogation room?" Wu Yuan turned it off. Xiao Lei shot a glance at Wu Yuan and unhesitatingly delivered a blow. "If that's the case, it merely confirms it." Qian Ming's eyes flickered with fury as he pointed at the ground where Wu Yuan lay, promptly ordering his apprehension to collect evidence of his illegal activities for submission to the Discipline Inspection Commission. "Understood." Xiao Lei's expression brightened. "From this moment forth, you shall be the chief of the Tianshui Road Police Station." At that instant, Xiao Lei was nearly overwhelmed with joy. The suddenness of his happiness filled his gaze towards Gu Linfeng with gratitude. This is truly a benefactor. Soon, several police officers arrived, pinching their noses as they dragged Wu Yuan from the floor. It is truly baffling how one could resort to torture and end up in such a predicament. Once Wu Yuan was escorted away, only Qian Ming and the three brothers remained in the room. Noticing Gu Linfeng still groaning in pain, Qian Ming cleared his throat. "Ahem. That's enough. Oh, I apologize, I got too immersed in the role." Gu Linfeng ceased his moaning, hurriedly rising to face Qian Ming. Chapter 11. The request for help from Zhang. Junior Qian Ming shot a disapproving glance at Gu Linfeng, initially attending a meeting at the municipal government. Qian Ming thought Zhang Long's unfamiliar call was a scam. He felt infuriated. Under his watch, he had not anticipated the rampant nature of telecom fraud. Even his name, the executive deputy chief of the police bureau, had been leaked. It was only when Zhang Long mentioned Gu Linfeng's name that he realized he had misunderstood Zhang Long. Upon learning that Gu Linfeng had been taken by the police, he left the meeting without a second thought, disregarding the leader's feelings in the city. "You all step out for a moment. I need to speak with Gu Linfeng." Qian Ming instructed Zhang Long and the others. "A good leader, we shall step out now." Zhang Long quickly pulled the other two out. Once the room was left with just Qian Ming and Gu Linfeng finally spoke. "Old leader, I never expected you to retire and come to Huhai. Indeed, I never thought that you would be on the verge of being promoted to lieutenant colonel, yet choose to retire. Not only that, but you even decided to attend university? You truly have opened my eyes." The previous day, when Commander Sun Dongsheng called Qian Ming, he had mentioned this matter. At that time, Qian Ming felt a pang of sorrow. As Gu Linfeng's former leader, he understood the young man's potential better than anyone else. He was truly born for the military. However, this promising young man had chosen to retire. "Old leader, I have my reasons for leaving the military. I cannot disclose them to you." Gu Linfeng straightened his attire, respectfully saluting. After the salute, the two began conversing in the interrogation room. Initially, to prevent you from discovering my retirement. I severed all contact with you and instructed the military not to disclose my contact information. Yet, fate has brought us together in Huhai. Ming spoke with a tone of reminiscence. Yes, ultimately, I must thank Commander Sun Dongsheng. Had he not given me your number, I likely would have fallen into the hands of this small police station today. Gu Linfeng felt a wave of relief. Had Ming not arrived in time, the situation could have taken a dire turn. Regardless, Wu Yuan was an enforcement officer of the state's coercive apparatus. If he had truly been pushed to his limits and retaliated, even with gene enhancement drugs, it could have resulted in dire consequences. What do you plan to do about today's incident? Ming furrowed his brow and inquired. You know I cannot be at a disadvantage. Since he was able to have me captured, why can't I turn the tables on him? Gu Linfeng grinned at Ming. Ming instantly understood. I see. I will handle the remaining matters. The two then exchanged knowing smiles. In a suite at the Hilton Hotel, Zhang Junjie had just consumed a mysterious pill. Zhang Xiao, the lady has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please hurry. The woman on the bed, with sultry eyes, beckoned Zhang Junjie. I'm coming. A startled exclamation echoed, making the scene inside the room uncomfortable to witness. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking sound came from outside the room. Who is it? Zhang Junjie paused his actions, irritated that the esteemed Hilton Hotel was interrupting his affairs. Oh, Zhang Xiao, let us ignore them. Zhang Junjie thought for a moment, preparing to resume their intimate exchange, but the knocking grew louder, culminating in the sound of an electronic lock being disengaged. Click! The door of the Hilton swung open. The woman let out a shriek and immediately dove under the covers. As Gu Linfeng entered alongside Xiao Lei, he nearly burst into laughter at the scene before him. What the hell, Gu Linfeng? I thought you were arrested by the police station. Zhang Junjie pointed at Gu Linfeng with his stubby fingers, oblivious to the officers behind him. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never imagined the young master had a taste for the risk. Gu Linfeng glanced at the box on the table labeled by Yenshin Jindov, mocking. Oh, do you need assistance to entertain a woman? Using enhancements is not the mark of a good player. What the hell are you barking about? Get the hell out of here, or I'll make you regret it. Zhang Junjie's face flushed with embarrassment as he wished he could hide himself. Am I wrong? With that little worm of yours? Gu Linfeng disdainfully glanced at it, shaking his head in disbelief. Wu Yuan is truly useless. He hasn't even managed to apprehend you. Zhang Junjie, filled with resentment, grabbed a towel from the bedside and wrapped it around himself. Director Xiao, you heard him. He confessed that he instructed Wu Yuan to conduct an illegal interrogation against me. You may proceed as you see fit. Director Xiao, what director? Zhang Junjie exclaimed in confusion. Gu Linfeng stepped aside, revealing Xiao Lei in full police uniform before Zhang Junjie. Initially expecting Zhang Junjie to panic, he was surprised when Zhang Junjie narrowed his eyes. Oh, it's you, that little lackey behind Wu Yuan. What is this? Has he not informed you of our relationship? You better consider the consequences before making a move against me. Consequences? Xiao Lei laughed heartily. I'm a police officer. I don't care who you know. If you break the law, I'll arrest you. Bring this young Master Zhang in. What about Wu Yuan? Bring Wu Yuan to me. Zhang Junjie finally panicked as the officers approached him. Wu Yuan has been placed under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission for serious violations. Gu Linfeng spoke with the confidence of a victor. Standing at 185 meters, Gu Linfeng looked down at Zhang Junjie, who was barely 1.5 meters tall, indeed giving him a sense of superiority. All right, I'll remember this. Today I've fallen into your trap. We shall see what happens in the future. Zhang Junjie realized he had walked into Gu Linfeng's scheme, yet he accepted his fate and cooperated with the police. When Zhang Junjie arrived at the police station, he immediately spotted Li Fuguwei, the head of security, who had also just been apprehended. Young Master Zhang, I followed your instructions to the letter. You must protect me. Li Fuguwei cried out, seeing his beacon of hope. Zhang Junjie remained silent. Can't you see I've been arrested too? The two were separated for interrogation, and just before entering the interrogation room, Zhang Junjie requested to make a phone call home. May I let him call? Xiao Lei glanced at Gu Linfeng for confirmation. Only after Gu Linfeng nodded did Xiao Lei agree. Zhang Junjie felt displeasure brewing within him. Who exactly is the chief here? It's just a phone call. Why is he asking this guy for permission? The phone call was swiftly connected, and Zhang Junjia's first words were a frantic plea. Dad, I've been arrested by the Tianshui Road police station. Save me. Ha ha. My father is already aware of the situation. Can you withstand his wrath? Zhang Junjia laughed maniacally. After so much pretense, was it not for this moment of revelation? Chapter 12. In million compensation, Gu Linfeng remained remarkably composed, offering Xiao Lei a reassuring glance. Zhang Junjia, I can assure you that you will find no one to rescue you. You are implicated in inciting others to assault me, which constitutes a criminal offense. Prepare yourself for confinement. Ha, you overestimate yourself. What would a mere orphan know of political terror? Zhang Junjia retorted defiantly. Let us wait and see, Gu Linfeng said, turning on his heel and heading straight to Wu Yuan's office, or rather, Xiao Lei's office. Is the matter resolved? Yes, but it remains to be seen who will call you to plead your case. Have you considered what conditions you might accept to relent? Qianming spoke again. I am merely a deputy director. There is a director above me. I hope you will know when to back down. Politics is, after all, about compromise. Compromise? Gu Linfeng pondered this statement carefully. Suddenly, Qianming's phone rang. See, a call has come in. Qianming shrugged. In the world of politics, secrets are scarce. Qianming's actions at the police station were not beyond the purview of the higher-ups. Deputy Mayor Zhang. Yes, I'm at the police station. Are you referring to the son of Vice Principal Zhang? Qianming glanced helplessly at Gu Linfeng. As the client evidently hoped that Zhang Junjia's parents would come to negotiate, preferably in private. After hanging up, Qianming chuckled lightly. Ultimately, you still need to attend Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Making things too tense will not serve your interests. Gu Linfeng clenched his fists, a deep sense of powerlessness flooding over him. At that moment, he desperately craved authority, the power to dictate the fates of others. Fortunately, he had the system. The future looked promising. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at Xiao Lei's office. Xiao Lei entered, accompanied by a pair of middle-aged women. Director Qian, Zhang Junjia's parents have arrived. After saluting, Xiao Lei retreated voluntarily. At this level, it was beyond his small capacity to engage. Director Qian, our last meeting was at the city government meeting. It has been half a month, and I have missed you dearly. Zhang had stepped into the room and immediately switched to a nostalgic mode. Principal Zhang, it would be best to resolve your son's situation promptly. Qianming frowned, still unaccustomed to dealing with such officials. Are you the brat who clashed with my son? Before Zhang could speak, a gaudily dressed woman, robust and imposing, erupted. Gu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback. He finally comprehended the source of Zhang Junjia's arrogance. What a legacy! Fat pig, am I giving you face? Gu Linfeng rose, exuding an air of authority. Sun Xiaomei, incensed, found herself momentarily speechless. As Zhang Yu's wife, being insulted by such a young lad left him feeling humiliated. So he composed himself and said, Young man, one must show respect to their elders. Moreover, I am your vice principal. Do you not fear consequences? Enough with the useless chatter. I do not care who you are. Your son is in my custody, so tell me how you wish to resolve this. Gu Linfeng detested Zhang Yu's demeanor and cut straight to the chase. If you do not pursue this matter, you will receive a scholarship every year during your 4 years at university. Zhang Yu presented his terms. Haha, are you attempting to bribe me? Your son orchestrated an assault on me. Do you understand the profound psychological trauma inflicted upon my tender psyche? You think a mere scholarship can heal my wounded heart? You must be jesting. Gu Linfeng pounded his chest, feigning fear. How much do you want? Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Why should I state that? It must come from you. Gu Linfeng, well-versed in negotiation, refused to reveal his bottom line easily. 200,000. Gu Linfeng shook his head. 400,000. Still, he shook his head. You cannot possibly be asking for 1 million, can you? Sun Xiaomei interjected. Witnessing Gu Linfeng nod in affirmation, she immediately exploded. You're asking for an outrageous sum. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Indeed, Zhang Yu nearly burst out laughing at Gu Linfeng's audacity. Director Qian, it seems we need your intervention. Zhang Yu looked toward Qianming. Qianming hastily waved his hands. Principal Zhang, I cannot afford to offend you, but I certainly cannot afford to offend this young man either. So, I suggest you negotiate amongst yourselves. If an agreement cannot be reached, I will have no choice but to follow the proper procedures, and your precious son will end up in prison. What? Zhang Yude's eyes widened in shock. He had assumed this boy was merely a country bumpkin, yet he had not anticipated that someone of stature stood behind him. Someone even Qianming could not afford to offend. However, prior to this confrontation, he had thoroughly investigated and discovered that Gu Linfeng was an orphan. Could it be that a powerful figure had taken him under their wing? Was he a scion of a prominent family? But that did not add up. If his son had provoked a member of a prestigious lineage, how could he still be here negotiating? In a moment of confusion, Zhang Yud found himself at a loss regarding the unfolding situation. You little country bumpkin, I see you are tired of living. Have you not inquired about the Zhang family in Huhai? Enough! Zhang Yud roared, interrupting son Xiaomei. Xiaomei, pay up. What? I said pay up. Zhang Yud's face turned a deep shade of anger as he took a deep breath. Your public bank account has been credited with 100,000,000 yuan. Balance, 150. 052,000 yuan. Director Qian, I shall take my leave now. Gu Linfeng smiled, turning to exit without a trace of reluctance. Once Gu Linfeng departed, the room was left with only Qianming and the Zhang couple. Director Qian, what is the background of this young man? Principal Zhang, some individuals are simply born low-key. We cannot afford to offend them. Qianming lit a cigarette, his expression laden with meaning. Then who is this esteemed individual? I will refrain from elaborating. This young man, Gu, became a major at the age of 19 in the military. Consider that carefully. Qianming exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating inwardly. Gu Linfeng, I can only assist you to this extent. 19-year-old major? Zhang Yud gasped, clutching his forehead in disbelief. This was bad. Junjie had provoked a significant figure. What do they do now? Sun Xiaomei anxiously grasped Zhang Yud's arm, her plump face equally distressed. Gentlemen, the matter of criminal responsibility can be overlooked, but he must spend a minimum of 15 days in detention. Let's classify this as a case of public brawling. Qianming pretended to offer a kind suggestion. Very well, let it be as such. Zhang Yud's face brightened. It appeared that things had not escalated to the worst possible outcome. Inside the interrogation room, Zhang Junjie sat on the chair, eyes closed in meditation. The door swung open. Zhang Junjie did not even open his eyes, chuckling. Are you here to release me? I'll tell you, arresting me is easy, but liberating me is not so simple. With a resounding slap, Zhang Yud stepped forward and struck the still proud Zhang Junjie across the face. You ungrateful wretch, who dares to hit me? Just as Zhang Junjie opened his eyes, he caught sight of his enraged father brandishing his hand. At the internet CAF alone, how could I have produced such a beast? Had I known, I would have dealt with you that night when I married your mother. Dad, what has gotten into you? You cannot abandon me. I don't want to go to the detention center. Zhang Junjie suddenly recalled Gu Linfeng's words. Indeed, it must be that this boy was behind it all. Dad, it isn't as you think. I am the victim. Son, remember to study hard while you're inside. Once you're out, do not oppose Gu Linfeng. Our Zhang family cannot afford such trouble. Zhang Yud sighed, appearing as though he had aged decades. Dad, have you lost your mind? You're speaking nonsense. I am your own son. You cannot forsake me. Mom, say something. Mother, I spoke without thinking. At this moment, Xiao Lei approached, mocking Zhang Xiao. Rest assured, I have already arranged a fondness for soap-dropping cellmate for you at the detention center. No, I was wrong. Woo-woo. Chapter 13. A hero saves the beauty. Gu Linfeng was in high spirits. After swindling 1 million from Zhang Yud, his bank account swelled to 1,500,000. Never did he expect that mere days after his discharge, he would become a millionaire. Is making money in society really this easy? Old Gu, your resilience is astounding. Just moments ago you were writhing in pain, and now you appear as if nothing ever happened. Zhang Long exclaimed, continuously patting Gu Linfeng. The trio had witnessed Gu Linfeng in agony in the interrogation room, and had cursed Wu Yuan while deeply concerned for him. Now, emerging from the police station, he seemed entirely unbothered, piquing their curiosity. Stop. I am male, fond of females. Quickly hide your peculiar preferences. Gu Linfeng shook off Zhang Long's hand, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Yet one cannot deny, old Gu, your physique is truly impressive. Su Zhihui looked at Gu Linfeng with puzzlement. What did you discuss with that high-ranking official? Let us not pry into societal affairs. Linfeng feigned ist. Such matters are best kept discreet. He wished to avoid making a spectacle of it throughout the entire school. If you don't want to share, then who cares to know? Su Zhihui turned away. Feigning pride, Gu Linfeng chuckled helplessly, purposefully shifting the topic. I'd planned to treat you all to hot pot, but alas, I ended up at the police station. Who will cover today's hot pot expenses? Oh please, why mention such things? We're brothers. Does a meal even matter? Zhang Long waved his hands dismissively. Not at all. I, Gu Linfeng, am a man of gratitude. How about this? I'm in need of a new phone. Let us head to the mobile store. If you see something you like, just let me know. Today, this young master treats. Really? Father of Justice. Is that true? The usually invisible Yu Xinming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, once a father of justice, always a father of justice. My word is my bond. Gu Linfeng declared grandly. Father of justice, you are magnificent. I, Zhang Long, vow from this day forth to recognize only Gu Beichun as my father. Gu Linfeng could not help but laugh. What about your biological father? That old dang. Zhang Long feigned a righteous demeanor. Truly, you are your father's most dutiful son. Gu Linfeng gave a thumbs up. The four of them arrived at the mobile phone market near the university town. 80% of the patrons were students from the nearby university. During the back-to-school season, students with some spare cash typically purchase new phones and computers. A new semester brings a fresh start, serving as a reward for their admission to university. Gu Linfeng's phone was a domestic smartphone he had purchased a decade ago when the fourth generation was released. Aside from being able to crack walnuts, it had no significant issues with regular WeChat calls. He even had confidence that it could last another 3 to 5 years. Reflecting on this, he could not help but praise. The military truly is impressive. They wandered until they reached a leading mobile store. A new folding phone had just been released, rumored to be a national gift. Gu Linfeng entered the store. Upon stepping inside, he was captivated by the fifth model displayed prominently at the center. Zhang Long exclaimed, 3 years of storms and 3 years of relationships. Who can resist a folding screen? Gu Linfeng smiled lightly, beckoning a sales attendant. Please bring me 4 units of this model, the top configuration. Sir, the price for the top configuration of this model is $16,999. Are you certain? Absolutely. Kindly expedite the process. Gu Linfeng waved his hand grandly. Seeing Gu Linfeng's seriousness, the 3 roommates were filled with excitement. Father of Justice, we 3 brothers are willing to serve you for life. They chorused. This scene attracted the attention of numerous onlookers in the store. The trio's eyes were clear yet foolish. It was evident they were university students. The sales attendant stifled a laugh, confirming the order before bringing 4 phones tailored to their preferences. Gu Linfeng also purchased a brand new laptop, with each phone costing $16,999, totaling $67,996. And a laptop at $9,200, the total expenditure amounted to $77,196. Gu Linfeng did not even blink an eye as he spent over $70,000. A female university student, confident in her appearance, observed Gu Linfeng's extravagant spending. She began to stir, thinking that having a boyfriend as lavish as Gu Linfeng would be equivalent to securing 4 years of fortune. Gu Linfeng sensed the atmosphere in the mobile store and hastily left after settling the bill. Subsequently, the group accompanied him to Wanxiang City to purchase a few sets of casual clothing. This time, Gu Linfeng deliberately opted for luxury items, spending nearly $200,000. The astonished trio willingly carried his bags. As the saying goes, after fighting all one's life, what is wrong with enjoying a bit? Previously, he had always bought for Lu Qianran. Now it was his turn. Once again indulging in extravagant spending, the brothers gained a fresh perspective on Gu Linfeng's financial prowess. Simultaneously, they grew curious about his identity. The prominent figure personally intervened to bail someone out, emerging unscathed from the conflict with Zhang Junjie, revealing an extraordinary status. This acknowledgement of fatherhood was certainly worthwhile. Upon arriving at the school gate, Gu Linfeng was once again astonished by the luxury cars parked outside. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Koenigsegg, he squinted, noticing that the owners of these luxury vehicles were generally older and that drinks were placed atop the car roofs. Red Bull, Dongfang Shaya. They must be here to woo university girls. Gu Linfeng was left speechless, What era is this? One would think that any girl daring to enter a car with a drink would surely be filmed and posted online. Today's gold-digging women are not foolish enough to tarnish their reputation for a mere few $100. However, Linfeng found himself intrigued by these luxury cars. Having obtained a driving license at 18 while in the army, and now possessing both a license and funds, why not buy a car? With this thought, a seed was planted in his mind, rapidly growing. Linfeng shook his head, contemplating that it would be best to wait until after military training to make such a purchase. Though he still had over 120,000 left, it hardly seemed fitting for his status as a traveler, not even worth a glance. It must be said he truly is extravagant. With a system in place, the future is promising. As Linfeng prepared to cross the road and enter the school, a roar of engines echoed from afar. He paused to gaze into the distance, knowing it must be a faux rich second generation flaunting their luxury car in front of the university, revving the engine to attract the attention of female students. Of course, it was also possible that they rented the luxury car from a rental agency. He stood on the sidewalk as a young girl, engrossed in her phone, walked ahead. Suddenly, the luxury car's horn blared incessantly, and through the car window, Linfeng caught snippets of the driver's boastful voice. "Have you ever driven a Lamborghini?" The girl finally lifted her head, noticing the luxury vehicle barreling towards her. "Ah!" she screamed. In that critical moment, Linfeng quickly grabbed the girl's arm, yanking her into his embrace just as the luxury car zoomed past. In the process, the girl's phone slipped from her hands and crashed to the ground. Chapter 14. Where does this instant attraction come from? It is merely lustful desire. The girl, shaken and trembling, instinctively burrowed into Linfeng's broad chest. An unavoidable collision occurred. Linfeng swore that it was truly unintentional. Before me stands a girl endowed with an exquisite visage, her skin radiant and translucent, as if sculpted by the hands of time into fine porcelain. Her eyes, deep and luminous, and her full, rosy lips exude a delicate fragrance unique to her femininity, captivating the senses. A cascade of silky black hair gently falls to her shoulders, while a hint of crimson at the corners of her mouth adds an inadvertent allure. Linfeng is momentarily taken aback. The beauty of this girl is far removed from the artificiality of cosmetic enhancements. It is a natural elegance. At this moment, the girl appears flustered, clearly still recovering from her shock. "Are you all right, classmate?" Linfeng inquires, a tinge of anxiety creeping into his voice. With swift reflexes, he pulls her once more into his embrace. The girl hurriedly raises her arms to maintain a distance between them, and the intoxicating scent envelopes Linfeng, leaving him somewhat bashful. "Let go of me." The girl, having fully perceived Linfeng's features, feels her cheeks flush. All right. Linfeng scratches his head awkwardly. "I didn't mean to. I saw you in danger and acted out of urgency." The girl bursts into laughter, reminiscent of blooming flowers. "I don't hold it against you. In fact, I should thank you. I was distracted by my phone and didn't notice that car. If it weren't for you, I might not be here." The girl trails off, her face betraying a sense of lingering dread. In contrast, Linfeng inwardly expresses gratitude towards the driver who had nearly caused an accident, deeming him a good person. What a fortuitous intervention. As their conversation unfolds, a resounding crash echoes in the distance, followed by the blaring of car horns. Linfeng, slightly bewildered, gazes ahead to see a luxury vehicle that had collided with a Wuling Hongguang. His keen eyesight reveals that the Wuling's rear bumper bears only minor damage, while the front of the luxury car is utterly wrecked. Although it is an older model, the repair cost would surely exceed 100,000 yuan. In the distance, the driver of the Lamborghini stumbles out of his vehicle. Disoriented from the impact, he suddenly crouches down, cradling his head in despair upon witnessing the state of his car. The driver of the Wuling emerges, bewildered, and offers a cigarette. "Brother, my car is fine. Just a little repair will do. Yours must have full insurance, right?" The laments of the Lamborghini driver rise as he replies, "It's a rental, just destroy me. I'm exhausted." The Wuling driver, taken aback, retorts, "Brother, were you driving that fast in the city?" Meanwhile, Linfeng and the girl converse on the sidewalk. He learns her name is Luo Wan. The surname Luo is an ancient one, and this is Linfeng's first encounter with her. Zhang Long and his companions watch, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration as Gu Linfeng and Luo Wan engage in lively conversation. Luo Wan, are you alright? A slightly plump girl about 165 meters tall rushes over with 2 cups of milk tea in hand, her demeanor flustered. Iem mifine, Iran. Thanks to this handsome young man, otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me. Luo Wan's smile radiates warmth, contrasting sharply with her earlier panic. Thank you, handsome. I was far away, but I witnessed your heroic act. If you'd been any slower, Luo Wan would have been in serious trouble. Iran pats her chest, still shaken. Zhang Long's eyes light up at the sight of Iran. Though she may not possess Luo Wan's beauty, her cherubic face is brimming with youthful vitality, creating an undeniable charm that captivates him. He approaches Iran with a nervous cough. Good day, miss. I am Zhang Long, the roommate of this great hero. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? Iran is momentarily startled by Zhang Long's imposing figure, pondering whether this is appropriate. Gu Linfeng finds amusement in the situation, recognizing Zhang Long's budding interest in Iran. Let us add each other on WeChat, for we are fated to meet. Gu Linfeng exclaims, drawing the attention of both girls. Luo Wan, feeling a special connection to the boy who saved her, readily agrees. Okay, I'm a student at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. We'll be starting military training in 2 days. Let us exchange WeChat and meet up for a meal afterward, Luo Wan suggests, her cheeks slightly flushed. What a coincidence. We are schoolmates. Gu Linfeng responds in astonishment. Really? Indeed. To prove his claim, Gu Linfeng retrieves his student ID, which bears the emblem of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Iran nods, glancing at Zhang Long and his companions. Are you 3 also students there? Yes. We are fellow students. What a serendipitous encounter. Zhang Long grins widely, pulling out his student ID as well. After a moment's hesitation, Iran pulls out her phone and adds Zhang Long on WeChat. Gu Linfeng and Luo Wan also exchange WeChat contacts. Zhang Long leans closer to Gu Linfeng, whispering, I think I'm in love. Really, bro? Is your hormone level rising that quickly? You just met her. Gu Linfeng replies, bemused. Have you ever heard of love at first sight? Sometimes love defies logic. Zhang Long gazes wistfully at the sky. Gu Linfeng chuckles. In this day and age, love at first sight is often merely infatuation. In the dormitory of the piano department, Luo Wan eagerly checks Gu Linfeng's WeChat moments, only to be disappointed to find that his posts are limited to 1 month's visibility. Besides a scenic photo, there is nothing else. They say to truly know someone, one must understand their past. Yet Gu Linfeng's pristine moments present a formidable challenge. Forget it, I want to dwell on it. Just as Luo Wan is about to close her phone, Iran suddenly leaps in her bed, causing her to nearly scream in surprise. What's this? Are you smitten? Iran teases, wrapping her arms around Luo Wan. Oh my goodness, you scared me. Luo Wan stammers, still in shock. Don't say such things. I'm merely curious. How could I possibly like someone I've just met? Huh? How can you say that? Luo Wan presses eagerly. Look at you, insisting you feel nothing for that handsome guy. Yet you're more impatient than anyone when it comes to gossip. Iran jests. Come on, spill it. Luo Wan playfully pokes Iran, who bursts into laughter. All right, I'll confess. Have you heard about the hottest post on the forum? The one where the security guard gets beaten up? Oh, I know about that. They say the male protagonist charged in for love, only to end up as a simpy. Luo Wan is perplexed, wondering how this relates to Gu Linfeng. That's him, the very same Gu Linfeng who saved your life. Iran continues mysteriously. I have a high school friend who enrolled in the music department. He happened to see Gu Linfeng confronting a gold digger while collecting his camouflage uniform. Luo Wan remains skeptical, but Gu Linfeng is so handsome. He doesn't seem like the type to be a simpy. If there were a handsome simpy, I would mind having 1, or even 3 or 4. Luo Wan exclaims. You clearly don't care for gossip. Iran quips, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Listening to gossip is enjoyable, but sharing it with a best friend is even more delightful. Chapter 15. Is anyone there? The jest begins. A fool is certain to appear. What? That gold digger deceived Gu Linfeng out of 500,000? Luo Wan gasps in disbelief, her eyes wide. Hush! Keep your voice down. Iran quickly covers Luo Wan's mouth. This insider information is not to be shared outside the music department. Oh, understood. Luo Wan nods, her heart swelling with sympathy for Gu Linfeng. As he emerged, he happened upon Xian Ming and Su Zhihui huddled around Zhang Long, engaged in hushed whispers. Intrigued, Gu Linfeng quietly approached from behind. He observed Zhang Long rapidly typing on his mobile device, only to hesitate and ultimately choose to delete his message. Just trust me. Engage in normal social interactions. Su Zhihui spoke in a low tone, exuding confidence. All right then. Zhang Long resumed his typing on WeChat. Gu Linfeng, with keen eyesight, distinctly noted the words, "Are you there?" At this point, he could no longer suppress a chuckle. Starting with "Are you there?" clearly marks one as a fool. Gu Linfeng shook his head dismissively. Then what should I send? Zhang Long asked, scratching the back of his head in desperation. Send nothing at all. Let her stew for a while. This is called using bait to lure the prey. Gu Linfeng replied with a self-assured smile. Zhang Long set his phone down. You can spare me the advice, you notorious sycophant, giving me strategies? Gu Linfeng narrowed his eyes, responding with a nasal hum, laden with threat. I was wrong. Esteemed father, I will heed your counsel. Zhang Long, feeling a shiver, quickly amended his words. You must clarify your position. I shall forgive you this time. Gu Linfeng, fiddling with his phone, decided to test its performance, saying, let us keep her waiting for half an hour. Let's log in, and I'll take the lead with my Lu Ban. In dormitory 303 of the piano department, Xiao Wan asked, did Gu Linfeng not message you on WeChat? That Zhang Long added me on WeChat, but doesn't speak to me. Iran complained as she plopped down on Luo Wan's bed in her pink slippers. Do all boys nowadays expect the girls to initiate conversation? Luo Wan smiled faintly, noting that Iran seemed to have taken an interest in Zhang Long. Or else she wouldn't be acting this way. Forget it. I'll see what he's really after. Iran huffed, picking up her phone to message Zhang Long. Why add me on WeChat if you're not going to talk? Gu Linfeng quickly leaned in, frowning after reading her message. A straightforward approach? Either someone is guiding him, or he is simply a romantic fool. Want? Zhang Long replied. In the girls' dormitory, as soon as he sent that, Iran seemed to remember something, her face flushing. What a foolish move. Not foolish. This is a direct strike at the heart. Luo Wan sat up, realizing that Zhang Long might be a skilled player. Huh? How so? What appears to be a joke is actually a test of your character. If you react negatively, it could make you seem overly sensitive. Luo Wan mused, stroking her smooth chin, embodying the demeanor of a strategist. What a clever Zhang Long. I nearly fell for his trap. Iran pouted, her chubby little hands slapping the bed in frustration. In the boys' dormitory, Zhang Long regretted sending the message one almost immediately. Esteemed father, will she think I'm an idiot? Discussing such nonsense right after meeting. Don't worry, son. If she reacts poorly, just claim it was a typo. You could use this as a chance to invite her out for a meal as an apology. Gu Linfeng suggested nonchalantly. What a brilliant surprise tactic. Zhang Long praised Gu Linfeng's insight. Ding dong. Look at the message. Iran exclaimed, I like humorous boys but not fools. However, you succeeded in making me laugh. Esteemed father, she indeed thinks I'm a fool. Zhang Long lamented, almost in tears, as if ready to confront Gu Linfeng. Stop it. Gu Linfeng pushed Zhang Long's hand away, pointing to the chat log. Look closely. She is affirming your humor. First, she acknowledges you, then expresses her annoyance, and finally her current feelings. This person possesses some depth. Jokes can be retaken, but if feelings fade, they're gone for good. In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Long triumphantly declared, Today, I embrace the persona of a fool. It is my honor to make you laugh. Luo Wan, look. Iran handed her phone over again. Luo Wan frowned, recognizing yet another smooth maneuver. Iran, I fear you might be taken advantage of. Iran, however, shook her head. I find him rather intriguing. Luo Wan sighed. Then go ahead and chat. Just don't blame me if you get abandoned. Similarly, Luo Wan retrieved her phone, staring at her chat with Gu Linfeng, lost in thought. In the boys' dormitory, Zhang Long was animatedly chatting away, while Gu Linfeng felt an overwhelming sense of ease. He never expected that his whimsical thoughts on romance would wield such power. With this in mind, he climbed onto his bed, opened WeChat, and messaged Luo Wan. Are you there? If Zhang Long would see this, he would undoubtedly mock. Starting with Are you there? Clearly marks one as a fool. But Gu Linfeng was different. He was a charming man. In the face of absolute charisma, all strategies are mere illusions. A simple Are you there was filled with sincerity. As anticipated, upon receiving Gu Linfeng's message, Luo Wan's previously troubled expression transformed into a radiant smile. "I'm here. Why are you still awake?" "I'm just about to sleep." "Huh?" 3 minutes later. "Are you really asleep?" "No, are you really asleep? Are you there?" This night, Luo Wan was destined for insomnia. Chapter 16. Daily Check-In. Stock market trends after a long day. Gu Linfeng had intended to have a meaningful conversation with Luo Wan, but his body's natural clock, which allowed him to fall asleep at the slightest touch of a pillow, thwarted his plans to woo her. The next day, cursed this biological clock. Gu Linfeng groggily opened his eyes, quickly apologizing to Luo Wan after seeing her message. With panda eyes, she brightened at Gu Linfeng's words. "I'm truly sorry. My biological clock hasn't T-adjusted yet. As you know, I just returned from the military, so a bit of discipline is normal. I spent the whole night pondering where I went wrong. I thought I had upset you with something I said, but I never expected such an explanation. You truly broadened my horizons. You didn't T-sleep all night? I'm a bit concerned for you. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, you should get some rest. But chatting with you keeps me awake. Your health is paramount. Sleep early. All right?" Upon hearing Gu Linfeng's affectionate "all right," Luo Wan felt enveloped in happiness. He actually spoke such intimate words to me. A smile spread across her face, though she felt it might compromise her decorum. "Luo Wan, have you perhaps fallen in love?" she murmured to herself. "Forget it. No more overthinking. I should sleep." She set her phone down, attempting to banish thoughts of Gu Linfeng, but his image lingered in her mind. It was unclear how long it took for her to drift into a deep slumber, yet her lips curled into a smile of contentment. Glancing at the time, it was only 6 in the morning, and her 3 roommates were still sound asleep. Gu Linfeng tiptoed to the bathroom with his toiletries. After a quick wash, he admired himself, mentally invoking the name of Ma Huateng to call upon the system. System. Daily check-in. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving insights on stock market trends for the next 3 months, including all stock types. Stocks? Gu Linfeng frowned slightly, perplexed. What is this? I'm no expert on stocks. Although he was not well-versed, he had heard tales about the stock market. Stocks are tools for profit in the capital market, simultaneously adored and despised by countless investors. Someone once asked what the national dish of Longwool was. The answer was chives, which Gu Linfeng had not understood until online explanations clarified that chives refer to investors who often get cut in the market. In this world, there is no limit on stock prices. You might find yourself riding a stock that soars, only to plummet shortly thereafter. This is a common occurrence in the stock market. Every year, hundreds of individuals tragically leap from financial towers. Consequently, numerous security measures have been implemented. This illustrates the formidable destructive power of the stock market. The devastation of families is no trivial matter. After pondering for some time, Gu Linfeng identified a peculiar issue. He already possessed external assistance. Why not learn some techniques? Why not emulate the gambling god and go all in? Exiting Douyin, Gu Linfeng discovered the Waizenku program on WeChat, a proprietary securities trading platform. Regarding the platform's security, he held a degree of trust in Mahuan. After registering an account and linking his bank card, he familiarized himself with the operational interface and prepared to transfer funds into his account. However, Gu Linfeng hesitated over the amount to use as initial capital. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to go all in. Just as he was about to proceed, a text message arrived on his phone. Your transfer of 82,500 yuan from Gongshang Bank is successful. Your balance is 280, 406 yuan. He was astonished, and 3 seconds later, realization dawned upon him. This was likely his severance pay from the military. With ample resources now at his disposal, Gu Linfeng silently expressed gratitude to the organization, retaining over 70,000 yuan for living expenses and transferring the entirety of 2 million yuan into Waizenku. It was still before 8 a.m., and the stock market had yet to open. Gu Linfeng first reviewed the system's reward for stock market trends in his mind and selected a stock with the highest growth. For an ordinary person, investing 2 million yuan would warrant a careful analysis of several stocks to mitigate risk. However, for Gu Linfeng, who possessed external assistance, a reckless approach was sufficient. His dormitory friends gradually awakened. Upon seeing that Gu Linfeng had completed his morning routine, the three quietly admired him. "Father, what are you having for breakfast?" Zhang Long inquired, his face displaying a hint of excitement, indicating that his progress with Ran from the previous night had been promising. "Soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, buy whatever you want. You run errands, and I'll treat." Gu Linfeng was not particular about food, as long as he was satisfied. "All right. Thank you, father." After Zhang Long left, Yu Ximing and Su Zhihui remained in bed, engrossed in their phones. Tomorrow marked the beginning of military training, and today was a rare opportunity for relaxation. It would be a travesty not to enjoy the folding phone that their father had purchased for them. Gu Linfeng opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. His intention was to lead his three sons to prosperity. However, upon reflection, how could he justify his assured success? Moreover, the age-old adage of a favor given may lead to resentment lingered in his mind. If Gu Linfeng failed to bring them wealth, would they harbor resentment towards him? He dared not gamble on human nature and resolved to quietly amass his fortune. He executed his trading strategy with determination. Yet he could not escape the explosive fluctuations of the market. Zhang Long, distracted from his game, frequently chuckled foolishly, clearly attempting to multitask, which could only lead to losses. In frustration, he decided to play solo. Time swiftly passed to 9:15 a.m., the designated time for stock market collective bidding. Gu Linfeng had pre-selected a stock, Xin Machinery. At 6 yuan per share, he chose to invest all in. The prospect of a buying frenzy was of no concern to him. He was there to profit, not to play the role of a saint. The system's reward had provided a detailed explanation for the stock's upward trend. Xin Machinery, a publicly traded company specializing in manufacturing elderly scooters, had gained popularity due to its association with luxury brands like Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Aston Martin, and Porsche. These luxury vehicles, upon release, garnered immense admiration from the elderly demographic. Recognizing the opportunity, Xin Machinery deepened its focus on this market. The stock's meteoric rise could also be attributed to a viral review by a Douyin influencer, who humorously compared their production timeline favorably against an established luxury car maker. What began as a light-hearted review turned into a viral sensation, attracting attention from younger audiences. The stock, however, was a speculative venture, prone to rapid declines once the hype subsided. Yet for someone like Gu Linfeng, who sought quick profits, this was more than sufficient. As the clock struck 9:30, Gu Linfeng wasted no time in purchasing 2 million yuan worth of Xin Machinery shares. Gazing at the 300,000 shares he now held, Gu Linfeng began to envision a prosperous future. "Father, the counselor wants you to visit the office." After an evening of intimate guidance, Zhang Long naturally addressed Gu Linfeng as father. "What do they want?" Gu Linfeng inquired, furrowing his brows. "They didn't specify." Zhang Long shook his head, occasionally glancing at his phone, undoubtedly waiting for news from Iran. Gu Linfeng ceased his inquiries, donned his shoes, and headed towards the counselor Su's office. "Knock, knock. Knock. Come in." The faint scent of gardenias greeted him, a refreshing contrast to the odor of feet in his dormitory. "You're here, Gu Linfeng. Please take a seat." Su gestured towards the chair in front of her. "No need, counselor. I prefer to stand. Just tell me what you need." Despite his military background, Gu Linfeng maintained a posture of discipline. "Your military upbringing is evident. Your demeanor is commendable." Su admired him, her expression turning serious as she spoke. "Gu Linfeng, the administration has requested that you write an application for a scholarship." "A scholarship application?" Gu Linfeng murmured. Scholarships could be applied for by September 30th each year, designed to assist academically outstanding yet financially disadvantaged students. However, as far as he knew, despite being an orphan, he was not impoverished. Su noticed his confusion and explained further. She was aware of the 500,000 yuan that Lu Qianran had transferred to him, making it clear that he did not fit the criteria for financial aid. Why, then, was the administration directing a scholarship towards him? Suspender this misteri. Though she had recently become a counselor, she was familiar with the connections between Zhang Junjie and Vice President Zhang Yid. Was there an underlying reason? Was this scholarship a form of compensation for the rivalry between Gu Linfeng and Zhang Junjie over a romantic interest? This scholarship is meant to aid those in need. You should keep your distance from my future daughter-in-law. Her sympathy for Gu Linfeng deepened. Women tend to empathize with the vulnerable, and in his relationship with Lu Qianran, Gu Linfeng was undoubtedly the weaker party. I think I'll pass on the scholarship. I'm not in need of financial assistance. Please inform the administration that the funds should go to someone more deserving, Gu Linfeng declared gallantly. Coupled with his tall stature, this stance cast him as a figure of nobility in Su Su's eyes. He was principled, handsome, a true paragon of virtue. Have you thought this through? Scholarships can amount to a significant sum. Sununtai presidon. Counselor, I genuinely don't need the money. Gu Linfeng was aware that this scholarship was compensation from Vice President Zhang Yud, and given his relationship with Zhang Junjie, he could not accept it. He was not impoverished. It would be prudent to avoid any situation that could be used against him. I know I was right about you. Su Su smiled, standing to extend her hand, only to awkwardly realize their substantial height difference. Tomorrow marks the commencement of military training for your cohort of new students. As a veteran, you have the option to apply for an exemption. Are you certain you do not wish to do so? The identity of a soldier belongs to my past. Clinging to it would be a sign of immaturity. I do not wish to stand apart from my classmates. Therefore, I shall forego the exemption. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from persuading you further. Su Su clenched her delicate fists, secretly lamenting. What an unromantic blockhead. Yet, a thought crossed her mind, and a faint smile graced her lips. You have successfully captured my attention. Lu Qianran was in a state of agitation. For reasons unknown, the events that transpired yesterday in the multimedia classroom had been posted online. As she had just entered the university, she was intent on cultivating an image of a pure goddess, and she could not fathom who dared to tarnish her reputation. Fortunately, without any photographic evidence, the truth was hard to believe, and given her recent arrival, the name Lu Qianran was unfamiliar to most, preventing her situation from gaining significant traction. Why wasn't Zhang Junjie answering his phone? Lu Qianran bit her lip, her grip tightening around her device. She had lost count of how many times she had called. The response was always the same. The phone was off. Wasn't it agreed that he would buy me a bag? Or has he disappeared too? Lu Qianran felt utterly despondent. Was she merely a plaything to him? Or had she lost her allure? She was aware of Zhang Junjie's reputation as a playboy. Yet with her long legs adorned in black stockings, surely she was still desirable? She continued to dial, having earned a considerable sum online. If she could not reach Zhang Junjie, she would be forced to part with her newly acquired luxury items. That scoundrel, once he had her, failed to appreciate her. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, her brother Zhang Junjie was occupied with studying the code of conduct for inmates at a detention center. In the Northeast Military District's Special Operations Brigade, Brigade Commander Zheng Jitao surveyed the officers in the meeting room with a stern gaze. A recent directive had arrived from higher-ups, instructing the unit to conduct military training for the new students of Huhai Music Academy in conjunction with the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Education. 2nd Battalion Commander, stand up. Sun Debiao rose and saluted. This task will be entrusted to your battalion. Your predecessor laid a solid foundation, and I trust you will fulfill this mission, which reflects the image of a soldier. Do you have confidence in completing it? Absolutely. Sun Debiao straightened his posture and shouted affirmatively. The other officers in the meeting room regarded him with envy. Military training for university students was a coveted assignment. Unfortunately, it had fallen to the 2nd Battalion, which had lost its esteemed commander. Naturally, such sentiments remained unspoken. Very well, dismissed, Zheng Jitao declared, donning his military cap before exiting the meeting room. Congratulations, old son. Indeed, this is akin to a half-month vacation. Sun Debiao chuckled awkwardly, his gaze lowered in contemplation. He wondered if the commander known as Yin Wang had gone to study at Huhai University, and he felt a pang of nostalgia. Chapter 18. The arrival of the instructors and training mobilization that night, Sun Debiao, along with 30 key members of his battalion, drove to Huhai Music Academy. As the military vehicles entered the campus, the students out for an evening stroll erupted in exclamations. Wow, I've never seen so many military vehicles in my life. They must be the instructors who will train us tomorrow. I can hardly wait. What's up, man? Are you eager to be tortured? The soldiers inside the vehicles maintained impassive expressions as they regarded the students outside. They were a disciplined, formidable unit. Sun Debiao observed the youthful students of the music academy, sighing inwardly. They were merely young lads from the army, brimming with vigor. He hoped they would not make any mistakes. Brothers, I must emphasize once more. Do not add students on social media or exchange phone numbers. Any violations will be dealt with severely. Do I make myself clear? Sun Debiao reiterated the rules over the intercom, believing that such measures would bring him a sense of calm. Upon reaching the dormitory building, Sun Debiao was the first to leap from the vehicle. The liaison from the school approached promptly to shake his hand. "Welcome, military gentleman," a jovial little leader greeted. Sun Debiao's expression soured. "What do you mean by that title?" "Oh, I was just joking," the little leader replied, awkwardly, standing frozen. That joke was in poor taste. Sun Debiao shot a cold glance at him. "Where will we be staying?" "Follow me. Everything has been arranged." The little leader wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly led the way. Wasn't it just a harmless joke? Why such a severe reaction? Sun Debiao followed behind, contemplating whether to send a message to Gu Linfeng. "Sun Debiao, battalion commander, how are you? I miss you a bit." Sun Debiao and Gu Linfeng had been comrades for years, fighting side by side. The news of Sun Debiao's retirement had hit him hard. Before leaving, Gu Linfeng had specifically recommended Sun Debiao to take over his position, a final push for his brother. Gu Linfeng stood by the window, witnessing the military vehicles entering the campus and the students excitedly capturing the moment on their phones. He felt a swell of pride. The admiration of these young people for soldiers was the greatest respect they could offer. He felt fortunate that his youth had been marked by wearing a military uniform. He wondered how his brothers were faring now that he, the commander known as Yan Wang, had departed. Would Sun Debiao, as the new commander, promote them? Gu Linfeng was known for his strictness. He was tough on his men and even tougher on himself. When soldiers ran 5 kilometers, he led them in 10. If the standard for push-ups was 45, he would do 450. Sun Debiao, as the deputy battalion commander, often set impossible goals, ensuring that those who failed faced public criticism. "How wonderful it would be if you were our instructor," Zhang Long remarked as he filmed the passing military vehicles, noticing Gu Linfeng's downcast mood. Meanwhile, the 2023 freshman group chat buzzed with activity. The first message was the schedule. Rise at 6 in the morning for assembly at the school playground, breakfast at 7:30, and formal training at 8:30. Gu Linfeng was indifferent, but it was a struggle for the new students. Zhang Zhuwei, "Goodness, this is unbearable. I can handle hardship, but waking up at 6 is simply unacceptable." Zhou Miao Miao, "Since graduating high school, I've been staying up until 6 in the morning. Now, they expect me to wake up at 6? I'm going insane." Su Zhihui, "Isn't it perfect? Waking up at 6 for training means it's not even staying up late." Zhou Miao Miao, "Are you suggesting I deceive my biological clock?" At this moment, the counselor Su Su chimed in. "Su Su, everyone must gather at 6 sharp tomorrow morning. The school will send student council representatives to report any students who sleep in or fail to attend training without cause." Gu Linfeng, "Understood. Su Su, everyone should learn from Gu Linfeng. Despite being a veteran, refused exemption and will train alongside you. This spirit is commendable." The group chat was soon flooded with animated stickers. It was either impressive or "I bow to you." Gu Linfeng chose to ignore them, preparing his camouflage uniform for the next day. After a quick wash, he crawled into bed. "Lo Wan, Gu Linfeng, military training starts tomorrow. I'm so anxious. Will it be exhausting?" Gu Linfeng, "As long as you don't mention exhaustion, it won't be tiring, right?" Lo Wan, "Is this how you usually chat?" Gu Linfeng, "I usually don't engage in conversations. Isn't this a quintessential example of a straightforward man?" Luo Wan took a deep breath, constantly encouraging herself. "If you don't take the initiative, and I don't either, then how can a story unfold?" Luo Wan, "Could you share some tips for military training with me?" 3 minutes later, Luo Wan, "Are you there?" Another 3 minutes passed. Goodness, has he fallen asleep again? Luo Wan felt speechless. Resolutely, she decided not to dwell on it further and closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, Gu Linfeng stretched languidly, feeling refreshed, just as the wake-up call echoed through the school. This punctual yet exasperating biological clock. Gu Linfeng rolled out of bed, only to find Zhang Long still snoring away, his annoyance flaring as he picked up a slipper and tossed it at Zhang Long's face. "Still sleeping? Hurry up and get up. Mom, just let me sleep a bit longer," Zhang Long mumbled sleepily. Sleep for what? Gu Linfeng kicked Zhang Long's rear. What the? Zhang Long jolted awake, nearly forgetting about military training today. Gu Linfeng then pulled Su Zhihui and Yu Xinming from their slumber. They too appeared bleary-eyed, evidently having stayed up late last night. Get dressed. We need to assemble. Gu Linfeng was already ready. A minute later, Gu Linfeng, along with Zhang Long and the others, found their class lineup. Last night, the instructor Su had already outlined the process in the group chat. First, they were to gather at the playground after locating the instructor, followed by the commencement mobilization. The leaders would speak, and then the instructors would claim their respective classes. Su stood in a prominent position, and the class quickly assembled. At this moment, the leader took the stage to speak. Students, it is that time of year again, the new student enrollment season. Here, I present our military training leader, who is also the commander of this new troop. Let us give a warm welcome to Commander Sun Debiao. The freshman, still in a daze, awakened at the sight of the military officers speaking, their eyes suddenly sparkling with energy. Gu Linfeng frowned at the mention of Sun Debiao. Why is he here? Chapter 19, The Class Flower Rankings. Who's here? Zhang Long yawned, appearing disinterested. No one. Gu Linfeng lowered his head, not wanting to be noticed by Sun Debiao. Seemingly with a man's intuition, Sun Debiao glanced towards Gu Linfeng's group while speaking. All he saw were camouflage uniforms, and not the person he wished to see. It seems he was overthinking. Students, I hope you can forget your student identities. From now on, you are all reserve soldiers, ready for battle at any moment. In the days to come, I expect you to impose strict discipline upon yourselves, overcoming both physical and psychological challenges, so we can complete this military training mission together. Do you lack confidence? At this point, Sun Debiao raised his voice. Instantly, the students below were energized and shouted in unison, "We have confidence." Gu Linfeng, who sat in the front rows, kept his head down, attempting to diminish his presence. On the stage, Sun Debiao was engaged in conversation with school leaders, still oblivious to Gu Linfeng's existence. Instructor Su led the class a short distance away and addressed all students for the 2-week military training. Our class needs a temporary class leader to manage the students. Does anyone have an interest? Upon hearing this, numerous students eager for authority raised their hands. Instructor, I have held the position of class leader from elementary to junior high. I am fully capable of taking on the role of temporary class leader. I am also the deputy head of our dormitory. I can take on the temporary class leader's role. I am the head of my department. I can also serve as the temporary class leader. Gu Linfeng shook his head in amusement. These individuals were far too eager for advancement. Instructor Su was pleased with the class's spirited demeanor, her gaze fixated on Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng, are you not interested? Huh? Gu Linfeng, momentarily lost in thought, quickly declined, I'll pass. Are you really not going to take the position? Su appeared somewhat disappointed, but upon seeing Gu Linfeng's firm shake of his head, she turned her attention to the other students. Su looked towards a beautiful girl in the crowd, Gao Xinrui. I'm entrusting the role of temporary class leader to you. Do you have confidence? Rest assured, instructor, as the instructor assigned the temporary class leader position to a girl. Those students who initially wished to vie for the role fell silent upon hearing Gao Xinrui's voice. Gao Xinrui? She had just been crowned as the campus flower of the freshman class. Wow, with Goddess Gao as our class leader, we are truly blessed. I had no idea that Goddess Gao Xinrui was in our class. Gao Xinrui ranked 4th on the campus flower list. To be so stunning at 4th place. I am now curious about the looks of the top 3. Gu Linfeng listened to the buzzing discussions around him, feeling somewhat perplexed. Zhang Long nudged Gu Linfeng's arm. Father, you're not aware of the campus flower rankings, are you? Not really. I saw it last night while browsing the forum. Zhang Long whispered. Gao Xinrui is ranked 4th. Do you know who ranks 3rd? Who? It's the girl you saved outside yesterday, Luo Wan from the piano department. Is it her? Gu Linfeng expressed mild surprise, but quickly found it reasonable. Luo Wan might not be a breathtaking beauty, but she is undoubtedly alluring. Ranking 3rd is well-deserved. Gao Xinrui is 4th, and Luo Wan is 3rd. They've both added you on WeChat. Your romantic prospects are quite flourishing, aren't they? Zhang Long remarked enviously, then asked, by the way, do you know who ranks 1st and 2nd? Gu Linfeng showed little interest in this topic. Zhang Long, undeterred, raised an eyebrow. What if I tell you that you've been voted as the campus heartthrob of the Music Academy? Would that pique your interest? Me? The campus heartthrob of the music academy? Gu Linfeng pointed at himself, genuinely astonished by such a juvenile title. To his knowledge, the most famous campus heartthrob was the kidney pain uncle from the military arts, who was renowned for his youthful good looks and had even been selected as one of the top 100 in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, being dubbed the campus heartthrob, while it may not rank among the top 10 in Asia-Pacific, the title is nonetheless well-deserved. After dispersing, just as he settled down with his youtiao and soybean milk, a fragrant breeze wafted by. A girl in camouflage attire occupied the seat beside Gu Linfeng. "Classmate, this seat is taken," Gu Linfeng said absent-mindedly without looking up. "What? The class leader can't sit here?" A familiar voice rang out, and Gu Linfeng looked up in astonishment. "It's you." Gao Xinrui was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Gu Linfeng's remark. Just then, Zhang Long called out, "Class leader, why are you here?" Gao Xinrui's beautiful eyes darted around. "I am your class leader. Is there an issue with my concern for my classmates?" Gu Linfeng found it amusing. Since they exchanged WeChat, Gao Xinrui had been messaging him almost daily. Not far away, a handsome man glared angrily at the two chatting, snapping a disposable chopstick in his grip with a crack. "Gao Xinrui is mine. No one can take her away." Gao Xinrui pouted, feeling a little dissatisfied. After all, she had just been crowned the campus flower. This big oaf seemed indifferent to her. "Now that I'm here, I might as well sit and eat." Gu Linfeng took a bite of his youtiao and focused on drinking his soybean milk. "Oh, then I won't hold back." Initially, Gao Xinrui intended to carry her tray to another table, but upon Gu Linfeng's unexpected invitation, she happily sat down. However, no matter how she tried to engage in conversation, Gu Linfeng remained nonchalant. This left Zhang Long and the others in a state of panic. "Father, you should take the initiative." The three exchanged glances and quietly began chatting among themselves. Zhang Long, is this a case of wanting to lure her in by feigning disinterest? Chapter 20. The initial display of authority on the playground. Students gathered in small clusters, engaged in animated conversations. Gu Linfeng gazed upwards, lost in thought, while Zhang Long buzzed around him incessantly like a bothersome fly. "Ifu, how did you manage to make the campus beauty approach you so willingly?" Gu Linfeng waved his hand impatiently. "Scram." Hai Xinrui's voice rang out, clear and melodious, calling for the music department class 102 to assemble. Gu Linfeng attempted to slip away, but was called out by Hai Xinrui. "Gu classmate, why are you hiding at the back when you're so tall?" "Oh, it's nothing." Realizing there was no escape, Gu Linfeng resignedly took his place at the front of the line. Soon, a soldier clad in camouflage approached briskly, standing at attention in front of the assembly. "Hello, fellow students. I am Wang Wei, and for the next 2 weeks, I will be your squad leader for the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion. You may refer to me as Squad Leader Wang." Standing at 1.8 meters tall, Wang Wei's bronze skin accentuated his rugged physique. "Do you have any questions? I will grant you 3 minutes to ask." "Squad leader, what will we be training in? Can we shoot guns?" Zhang Jiwei chimed in cheerfully from the crowd. Wang Wei's expression soured. "Didn't you learn to report properly before speaking?" "Speak again." Zhang Jiwei, feeling slightly humiliated, retorted, "Why are you being unreasonable? You didn't specify we should report first. Why didn't you say that earlier?" Gu Linfeng's heart sank, predicting Wang Wei's next move. "Since you're so bold, very well." Wang Wei sneered. "Everyone, assume the military stance for 2 hours. Starting now." Gu Linfeng felt as if a bullet he had fired long ago had struck him right between the eyes. He had once employed this tactic to intimidate new recruits. How ironic that he now found himself on the receiving end of such treatment. As anticipated, upon hearing Wang Wei's command, some students began to grumble about Zhang Jiwei's indiscretion. Wang Wei's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the students maintaining their stances. Noting their chatter, he bellowed, "Speaking in formation will add an extra 30 minutes. 2.5 hours. Wouldn't this nearly 40-degree heat roast everyone?" At that moment, no one dared to openly blame Zhang Jiwei under the merciless sun. They cursed silently. Gu Linfeng pulled his hat low over his eyes. Wang Wei was not one of his old comrades. He had joined the Special Forces Battalion through selection. Their paths had not crossed before, and Gu Linfeng felt an anxious knot in his stomach, silently pleading, "Please don't recognize me." Wang Wei meticulously inspected the students, correcting those who faltered in their military stance. When addressing female students, he used a small stick he carried to avoid physical contact. Upon reaching Gu Linfeng, he was momentarily taken aback by the latter's impeccable posture, even feeling a twinge of envy. However, upon scrutinizing Gu Linfeng's face, he frowned. Why does this person resemble my former company commander, Gu Linfeng? He pondered. Impossible. How could a commander come to study here? I must be overthinking. What is your name? Student? Wang Wei inquired, maintaining a stoic demeanor, though his heart raced. Gu Linfeng, still deep in thought, tried to convince himself, you cannot see me, you cannot see me. Yet, when he looked up, he was met with Wang Wei's inquisitive gaze. Reporting, class leader, my name is Soldier. Gu Linfeng lowered his voice, rendering it almost unrecognizable. Ah, this soldier is quite perceptive. Here, you all have but one identity, Soldier. Wang Wei relaxed upon hearing Gu Linfeng's voice, while it bore resemblance. It could not possibly belong to that infamous commander. Moreover, the former commander had a complexion akin to that of Gu Tianla, whereas this youth's fair skin rendered him unworthy of comparison. Wang Wei proclaimed, you all should learn from this soldier. He then resumed correcting the others' military stances. Gu Linfeng exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Wang Wei was unfamiliar with him. Had it been Sun Debiao, no amount of disguise could have evaded his keen perception. As time passed, many students began to sway unsteadily, particularly the girls, who were visibly struggling. Even Gu Linfeng, possessing extraordinary physical capabilities, felt beads of sweat trickling down his back. The sun was relentless. If a raw egg were thrown on the ground, it would surely cook within 3 minutes. Taking advantage of Wang Wei's distraction, Gu Linfeng glanced around. Apart from Zhang Long, his other roommates had begun to falter. As for Hai Xinrui, she gritted her teeth, determined to persevere. Lu Qianran? What's she doing here? Gu Linfeng furrowed his brow, finally noticing her presence. He grimaced, choosing to ignore her and refocusing on maintaining his military stance. Meanwhile, he silently invoked the system. Check-in for today. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Unharmed by heat and cold. Unharmed by heat and cold. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Young man, become a competent central air conditioning unit. Central air conditioning? Gu Linfeng was taken aback, then promptly activated the skill. Instantly, his body temperature normalized, exuding a refreshing coolness that invigorated him. This skill was astonishing. He was confident he could stand for 3 days and nights without feeling a hint of heat. His classmates within 3 meters felt a sudden chill in the air. What the heck? Why do I suddenly feel cooler? Me too. Is this an abnormal phenomenon after breaking the physiological limit? I feel like I could stand for 5 hours without issue. Even Zhang Long beside Gu Linfeng was slightly astonished. Yifu, why do I feel like you're emanating a chilling breeze? Gu Linfeng silently cursed himself for being careless, hastily calling upon the system in his mind. System, make this skill effective only for me. In an instant, the unharmed by heat and cold skill was adjusted to apply solely to Gu Linfeng. I truly do not wish to be a central air conditioning unit. There was no alternative. His classmates would have to endure the heat. Just as the skill was finalized, the boys who had claimed they could withstand 5 hours suddenly turned crimson. What the heck? It's getting hot again. I feel like I'm about to pass out. Wait, was that a cool breeze I felt earlier? I thought I had surpassed my physical limits. Chapter 21. The campus beauty delivers water, observing the commotion around Gu Linfeng. Wang Wei approached with an icy demeanor. Can't hold on anymore? He scoffed. You all claim to be men. Yet even the girls from your class can endure better than you. Aren't you ashamed? If you can't persevere, simply admit you're cowards or worthless, and you can rest immediately. Wang Wei's words ignited a sense of indignation among the crowd. No one desired to be labeled as worthless. Furthermore, with so many female classmates nearby, admitting weakness would mean forfeiting 4 years of preferential selection for partners. Since you refuse to acknowledge your inadequacy, then continue standing. Wang Wei's lips curled into a smile of triumph as he spoke aloud. All female students of Class 102, stand by for a break. Upon hearing the instructor's words, the female students exhaled in relief, their legs weak as they made their way toward the shade, casting sympathetic glances at their male classmates. This instructor truly possessed a kind heart, displaying a remarkable understanding of cherishing the delicate. Gu Linfeng, however, remained indifferent, but the male students certainly bore the brunt. Time passed slowly, and the 2.5 hours soon came to an end. Wang Wei glanced at his watch, and the previously cold expression finally warmed. Congratulations. You have successfully completed a challenge regarding the dignity of men. As a reward, you may now disperse for 10 minutes. With Wang Wei's shout of dismissal, over 10 exhausted students sighed in relief, some even collapsing onto the concrete ground, only to leap up again from the scorching heat. Wang Wei recognized the fragility of these students and refrained from pushing them too hard, kindly gesturing toward the nearby shade. The boys supported each other as they approached the girls. After 2.5 hours of training, everyone felt parched. "Father, did you bring water?" Zhang Long asked, disregarding his appearance as he wrung out the sweat from his exercise attire. "I don't have the habit of bringing water," Gu Linfeng replied, shaking his head. "None of you brought any?" Zhang Long looked at everyone with a face full of despair. "Damn it, who knew it would be this exhausting? If I had known, I would have secretly brought a bottle of ice-cold soda. On such a hot day, a sip would be utterly refreshing. Our class's girls brought water. Should we go borrow some?" "Brother, that's a brilliant idea. Wouldn't that indirectly lead to a kiss?" Gu Linfeng glanced over at the gathering of girls and noticed them lounging comfortably in the shade, some sipping chilled beverages while others enjoyed mineral water. To be honest, he was a bit thirsty himself. Gu Linfeng's unmasked gaze caught the attention of Lu Qianran, who was sipping her drink. She smirked and deliberately walked over to him. "Are you thirsty?" Lu Qianran extended her ice-cold drink, and upon seeing Gu Linfeng frown, she quickly added, "Even if you are thirsty, I won't let you drink." "Oof, I disdain the water you have already consumed." Gu Linfeng, uninterested in Lu Qianran's antics, retorted sarcastically, "You think I desire the water you've drunken?" "Hardly." Lu Qianran tossed the drink to the nearest boy beside her, exclaiming, "Here, drink it, a gift for you. Get lost. Who will want to drink that?" Su Zhihui, visibly angry, stood up from where he had been resting, having been struck on the head by Lu Qianran's bottle. As if that weren't enough, this woman acted as though she was bestowing a divine gift. "Where does your sense of superiority come from?" Lu Qianran was infuriated. "What do you mean? Am I wrong to call you a fool?" Even Su Zhihui himself was but a pawn in Gu Linfeng's game, prompting Gu Linfeng to cover Su Zhihui's mouth before he could speak further. Just as Gu Linfeng was about to explode in anger, a crisp voice echoed from a distance. "Who said Gu Tongxue would die of thirst?" Gao Xinrui approached, holding a bottle of chilled beverage, having overheard the confrontation. "Look at you, sweating profusely. Drink this to cool down." Gao Xinrui feigned concern, reaching out to wipe the sweat from Gu Linfeng's forehead, only to awkwardly discover there was no sweat to be found. How fortunate Gu Linfeng was, receiving water from the 4th-ranked school beauty. "Oh, how envious I am. If only I had half of Gu Linfeng's looks," murmured a classmate. "Wow, the class monitor has such courage to publicly offer Gu Linfeng a drink. Is my idol about to fall for the school beauty?" Gu Linfeng smiled faintly, casting a challenging glance at Lu Qianran, relishing the sight of her pale face. "Thank you, class monitor. I appreciate your beverage." As Gu Linfeng twisted the bottle cap, footsteps approached. "Gu Linfeng, I knew you would be thirsty, so I specifically came to bring you water. How will you thank me, my dear?" Luo Wan held a bottle of chilled drink, but upon seeing the one already in Gu Linfeng's hand, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. However, she was there now and couldn't leave empty-handed. "Here, Gu Linfeng, this is for you." Upon noticing the open beverage in Gu Linfeng's grasp, she feigned surprise. "Aren't you against drinking carbonated drinks? Besides, too much is bad for your health. Better not drink it." As she spoke, she reached for the drink in Gu Linfeng's hand. Gao Xinrui, alarmed by the sudden appearance of this beautiful woman, instinctively blocked Luo Wan's hand. "I haven't heard him say he doesn't drink soda. Also, who are you?" Gao Xinrui glared at Luo Wan as if she were an enemy. It was undeniable that this woman was strikingly beautiful. Although Gao Xinrui was confident in her own looks, she found herself feeling a sense of rivalry with Luo Wan. "Bah, I am the most beautiful." At this moment, all the students present had their mouths agape in astonishment. What in the world? On the first day of military training, 2 school beauties are bringing water to Gu Linfeng? Chapter 22. arrogant madefa. Is there still any justice left in this world? First, the fourth-ranked school beauty Gao Xinrui brings him water, and now the third-ranked Luo Wan has appeared. Is being handsome really the primary criterion for choosing a partner? Is that woman really Luo Wan? She's even more beautiful than the class monitor. Each has their merits. But I still prefer Luo Wan. She truly stands out. Damn, our class monitor has legs to die for. If she wore black stockings, she could easily compete with Luo Wan. Gu Linfeng noticed the tension as the two women locked eyes, hinting at an impending clash. Embarrassed, he set the drink down on the ground. Gu Linfeng, who is this? Luo Wan took a deep breath, calmly turning to ask. Yes, Gu Tongxue. This lovely female classmate shouldn't be from our class, right? Care to introduce us? Luo Wan asked with a smile. Reluctantly, Gu Linfeng found himself obliged to introduce the two. When Gao Xinrui discovered that the person she was competing against was none other than the school belle ranked third, towering above her, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront the individual responsible for the rankings, demanding to know where she fell short. Did her long, curvaceous legs not exude enough allure? You are Gao Xinrui, ranked fourth. What a pleasure. Luo Wan deliberately emphasized the word fourth. What does it matter if I'm fourth? Clearly, the person who compiled the rankings must have been blind. Gao Xinrui retorted disdainfully. Luo Wan glanced at her wristwatch, realizing that the break was drawing near, and hurriedly handed a drink to Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng, drink this. As she spoke, Luo Wan fixed her gaze on Gu Linfeng, her expression suggesting that if he refused, she might just weep in front of him. Not to be outdone, Gao Xinrui picked up a drink from the ground and offered it to him as well. Gu Linfeng found himself in a dilemma, caught between two choices. To choose Luo Wan would hurt Gao Xinrui, while selecting Gao Xinrui would upset Luo Wan. Balancing the situation was indeed a challenge. At that moment, everyone in Class 102 was watching Gu Linfeng's decision intently. For whichever drink he chose, it would signify who held the esteemed position of his number one affection. Just as he grappled with this predicament, Zhang Long, seemingly deep in thought, nudged Su Zhihui's arm. Su Zhihui quickly understood and sprang to his feet, stepping in front of Gu Linfeng. With both hands, he seized the drinks from the two girls and, disregarding appearances, gulped them down. Still, the unopened drinks are the best, unlike some women who only serve leftovers. Su Zhihui exclaimed with satisfaction after belching loudly. Lu Qianran, already irked by Gu Linfeng's overwhelming charm, felt faint upon hearing Su Zhihui's mockery. You all cherish a man I do not want. How shameless. Lu Qianran cursed internally. Yet she couldn't help but feel inferior when comparing her looks to those of the two girls. Witnessing Su Zhihui down 2 bottles of drinks, the two girls glared at him in frustration. In perfect sync, they turned their heads away from each other, their expressions screaming, "Who do you choose between us?" Gu Linfeng felt overwhelmed. The melodrama of two women vying for his affection was not pleasant for him, the central figure in this farce. Meanwhile, a wicked voice within him seemed to whisper, "Give each of them a home and a child." "Time's up, everyone gather," Wang Wei shouted from a distance, casting a glance at the clock. "All right, I know," Luo Wan replied with a sweet smile, casting a provocative glance at Gao Xinrui as she departed, laden with tension. Once the team had assembled, Wang Wei scrutinized Gu Linfeng, his heart filled with disdain for this man who bore a striking resemblance to the former camp commander. He had overheard the earlier exchange and witnessed the spectacle of two women competing for one man. In his eyes, this was the epitome of a scoundrel, and such characters certainly did not merit a warm reception. Wang Wei proceeded with military training, meticulously instructing from the basics of formation. The soldiers of Class 102, also known as the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion, were particularly earnest in their learning, with Zhang Jiwei's earlier indiscretions still fresh in their minds. No one dared to speak out of turn, and time passed swiftly. By 11:30, Wang Wei announced the end of the training, allowing the soldiers of the 2nd Company to breathe a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, training continued. Gu Linfeng exemplified the fundamental qualities of an exemplary soldier. He executed the movements with remarkable precision without needing Wang Wei's guidance. Wang Wei, though disliking him, couldn't help but admire the talent of this scoundrel. Eventually, He had no choice but to appoint Gu Linfeng as a model soldier, standing at the front of the formation to demonstrate the actions to all. Initially reluctant, Gu Linfeng found it impossible to slack off, as these basic movements had long since become second nature to him. This inadvertently allowed him to shine before his peers. Report. Company Commander. I heard Gu Linfeng has military experience. Can we have a sparring match? A boy who frequently stole glances at Gao Xinrui suddenly interjected. Gu Linfeng recognized him as Ma Defa, who had been glaring at him with a look of contempt. However, he couldn't fathom what offense he had committed against this individual. Oh, you serve in the military? Why didn't you tell me? No wonder your movements are so precise, Wang Wei remarked with surprise. What astonished him even more was that this person shared the same name as Gu Linfeng. Could he be the infamous Yama? No. This young man was certainly more handsome than that figure, and his height was also different. Yama stood at 180 centimeters, while this one was approximately 185 centimeters. Report, Commander. That was in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Gu Linfeng preferred not to elaborate on the matter. I see you're afraid now, Ma Defa sneered, mocking him. Even a clay figure has its limits. Gu Linfeng clenched his fists and coldly addressed Ma Defa. So, Ma Defa, I certainly cannot compete with the company commander. But how about you step up and test your skills against me? His words were laced with a strong undertone of insult. Yet Gu Linfeng's demeanor remained unfaltering. Why all the chatter? If you crave a beating, I shall oblige. Gu Linfeng turned to Wang Wei. Commander, what do you think? All right, but remember to keep it within limits. Wang Wei nodded, eager to test Gu Linfeng's abilities. With the instructor's approval, the crowd erupted in excitement. Zhang Long bellowed, Father, teach him a lesson. Let him experience true fear. The training ground rang with cheers for Gu Linfeng, while Ma Defa found support from only one person, Lu Qianran. Ma Defa, you can do it. Defeat Gu Linfeng. This scene drew countless eye rolls from the onlookers. Ma Defa sneered, deliberately clenching his fists as he passed by Gao Xinrui, exhibiting a show of manly bravado. He was eager to impress. Gao Xinrui was indeed a catch, beautiful and gentle. Yet she had chosen to set her sights on this scoundrel named Gu Linfeng. Listening to the girls' fervent cheers, his anger flared. What am I lacking? Why do they all cheer for him? And they wish to see me defeated? It seemed they were oblivious to his true strength. He was the champion of the Jinhulu Cup Youth Taekwondo Tournament. Defeating a pretty boy would be a piece of cake. Enough of this noise. Ma Defa huffed arrogantly, striding to the front of the formation. Gu Linfeng, be cautious. My fists and feet show no mercy. With that, Ma Defa assumed a Taekwondo stance. Chapter 23. The duel with the instructor. I expected you to impress me, yet you resorted to Taekwondo. Gu Linfeng responded with a military boxing stance. Waving a Ma Defa, be careful when you raise your leg. Don't pull a muscle. I will not tolerate the insult to my martial arts. Ma Defa, provoked, charged at Gu Linfeng. Can you withstand this move, the whirlwind kick? He crouched low, aiming for Gu Linfeng's legs. Should he encounter someone unsteady, this move would surely topple them. But Gu Linfeng was no ordinary opponent. Ma Defa's Taekwondo moves were child's play to him. With a high jump, Gu Linfeng evaded effortlessly. Waving again, come at me. Seeking death. Ma Defa kicked again, but Gu Linfeng seized his foot, sweeping him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. I was careless. I didn't dodge, Ma Defa grumbled, brushing off the dust as heat rose to his face. Wang Wei, observing Gu Linfeng assume a military boxing stance, was somewhat astonished. Military boxing, at its core, is a set of exercises meant for physical conditioning, seldom utilized in actual combat. Although Gu Linfeng hadn't yet engaged fully, Wang Wei was confident that Ma Defa was destined to lose. This was instinct, the instinct of a special forces soldier. At that moment, Ma Defa, seemingly spurred on by his earlier embarrassment, charged at Gu Linfeng with reckless abandon. Gu Linfeng, perish. This time, he exerted all his strength, aiming directly at Gu Linfeng's vulnerable spot. How insidious! Gu Linfeng furrowed his brow, gathering his energy as he bellowed. First form of military boxing, forward lunge punch. On this sweltering afternoon, the dashing man delivered a seemingly mundane punch under the gaze of the crowd. The girls in the group had already covered their eyes, unable to witness such a violent scene. However, the gaps between their fingers betrayed everything. Bang! A scream echoed as Ma Defa flew back in an arc, landing 5 meters away. The crowd turned to see Ma Defa clutching his chest, rolling on the ground in agony. It was all too swift. Gu Linfeng maintained his stance, looking down at Ma Defa, wondering if he could withstand nearly 20 years of his martial prowess. This reversal was akin to pinning Ma Defa to the ground and delivering a relentless beating. As the words fell, the arena erupted in screams and cheers. Indeed, the adoptive father was a true man, beating Ma Defa as easily as one would swat a child. How impressive! Goodness, I barely caught a glimpse of the action, only seeing Ma Defa soar through the air. I swear, it's the first time in my life I've seen someone sent flying. Wang Wei hurried to check on Ma Defa's condition. Are you all right? Ma Defa grimaced in pain, but in front of his classmates, he could only grit his teeth and deny any injury. I'm fine, not a bit of pain. His face was flushed red, yet he claimed he felt no pain. Zhang Long shouted from below, if it hurts, just shout it out. We're all men here, no need to pretend to be calm. This time, he refrained from showcasing in front of Gao Xinrui, opting for an especially low profile. He had just been ruthlessly beaten by Gu Linfeng. How could he act arrogant now? Wang Wei chuckled. Your military boxing has truly opened my eyes. I've learned a few moves myself. How about we have a friendly spar to demonstrate for our classmates? Is that appropriate, Captain? Gu Linfeng hesitated again. What is inappropriate? A real man doesn't refuse a challenge. Come on. Wang Wei's expression turned serious, his aura shifting dramatically. Gu Linfeng still shook his head in refusal. A moment of glory would lead to the exposure of his identity, which was not worth the price. As for conceding to Wang Wei, that was entirely unacceptable. Let us forget it. You're the instructor and also the captain. My meager skills would only embarrass me in front of you. Gu Linfeng humbly replied, quite modest. Since you refuse to strike, then I shall not hold back. Wang Wei, unconvinced by Gu Linfeng's words, pressed forward. His previous encounter with Ma Defa revealed that Gu Linfeng's moves were far from ordinary. If he were truly lacking, then Ma Defa must have been a mere charade. Wang Wei snorted coldly, controlling his strength as he threw a punch directly at Gu Linfeng's chest. It was a simple straight punch. Wang Wei added a loud shout, both to rally himself and to alert Gu Linfeng. As the fist approached, Gu Linfeng slightly turned his body, evading the strike with ease. Instructor, if this continues, I won't hold back. Gu Linfeng's expression turned frosty. I've been waiting for your lack of restraint. Seeing Gu Linfeng effortlessly dodge his attack, Wang Wei became increasingly convinced of his assessment. This fellow was indeed a master. Again, Wang Wei advanced swiftly, his fists launching forward like cannonballs towards Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng silently praised Wang Wei's technique, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. He deftly sidestepped Wang Wei's assault and executed another forward lunge punch, this time channeling only 20% of his strength. Wang Wei barely had time to react before Gu Linfeng's fist struck heavily against his chest. Bang! Wang Wei was sent flying back 3 meters, crashing to the ground with a thud. Silence enveloped the arena. If Gu Linfeng's defeat of Ma Defa could be attributed to luck, then his victory over Wang Wei was undoubtedly a testament to his prowess. Gu Linfeng, incredible. Even Ma Defa, who had just suffered a significant humiliation, felt somewhat relieved. It wasn't that he was weak, but rather that his opponent was too formidable. After all, the instructor had just been knocked down, coughing. Wang Wei clutched his chest in pain, glaring at Gu Linfeng's striking profile, finally asking, are you perhaps Yin Wang? What Yin Wang? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Gu Linfeng shook his head, lowering his hat's brim as he reached down to pull Wang Wei off the ground. I won't mistake your voice. It's definitely you. Wang Wei paused, his expression shifting to one of excitement upon hearing Gu Linfeng's voice. I'll say it again. You've mistaken me. Gu Linfeng sighed, still unwilling to admit the truth. Huh? Did I really misidentify you? Although Wang Wei spoke, disbelief was evident on his face. Despite having interacted with Yin Wang only briefly, he recognized Gu Linfeng's voice instantly. It was a voice that commanded respect and even fear among all soldiers of the 2nd Special Operations Battalion. Seeing Gu Linfeng's continued denial, Wang Wei resolutely took out his walkie-talkie. Report, this is Wang Wei. I've been assaulted, requesting backup. Hey, what are you doing? Accepting defeat is one thing, but calling for help? Gu Linfeng felt a sense of urgency and turned to flee. However, Wang Wei clung tightly to Gu Linfeng's leg. You can't leave. We must clarify this matter. What needs clarification? You've genuinely mistaken me. Gu Linfeng looked down at Wang Wei, who was acting like a child, feeling exasperated. At that moment, everyone else was equally bewildered. The usually tough Wang Wei was behaving like a rogue. What did the captain mean by Yin Wang? Was he implying that Gu Linfeng's punch nearly sent him to meet Yin Wang? It was unclear. Perhaps the captain meant to pin the blame on Gu Linfeng. Indeed, he had just called for reinforcements over the walkie-talkie. Was he planning to launch a group assault on Gu Linfeng? Who would have thought that soldiers would resort to such tactics? Zhang Long clenched his fist in anger. Ma Defa, on the other hand, was reveling in his triumph. Ha! Gu Linfeng has really gone too far this time. Assaulting an instructor. Let us see how he escapes this predicament. Chapter 24. Are you sure you want me to turn around? Look at that smug expression of yours. You didn't say a word when Gu Linfeng sent you flying, and now you're talking big. Zhang Long shot a cutting remark. Simon, I was just careless. If you don't believe me, let us go another round. Do you think I can't make Gu Linfeng lose his teeth? Ma Defa boasted loudly. If you don't believe it, just keep talking big. Zhang Long scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Whatever, that Gu Linfeng is about to get a beating soon. It's one thing to hit me, but to hit the instructor, TCH. Ma Defa smacked his lips, already envisioning the scene of Gu Linfeng being ganged up on. Just then, Wang Wei's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Who the hell dares to hit my brother? Wang Wei, restrain that student. Everyone, immediately support Wang Wei. A furious roar came through the device. Moments later, 30 or so individuals rushed toward the playground. Just admit it. I've already figured out your true identity. Wang Wei, despite his awkward position clinging to Gu Linfeng's leg, appeared remarkably confident. I'm truly a loss for words. Gu Linfeng could only smile wryly. Captain, we all saw you challenge Gu Linfeng first. You can't retaliate just because you lost. Gao Xinrui stepped forward, directing her question at the grounded Wang Wei. Exactly, Captain. It's one thing to be unable to win, but to resort to extortion? I thought you were impressive, even considered you an idol. I'm not afraid of you. Your behavior is truly shameful. If any of you dare to lay a finger on Gu Linfeng, I'll report you immediately. Gao Xinrui's righteous defense sparked support from many in the class. Lu Qianran, however, continued to smirk. Gu Linfeng, you're quite formidable. But can you really take on dozens of people? You have misunderstood. I do not intend to call upon others to confront Gu Linfeng. Wang Wei, realizing the misunderstanding he had caused, continuously sought to clarify, yet his grip on Gu Linfeng remained unyielding. If that's not the case, then we distinctly heard your conversation over the intercom. Are you still attempting to argue? Zhang Long bellowed from the ranks. Zhang Long was right. Should you dare to harm Gu Linfeng, I would willingly sacrifice myself. Without a doubt, these were the words of an infatuated girl, leaving Wang Wei feeling overwhelmed. Aware of the misunderstanding he had created, he understood that mishandling the situation could lead to sensitive military repercussions. If things escalated, he would face disciplinary action. Oh, the predicament you have placed me in, Wang. Everyone, please listen to me. Wang Wei raised his voice. The situation is not as you perceive. Gu Linfeng is very likely a comrade I am acquainted with. Despite the volume of Wang Wei's voice, it failed to quell the fervent emotions of his classmates. The training ground was not solely occupied by the 1st Battalion's 2nd Company. Nearly the entire cohort of new students was scattered across the area. The quarrel within the 1st Battalion's 2nd Company naturally drew countless gazes. Moreover, with all the instructors uniformly rushing towards the 1st Battalion's 2nd Company, everyone felt a sense of bewilderment. Realizing the inevitable, Gu Linfeng patted Wang Wei's arm. Let go of me. I will not flee. Really? Of course. Wang Wei, half convinced, released his grip. Seeing that Gu Linfeng indeed remained still, he breathed a sigh of relief while hastily gesturing towards the back. The instructors, sprinting towards Wang Wei, mistook his prone position for a sign of serious injury, prompting them to quicken their pace. Damn it! How strong must the opponent be to bring Wang Wei to the ground? Be careful of that fellow. I sense something sinister about him. Wang Wei, typically arrogant due to his status as a martial arts school direct recruit, unexpectedly found himself in a precarious situation today. much to the instructor's astonishment as they gathered quickly and engaged in hushed discussions. Enough of this nonsense. How dare you strike an active-duty soldier? Seize that brat, Sun Debiao shouted. Understood. Gu Linfeng sensed the approaching footsteps behind him and felt an uneasy flutter in his heart. Is it finally happening? When he had retired, he had refrained from informing these youngsters, fearing their reluctance to let him go. Now, he was to face it all again. But then he thought, avoiding the situation is not a solution. One must confront what is inevitable. Avoidance is ultimately a sign of cowardice. You, how dare you strike one of my men? I do not care if you are a student. You must provide me with an explanation. Sun Debiao thundered as he approached Gu Linfeng from behind. Wang Wei, are you all right? Truly a waste, boasting about how many you could take on, yet now you seem less bold. After this is resolved, you shall carry a 20-kilometer load. Commander, you are mistaken, Wang Wei attempted to explain. No need for explanations. If you haven't fought, then you haven't fought. Sun Debiao interrupted, glaring fiercely at Gu Linfeng's back. Turn around, and let me see if you have the audacity to strike my soldier. The familiar voice made Gu Linfeng's shoulders tremble slightly. Are you afraid now? Is this when you choose to cry? I assure you, it is too late. Those who strike me must pay the price. Sun Debiao sneered. It is not as you think. It is Captain Wang who lacks skill. Gao Xinrui exclaimed, her face flushed with urgency. You are the new recruit regiment leader, correct? On what grounds do you act so tyrannically, refusing to listen to our explanations? I remember him. His name is Sun Debiao. If you dare to resort to violence without justification, we students will collectively report you. Sun Debiao's face twitched. He had not anticipated such resistance from the students. However, he had his soldiers behind him. If he backed down now, how could he lead them in the future? Commander, you are mistaken. I initiated the sparring. It is not as you think. Wang Wei hastily scrambled to his feet. Embarrassment and indignation etched across his face. To admit his inferiority before so many comrades was more painful than death. Yet, reflecting on who he had lost to, he felt a sense of honor. This was indeed Yin Wang. To have fought against him was worth a lifetime of gratitude. You mean to say you initiated the sparring and lost? So what does it mean for you to cling to him, seeking my assistance? Sun Debiao's nostrils flared in frustration. He felt an urge to slap Wang Wei. Do you expect me to fight your battles for you? This is utterly humiliating. No, it was this gentleman. You should speak with him directly. Wang Wei understood the history between Gu Linfeng and Sun Debiao. Sometimes, surprises are best discovered personally. You turn around, Sun Debiao declared, placing his hands behind his back, assuming a commanding posture. Are you certain you wish for me to turn around? A calm voice interjected, leaving Sun Debiao momentarily dazed, who had intended to exert his authority. Chapter 25, Identity Revealed. Yin Wang addresses the gathering. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Sun Debiao pondered, unable to continue his thoughts. He had sensed a familiarity in the figure's silhouette earlier, and with the voice ringing in his ears, along with the rumors of Yin Wang's return to school, he was struck by a revelation. Everyone gather, Sun Debiao commanded. The instructors, previously eager to engage, quickly assembled. However, they dared not defy Sun Debiao's orders, moving swiftly despite their confusion. In just 3 seconds, the assembly was complete, Wang Wei included. Sun Debiao stood at attention, facing all the instructors. At ease. Attention. The synchronized movements jolted all the students to attention. Adjust your uniforms, Sun Debiao ordered, leading the way in tidying up the appearance of the group. The instructors moved promptly, yet their minds were rife with questions. In their previous military experiences, they had often sought out confrontations with other units, yet none had ever been this formal. Was it customary to tidy up before a fight? Was this the ultimate show of respect for an opponent? Sun Debiao's peculiar sense of humor seemed to have intensified. Sun Debiao turned again, addressing Gu Linfeng's back. Comrade Commander, the Special Operations 1st Battalion is assembled, with 360 personnel expected, 30 present, and 330 participating in training exercises. Please, you may address the former Deputy Commander of the Special Operations 1st Battalion, Sun Debiao. This bizarre yet formal scene left not only the students in shock, but also the instructors, who stood frozen, bewildered. Had the commander lost his mind? Why was he reporting to a student? And furthermore, why refer to himself as a deputy commander? Such thoughts were unvoiced, confined to their minds. The only one who understood was Wang Wei. Recognizing Sun De Biao's seriousness, he knew his suspicions were confirmed. As everyone gazed in confusion, Gu Linfeng slowly turned around. No one noticed a tear slip from the corner of his eye. It was indeed Gu Linfeng, his commander, his savior, and also Yin Wang. The instructors present widened their eyes in disbelief upon seeing Gu Linfeng, as if they had encountered a ghost. Comrades, I did not anticipate we would meet under such extraordinary circumstances. Gu Linfeng gazed at the familiar faces before him, tears glistening in his eyes. Among you are soldiers I once led, and comrades with whom I have shared moments. Yet this does not diminish my affection and longing for you all. Due to certain special circumstances, I chose to transition to civilian life, and I beg your forgiveness for leaving without a word. I understand you have many questions regarding my presence here, but I wish to express that life is meant to be experienced. Gu Linfeng smiled, suppressing the excitement within. From this moment forth, I am no longer your commander. I am merely a soldier under your command. Gu Linfeng's classmates were utterly taken aback, with Lu Qianran feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He was aware that Gu Linfeng served in the military, yet he never anticipated that he would hold the esteemed rank of battalion commander. For my sake, he relinquished his title and arrived at the university where I study. At this moment, a flicker of regret stirred within her heart, though it was merely a fleeting sentiment. In the face of a life steeped in opulence and indulgence, such a trivial emotion hardly mattered. Was it not more direct to possess Hermes and Chanel? I am astounded. My adoptive father is truly remarkable. He is indeed a battalion commander, Zhang Long exclaimed, shaking Su Zhihui's arm incessantly. Stop shaking me. I heard you, Su retorted, but the exhilaration was evident in Gao Xinrui's sparkling eyes. The man she admired was undeniably exceptional. At just 19 years of age, he had risen to the rank of battalion commander. How many could achieve such a feat nationwide? Ma Defa, standing behind Gao Xinrui, noticed the change in her expression. He understood that Gu Linfeng's status was exceedingly formidable, and he had no chance of competing against such an opponent. He had been utterly defeated, not due to his own inadequacy, but because his rival was simply too outstanding. From this moment forth, I am no longer your battalion commander. I am merely a soldier under your command, Gu Linfeng declared moments later. Zheng Wei, Gu Linfeng's first soldier, choked back tears as he shouted. Sun De Biao discreetly wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, vowing that this was the first time in his military career that he had moved out of line during formation. It was inappropriate to weep. The battalion commander had left, but he was not dead. He stood before them, alive and well. Sun De Biao's words belied his trembling voice, revealing his own inner turmoil. Gu Linfeng smiled faintly, though to everyone else, it appeared forced. Is that truly so? Sun De Biao had been wallowing in sorrow until he overheard others whispering reports in Gu Linfeng's presence. His expression darkened. What nonsense is this? I'm a man of few words. Where do you get this notion that I am so vile? Dismissed, Gu Linfeng commanded, and then he took off running. He was soon in pursuit of Gu Linfeng's fleeing figure. Wang Wei smiled with satisfaction. You, Wang Wei, learned of the battalion commander's news, but didn't inform us, instead luring us here in this manner. Are you intentionally trying to make us look foolish? Such ulterior motives. I see this as a form of revenge against Battalion Commander Sun. Yet it must be said, seeing Battalion Commander Sun in such a state of despair brought Wang Wei a sense of delight. Wang Wei quickly waved his hands. That is not true. I only just found out. The comrades who had initially praised Wang Wei quickly changed their tune. This guy's been keeping secrets from everyone. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Wang Wei bolted, shouting his innocence as he ran. In no time, the instructor had vanished without a trace, leaving the new soldiers of the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion staring at each other in confusion. Wait, if the instructor has run off, who will train us? Zhang Long asked, bewildered. Chapter 26. 1,000 cups without intoxication. Sun De Biao chased after the direction Gu Linfeng had fled. When he finally found Gu Linfeng, our protagonist was calmly seated beneath the shade of a tree, enjoying the coolness. Biaozi, you've arrived, Gu Linfeng said with a smile, gesturing to the empty space beside him. Sit. Don't be shy. Sun De Biao, with a stern expression, did not hesitate to plop down on the ground. You mustn't forget, back when I was shot and nearly died, who was it that cried heart-wrenchingly? Damn it, weren't you supposed to keep that a secret? Why burn up now? Sun Debiao's face flushed with embarrassment. We're all men here. Some sentimentality can be avoided. I hope you can understand my sudden departure. Gu Linfeng fiddled with the stones on the ground, feeling equally troubled. All right, I won't pry or say more, but tonight we must drink until we're intoxicated. Sun Debiao changed the subject. Very well. Whoever is cowardly is a son of ABTCH. As night fell, the moment Gu Linfeng arrived, the atmosphere turned electric. Sun Debiao brought food from a restaurant and several cases of beer, proclaiming, "Tonight, I'm going all out. Everyone, let us drink heartily with the battalion commander. Long live Battalion Commander Sun. The judge is formidable." That night, everyone reveled in merriment, toasting and exchanging cups. Gu Linfeng showcased his impressive talent with beer, spinning bottle after bottle, leaving Sun Debiao and the others in awe. Some dared to challenge Gu Linfeng to a drinking contest, but to Gu Linfeng, who had already reached the pinnacle of physical prowess, they were simply no match. By the end, nearly everyone had collapsed inebriated. Witnessing Gu Linfeng reeking of alcohol, Zhang Long leaped off his bed. "Adoptive father, you have no idea. Your exploits today have spread like wildfire at school. Everyone is saying you were a battalion commander before coming to school, a military king." "Oh, is that what they're saying?" Gu Linfeng raised an eyebrow. "I didn't say anything, but our classmates have quite the big mouths. Even without video evidence, it's already all over the forums." Zhang Long spoke with admiration. "Do the students at our school believe it?" "Not quite. Everyone thinks our class is just bragging." Zhang Long responded with exasperation. "Sometimes, telling the truth is less believable. It's not that no one believes it, but simply seems too far-fetched. A 19-year-old battalion commander? Stop overthinking it. We have training tomorrow. So let us get some sleep." Gu Linfeng dismissed Zhang Long, completing his nightly routine before heading to bed. The next day, Gu Linfeng awoke with a throbbing headache. After consuming copious amounts of beer the previous night, his ability to wake up was a testament to his resilience. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he mentally checked in. Check-in successful. "Congratulations, host. You have received the skill 1,000 cups without intoxication." "Damn it, system. Are you playing with me? You didn't grant me this during last night's drinking, and now you're offering it as a reward? Is it too late for this?" Gu Linfeng cursed internally. The skill 1,000 cups without intoxication can completely eliminate all after effects of a hangover for the host. The system is truly benevolent. Use. In an instant, Gu Linfeng's body trembled for a few seconds. His foggy brain suddenly cleared. This skill is incredible. Gu Linfeng chuckled with delight. "Adoptive father, are you really going to take on 5 at once this early in the morning?" Su Zhihui, from the upper bunk, was jolted awake by the commotion. "Get lost." Gu Linfeng was no novice. He understood exactly what Su Zhihui was implying. After breakfast, Gu Linfeng, accompanied by Zhang Long and the others, walked through the campus, where many pointed and whispered about him. "That S. Gu Linfeng. The forums say he was a battalion commander. How can I not believe it? Look at him in that camouflage uniform. Is he really still training after serving in the military? Ha! Those classmates of his are quite the comedians, swearing up and down on the forums. I wonder what benefits Gu Linfeng gave them to gain such notoriety." "Notoriety? More like infamy." Zhang Long and the others frowned, ready to confront those gossiping, but Gu Linfeng stopped them. "All right, their mouths belong to them. Let them say what they will. Aren't you going to defend yourself?" Gu Linfeng shrugged. "I can't go around telling everyone. I was a battalion commander in the military, so show me some respect. Can I?" Zhang Long shook his head, frustrated. "That's true, but it still annoys me, right? I really want to tear their mouths apart." Yu Shiming also felt indignant. A few minutes later, the 4 arrived at the training ground of the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion. Gu Linfeng greeted them with a smile. However, he soon noticed a peculiar issue. The male students looked at him with admiration, while the female students gazed at him with affection. "This is getting out of hand. I never expected the repercussions of my identity being revealed to be so overwhelming. Gu classmate, I've prepared chilled drinks for you today. If you're thirsty later, just let me know. I've prepared milk tea for Gu classmate. It's the first cup of autumn." A group of admirers encircled him. "Damn it, I'm just going to drink my hand-brewed coffee. None of you can snatch it. At this moment, Gu Linfeng experienced a blend of pain and joy. Gao Xinrui observed her enthusiastic female classmates eagerly presenting drinks, and glanced at the lay-by beverage she had prepared in advance, feeling a twinge of jealousy, akin to the sensation of a cherished possession being snatched away. Just then, Wang Wei arrived late, looking utterly exhausted from a night of heavy drinking. Upon seeing Gu Linfeng, who appeared refreshingly composed, a torrent of frustration surged within Wang Wei. How could the squad leader, who had consumed the most last night, seem unfazed now? The squad leader has arrived. Everyone stand straight. Gao Xinrui quickly reminded Wang Wei. Instantly, the playful banter ceased, and everyone stood at attention. As Wang Wei approached the group, he attempted to salute, but swayed unsteadily. Last night, aside from Gu Linfeng, he had likely drunk the most as well. His comrades, ostensibly thanking him for discovering Gu Linfeng, were, in truth, retaliating for the humiliation he had caused everyone by getting drunk. The pretense of toasting was merely a guise for their true intentions. Squad leader, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Perhaps you could finish your remarks? Wang Wei did not need to finish his sentence for Gu Linfeng to understand. It was a plea for assistance due to physical incapacity. I will take over your training, but refrain from calling me squad leader. I am merely an ordinary student and soldier now. Yet, Wang Wei hesitated. There is no but. From now on, call me by my name, Gu Linfeng asserted firmly, issuing an order. Understood. Chapter 27. Torturing Lu Qianran, he was far too weak. Gu Linfeng smiled as he stepped before the group. Military posture for 30 minutes, begin. Without further ado, Gu Linfeng initiated the training. The onlookers, captivated by this unusual scene, remained silent. Zhang Long's grin was so wide it nearly reached the back of his head. Finally, he could grasp the thick thigh of his adoptive father. Suddenly jolted from his daydream by a sharp pain at the back of his head, he realized he had been smiling during military posture, laughing while standing at attention. For that, you shall endure an additional 30 minutes of training. Zhang Long dared not smile again, though inwardly he lamented. How could the reality differ so drastically from the promise of clinging to a strong thigh? Gu Linfeng paced back and forth. As he passed Gao Xinrui, he corrected her posture. Your hands must be flush against your trousers. Yes, just like that. As he demonstrated, his hand inadvertently brushed against hers, soft and smooth, causing Gao Xinrui's cheeks to flush. He actually touched my hand. How delightful. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh no, I've become infatuated again, Gu Linfeng thought, shaking his head in resignation. As he continued instructing, he soon noticed a troubling trend. The female classmates were deliberately performing the movements incorrectly, which infuriated Gu Linfeng. He marched to the front of the line and unleashed a torrent of reprimands. He had no understanding of cherishing delicate feelings, and the girls he scolded appeared as pitiful as rain-soaked flowers. Ha! Treating a feather as a command. Lu Qianran scoffed from the crowd. Who said that? Step forward. Gu Linfeng scanned the group. It was me. What are you going to do about it? Lu Qianran raised her hand defiantly. Did you not hear the squad leader instructing me to train you? Gu Linfeng's voice turned icy. Everyone, take a break. Lu Qianran, military posture for 2 hours, starting now. You are maliciously retaliating. Lu Qianran protested. Consider it revenge. If you object, come bite me. Gu Linfeng's expression was one of blatant arrogance, inciting laughter from the crowd. No one came to Lu Qianran's defense, as they were all somewhat aware of her history with Gu Linfeng. I refuse to stand. Whoever wants to stand can do so. Once again, I reiterate, you are not an instructor and lack the authority to command us. Lu Qianran stood her ground defiantly. Who says Gu Linfeng lacks authority? Suddenly, Su Su's voice rang out from the back. Lu Qianran's heart sank. Counselor, you are here. Gu Linfeng used formal address to show respect. Su Su smiled and nodded. The latest school announcement states that Gu Linfeng is appointed as the vice commander of this new recruit group and will also serve as the chief of military training. Do you think he lacks qualifications? Su Su had heard about the previous day's events and was surprised to learn that this tall, handsome young man was a squad leader in the military. Moreover, the group commander, Major Sun Debiao, was once Gu Linfeng's comrade-in-arms. Her interest in Gu Linfeng grew exponentially. What? He is the chief commander? Lu Qianran thought to herself, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, do you doubt me? Susumantan Ferrientelismai. With Su Su's endorsement, Lu Qianran could hardly deny it. I must believe it. Gu Commander, you carry on. I must take my leave, Su Su said reluctantly before departing. Let us see if the others from different departments dare to claim Gu Linfeng's identity is false. Doesn't the title of Chief Commander slap them in the face? Zhang Long laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. With the school's backing, Gu Linfeng's mysterious identity seemed to gain validation. If his identity were a sham, how could a student hold the positions of Vice Commander and Chief Commander of a new recruit group? Gu Linfeng looked down at Lu Qianran. Pray tell, does my command hold any weight now? Lu Qianran fell silent. It does hold weight. If it holds weight, then why are you not promptly assuming the military posture? Gu Linfeng reprimanded loudly. Though reluctant, Lu Qianran had no choice but to comply. Everyone stared at her, as though she were a clown. Lu Qianran's face burned with embarrassment. Yet she stood at attention. Gu Linfeng approached her side, producing a wooden stick from seemingly nowhere. Your posture is incorrect. Grip it tightly. The stick struck Lu Qianran's hand, causing her to wince in pain. Lean forward. Maintain your center of gravity. At that moment, Gu Linfeng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He never anticipated Major Sun Debiao would assign him such a powerful role. In the afternoon, training continued, and Lu Qianran endured further torment. This time, Gu Linfeng employed a different tactic. During the instruction on squatting, he deliberately corrected Lu Qianran, compelling her to perform the squatting motion correctly on the ground. While squatting appeared simple, the reality of executing the motion proved excruciating. Lu Qianran gritted her teeth, cursing Gu Linfeng's ancestors in her mind. This man was truly infuriating. During her midday break, she attempted to reach Zhang Junjie by phone, but it was still switched off. She desperately wanted to share her grievances about Gu Linfeng's torment. With no other option, she even visited Zhang Junjie's dormitory in search of him. Having exhausted all avenues, Lu Qianran sought out Su Su to request a leave of absence. Are you on your period? No. But are you feeling unwell? Yes, I feel unwell. Do you have a medical certificate? While other girls lounged in the shade, sipping cold drinks, she found herself either standing at attention or enduring punishment. This shameless man's revenge was so overt. Furthermore, none of the girls in the class spoke up for her. Reflecting on this, Lu Qianran felt compelled to send Gu Linfeng a message on WeChat, temporarily admitting her faults. However, she discovered she had blocked him. With no other choice, she added him back to the group and noted, Lu Qianran, I was wrong. I should not have treated you that way. Gu Linfeng, was that truly a mistake? It seems you were simply afraid. Lu Qianran felt an immense sense of frustration. Just then, another message arrived. Lu Qianran, I am here regarding your loan. Your debt is overdue. Please repay it swiftly, or a company will send someone to your school to discuss it. Lu Qianran cursed under her breath, berating both Gu Linfeng and Zhang Junjie simultaneously. You greedy man, once you've taken everything, you abandon me, don't you? Cursing aside, the debt still had to be repaid. With no alternatives, she turned her gaze to her beloved Herm's bag. Chapter 28. Military Training and Parade in the Following Days. Gu Linfeng completely relieved himself from training duties, merely patrolling the training ground. Initially, the rumors about Gu Linfeng circulating online were seen as a source of amusement, until Gu Linfeng accompanied Sun Debiao on an inspection tour. Countless freshmen were astonished to discover that the immediate reaction of all the instructors upon encountering Gu Linfeng was to stand at attention and salute, their expressions brimming with respect. Some bold freshmen even took the initiative to inquire about Gu Linfeng's identity. The instructors, unable to endure the incessant questioning, finally stated, Gu Linfeng was our former company commander. Just this one sentence ignited a fervor of public opinion. Those students who previously regarded Gu Linfeng as a source of amusement now held him in complete admiration. As Gu Linfeng traversed the campus, he was greeted by numerous freshmen eager to say hello, leaving him quite bewildered. Had he truly become so renowned within the school? However, an unknown force forcibly erased all information regarding Gu Linfeng from the internet, and that loquacious instructor hastily concluded the military training. During these days, Gu Linfeng diligently signed in at the system office each day, although it seemed he had exhausted his stroke of good fortune, as the rewards for signing him were bizarre, ranging from women's stockings to enchanting spirits. Yet there was also good news. Today, The National Transportation Department officially issued a decree concerning the prohibition of Lao-Tu-Lu vehicles from the roads. The notice explicitly stated that products like Lao-Tu-Lu failed collision tests, did not meet various standards, and posed significant safety risks, hence the decision to ban them from the roads. The once popular Lao-Tu-Lu products suddenly fell into neglect, while the stocks of Shindy machinery, which had surged due to blogger recommendations, plummeted to rock bottom, leading to impending bankruptcy within days. This left countless enthusiasts of Lao-Tu-Lu vehicles in a state of despair. What were people like us, without licenses, supposed to do now? Should we resort to driving electric wheelchairs? Someone upstairs suggested, "What a splendid idea. I have already ordered an electric wheelchair." One might ask, is it illegal to race wheelchairs on the road? While it is not illegal, it certainly seems rather foolish. Before the announcement was made, Linfeng had already sold all his shares in Shindy machinery, netting a staggering profit of 50 million, a remarkable 25-fold increase. The only regret was that the domestic stock market did not allow short selling. Otherwise, his profits would have been even greater. Subsequently, Linfeng selected another stock with remarkable growth potential and executed a one-click purchase. The freshmen engaged in formation exercises, learning military boxing for their military training parade. Linfeng was appointed as the flag bearer for the Tri-Service Honor Guard, positioned right in the center. Soon, the day of the military training parade arrived. Clad in military attire, he stood tall and imposing. In the stands, a significant portion of the students from Shanghai Conservatory of Music awaited Linfeng's report in silence. "Why is this year's commander so young?" One student remarked. "I heard it is a fellow named Linfeng who is serving as the commander. He seems to be a veteran returning to school. I wonder why the school appointed him as the commander. Are they not worried about mistakes? Haven't you heard? This Linfeng was a company commander in the army. Most importantly, he is only 19 years old. Is that for real? A company commander coming to our school as a freshman? It's likely true. Otherwise, the school wouldn't so casually appoint him as the commander. I still find it hard to believe. A company commander is at least a major, and at his age." Enough chatter. The military training parade is about to commence. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Linfeng, clad in his uniform, approached the podium with a serious expression, commencing his report with a resounding voice. "Comrade Principal, the military training parade for the 2023 class of Shanghai Conservatory of Music is ready for inspection. Please give your instructions." "Commander Linfeng, Gumos." The principal, visibly emotional, rose and gazed at the young Linfeng with a momentary daze. When Sun Debiao reported to him that Linfeng, a freshman, would serve as the commander, he was utterly bewildered. A student as a commander? He initially intended to refuse, but saw Sun Debiao's serious demeanor and said, "All of us instructors were once commanded by Linfeng. He is the most suitable candidate for this role." Ultimately, it was clear that Linfeng was the only choice. Should you disagree, feel free to consult my superior. Though the outcome would likely be the same. Upon hearing this, the principal ceased his insistence and grew increasingly curious about this young man. After completing his report, Linfeng quickly returned to his designated position and bellowed, "Stand by, standard bearers." No sooner had he spoken than the prepared standard bearers marched into position. The formation exercise commenced. As the music played, the honor guard, accompanied by the first company, entered. The host, in an excited tone, took the microphone and announced, "Approaching us with vigorous steps is the new recruits from Class 1 of the music department." Linfeng stood outside the parade ground, expressionless as he observed. It is worth mentioning that the gender ratio at Shanghai Conservatory of Music is 8:2, with females comprising 80 and males only 20. Truly a case of feminine dominance. This parade should more accurately be described as a women's military parade, as the students entered chanting their slogans. And the voices heard were overwhelmingly female, nearly drowning out the few male voices. Now approaching us is Class 2 of the music department. It is noteworthy that the commander of this parade, Linfeng, is indeed a student from Class 2. We can observe that the overall spirit and morale of Class 2 are vibrant, sunny, and uplifting. The students of Class 2 radiate with fiery enthusiasm. Linfeng watched as Class 2 marched past him. He spotted Zhang Long, Gao Xinrui, and also caught sight of Lu Qianran. Although he did not have a fondness for this woman, Lu Qianran wore a serious expression at that moment. It seemed she was not foolish enough to act petulantly at this crucial time. As the final class entered the parade ground, it signified the conclusion of the military training. Chapter 29, Reluctance. As the formation exercise concluded, the subsequent event was the demonstration of military boxing by each class. Military boxing, when executed by males, exudes vigor and strength. But when performed by female students, accompanied by their delicate exclamations, it seems to take on a different flavor. Gu Linfeng watched with great interest. By the time the last class completed their performance, Gu Linfeng breathed a sigh of relief. The military training parade had concluded successfully. Following the host's announcement, the military training that had both pained and delighted the freshmen came to a definitive end. The only regret was that there were no live-fire shooting exercises scheduled during this training. The reason being that the proportion of females among the freshmen was excessively high. These delicate girls were understandably frightened by the sound of gunfire, leading to the cancellation of such activities. To this end, Zhang Long had sought out Gu Linfeng, hoping to partake in the experience, but Gu Linfeng had declined. This left Zhang Long feeling somewhat aggrieved. Nonetheless, Gu Linfeng merely smiled, providing no further explanation. After the military training concluded, upon Gu Linfeng's arrival, Sun Debiao chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to part with us?" "Not so much. It is the students who are reluctant to part with you all. Perhaps you should stay another night and bid farewell to the students on the parade ground tomorrow morning." Gu Linfeng shook his head in response. Upon hearing Sun Debiao's words, the instructors erupted into cheers. Truth be told, although their time together was brief, lasting only 2 weeks, these instructors had also formed bonds and were reluctant to part ways. Yet more than that, there was a desire to broaden their social circles, especially for these soldiers preparing for their future lives. After dinner, in front of the temporarily erected stage, Gu Linfeng raised his hands and proclaimed, "Unity is strength. Let us sing heartily for our instructors." A resounding chorus of over 1,000 students echoed, "Yes. Unity, prepare, sing." Under Gu Linfeng's direction, the entire assembly sang in unison. Sun Debiao and the others felt a surge of emotion. Some instructors with a penchant for sentimentality were already wiping away tears. As the final note resounded, Gu Linfeng exclaimed, "The instructors are departing tomorrow morning. Any students wishing to perform may come forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience below immediately began to stir. "Gu Zhihui, why not come up and sing a song for us?" Someone shouted. "Why is Gu Zhihui blushing?" Gu Linfeng felt utterly helpless. To be honest, he was tone-deaf and could only sing a few simple military songs. Singing in front of such a large crowd made him feel quite embarrassed. He decisively declined, stating, "I'm not good at singing. Let's leave the stage for everyone else." Gu Linfeng set the microphone aside and hurriedly joined the ranks of the instructors. His awkward retreat elicited hearty laughter from the audience. Lu Qianran watched Gu Linfeng's flustered departure and snorted coldly. "Humph, at least he knows his limits." Gu Linfeng's attempt to show off irked her, and witnessing his embarrassment brought her immense satisfaction. "Zhang Junjie contacted her yesterday. Qianran, I was careless this time, and my father found out. He won't let me pursue this any further." Zhang Junjie sighed into his phone. "Not pursue it. Do you know what I endured during those 15 days without you? While others stood at attention for half an hour, I had to endure for 2. I am completely sunburned." Despite the distance, Zhang Junjie could sense the resentment in her voice. "I can't make a move openly. My dad wants me to keep a low profile," he said helplessly. "I don't care. If you don't stand up for me, I'll break up with you." Lu Qianran declared defiantly. Zhang Junjie, unable to resist her, spent half an hour soothing her feelings. Back to reality, Lu Qianran fixed her gaze on Gu Linfeng, a thought striking her. Junjie didn't say I couldn't retaliate, just that it shouldn't be obvious. Since Zhang Junjie was the student council president, some matters could easily be addressed through him. With this in mind, Lu Qianran quickly messaged Zhang Junjie. Meanwhile, Gu Linfeng was enjoying the dance on stage with Sun Debiao, completely unaware of the conspiracy brewing against him. "Wow, that dancer is really captivating," Gu Linfeng remarked, nodding in appreciation. At that moment, whistles erupted from the crowd as an ordinary-looking girl showcased her dance moves, flaunting her assets. As she danced, her white camisole swayed until it unexpectedly slipped off, revealing her body skin. The girl remained oblivious, continuing to dance energetically while occasionally glancing at Gu Linfeng. Is she trying to seduce Gu, the oblivious guy? Gu Linfeng exclaimed anxiously. Unfortunately, it was too late. The audience had already taken out their phones to record the scene. Gu Linfeng, exasperated, rushed to the front, grabbed the microphone, and shouted, "Tonight's farewell party for the instructors is over." He quickly exited the stage, eager to escape this chaotic situation. I barely got my tissues out. And you're telling me it's over? This farewell party is truly explosive. Today's young girls have no self-respect. They seem willing to sell their looks for fame. It's madness. The next day, Gu Linfeng woke up early, and the first thing he did was check in. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level singing skills, along with 300 popular songs from the Blue Star. Seeing the skill pop up, Gu Linfeng felt like crying. Why didn't you reward me for the chance to shine on stage last night? What are your intentions? The system chose to remain silent. Despite his harsh words, Gu Linfeng felt a surge of joy inside. He wasn't formally trained. 80% of the students in music academies were proficient in instruments and singing before even entering college. While he could barely carry a tune and only knew a few simple military songs, humoring himself was one thing, but performing on a grand stage was entirely different. Without hesitation, Gu Linfeng chose to learn. In an instant, a wealth of vocal knowledge flooded into his mind. Singing and dancing were no longer an issue. He even felt confident enough to sing while playing basketball. While humming an unknown song from Blue Star, Gu Linfeng entered the bathroom to freshen up. As he was getting ready, he opened a microsecurities app. After half a month of investments, his assets had reached an astonishing 100 million. That is a fortune that could last a lifetime. He then withdrew 10 million, leaving 90 million to continue investing. With half a month left for stock gains, he aimed to break the billion mark. Your account with the public commercial bank has been credited with 1 billion yuan. Your balance is now 1,007,003 400 yuan. Just as Gu Linfeng exited the bathroom, Zhang Long hurried over. The three of us are planning to perform a skit, and we just need you to participate. Forget it, I'm not really interested. Gu Linfeng shook his head. You three look like a joke. I wouldn't want to steal your thunder. He couldn't fathom their thoughts. This was a music academy after all. How did they expect to perform a skit here? This is a golden opportunity to showcase yourself. Don't you want to have the pick of potential partners? Do I need that? Gu Linfeng replied confidently with a smile. Do you believe that if I went out and casually asked a freshman girl if she wanted to date me, she would happily agree to spend her life with me? Wow, that is quite the boast. Zhang Long was left speechless. Thank goodness I have Iran. Otherwise, your words would drive me crazy. Gu Linfeng chose to remain silent. He had already made quite a few appearances recently and preferred to avoid the welcome party if possible. Ding dong, a message notification sounded from WeChat. Gu Linfeng glanced at his phone. It was a message from Luo Wan. Gu, we agreed that once military training is over, I would treat you to dinner as a token of gratitude for saving my life. Do you have time? Dear father, please agree to her. Our happiness depends on you. Yu Shiming pleaded. What do you mean? Gu Linfeng asked, confused. I don't see how agreeing to her has anything to do with your happiness. Dear father, you don't understand. Zhang Long saw Iran's friends on social media, and they're both quite attractive, Su Zhihui said with a sly grin. Gu Linfeng instantly understood without needing further explanation. Ahem, I'm a bit thirsty, he said, stroking his chin playfully. Dear father, have some water. Oh, my shoulder feels a bit sore, Gu Linfeng continued. Dear father, let me give you a shoulder massage. Gu Linfeng, how could I let a lady treat me? How about this? Let's have a dorm gathering today, so we can all get to know each other better. Upon seeing Gu Linfeng's message, Luo Wan's expression brightened with excitement. However, upon reading the content, she involuntarily frowned. She was hoping for a date, not a gathering. But seeing Gu Linfeng's definite tone, she pondered for a moment before agreeing. Luo Wan. All right, I'll go ask my roommates. Afterward, Luo Wan put down her phone and turned to her three roommates. Iran, Danyu, Lily, are you going to the gathering tonight? I'm not going. Those guys are so annoying. Li Danyu waved her hand dismissively. I'll pass as well. I'd rather stay in and binge-watch shows. Lily raised her phone, displaying the series she was currently watching. What about you, Iran? Which department is the gathering with? Iran asked curiously. To be honest, Luo Wan didn't want to say. if her 3 roommates chose not to attend. She would have the chance to be alone with Gu Linfeng. However, she couldn't bring herself to lie. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "It's with the music department. Your brother Zhang will be there. Then I must go." Iran replied with a smile, her happiness evident. Over the past half-month, their relationship had progressed significantly, hinting at a budding romance. Zhang. Li Danyu set down her phone. Is Zhang really Gu Linfeng's roommate? Yes. He shares a dorm with Gu Linfeng. As Luo Wan uttered these words, her heart ached. Gu Linfeng was undoubtedly a figure of prominence among the freshmen. Handsome and shrouded in mystery, he was the dream lover of many girls, including Li Danyu. If Gu Linfeng goes, I must go too, exclaimed Li Danyu, hastily climbing out of bed and rushing to the desk to apply her makeup. Isn't it a bit excessive? Dinner isn't until tonight. Aren't you a little too eager to start your makeup now? Luo Wan rolled her eyes. What do you know? This is what I call preparing for a battle I can win. Just wait and see how I charm Gu Linfeng with my pure makeup. Li Danyu replied cheerfully. Seeing that her 3 roommates were going, Li, who had been watching a drama, raised her hand. If I don't go, I seem out of place? Well, in that case, I'll join. In the boys' dormitory, Gu Linfeng looked at the 3 girls endlessly changing outfits, feeling exasperated. Haven't you ever seen women before? Can't you show a little ambition? Su Zhihui, having found an old-fashioned suit, looked rather ridiculous in it. Do you really need to dress so formally? You don't understand. This is how women gauge the importance of a date. If I wear the suit I took from my ID photo to a gathering, it certainly wouldn't convey the right level of seriousness, would it? Serious enough? Gu Linfeng swallowed hard. I suggest you consult a neurologist. Haha. Is that suit a hand-me-down from your dad? Zhang laughed heartily. No, it's passed down from my grandfather. Goodness, your family seems to have quite a legacy. Gu Linfeng gave a thumbs up. Well, take a look. Su Zhihui's mic on feed in. That's enough. Gu Linfeng reached out and pulled Su Zhihui's suit off him. Hey, what are you doing? If you ruin it, I'll be heartbroken. Su Zhihui exclaimed, sounding as if a child had lost their favorite toy. You don't understand. The young ladies today like my style of tight pants and loafers. Zhang confidently showcased his outfit, the tight pants accentuating his 2 bells prominently. Truly a sight for sore eyes. All right, as your father, let us get you all some decent clothes. Gu Linfeng said with a wry smile. Is that for real, father? Indeed. At Wanxiang City, Gu Linfeng spent several thousand yuan to outfit his 3 adopted sons in fashionable attire. At that moment, Zhang was posing in front of the mirror, meticulously fixing his hair. Wow, this is too handsome. That's enough. Gu Linfeng glanced at his watch and realized his wrist was bare. As a newly minted, wealthy individual, how could he not possess a luxurious watch that matched his status? He then led Zhang and the others into a Vacheron Constantine store. Welcome, greeted 2 tall, attractive women in black stockings and high heels. Gu Linfeng nodded in acknowledgement. The reception staff at luxury stores were not only visually appealing, but also exceedingly polite, treating everyone with respect regardless of age. Sir, how may I assist you? One of the saleswomen, initially indifferent upon seeing the group of young men, suddenly noticed Gu Linfeng and lost her composure. Gu Linfeng casually strolled to the counter, pointed to a watch, and inquired, how much is this one? Sir, you have a keen eye. This is a new model from Patek Philippe, priced at 328,000 yuan. 328,000, you say? Gu Linfeng, having researched Vacheron Constantine on the way, knew that a price above 300,000 was merely an entry-level offering. This watch doesn't quite suit my status. Do you have anything more expensive? He asked nonchalantly. Excuse me? The saleswoman thought she misheard and quickly asked, Sir, are you indicating you want to purchase something more costly? Of course. The 3 adopted sons gasped in astonishment. Father, over 30,000 is already quite expensive. Do you really intend to buy something over $1 million? Zhang looked shocked. Is $1 million not expensive? I don't buy the right things. I only buy the expensive ones. Gu Linfeng replied with a calm smile. The saleswoman felt weak at the knees upon hearing Gu Linfeng's words. Not only was he handsome, but he was also incredibly wealthy. Sir, how about this one? The Patek Philippe? She carefully presented a watch. Sir, this is our Patek Philippe 5370001. Priced at 2.03 million. Please tell me more. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly. The saleswoman's eyes lit up as she quickly elaborated. This watch features a single-function chronograph with a tachymeter, a platinum case with a black enamel dial. Truly a perfect match, strikingly eye-catching. With a diameter of 41 millimeters, it houses a finely crafted manual winding movement with meticulous finishing. Let us settle the bill. Gu Linfeng handed over a regular bank card. The saleswoman was utterly bewildered. Having worked in the industry for years, she had never encountered such a generous customer. No haggling, no hesitation. Hurry up and finalize the transaction. Gu Linfeng urged impatiently. Of course, I'll take care of that right away. The saleswoman respectfully accepted the bank card and hurried to process the payment. Under her watchful gaze, 2.03 million yuan was deducted from Gu Linfeng's bank account. Wow, father, you actually bought it. Zhang Long gazed enviously at the luxurious watch Gu Linfeng had just acquired. If you all treat me well, once you get married, each of you will get one. Gu Linfeng immediately began to paint a bright future. The three cheered, eager to kneel and show their gratitude. At that moment, Gu Linfeng received a text notification confirming the deduction of 2.03 million. The saleswoman also confirmed the successful transaction. He reveled in the extravagance of it all, recalling the slogan of Patek Philippe from his military days. No one truly owns a Patek Philippe. You merely safeguard it for the next generation. Look at this taste. Now that's what I call vision. Competitors should take notes. Father, do you have any other plans? Zhang Long inquired eagerly. Not really, why? Do you have something in mind? Gu Linfeng frowned. We three signed up for a skit, and our instructor just messaged us to prepare well, so we don't embarrass class too, Zhang Long said awkwardly. Goodbye, father. After the three left, Gu Linfeng waved down a taxi. Where to, young man? You look like a student. Driver, take me to the area with the most car dealerships. Oh, are you looking to buy a car? There's a car show at the exhibition center. Would you like to check it out? The driver was quite chatty once they were on the road. Let us head to the exhibition center. Gu Linfeng decided to close his eyes, finally enjoying the peace and quiet of the world around him. 20 minutes later, it was the day of the car show, the exhibition hall bustling with people. Gu Linfeng's keen eyes spotted several familiar car reviewers. At the 2023 Shanghai Car Show, while others are enjoying free food and drink, I'm just hoping to snag a car. I've set my sights on this tank, 500 behind me. I wonder if Mr. Yin could let me take it home for free after the event. Gu Linfeng chuckled softly at the thought of the old Yin, whose blunt humor he found endearing. As if someone owed him money. In the past, he had simply lacked a vehicle. Otherwise, he would have bought a few luxury cars to show his support. Mr. Yin, if you bought this tank 500, could you start eating before your father-in-law? Absolutely. Don't even mention it. If you were at the table, your father-in-law would have to hand you cigarettes. Mr. Yin spoke with a delightful northeastern accent. Gu Linfeng chose not to linger too long and began to survey the exhibition hall. As an international metropolis, Shanghai was undoubtedly a market where luxury cars were highly coveted. The luxurious vehicles from brands like Benz, Baolu, Audi, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, and Bentley were surrounded by an eager crowd. Gu Linfeng, disinterested in the commotion, noticed two female sales representatives from Baolu distributing ice cream nearby. He approached them and requested, "Could I please have an ice cream as well?" "I'm sorry, but the ice cream has been given out for free," one of the saleswomen replied. Just as Gu Linfeng was about to leave, a well-dressed foreign gentleman approached the saleswomen. After a brief exchange in an unfamiliar language, the previously dismissive saleswoman retrieved an unopened ice cream from the cooler and handed it to him. The foreigner wasted no time. After unwrapping it, he took a bite. Indeed, the ice cream has all been distributed, the saleswoman said, her expression sour. Ah, Sun Miao, why are you explaining so much? The ice cream belongs to our company. We can give it to whomever we choose. What if we don't give it to him? Another saleswoman interjected impatiently. With newfound support from her colleague, the initially timid saleswoman regained her composure. I apologize, sir, but we have indeed run out of ice cream. Gu Linfeng took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. He glanced at the name tags. One was named Zheng Xiyu, and the other was Sun Miao. Very well, he said, suppressing his frustration. Just as he was about to leave, another foreign gentleman approached, speaking in Chinese. It's sweltering. Please bring me an ice cream. Of course, sir. Just a moment. The previously aloof saleswomen transformed, one opening the cooler while the other eagerly handed over an ice cream. Gu Linfeng, taken aback, felt a surge of anger. You have it. Yet I do not. Zhang Xiyu's demeanor turned cold, her disdain evident. Gu Linfeng thought to himself, these hypocritical saleswomen exhibit such double standards. What do you mean by this? He challenged. Zhang Xiyu scoffed. With your attire adorned with luxury brands, I suspect it's counterfeit. A person dressed like you could hardly afford our Baolu. Sun Miao chimed in. Xiyu, stop wasting your breath on him. He can't possibly afford our Baolu. Gu Linfeng clenched his fists, his anger escalating. Yet, a voice within reminded him that problems are not resolved with brute force, but through legal rights. Resolutely, he pulled out his phone and activated the recording feature. I have a question for you. You claim to distribute ice cream for free to attract customers. Yet when I ask for one, you say there are none. Why does that foreign gentleman receive one then? He inquired, holding his phone up. What is the purpose of your blatant double standards? Fearing his accusation, the saleswomen began to panic. Don't say such things. Our ice cream is reserved for overseas clients. Sun Miao hastily explained. Reserved for overseas clients? So, are you saying domestic customers are excluded? Is that how I should interpret it? Gu Linfeng replied with a smirk. You don't understand. Overseas customers must download a specific app to receive the free ice cream. Zhang Xiyu retorted haughtily. That cannot be true. I clearly saw those foreigners receive ice cream without downloading anything. Gu Linfeng pointed his phone at the two saleswomen once more. Your advertisement claims Baolu is home in Longhua, yet you do not treat us as family. The saleswomen's faces alternated between pale and flushed, astonished by the young man's sharp tongue. Stop recording me. Delete that immediately. Zhang Xiyu exclaimed, rushing towards Gu Linfeng to snatch his phone. This phone cost me 51,699. Can you afford to repair it if you break it? Gu Linfeng retorted, regretting his villainous tone. Upon hearing the price, Zhang Xiyu glared at him, deciding against her attempt to seize the phone. What kind of person are you? We give ice cream to foreigners to showcase Longwa's hospitality. Can't you be a bit magnanimous? Missing an ice cream won't kill you. Sun Miao crossed her arms defiantly. Like a brazen harpy, look at your contemptible faces. When did Longwa need your interpretation of hospitality? Don't forget that the land you stand on is Longwa's. Besides, Baolu profits here, catering to Longwa's consumers. I truly cannot comprehend why you pander to foreigners. Gu Linfeng felt an overwhelming urge to confront the two of them directly. Their argument soon attracted a crowd of onlookers. What's going on here? I heard that young man wanted ice cream, but those two saleswomen refused him, claiming only foreigners could have it. What? Is that true? It seems Baolu doesn't want to sell in Longhua anymore. Without hesitation, someone proclaimed, let me record this and post it on Douyin so that potential customers can see the contempt with which your employees treat Longhua citizens. Sun Miao, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, dashed outside, shouting, Security! Security! Someone is causing a disturbance at Baolu. Come quickly and remove him. The security personnel, having already noticed the commotion, hurried over. That one is recording. Zhang Xiyu pointed at Gu Linfeng, her smile triumphant. Sir, recording is not permitted here. Please put down your phone. One of the security guards stated flatly. For them, resolving issues involving valuable customers was part of their duty. All right, Gu Linfeng complied, locking his phone and placing it in his pocket. Please exit the premises. The guard insisted, his intentions clear. Excuse me? You want me to leave? Gu Linfeng was taken aback, incredulous. I'm a customer. How dare you ask me to leave? You have not purchased a vehicle, and I have reason to believe you are here to cause trouble. Please leave voluntarily, or we will be forced to take action. The security guard pulled out a baton, ready for confrontation. Who says I am here without making a purchase? Gu Linfeng smirked confidently. With you? Planning to buy a car from the exhibition center? Zhang Xiyu laughed heartily, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. You? Boasting about buying a luxury car here? The cheapest car starts at over 500,000. Can someone dressed in counterfeit clothing like you afford that? Exactly. Take a look in the mirror before you dream about buying a car here. Sun Miao joined in, mocking him relentlessly. If you manage to buy a car, I will gladly kneel and apologize. You said it. You better kneel and apologize. Gu Linfeng pointed at Sun Miao, his expression stern. Sun Miao felt a pang of anxiety. Just to clarify, you must purchase a foreign luxury vehicle. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Gu Linfeng nodded slightly, turning to Zhang Siyu. Since she is prepared to kneel, what about you? I will kneel too. I simply do not believe that a person like you can afford a foreign luxury car. Zhang Siyu declared boldly. All right, this is what you both have agreed to. I will ask everyone present to bear witness. If I can indeed purchase a luxury car from this exhibition center, then these two saleswomen must kneel and apologize. You heard that. Don't worry, young man. We will bear witness. Gu Linfeng smiled, confident that he would teach these arrogant women a lesson. Despite her decent appearance provoking public ire, Zhang Siyu's complexion paled. However, recalling the wager that had been made, she thought it unwise to back down. Thus, she declared, if we lose, we shall kneel and apologize. Yet if you lose, you must bow to me and Sun Miao, proclaiming, Aunt, I was wrong. Very well. What is there to fear? Gu Linfeng shrugged. I await your kneeling. Subsequently, Gu Linfeng turned and strode into the exhibition hall, determined to slap the faces of these two foreign sycophants. A curious scene unfolded at the exhibition center. A young man was followed by a throng of admirers. Upon reaching the Porsche display, Gu Linfeng inquired of the salesperson, which is the most expensive car you have? Sir, we are showcasing the latest model, the Porsche Panamera. Is there one available? I'm afraid not. We only take pre-orders. Upon hearing this, Gu Linfeng pivoted to leave. Zhang Siyu chuckled. Look at this guy trying to act wealthy. I wager he saw the price and realized he couldn't afford it. Indeed, as far as I know, this Porsche is the cheapest model. His head is surely going to hit the ground. Gu Linfeng ignored the barking remarks behind him and proceeded to the Bentley section. He wandered until he reached the Lamborghini showroom, where a sleek supercar stood proudly on display. Do you have this model in stock? Gu Linfeng casually asked. Ha. We have this Lamborghini available. Let us see how he gets off this one. Zhang Siyu exclaimed, linking arms with Sun Miao. He can't even afford a Porsche. How could he possibly dream of owning a Lamborghini? A burly man adorned with a gold chain approached Gu Linfeng, exclaiming, Young man, don't fret. I can't afford a Lamborghini either, but if you wish to buy a Porsche, I can cover that for you. I may not have much, but I certainly disdain these foreign sycophants. No need, big brother. I think this one is quite fine. Gu Linfeng replied. Brother, I truly cannot afford this car. Seeing someone offering to purchase a luxury vehicle for Gu Linfeng, Zhang Siyu felt a pang of anxiety. If someone else bought it for him, their wager would be nullified. Gu Linfeng shook his head. Who said I needed someone to buy it for me? Ignoring the two women's incessant chatter, Gu Linfeng turned back to the Lamborghini salesperson. Please, tell me more about this car. Are you genuinely interested in purchasing? The salesperson asked skeptically. Indeed, having observed the earlier conflict between Gu Linfeng and the female salesperson, the salesperson was inclined to support Gu Linfeng. Yet, as he prepared to persuade Gu Linfeng to consider the Porsche instead, he suddenly noticed that Gu Linfeng's attire was composed entirely of luxury brands, his shirt and trousers from Hermes. Having previously worked in a luxury store, he recognized that these clothes were genuine, contrary to what the two female salespeople had claimed. However, what astonished the salesperson the most was the Patek Philippe watch on Gu Linfeng's wrist. The luster and quality indicated its authenticity. At this moment, the Lamborghini salesperson beamed, eagerly presenting the vehicle. Zhang Siyu and Sun Miao exchanged puzzled glances. Why was the Lamborghini salesperson treating a seemingly impoverished man with such enthusiasm? Did this young man possess potential foreign clientele? Sir, this Lamborghini is a high-performance 12-cylinder plug-in hybrid supercar released in 2023. It represents Lamborghini's latest advancements in sustainable development and technological innovation. This vehicle not only achieves top-tier performance, but also embodies Lamborghini's classic heritage and futuristic design. It is equipped with a hybrid system consisting of a brand-new 12-cylinder internal combustion engine and 3 electric motors, generating a total output of 15 horsepower, with a 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration in just 2.5 seconds. Stop. Gu Linfeng interrupted the salesperson's lengthy description, impatience evident in his voice. Just tell me the price. Ahem, sir, due to its new model status, the price is slightly elevated. Including taxes and registration, it will be 6.95 million yuan. Gu Linfeng murmured. 6.95 million? Ha. This boy seems intimidated by the price. If he can't afford it, why is he pretending to be wealthy? He even wants us to kneel. Zhang Siyu and Sun Miao witnessing Gu Linfeng's hesitation, instinctively assumed he could not afford it. Their eyes narrowed with hostility, causing them to retreat a few steps. What are you trying to prove? Is it because I mentioned you couldn't afford it that you've become so indignant? Gu Linfeng shook his head in exasperation. Can't afford it? I will show you. With a flourish, Gu Linfeng produced his bank card and, to the astonishment of the salesperson, thrust it into his hand. All right. The salesperson, rather than being shocked, felt elated. He was grateful to the two foreign sycophants. Without them, how could he earn his commission? Gu Linfeng's gesture of presenting the bank card was striking, yet to the two foreign sycophants, it was merely an act of bravado. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Security, be sure to stop this boy if he cannot make the payment. What are you two doing? You have disturbed our Lamborghini customers, and I will not let this go. The Lamborghini salesperson's expression shifted, directing his ire at the two women. Young Quan, we are concerned this boy might deceive you. Besides, why are you being so harsh? Zhang Xiyu protested, pouting. Get lost. Sun Yongquan retorted impatiently, then turned to Gu Linfeng with a sycophantic smile. Sir, are you certain you wish to make this purchase? Please proceed with the payment. Very well. All eyes were fixed on the actions of the Lamborghini salesperson, Sun Yongquan, as he inserted the bank card into the machine. A chime sounded, confirming the transaction. The receipt slowly emerged from the machine, and at that moment, silence engulfed the room. Zhang Xiyu and Sun Miao gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. This seemingly impoverished man's bank card had successfully processed the payment. Gu Linfeng accepted the card, casually remarking, Please expedite the paperwork. It must be fake. You must be colluding with this boy to deceive us. Zhang Xiyu exclaimed, unable to accept the reality before her. Sun Yongquan sighed internally, pondering why these two foreign sycophants could not grasp the situation. Haven't you noticed how respectful I am? If you doubt me, just wait. This gentleman's paperwork will be completed shortly, and the information on the registration will not lie. Sun Yongquan raised an eyebrow. Gu Linfeng smiled, the corners of his mouth curling upward. I believe it is time for you two to kneel and apologize. The two women exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they prepared to leave. However, the previously indignant burly man seized their arms, declaring, Did you think you could escape? We clearly heard that if this boy purchases a car here, you must kneel and apologize. Let me go. This is harassment. Zhang Xiyu screamed desperately. Yet despite her cries, the onlookers remained indifferent. Sensing the situation escalating, Sun Miao swiftly took out her phone to call the police. Hello, 110? There are people here illegally detaining us and attempting to assault us. Gu Linfeng's lips twitched. Indeed, these two women were far from meek. They would concoct any absurd excuse to avoid kneeling in apology. I've never encountered such shameless individuals to claim harassment and assault when they don't even consider their own appearance. Even if offered for free, I would decline. Precisely. We Chinese men prefer women, not you beasts. Do not fret, young man, even if the police arrive. We will testify on your behalf. Gu Linfeng clasped his hands in gratitude towards the onlookers, expressing his appreciation, but assured them that he would not easily let them off the hook. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. The young man was right. These beasts must pay the price. I am a self-media blogger with 2 million followers on the internet. If you need assistance, I can readily launch a campaign against them and the company behind them. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly in acknowledgement, and then turned his gaze towards the two Muyang dogs. So, are you not going to fulfill the wager? We were merely joking earlier. Who would bow and apologize to you? I fear you are overthinking it. Sun Miao blatantly disregarded the situation, stating that we live in a society governed by law, and she truly did not believe this young man would dare to take action. Gu Linfeng disdainfully shook his head, forming his hands into a crab shape. Practice makes perfect, and if you cannot afford to lose, then do not play. His words dripped with sarcasm, causing an uproar among the crowd. The two Muyang dogs, on the other hand, turned ashen. Please make way. Who called the police? Two men dressed in police uniforms entered. We did. This man is not allowing us to leave. Zhang Xiyu was the first to invoke the villain first report strategy. The leading officer instinctively glanced at Gu Linfeng, momentarily frozen in place. Gu Xiao, how come you are here? The officer was none other than Xiao Lei, who had encountered Gu Linfeng at the police station before. Xiao Lei, now promoted to chief, was naturally thrilled to see his benefactor. "Oh, it's you." Gu Linfeng nodded in acknowledgement. "Chief Gu, regarding today's situation," Xiao Lei hesitated, unsure of Gu Linfeng's stance. "This woman reported that I was illegally detaining her. But ask the people here if I even touched a finger on her." Gu Linfeng looked toward the crowd. "There is no way. We can all testify. Indeed, this young man is charming and radiates positive energy. How could he possibly engage in such illegal activities? Officer, I suggest you arrest these two despicable women who are enamored with foreign culture, showing no pride in being from Longhua." A man from northeast China spoke up indignantly. Xiao Lei frowned, glancing at the man from northeast China. Taking a deep breath, the man succinctly recounted the events. A few minutes later, Xiao Lei grasped the situation and sneered at the two women. "Well, daring to file a false report? Take them all away." Xiao Lei, eager to demonstrate his authority, disregarded any sympathy and handed out a pair of silver bracelets to each of them. Upon seeing the cold handcuffs about to clasp her wrist, Zheng Xiyu immediately protested. "It wasn't me who called the police. Why are you arresting me?" "It was her." She pointed at Sun Miao. Sun Miao was taken aback, a look of embarrassment washing over her face. "I thought we were supposed to stay together forever. You treacherous woman. How could you betray me?" Zheng Xiyu, however, turned a blind eye and gazed pitifully at Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei signaled to his subordinates, who understood immediately. Xiao Lei was astonished, thinking to himself that he had instructed them to let her go. But when he caught sight of Gu Linfeng nodding in satisfaction, his expression changed instantly. "Xiao Zhang." "Well done." Xiao Zhang's face lit up with joy. Standing at attention, "Yes, Chief. Who dares take our company's employees away?" A voice from the crowd shouted an English expletive, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing a new development, the crowd parted to make way. "Who are you?" Xiao Lei glared at the middle-aged man. "Oh my God, I'm Jack Li, the president of Baolu Motors for the Greater China region. And you don't even recognize me." Jack Li adjusted his glasses, clearly displeased. "Jack Li?" Gu Linfeng sighed, realizing that a minor figure had summoned a senior one. But he wondered who this faux foreigner would bring forth next. It truly reflects how employees mirror their employers. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Employees idolizing foreign culture while the boss speaks in foreign tongues. This is nothing short of a legacy. "Buddy, you must understand literature. This is about inheritance. If you ask me, this is simply about being subservient. I suggest a thorough investigation into this faux foreigner and his lineage." Chapter 35. Destroy you with public opinion. With that, he ignored the uproar and turned his attention back to Xiao Lei. "Where's your chief? Wu Yuan? Have him come see me. He might not be able to come." Xiao Lei blurted out. "What? Has he been promoted? Such authority. I am the vice president of Baolu Motors for the Greater China region. Do you know how many officials line up to meet me?" "That is not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" "I mean, if you wish to see Wu Yuan, you will need to go to prison." "So, Mr. Jack Li, do you wish to visit the prison for a sewing machine?" Xiao Lei's expression was peculiar. "He has been transferred to prison." Jack Li huffed in displeasure, claiming that was also a promotion. "Ha ha ha, you're killing me. This faux foreigner must be a fool. The police made it clear that Wu Yuan has clearly been arrested, yet he insists he has been promoted. Damn it, I'm so angry. I want to throw this faux foreigner in a prison." Jack Li's face turned crimson as he glared at the two detained female employees. "Mr. Li, not Mr. Jack, we were merely doing our jobs. This man sought trouble, and our company bravely fought against the forces of evil. But we did not expect to fall for his trick." Zheng Xiyu sobbed, wiping her tears, evoking sympathy from Jack Li. "How outrageous. This is Longhua, a society governed by law." Jack Li pulled out his phone and glared fiercely at Xiao Lei. "I don't care what issues you have between you. Release my employees immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting you." Xiao Lei was bewildered, pointing at himself. "Are you threatening me?" Gu Linfeng nearly burst out laughing. How did this man become the vice president of Greater China? With such intellect, he must have stumbled upon luck. "So what if you threaten me?" Jack Li, having lost face, decided not to pretend any longer. Gu Linfeng narrowed his eyes. "Chief Xiao, this so-called vice president of Greater China has been quite disrespectful to you. Does that not constitute an obstruction of justice?" "Indeed, Mr. Gu." Xiao Lei respectfully nodded, personally intervening. "Come, let me see your ID." "Oh, how dare you ask for my ID? What authority do you have?" Jack Li fumed. I will say it again. Produce your ID. Xiao Lei's expression darkened as he placed his hand on his waist, where pepper spray was concealed. Give it to you. Jack Lee, realizing he couldn't confront them directly, begrudgingly handed over his ID. Upon receiving it, Xiao Lei burst into laughter. So your name is Li Godin? Gu Linfeng was taken aback. No wonder this Li Godin wanted to associate himself with Jack Ma. He thought he was emulating that figure, but he was actually trying to avoid people calling him by his real name. Just imagine what family would name their Vice President Godin. Coughing, Li Godin's face turned crimson, wishing to bury his head in his trousers. The crowd erupted into laughter. The name paired with the identity was simply too comical. Mr. Godin, it seems your employees need better management. Idolizing foreign culture. Does that mean Longwa people are inherently inferior? Gu Linfeng questioned without reservation. I have yet to settle the score with you. Do you know our sales at Baolu Motors and our influence in Longwa? I truly do not know. Gu Linfeng's tone turned icy. Since you have chosen to be disrespectful, do not blame me for being impolite. Oh, let us see how you will be impolite. Li Godin laughed as if he had heard a joke. Gu Linfeng addressed the crowd. Is there any self-media person willing to expose this matter? The crowd fell silent. In the northeast, a man bellowed. Do you have no sense of pride? You let those foreign pretenders bully you to your face, and you still choose to bury your heads in the sand like ostriches. What a bunch of worthless fools. Li Godin chuckled, his arrogance palpable. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. Don't you realize that these media people collaborate with our Baolu automobile? If you expose them, aren't you just cutting off your own livelihood? It became clear why Li Godin felt emboldened to speak so brazenly at the exhibition center. Just as Gu Linfeng was about to invest his own money in advertising on Douyin, a bespectacled old man approached the crowd. Everyone stepped back a bit. Let me see what is going on here. His voice arrived before he did. The crowd parted once more, revealing the unyielding figure of Yuan Zonglao Deng, swaggering forth with an air of defiance. What prestige do you have, little brat, to take this matter so seriously? Yuan Zonglao Deng spat, showering Li Godin with his saliva. Who do you think you are? Dare to expose Baolu's negative news? Li Godin's face twisted in fury, clearly ready to retaliate. I'm your father. Who are you to speak to me like that? Yuan Zonglao Deng cursed before stepping up to Gu Linfeng. Brother, I support you. Just tell me what you need to do. Let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you the video for exposure. After unlocking his phone, Gu Linfeng revealed the QR code. Inspired by Yuan Zonglao Deng, several courageous automotive reviewers and self-media personalities added Gu Linfeng on WeChat. Young man, we stand with you. We must fight against these worthless foreign enterprises to the end. Yes, let's take them down. Gu Linfeng slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. At that moment, Li Godin erupted in curses. Damn it, when I offer to pay you for PR, you all practically beg for it. Now that trouble arises, you all turn against me. Don't you? Go to hell. You're just a worthless dog. I'll expose you. Yuan Zonglao Deng spat once more. Seeing that the situation was escalating, Xiao Lei nodded at Gu Linfeng. Take all three of them away. He disregarded the unfolding drama. This incident was about to be exposed, and he needed to protect himself. If it didn't apprehend Li Godin, he would surely be the one vilified when it hit the trending topics. As soon as Xiao Lei left, the self-media bloggers began releasing videos. Gu Linfeng remained, waiting to finalize the paperwork for his Lamborghini. Brothers, if anyone holds Baolu's stock, sell it quickly. Don't wait until the news breaks and you're stuck with worthless shares. Gu Linfeng's warning jolted everyone into action. They hastily pulled out their phones to liquidate their Baolu stocks. Chapter 36. Do you understand capital? At Baolu's Greater China headquarters, Robert, the president, was diligently working. Just then, a knock echoed through the office, and the director of public relations rushed in. President, we have a grave situation. Our Group S stocks faced a massive sell-off at market opening, resulting in losses exceeding 100 million euros. His subordinate gulped nervously. Yes. Noticing his hesitation, Robert erupted in anger. Speak. If you don't, get out. Mustering his courage, the subordinate continued. It's due to some negative remarks made by our female sales staff, which were exposed by reviewers and self-media. Whereas Jack Lee, have him handle the media crisis. Apologies must be made and compensations issued. Robert released his grip from his subordinate's collar, snorting disdainfully. Your uncle, Hasn't Jack already gone to the Shanghai Auto Show? But what? Robert furrowed his brow in confusion. Upon arriving, Jack not only failed to apologize, but exacerbated the situation. Damn it, where's that fool now? Robert seethed. He has been detained by the Dragon Country police for obstructing official duties. The subordinate lowered his gaze, unable to meet Robert's furious eyes. He.S. useless. Absolute rubbish. Robert cursed, pointing a finger at his subordinate. Hurry and contact the media. Have them delete this story, no matter the cost. Yes. The subordinate hurriedly left. Upon opening Douyin, the first trending topic read, ice cream only for foreigners? Baolu Automobile's female sales staff admires foreign brands. Damn it, Robert cursed under his breath, quickly scanning the comments, nearly losing his temper altogether. Guan Yu chose the knife over the BMW, as the BMW lacks weaponry spirit. It's not that we can't afford ice cream, but what does this discrimination imply? Observing the surging orders for Audi and Mercedes at the Shanghai Auto Show, they must be laughing hysterically, their sales buoyed by competitors' misfortunes. Baolu's stock had plummeted by nearly 300 million euros. I believe there's been a misunderstanding about these two Baolu saleswomen. They are heroines, single-handedly taking on international brands. The entire automotive industry will thank them for their selfless contributions. As a domestic car salesperson at the Shanghai Auto Show, I'm rushing to buy ice cream now. I promise it's free. After perusing the comments, Robert finally grasped the situation. Realizing this, he could no longer remain seated. He immediately contacted his secretary and driver to head to the Shanghai Auto Show. He needed to personally quell the fury of the Dragon Country people. At the Shanghai Auto Show, Linfeng received the vehicle paperwork from Lamborghini salesperson Sun Yongquan. Notably, Linfeng lacked a local residency permit, hindering his ability to register the vehicle. Sun Yongquan thoughtfully contacted an intermediary, purchasing a company through which the Lamborghini could be registered. Linfeng gladly accepted, albeit with a purchase fee of 200,000. Money was trivial. As long as he could register the vehicle, everything else was secondary. Consequently, he became the owner of the Lamborghini on display. Sun Yongquan took the initiative to instruct Linfeng on operating the Lamborghini. Owning such a luxury car wasn't simply about purchase. A brief training was essential, or one might not even know how to start the vehicle. 30 minutes later, Linfeng caressed the sky-blue Lamborghini, a smile creeping across his face. Mr. Gu, is there anything else you need? Sun Yongquan inquired obsequiously. No. Linfeng touched the steering wheel. Can I drive away now? Of course. Just as he prepared to leave, a foreigner strode into the exhibition with 4 or 5 other foreigners of various ages trailing behind him. The onlookers, still in place, hurried to inform Linfeng of the arrival of a high-ranking foreign official, piquing his interest. He pulled out the Lamborghini key and stepped outside. Hello, sir, I am Robert, the president of Baolu Greater China. I sincerely apologize for the negative impression our automobile brand has caused. I am here to extend my apologies. Prior to arriving, Robert had ensured his subordinates were well prepared and fully briefed on the incident's origins. Although he felt displeased with the young man before him, he knew it was essential to maintain a facade of professionalism. Linfeng nodded with interest. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Robert had mentally prepared for this encounter, but was taken aback by the young man's blatant disregard. Sir, you have misunderstood our Baolu employees. I have already dismissed the female salesperson involved. Would this resolution suffice? The salesperson is one matter, but what about your vice president? How will you handle that? Linfeng squinted, scrutinizing Robert's expression. As expected, Robert's lips twitched involuntarily at the mention of Ligoten. Jackley has issues. I will reprimand him. Robert felt a headache coming on. Jackley was his wife's younger brother, and if he were dismissed, he could only imagine the domestic chaos that would ensue. Oh, is criticism all that is required? It seems your sincerity is rather lacking. Robert's words extinguished any desire to continue the conversation, and as he prepared to leave, he discreetly signaled to his subordinates, who promptly began dispersing the crowd. Linfeng, hearing the commotion behind him, instinctively halted his steps. Name a figure. Robert resumed his brash demeanor. I know you're after money. As long as the price is reasonable, our Baolu can certainly afford it. TSK, name a figure? I fear you cannot bear the cost. Linfeng retorted with disdain. I have already apologized to you. What more do you want? Robert seethed, veins bulging on his forehead. Do I need your apology? Besides, you have directed your apologies to the wrong party. Gu Linfeng surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed loudly, what your Bao Lu owes an apology to is the entire Longhua, to all the people of Longhua. Robert was perplexed, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling in Gu Linfeng's handsome head. In their country, profit was paramount. Such magnanimous sentiments were unheard of. Mr. Gu, are you refusing me? Robert's expression darkened. Do you understand capital? Sometimes it is quite simple for capital to make a person disappear. Upon hearing this threat, Gu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback. Then burst into laughter. Are you still in the mood to threaten me? I suggest you ponder how to preserve your current position. The number was from overseas, and upon recognizing it, Robert's spine chilled. Chapter 37. Is the Lamborghini key a lighter? When the call connected, before Robert could speak, a barrage of expletives erupted from the phone. The caller greeted Robert's ancestors in no uncertain terms. Finally, the voice thundered, Robert, you fool. It is your indulgence that has allowed those despicable employees to utter irresponsible words in public. Do you realize how much Bao Lu's stock has evaporated? Robert, taken aback by the tirade, instinctively asked, how much? Damn it, in just 3 hours it has plummeted over 500 million euros. The financial institutions predict that the losses will exceed 20 billion Longhua coins. All because of your leadership and that useless vice president of yours. Tell him to atone with his life. Gu Linfeng, possessing a smattering of foreign language comprehension, understood the message clearly. At that moment, he felt an urge to laugh, while Robert was on the brink of tears. He could never have anticipated such a turn of events. All this turmoil over an ice cream had led to his dismissal from headquarters. Setting down his phone in a daze, Robert appeared to age at least a decade. Gu, you are ruthless. Robert raged, ready to lash out, but noticed the crowd around him was poised for confrontation, prompting him to turn and leave without uttering a word. With the foreigner gone, the crowd once again surrounded Gu Linfeng. Young man, it was exhilarating watching you confront that foreigner. Ha! I followed your advice and invested in Bao Lu's decline, making 2 million in just this short time. I just had my wife mortgage our house in Shanghai. Now I'm going to invest even more. I plan to buy until Bao Lu goes bankrupt. Gu Linfeng smiled silently and waved his hand. Everyone, the direction of this matter lies in your hands. This sentiment needed no further elaboration, as long as Bao Lu's stock continued to tumble. The car reviewers and social media influencers would keep the heat alive. The higher the heat, the more profit they would reap. Before departing, Gu Linfeng deliberately sent Sun Yongquan out to purchase 10,000 yuan worth of ice cream, available for free to all visitors at the car show. In comparison, Gu Linfeng's gesture was undoubtedly generous. Soon, the Lamborghini was adorned with its license plate, Hu 520. This plate was indeed a stroke of luck. Coincidentally, Gu Linfeng's birthday fell on this day, and the number 520 held special significance. 200,000 was not excessive. Subsequently, Gu Linfeng drove the Lamborghini out of the school. The 7 million yuan new model turned heads on the road, capturing the attention of countless passersby. Although Shanghai was an international metropolis, such luxury cars were not commonplace. Even at red lights, other drivers would inquire about the price. Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of Shanghai University. The security guard, diligent in his duties, halted the Lamborghini, refusing to let it pass simply due to its exorbitant value. Outside, some luxury car owners waiting for students scoffed, damn, who does this fool think he is? Doesn't he know outsiders aren't allowed on campus? Driving a Lamborghini, he thinks he can strut in here? A Porsche owner remarked disdainfully. TSK, this guy must be new. He must have heard about the beauties at Shanghai Music Academy and wants to come and flirt. Let us wait for him to get kicked out, so we can teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Lamborghini owner's appearance, the security guard's heart skipped a beat. Ahem, it's you. Yes, it's me. Gu Linfeng replied, somewhat puzzled, as he did not recognize the guard. Students must complete parking procedures and pay a monthly fee. The guard smiled obsequiously. You can drive in first and take care of it later. Oh, thank you. Gu Linfeng expressed in surprise, and seeing the gate open, he accelerated inside. What the hell? How did he get in? The Porsche owner jumped out of his car and approached the guard, demanding answers. The guard's expression remained impassive. He is a student here. Are you? Just then, an Aston Martin owner arrived. Unable to suppress a laugh at the Porsche owner's predicament, he asked not a student. He disliked students. Inside the campus, Linfeng slowed down to appreciate the scenery. Tall, straight trees lined the path, and students nearby gasped in astonishment. Wow, a Lamborghini! Who is this guy? Driving into campus like that is so showy. Let us follow and see who the driver is. I think I might have a crush on him. I caught a glimpse of his profile. He is incredibly handsome, just like a character from a romance novel. Linfeng first went to the campus security office to handle temporary parking, leaving the staff in awe as he left with an air of nonchalance. In the dormitory, upon entering, Linfeng heard Zhang Long playing a video from the Shanghai car show. Wow, the voice of the guy filming sounds just like my adoptive father. Father, is it you? Linfeng shook his head slightly. How could it be me? That's true. I just searched online and saw that Bao Lu's stock has already dropped nearly 700 million euros abroad. TSK. Who would have thought an ice cream could topple a business empire? Truly astonishing. Zhang Long shifted his focus from the voice in the video to the news he had just seen online. Wow, where did you get that Lamborghini lighter? It looks quite authentic. Su Zhihui noticed the car key in Linfeng's hand and teased. How much did you buy that lighter for? Share the link. I'm considering getting a Benz to show off. Upon hearing Su Zhihui's jest, Yu Shiming also became interested. Pinduoduo, 10 yuan each. You can find it easily. Linfeng joined in the banter. Who would have thought my adoptive father was such a master of pretense? Zhang Long laughed heartily. You've already thought of such a unique way to attract girls as soon as you got to college. If this gets shared in our class WeChat group, it will surely inflate everyone's vanity. As he spoke, Zhang Long snatched the key away from Linfeng, who couldn't stop him in time. Just as he was about to take a photo to share in the class WeChat group, the chat exploded with messages. Chapter 38. Is the luxury car you mentioned my boyfriend as Maserati? Yuan. I heard from students in other classes that a brand new sports car is parked in the school parking lot. Gao Xinrui, now I'm curious about it. Ma Defa. Goddess, do you want to take a ride? My father happens to own a Ferrari. If you wish, I could drive it here tomorrow. Sun Feifei remarked, I want to see it too. It would be perfect for a photo to share on my social media. Ma Defa teased, what? Are you trying to pose as a socialite? Sun Feifei retorted. You're the one pretending. How annoying. Zhang Long pointed at the WeChat group chat and chuckled. I wonder if pretending a little at this moment would yield miraculous results. I advise you to remain rational. Linfeng hurriedly interjected. If you get exposed, it would be utterly embarrassing. He still preferred to keep a low profile. All right then. Lu Qianran chimed in. Is the sports car you're talking about the Maserati Quattroporte 30 in cement gray that my boyfriend just purchased for 5 million in cash? Linfeng, observing the group chat, couldn't help but almost burst into laughter upon reading Lu Qianran's message. This is quite the performance. Linfeng quipped. If you can't forget the model of your boyfriend's car, why not engrave it on your forehead or on your tombstone when you die, so you won't forget? Upon hearing Linfeng's remark, the group members took a closer look. Lu Qianran had indeed said too much, posting an abundance of messages that no one had truly examined. Once they did, the classmates reacted similarly to Linfeng. You've truly made me laugh. Lu Qianran replied, if you're envious, just say so. Does confronting me bring you any joy? Linfeng shot back. What do I have to be envious of? It's merely a worthless car worth 5 million. Lu Qianran countered, as if you could afford such a thing. Linfeng shook his head, unwilling to engage further with such foolishness. The group, witnessing the exchange between the two, fell silent. Even Gao Xinrui stared intently at her phone, refraining from speaking. Meanwhile, Lu Qianran sat inside Zhang Junjia's Maserati, her lips curving upwards as she thought, Darling, I just taught Linfeng a valuable lesson using your Maserati. Oh, how so? Zhang Junjia asked with interest. Well, you did well. My dad told me not to provoke Linfeng, but he never said I couldn't show off in front of him. Zhang Junjia praised Lu Qianran enthusiastically. Darling, why don't you let me take the car for a spin? I want to park it where our classmates can come and admire it. Zhang Junjia nodded, fully aware of Lu Qianran's vanity. All right, let us head to the parking lot. After that, he drove swiftly towards the parking lot. Stepfather, your ex-girlfriend is so despicable. I can't help but want to slap her. Zhang Long fumed, sulking in the lower bunk. Come on, why bother with such people? Linfeng attempted to console Zhang Long. as outsiders might think there was a misunderstanding between him and Lu Qianran. Stepfather, look at the group chat. Su Zhihui suddenly sat up in bed, exclaiming urgently. Gu Linfeng instinctively opened his phone. Lu Qianran, my boyfriend, just bought a Maserati Quattroporte 30 in cement gray for 1.5 million in cash. Friends interested can come take photos. Lu Qianran, those boys who only know how to boast need not come. Even if you do, I won't let you take pictures. Yu Huan, I'm coming. Sun Feifei. Lu Qianran, I'm coming too. Can I sit in it? I promise not to dirty your boyfriend's Maserati. Lu Qianran, everyone is welcome. It was unspoken, but clear to everyone in the group who the so-called male classmates were. Lu Qianran was just shy of directly naming Gu Linfeng. Zhang Long thought to himself that he could also rent a Lamborghini to crash into Gu Linfeng, just as that foolish student did at the school gate. What is the big deal about pretending? Gu Linfeng shook his head, smiling wryly. He was merely being forced into a situation of pretense. Zhang Long. Image, Zhang Long. Gu Linfeng, has T said anything about having a Lamborghini, yet you're flaunting a mere Maserati for so long. Stepfather, is what I said all right? Zhang Long put down his phone, his tone almost apologetic, like a child caught misbehaving. Gu Linfeng feigned seriousness. You. Stepfather, I was wrong. You are not wrong. It's your act that lacks finesse. Watch me. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly and began typing on his phone. Gu Linfeng, I have some spare cash, just spent 6.95 million on a Lamborghini, sky blue Lamborghini, 12 plug-in hybrid supercar. Stepfather, what a brilliant move, returning the favor in kind. Su dihu et gulim, but did you just look that up on an auto site? Gu Linfeng remained silent, as he certainly couldn't reveal that the salesperson had introduced it to him. At that moment, the WeChat group erupted. Lu Qianran, I might as well say, I just bought an aircraft carrier. What kind of nonsense is this without proof? Sun Feifei, although Gu Linfeng, you are handsome, but I stand with Lu Qianran on this. Ma defa. I'm dying of laughter. Is that car key a lighter? My classmates played with those in middle school. Gao Xinrui, you all should say less. The image wasn't even posted by Gu Linfeng. Why target him? Stepfather, let's go. Zhang Long seemed to have made a decision, gritting his teeth and preparing to rush out. Hey, where are you going? Gu Linfeng asked, puzzled. We can't let them look down on us. I just borrowed 5,000 yuan. Let us rent a Lamborghini, just like you said, Zhang Long asserted. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhihui jumped off the bed. Stepfather, the type of luxury car you mentioned cannot be rented for 5,000. I have a few thousand too. Let us pool our resources. We must vent this frustration. Yu Shiming echoed similarly. Gu Linfeng stood frozen in place, taken aback by his roommate's willingness to rent a car for his sake, and he felt a hint of gratitude. All right, no need to rent a car. Let us head to the parking lot first. Gu Linfeng stopped the three of them. Huh? Why not rent? Just then, all three of their phones chimed simultaneously. Yu Huan, that sky blue Lamborghini Gu Linfeng mentioned is conveniently parked in the corner of the school parking lot. Gu Linfeng smiled faintly and pointed at the WeChat group chat, stating this is the reason. Chapter 39. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness a miracle. What does that mean? The three asked in unison. Gu Linfeng sighed internally at their utter lack of wit. All right, let us head to the parking lot. It's time for me to show off. Many classmates in the chat saw Yu Huan's message, including Lu Qianran, who was basking in the compliments from her female classmates in the parking lot. Qianran, your boyfriend's Maserati is simply stunning. Don't mind Gu Linfeng's nonsense about a Lamborghini. Can he really afford it? Exactly, Qianran, rest assured, we will definitely stand by you. Lu Qianran forced a smile, feeling a tinge of unease. Beside her, Zhang Junjie frowned and asked, what's wrong? Darling, Gu Linfeng just boasted in the group again, claiming that the Lamborghini in the corner is his. Lu Qianran said, her voice laced with concern. His? That is quite the joke. Zhang Junjie laughed heartily. Just based on his military salary, how could he afford such an expensive car? You're worrying unnecessarily. But I know what you're implying. My mother lost $1 million to that little brat, but that is still far from enough to purchase that Lamborghini. What? $1 million? Lu Qianran's eyes widened in disbelief. I choose not to listen. He is just a mere discharged soldier. Darling, they say Gu Linfeng is a battalion commander. So what if he is a battalion commander? Zhang Junjie was enraged to hear Lu Qianran praising him. It doesn't change the fact that he is poor. Indeed, our revenge plan has been set in motion. I have submitted the list for the freshman gala, and now we shall await the moment when Gu Linfeng embarrasses himself before the entire school. Lu Qianran chuckled softly, her mind already conjuring images of Gu Linfeng's disgrace at the welcome party. Although subtle, her thoughts did not escape Lu Qianran's notice. Zhang Junjie cleared his throat, feigning a gentlemanly demeanor as he gazed skyward. Sun Fei, from the adjacent dormitory, was notoriously materialistic and adept at attracting suitors. Lu Qianran refrained from losing her temper on the spot. Her reputation in Class 102 was already tarnished, and without an ally like Sun Fei, who shared her mercenary tendencies, her situation would become dire. Go ahead. Lu Qianran forced a smile, stifling her disgust. Zhang Junjie glared at Sun Fei's swaying hips, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. What makes my Maserati inferior to a Lamborghini?" Lu Qianran remained silent, internally scoffing. The price discrepancy was glaring. Her car was valued at 1.5 million, while that one approached 7 million. When Gu Linfeng arrived with his 3 adopted sons, he chanced upon Sun Fei and a few other gold diggers posing for photographs in front of the Lamborghini. Smile as I toss my hair. Make sure to capture my charm and confidence. Sun Fei commanded her classmates, 1 foot perched on the car's hood. Damn it. Gu Linfeng cursed under his breath, quickening his pace. Who allowed you to take photos here? It's not your car. Why do you care? Sun Fei shot a disdainful glance at Gu Linfeng and continued her instructions. The commotion soon drew Lu Qianran's attention, and her eyes lit up as she pulled Zhang Junjie along. Gu Linfeng, I must say, you are truly amusing. While you pretended in the WeChat group, now you come here to flaunt as if you were a plastic bag in your past life. How can you be so full of yourself? Her acerbic remarks caught everyone's attention. We meet again, Gu Linfeng. Zhang Junjie gritted his teeth, stepping out from behind Lu Qianran. At under 1.5 meters tall, it was indeed a challenge to be noticed. Oh, if it isn't young Master Zhang. Long time no see. Gu Linfeng replied with a cold smile. How was your time in the detention center? I hear the male inmates have particularly pleasant voices and are quite skilled at serving men. You must have been quite favored, huh? What the hell are you talking about? Zhang Junjie's expression darkened. Stop spreading nonsense. I'm innocent. He glanced at Lu Qianran, and upon seeing her inscrutable expression, he felt a wave of relief. Life in the detention center was hardly bearable. That scoundrel had managed to pull strings to place him in the male section. Gu Linfeng, you may be tough, but no matter what tricks you use to bewitch my father, they won't work on me. I will ensure you suffer humiliation at school. Zhang Junjie's eyes burned with fury. If looks could kill, Gu Linfeng would have perished countless times. I await your move. Gu Linfeng shrugged nonchalantly, adding, of course, if you want your parents to send me money, I would be more than happy to accept. Earning that 1 million was a breeze. If possible, Gu Linfeng hoped for Zhang Junjie to make several more contributions. Barbarian. Lu Qianran huffed, refusing to spare Gu Linfeng another glance. All right, the farce must come to an end. Gu Linfeng turned towards Sun Fei by the Lamborghini. Sun Fei, I kindly ask you to vacate my Lamborghini. What are you doing? Gu Linfeng, the car isn't even yours. Why meddle? Sun Fei posed defiantly, hands on her hips like a shrew. Gu Linfeng, just because my parents compensated you a bit doesn't mean you can afford this Lamborghini. Zhang Junjie sneered. Don't think you can stake a claim just because my parents paid you a little. What if this car truly belongs to me? Gu Linfeng asked casually. If it's yours, I will smash my Maserati. Zhang Junjie retorted fearlessly. But if it isn't yours, you will have to kneel and crawl under my legs. I am not Han Xin. I cannot endure such humiliation. Gu Linfeng reached into his pocket, calmly retrieving a car key. Since you wish to wager, remember that with betting comes the obligation to accept the outcome. Oh, pulling out the lighter again. Sun Fei feigned exasperation, rolling her eyes. Is that how you light a cigarette? Lu Qianran pretended to stifle a laugh, but inwardly she was cursing. Why hadn't I noticed before how good Gu Linfeng is at showing off? Oh, a lighter? Gu Linfeng aimed the car key at the Lamborghini. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of miracle has arrived. Do you think you're Lu Qian? Can you truly transfer the Lamborghini into your name? Sun Fei scoffed, whipping out her phone to record. Go ahead, keep pretending. I will share this scene in the group and see if you dare to boast again. Buy it for under 500,000 easily. Zhang Junjie fixed his gaze on Gu Linfeng's every move, eager for him to crawl beneath his legs. He had even devised a plan to record the incident and share it on forums and Douyin, showcasing who the most powerful man at Hu High Music Academy truly was. The consequence of offending him would be Gu Linfeng's embarrassing display. Father, be cautious. Zhang Long felt a pang of doubt in that instant. Brother Long, you still don't see the bigger picture. Su Zhihui raised an eyebrow and whispered, Father is confident about this. Zhang Long's eyes brightened. Ha ha, it seems I will disappoint you. Gu Linfeng pressed the unlock button on the car key. This car is mine. The blue Lamborghini's lights blinked twice as it unlocked, startling Sun Feifei, who instinctively released her phone, inadvertently sending the recorded video into the group chat. Is this car truly yours? Sun Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief, her admiration for Gu Linfeng growing as he held the Lamborghini key. Get lost. Gu Linfeng waved his hand impatiently. At that moment, Lu Qianran and Zhang Junjie were left in a state of shock, their minds racing with disbelief. Is this car truly Gu Linfeng's? In the Class 102 group chat, Zhang Zhihui. My heavens, this Lamborghini worth several million is indeed Gu Linfeng's. Shang Rongrong. We're those who said Gu Linfeng was pretending. Come forth and apologize. Ma Defa. Who knows if it's rented? Oomph. Zhang Zhihui. You go find me a rental for such a new car. Gao Xinrui. I never imagined Gu Linfeng was a rich second generation. He hid it so well. The group chat erupted, yet the scene remained eerily silent. To quell any disbelief, Gu Linfeng stepped into the Lamborghini. This is an escape. Where do you think you're going, you demon? Zhang Long bellowed. Oh, where are this pair of illicit lovers headed? Gu Linfeng strode up to Zhang Junjie, seizing him by the neck. With a slight exertion, Zhang Junjie was lifted off the ground, flailing his short legs helplessly, his face turning a shade of purple. Let go of me. Return my boyfriend. Lu Qianran exclaimed in shock, futilely pounding Gu Linfeng's bicep. Here, catch. Gu Linfeng exerted a little more force, sending Zhang Junjie flying towards Lu Qianran, pinning him down. Cough, hitting a woman. What kind of man are you? Lu Qianran's face turned pale beneath the weight, yet she still found time for a verbal jab. Hitting a woman? You asked me to return your boyfriend. You didn't catch him, so it's my fault? Gu Linfeng feigned ignorance, scratching his head in confusion. With that, he paid no further attention to the two, scanning the surroundings until he spotted Zhang Junjie's Maserati. Boys, attack. Smash it to pieces. Gu Linfeng commanded with a wave of his hand. The three adopted sons remained motionless, and the adoptive father exclaimed, This car is quite expensive. Zhang Long's expression wavered, filled with hesitation. What are you afraid of? Zhang Xiao speaks with conviction. Can he still have regrets? Gu Linfeng squinted at Zhang Junjie, who was gasping for breath on the ground. Am I not right, Zhang Xiao? This was no question, but a statement laden with threats. Zhang Junjie felt a sense of relief in his chest, and, upon seeing Gu Linfeng's intimidating gaze, nodded hurriedly. He acknowledged the truth. One must accept the consequences of gambling. All right, brothers, let us go. Gu Linfeng initiated the assault, charging forward with a running kick that smashed a large hole into the Maserati's door. Zhang Long produced a brick from somewhere and forcefully struck the car window, shattering it instantly. In that moment, Zhang Junjie's heart bled. Although his family owned a company in Huhai and was wealthy, money does not come easily. This was a Maserati worth $5 million. The sounds of destruction echoed through the parking lot, drawing the astonished gazes of passing university students. Goodness, are these people insane? Deliberately damaging someone else's property can lead to imprisonment. They were wrecking Zhang Junjie's car, the very scion capable of any disgraceful act. Yet, truth be told, I felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the destruction of Zhang Junjie's vehicle. 3 minutes later, the Maserati lay in ruins. Gu Linfeng reveled in the moment, feeling as if he had entered the Los Santos of Grand Theft Auto. Zhang Xiao, if there is nothing else, we'll be on our way. Gu Linfeng smiled slightly. Oh, and if you consider reporting this, perhaps it's best not to. My brother recorded the entire process. And remember, you agreed to let us smash it. Zhang Junjie watched as they walked away, finally rising with the support of Lu Qianran. Gu Linfeng, I will remember you. We shall see. Darling, are you all right? Lu Qianran asked anxiously. This incident stemmed from her, and now that the luxury car lay in ruins, her heart was filled with trepidation. Troublemaker. Zhang Zhiga's face turned cold as he scrutinized Lu Qianran, feeling a wave of disgust surge within him. In a few days, I'll take you to meet a good brother of mine. What do you mean? Lu Qianran inquired. My brother loves to put green hats on others. Zhang Junjie chuckled darkly. So you understand. Lu Qianran's face paled. Darling, didn't you say you love me the most? What do you mean by sending me to someone else? Zhang Junjie felt a twinge of reluctance. His brother was notorious for his perversions. Not only did he put green hats on others, but he also took a memento from each encounter. Glancing at Lu Qianran's delicate face, he hesitated. Forget it. Let us see how you behave first. In Chapter 41, Gu Tongxue, do I look good today? After the altercation between Gu Linfeng and Zhang Junjie, the gossip mongers in the class group immediately began to spread the news. The forum dedicated to the Music Academy was the first to buzz with excitement. Shocking. Freshman Gu Linfeng is actually a long-hidden, rich second generation. Freshman Gu Linfeng just acquired a Lamborghini. Gu Linfeng and Zhang Junjie clashed again. Gu Linfeng smashed a car for love. I felt an inexplicable thrill as I opened this thread. Lu Qianran was with Zhang Junjie for money. But little did she know that the overlooked admirer was a bona fide, rich second generation. If I were Lu Qianran, I would be devastated. It was akin to losing a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Initially, I had no interest in Gu Linfeng, but upon seeing his Lamborghini, I fell for him. Zhang Junjie's Maserati was worth over $1 million. Gu Linfeng smashed it without a second thought. Did he not fear Zhang Junjie's retaliation? Retaliation? If he wanted to retaliate, he would have done so long ago. I believe Gu Linfeng must have some backing. Even Zhang Junjie's father, a vice president, cannot handle him. The forum buzzed with fervor while the parties involved seemed to chat nonchalantly. Adoptive father, this is a Lamborghini, Zhang Long exclaimed, his eyes fixated on the Lamborghini key dangling from Gu Linfeng's waist. Interested? Gu Linfeng smiled faintly, waving the key before Zhang Long. If you like it, take it for a spin. Zhang Long quickly shook his head. No thanks, your car is so expensive. Even a minor scratch could cost me dearly. Adoptive father, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Su Zhihui's eyes sparkled. I am not a rich second generation. Then what are you? I am a rich first generation. Gu Linfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am an orphan. Seeing Gu Linfeng's somber mood, the three brothers hurried to console him. There's nothing to console. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Gu Linfeng caressed the jade pendant on his chest, feeling neither sorrow nor joy. Oh, we have that dinner date with the campus beauty tonight. It's getting late. Let us head out. Zhang Long quickly changed the subject. All right. Gu Linfeng took out his phone to message Luo Wan. The girls' dormitory was already prepared. Upon receiving Gu Linfeng's message, Luo Wan eagerly set aside her powder puff. Ladies, the boys are ready. Let us meet at the parking lot and head out. Luo Wan suppressed her excitement, waving her tiny fist like a warrior preparing for battle. Meanwhile, a crowd of students had gathered around Gu Linfeng's Lamborghini, with women making up 90% of the crowd. Someone shouted Gu Linfeng's name, and he was instantly surrounded by a throng of admirers. Gu Linfeng experienced a taste of celebrity life. No, no, no. Brother Linfeng, unless you sign for us. A sweet-faced girl shyly exclaimed. Gu Linfeng felt overwhelmed, mustering the courage to say, I can sign, but I see you don't have a signature book. Where should I sign? Unexpectedly, the girl puffed out her chest and said, right here. Gu Linfeng was taken aback. To be honest, he almost lost his composure at that moment. All right, your brother Gu Linfeng has urgent matters to attend to. Anyone who delays him will lose points in his heart. Zhang Long thought quickly. Upon hearing that they might lose points in Gu Linfeng's heart, the girls reluctantly dispersed. Adoptive father, it seems you'll need to wear a mask when you go out in the future. Otherwise, your female fans might eat you alive. Su Zhihui grinned. Get lost. A few minutes later, Luo Wan's voice called from behind. Tonight, Luo Wan wore a white dress, her face adorned with delicate makeup, exuding a touch of allure. Gu Tongxue, do I look good today? Sensing Gu Linfeng's intense gaze, Luo Wan playfully twirled around. You look wonderful. Gu Linfeng genuinely praised. Oh, Can you two wait until there are no people around to chat? Iran pouted adorably. All right, all right. Gu Linfeng turned to Luo Wan and asked, who are these two? Just as Luo Wan was about to respond, Li Danyu stepped forward. Hello, handsome. I'm Li Danyu, and this is my roommate, Li Li. It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Danyu seemed quite interested in Gu Linfeng, even extending her hand. Gu Linfeng accepted the handshake without hesitation. At the moment of parting, he distinctly felt Li Danyu's hand linger a bit too long. He remained discreet and nodded at Li Li in greeting. Li Li shyly lowered her head, seemingly overwhelmed by the handsome Gu Linfeng. Gu Tongxue, what do you want to eat tonight? Luo Wan's gaze never left Gu Linfeng. She had noticed Li Danyu's subtle movements, further diminishing her fondness for this roommate. I'm fine with whatever you choose. Gu Linfeng, uninterested in food, replied casually. Then let us have steak. Shall we go to Old John's Steakhouse? Luo Wan proposed, sounding as if she were discussing a plan. I have a car. Gu Linfeng pulled out his keys and pressed a button, prompting the Lamborghini-S lights to flash in the distance. Gu Linfeng, is that car yours? Li Danyu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Gazed at her idol with an expression of disbelief. I just bought it today. Gu Linfeng chuckled. This car can only accommodate one person. As he spoke, he glanced at. She smiled shyly, about to agree, when interjected, then I shall reluctantly take the passenger seat beside Gu Linfeng. Hesitated, considering her options, and ultimately decided against it. Since it was a reluctant invitation, she would let it be. Gu Linfeng, ever the gentleman, gestured towards Madam. May I invite you to enter the vehicle? Certainly. Placed her delicate hand upon Gu Linfeng's broad palm. It was warm, comforting, and imbued with a sense of security. S face flushed with indignation, clearly agitated. Recognizing inner turmoil, smirked and addressed, Little Dragon, shall we also make our departure? Kneeled on one knee, resembling a servant. At that moment, only 4 individuals remained, and brandished his phone, ostentatiously displaying it as he cleared his throat. Shall we take a taxi, then? Initially annoyed at having to share a ride with 2 seemingly inconsequential individuals, was taken aback by the sight of Huawei 5. Instantaneously, her expression shifted to one of elation. This seemingly unremarkable person possessed an impressive smartphone priced at $16,999. Perhaps he was a low-key heir to a fortune. Very well. Let's hail a taxi. As the Lamborghini exited the campus, it surged forward, accelerating like an arrow into the distance. Gu classmate, please slow down. I can't handle this speed. Gu Linfeng glanced at the speedometer, which read 120 miles per hour, and quickly apologized, reducing the speed. Inside the car, the evening breeze tousled hair, rendering her even more enchanting. Gu Linfeng, with one hand on the steering wheel, calmly gazed ahead. Stealing a glance at Gu Linfeng, couldn't help but marvel at how handsome he appeared driving a Lamborghini with one hand. To stave off potential boredom, Gu Linfeng selected a soothing piano piece. As the music filled the air, began to hum along. It must be said that those adept in music possess an extraordinary sense of rhythm. Although had not undergone formal vocal training, her voice was sweet and captivating. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Linfeng became somewhat entranced, subconsciously comparing her to. No, that insufferable person was not worthy of comparison to. They were worlds apart, with no basis for comparison. Both lost in their thoughts, they arrived at. Gu Linfeng exited first, gallantly opening the car door for. Inside the restaurant, who had just arrived, noticed the empty seat next to Gu Linfeng's right side and immediately seized the opportunity to sit down. Sitting beside, couldn't help but mock. Some people just can't discern their worth. They don't understand the situation. Paused, shooting a glare. All right, everyone, let's order quickly. Remained unfazed, confident in her beauty, believing she surpassed in every way. I'll have a medium-rare filet mignon and foie gras, she declared. Gu Linfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Alone had ordered at least 7 or 8 dishes, leaving him curious if one person could finish such a feast. Moreover, he had just glanced at the menu. The cheapest steak was priced at $188 each. This was bound to financially burden. Remained silent, mentally calculating the evening's expenses. She discreetly estimated that without at least 5,000, it would be impossible to settle the bill. 5,000. That was her monthly allowance. Gu Linfeng, indifferent to Western cuisine, ordered only a well-done steak. For those who preferred their steaks rare, he could only scoff inwardly. What era was this, still indulging in such barbarism? Also ordered a well-done steak, smiling as she remarked. My teeth are in good shape. After a brief wait of more than 10 minutes, the dishes arrived. As announced the commencement of the meal, conversation ceased, and everyone focused on their food. Summoned the waiter again, and Under's astonished gaze, ordered a bottle of Lafite red wine. Hesitated, wanted to speak, but ultimately refraining. Noticing silence, became even more audacious, seemingly intent on ordering every dish on the menu. It was only when Linfeng could no longer tolerate the extravagance that he intervened, stopping her from ordering further. Continued her mockery, but appeared unfazed. Let them talk. It won't cost me a dime. Seeing the awkward atmosphere at the dining table, Linfeng excused himself to the restroom. Since we've nearly finished eating, shall we take our leave? Linfeng said casually. Yes, I'm full, Chand, patting her stomach in a playful manner. Waiter, the bill, please. At that moment, discreetly borrowed 10,000 yuan from a lending app, not wanting to embarrass herself by being unable to pay for the meal with her crush. Madam, the bill has already been settled, the waiter respectfully informed her. Settled? But I haven't paid yet, frowned, murmuring. This gentleman has taken care of it. The waiter gestured towards Linfeng. Ah, we agreed that I would treat. How could you spend money on my behalf? Exclaimed in a panic, rising to confront Linfeng. But it's already been paid. What is the point in arguing now? It's not like it's New Year's, and I'm giving out red envelopes, he replied with a serious expression. Well then, she relented, feeling a twinge of jealousy in his heart. She couldn't believe that had evaded the expense. Simultaneously, her curiosity about Linfeng's wealth deepened. He drove a Lamborghini, and she had also noticed the luxurious watch on his wrist. A Patek Philippe worth 2 million. With the evening still young, suggested. How about we head to a bar for a bit? Linfeng turned to. It's up to you. Then let us go. Linfeng had never been to a bar before. Honestly, he was intrigued to try it out. Irritated, wanted to lash out. I'm not hungry anymore. I'll just tag along to the bar for some fun. Was determined not to lose face in front of Linfeng and maintained her cheerful demeanor. Then let us all go, Linfeng said, oblivious to the dynamics between, and, I know a bar filled with beautiful women, exclaimed suddenly. Paused, then tugged on's ear. What'd you just say? Ouch, I was just joking. Even the prettiest girls can't compare to you. That's more like it. Released him, suddenly aware of everyone's gaze. Her cheeks flushing. Let us go to the bar mentioned, Linfeng said nonchalantly. As Linfeng stepped inside, he was assaulted by the deafening music, causing his scalp to tingle. Looking towards the center stage, where young men and women danced ecstatically, he found himself perplexed by the allure of the scene. Sir, your party, the waiter shouted, approaching them. It was necessary to shout, otherwise, nothing could be heard. 8 people with the best seats, the most expensive drinks, Linfeng shouted back. The waiter perked up, looking at Linfeng as though he were a long-lost father. Sir, please follow me. Linfeng led the way, deliberately observing the women around him. Most appeared young, but they were dressed rather provocatively. He even noticed couples on the dance floor, passionately kissing. No wonder bars were said to be the best places for romantic encounters. The patrons were exceedingly open-minded. As Linfeng settled at the 01 table, the waiter ingratiatingly inquired, Sir, the 01 package costs 50,000. How do you see it? No witties. Linfeng dismissively pointed to the drink menu. Bring me 2 sets of the Shenlong package. Sir, our establishment's Shenlong set requires a sum of 888. Are you certain? Indeed. By the way, let's order some refreshments as well. Due to the overwhelming noise of the bar, Linfeng and the server's conversation was barely audible to the others. Linfeng lowered his head, engrossed in his phone, when suddenly, several of his companions gasped in astonishment. He looked up abruptly to see 4 or 5 bunny girls gracefully approaching with trays held high. The trays bore drinks that appeared to be quite extraordinary. Goodness, who is so extravagant as to order the Shenlong set in a bar? Zhang Long exclaimed dramatically. Could it be that they are coming this way? Everyone turned to Linfeng, who instinctively nodded. At that moment, the deafening music ceased abruptly. The host tapped the microphone and pointed towards table 01, exclaiming, the guests at table 01 have ordered 2 sets of the illustrious Shenlong, valued at 888 each. Let us welcome the esteemed guests at Table 01 with the warmest applause and cheers. As the announcement concluded, Gu Linfeng's table instantly became the center of attention. Some girls stirred with excitement, yet the expression of Luo Wan, seated beside Gu Linfeng, darkened immediately. The girl in question appeared to be a pure, innocent student, far removed from the faded allure of the others. Luo Wan gasped in disbelief. Over 100,000 just like that? Li Danyu began to exhibit signs of eagerness as well, having arrived slightly late and unable to sit next to Gu Linfeng. The bunny girls sashayed to Table 01, placing down the drinks while casting flirtatious glances at Gu Linfeng. To them, winning over a wealthy man was paramount, regardless of Luo Wan's disapproving gaze. Humph. A bunch of shameless hussies, Luo Wan muttered under her breath, marking her first instance of cursing that evening. Fortunately, Gu Linfeng remained unfazed. Otherwise, Luo Wan would have lost her composure. Come now, everyone, drink to your heart's content. Tonight, Gu Xiao is treating. Zhang Long was the first to uncork a bottle, filling the glasses of everyone present. Gu Linfeng took a sip, finding it overly sweet and not to his liking. Conversely, Luo Wan relished it, as girls often have an innate weakness for sweetness. At that moment, a mature woman in her late 20s, dressed in a qipao, stepped onto the stage. The view she presented was captivating as she gracefully lifted her leg. Gu Linfeng was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Brother, are you not welcoming your sister? The alluring woman provocatively licked her lips. You're not welcome here. Luo Wan interjected, resembling a protective kitten. Oh, so there's a girlfriend involved. I shall not intrude. With that, whether intentional or not, the woman feigned a stumble and fell beside Yu Ximing, her target apparent. After surveying the surroundings, she noted that only Yu Ximing resembled a solitary dog. Surely, befriending someone wealthy must have its merits, right? Yu Ximing, feeling bashful, quickly sought refuge next to Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng chuckled softly and leaned closer, teasingly asking, could it be that you're a novice? Cough, how did you know? Yu Ximing stammered, embarrassment flooding his face. I can sense your uniqueness from your aura. Have you known me before? No, it is simply that your face tells a story. Huh? Yu Ximing rubbed his nose. Feeling insulted. Perform well tonight. I shall cover all expenses. Gu Linfeng said with a mysterious smile. Yu Ximing's excitement surged instantly. Initially, he had thought Li Danyu was appealing, but upon further interaction, he realized she too was a materialistic woman. Brother, would you mind if I indulge in your drinks? The mature woman seemed to have sensed something and turned her gaze toward Yu Ximing. Go ahead, Luo Wan sighed in relief. As long as this woman's intentions were not directed at Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng raised his glass to clink with Luo Wan's, then inquired, where are you headed later? Me? Of course. Luo Wan's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Huh? Luo Wan thought she misheard and asked for clarification. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Oh, it's nothing. Gu Linfeng suddenly recalled a cheeky line from his mentor, wishing to use it, but found himself thwarted as Luo Wan had failed to comprehend. Linfeng, I dislike seeing you with other women. Luo Wan, seemingly under the influence, leaned closer to Gu Linfeng, whispering with a soft tone. Gu Linfeng's lips twitched. He felt an impulsive desire to acquiesce and swear an oath. No, I'm not drunk. Linfeng, I like you, Luo Wan confessed, her purity radiating a unique fragrance. Let us not rush things, shall we? Gu Linfeng replied, though inwardly he rejoiced. After all, she was the third on the campus beauty list. To think that someone who could outshine many stars in the entertainment industry was confessing to him. It seemed she had indeed heard everything. You misheard, Gu Linfeng hastily clarified. Luo Wan remained silent, fixing her gaze intently upon him, feeling indignant. Humph, I'm being so forward, yet you're still such a coward. Gu Linfeng felt uneasy, astonished that a casual remark almost led to a slip. Nevertheless, he was overwhelmingly pleased. Without Lu Qianran, he had found someone even more remarkable in Luo Wan. Was he under her spell? In an instant, he recalled another saying from his mentor. When a woman can sway your emotions, do not hesitate to sever ties. While that may be wise advice, Gu Linfeng was reluctant to part ways with Luo Wan. Eventually, she sighed and tugged at Iran's arm. Accompany me to the restroom. Engrossed in drinking with Zhang Long, Iran didn't hesitate, and the two girls left the table together. Seeing Luo Wan depart, Li Danyu thought this was her chance. Little brother, how did you turn down your sister earlier? By the way, how old are you this year? Gu Linfeng frowned. I'm 18 this year. 18? So you are still a student? It's quite rare for someone your age to splurge extravagantly in a bar. I said I'm 18. Really? TSK, TSK. If my sisters found out, they'd be envious. The woman licked her crimson lips, her eyes sparkling with interest. Gu Linfeng shook his head slightly. You take care of my friend, and name your price. I shall comply. The mature woman paused, glancing down at her alluring figure, momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that my charm has diminished so drastically? However, upon hearing Gu Linfeng's generous offer, she inquired, what can you give? Money is so vulgar. I can reserve you a Shenlong set at the bar. If you wish to cancel, go seek the bar manager. Gu Linfeng had surprisingly grasped the concept quickly. Deal. The mature woman was not one to hold back. She could return 70,000 from the 888 Shenlong set, a swift 70,000 gained in a blink. Brother, I need to visit the restroom. I'm feeling a bit unsteady. Come with me, she said, pulling Yu Shiming along before he could react. Yu Shiming followed her like a marionette. At that moment, Gu Linfeng turned his attention to Su Zhihui. Having arranged for Yu Shiming, he thought he lacked nothing more. Yet, he soon realized he had overestimated the situation. Su Zhihui and Li Li were engrossed in conversation, laughing softly and seemingly very interested in one another. The expressions of the two women suddenly turned unusually flushed. What's wrong? Gu Linfeng asked, puzzled. Luo Wan appeared to recall something and quickly shook her head. It's nothing. Then let us venture to the dance floor, Gu Linfeng declared, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go. One must experience their first time eventually. He needed to quickly immerse himself in this intoxicating world. In the center of the dance floor, Gu Linfeng moved his body freely, his movements clumsy yet met with no ridicule. Luo Wan drew closer, inhaling the scent of masculinity that clung to Gu Linfeng. At that moment, she felt herself falling under his spell once more. The following day, Gu Linfeng awoke early. Last night had presented a golden opportunity to win over the goddess. Yet he had failed to seize it. After whispering something to Luo Wan, Iran carried on as if nothing had happened. Gu Linfeng, possessing keen hearing, discerned nothing amidst the cacophony of the bar. He, having a rudimentary understanding of lip reading, deduced the following message. Luo Wan, if the pace is too rapid, men will not cherish it. Had he known last night, he would have decisively taken Luo Wan to a hotel, thus cooking the rice before it was even harvested. If it had come to fruition, he could have, like Yu Shiming, found accommodation outside. Gu Linfeng glanced at the upper bunk. Indeed, where's Yu Shiming? Zhang Long, bleary-eyed, had left with that mature sister from last night. The two had spent half an hour in the bathroom, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Gu Linfeng nodded thoughtfully, pondering the excitement of such escapades. Dismissing further contemplation, he silently recited the words to check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired a golden kidney. Yet again? Gu Linfeng fumed. Damn system. How many times must you be late to the party? Golden kidney. Enhances memory and concentration while preventing nocturnal awakenings and night sweats. Remarkably versatile. He decided to merge it. Merging golden kidney. With a sudden tightness in his abdomen, he felt an extraordinary surge of energy, memories from his childhood crystallizing vividly. He even recalled the appearance of his parents from the moment of his birth in this world. Why did their faces seem so familiar, as if he had encountered them before? Gu Linfeng's memory was infallible. If he claimed to have seen them, then he indeed had. Wait a moment, he remembered. Wasn't the man in his memory the chairman of the Huhai Gu Group, Gu Beichen, a quintessential domineering CEO's name? He could not be mistaken. Realizing this, he hurriedly opened his phone to search. Gu Beichen, male, 50 years old, chairman of the Gu Group. His net worth exceeded $1 trillion, holding significant sway in Huhai. His wife was Wu Yuzhen, a finance professor at Kainan University, also 50, whose appearance matched perfectly with his recollections. Gazing at the information about the couple, Gu Linfeng felt no excitement, rather an overwhelming indifference. He was content living alone, having no need for familial recognition. Besides, the Gu family was so formidable. If they truly sought him, they would have done so long ago. There was no reason to wait until now. As for whether there were hidden secrets within this situation, he preferred not to delve deeper. Just as Gu Linfeng sank into contemplation, the dormitory door swung open. Yu Xinming, who had not returned all night, strolled in with steamed buns and soy milk. "How was last night?" Gu Linfeng asked, a hint of envy in his voice. Yu Xinming slowly turned his head and exclaimed, "What the hell? Have you been drained dry?" Gu Linfeng gasped. Yu Xinming looked pale, with sunken eyes and a vacant expression, resembling a ghostly figure. Last night's late-night studies were so engrossing, he had lost track of time. Zhang Long, startled by Yu Xinming's appearance, couldn't help but chuckle at his earnest proclamation about studying. "If it's such a good book, did you take notes?" With that, he collapsed onto his bed, immediately snoring. Gu Linfeng mused, this 888 worth of Shenlong set was not spent in vain. Xinming is truly a paragon of diligence. We must strive to follow in his footsteps. Zhang Long appeared invigorated, pulling out his phone to chat away, seemingly determined not to relent until he captured Iran's heart. Last night at the bar, his flirtations with Li Lily sparked curiosity. "We're from the same hometown, so we talked a bit longer," Su Zhihui said, feeling bashful. "Our relationship is purely platonic. Please don't get the wrong idea." "Platonic? It seemed like you were about to kiss last night." Gu Linfeng laughed heartily, getting out of bed to have breakfast. After the meal, Gu Linfeng checked his phone for news about Baolu Automobile. Following the public outcry in Long Country, the company's stocks plummeted by over 20 billion euros overnight, incurring significant losses. The upper management of Baolu immediately targeted the management team in the Greater China region. Robert, who flaunted his capital, and his brother-in-law, Dogdan Li, faced retribution. Unfortunately, Gu Linfeng had no way to confront Robert directly. "You ask if I know the terror of capital. Allow me to inquire if you are aware of the terror of public opinion." An expatriate executive dared to show his teeth in Long Country. His legs would be broken. Notably, the two female sales representatives from Baolu faced online harassment. Though Gu Linfeng had a soft heart, he felt no sympathy for these sycophantic individuals. It was essential they learn their lesson and recognize who truly holds power in this land. The welcoming party for the new students was approaching in the evening, and Zhang Long shouted, "Let us rehearse." Gu Linfeng became intrigued. Zhang Long had mentioned that the three of them were performing a skit. Performing a skit at a music academy. Would that diminish their romantic prospects? Chapter 45. Face? Your face is merely a shoe insole. Yu Ximing was still sound asleep when Zhang Long forcibly roused him. "Stop making a fuss, darling. I truly can't get up. Let me sleep a bit longer." Yu Ximing did not even open his eyes, smacking his lips before drifting back to sleep. "Darling?" Zhang Long was taken aback, then furiously shouted, "What darling? Get up now, for rehearsal." Zhang Long's roar jolted Yu Ximing awake. "Ahem, I apologize, I was just too sleepy." Yu Ximing felt quite embarrassed. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle, somewhat impressed by Yu Ximing's dedication to his so-called darling. What had this young man become, dreaming of her? The three rehearsed for a while, causing Gu Linfeng to feel second-hand embarrassment. The entire act was a cacophony of puns and antics, making him want to make dumplings. The taste of a spring festival was too strong. Was dumpling consumption mandatory? Gu Linfeng inadvertently voiced his thoughts, quickly correcting himself. "Are you sure this skit is fit for the grand stage of the music academy? Not funny?" Zhang Long blinked his innocent eyes and replied, "Iran said the script was interesting. She's looking forward to my skit." Birds of a feather flocked together. Gu Linfeng sighed. "By the way, I heard your ex-girlfriend Lu Qianran will also perform." As he said this, Zhang Long lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Guess who she's performing with?" Gu Linfeng maintained a neutral expression and uttered a single word. "Who?" "It's Zhang Junjie." Those two shameless lovers are flaunting their affection in front of so many students. Zhang Long was indignant, holding a deep-seated prejudice against Lu Qianran. Zhang Junjie? Isn't he a sophomore? How could he participate in the performance? Gu Linfeng inquired curiously. Zhang Long glanced at the time and insisted, "All right, let's head to rehearsal. Farewell." The next day, check-in successful. "Congratulations, the host has received an expired 30-year-old lei by beverage. This ancient lei by, one sip and you'll be silent. Effect, 3 days and nights of continuous relief, instantly transforming you into a projectile warrior. Young man, take it and indulge in mischief. What on earth? Gu Linfeng thought, as a bottle of lay by appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a knockoff sprite, indistinguishable from the original, and yet it was lay by, while he had been hoping for Kong Shuifu. After a quick breakfast, Gu Linfeng was dragged by his 3 adoptive sons to the grand hall to prepare for the event. Inside the venue, first-year students were busily attending to their tasks. Upon seeing Gu Linfeng, the counselor Su Su approached with a charming smile. Gu Linfeng, you are now quite the celebrity at our school. Many older single women have inquired about you. Interested? Shall I introduce you? As she spoke, Su Su scrutinized Gu Linfeng's expression closely. Counselor, please, no jokes. I just want to focus on my studies. Gu Linfeng fibbed. Studies? What nonsense. The music department teaches vocal performance. Gu Linfeng's ambition remains remarkably high. Su Su nodded earnestly, saying if you have any professional questions, feel free to come to me anytime. I am always welcoming. Thank you, teacher, she added. By the way, you can also come in the evening. I'm single. Su Su felt a bit abrupt saying this and explained, don't misunderstand. Being single means no one will misinterpret your visit in the evening. Gu Linfeng, somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement, understood, counselor. After Su Su departed, Zhang Long hurriedly approached, saying, are you trying to start a teacher-student romance? Su Su is the school's recognized beauty. The teachers vying for her attention could line up from here to the cafeteria. If you manage to win her over, the entire faculty will regard you as an enemy. Get lost. Gu Linfeng's expression darkened as he kicked Zhang Long's substantial backside. I'm sorry, Zhang Long exclaimed as the 3 of them hurried away. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the auditorium. Are you blind? Didn't TUC President Zhang has arrived? Get out of the way. Zhang Junjie strutted in, chest puffed out, with an air of arrogance, accompanied by 4 to 5 students wearing student council badges. Zhang Junjie resembled a walking spectacle, exuding an air of superiority that could easily mislead those unaware into thinking he was a powerful figure. When Gu Linfeng saw Zhang Junjie and his entourage approaching, he remained still. Kid, hurry up and move, barked the leading lackey, baring his teeth. I only yield to people, not to dogs, Gu Linfeng retorted inwardly, recognizing that Zhang Junjie was hardly impressive, and neither were his minions. In ancient times, Zhang Junjie would undoubtedly be the villain, and his lackeys would be the brutish henchmen. You call me a dog. The lackey turned to Zhang Junjie, saying, Boss, one must consider the owner when scolding a dog. Upon realizing that the obstructing figure was Gu Linfeng, Zhang Junjie felt a pang of awkwardness, having been humiliated multiple times before. However, his lackey looked expectantly for support, leaving him with no choice but to muster the courage to say, there are outsiders present. Show some respect. Respect? Your respect is as valuable as a shoe insole. Gu Linfeng shot back without hesitation. Zhang Junjie had never been so humiliated in the year he had been mingling with this crowd, leaving his lackeys stunned into silence. Zhang Junjie's face paled. Seeing Gu Linfeng raising a fist the size of a sandbag, he recoiled and coughed. Let us go, leading his minions away. Sometimes, when others do not provide an opportunity, one must learn to create their own. Zhang Junjie expertly found an excuse to save face, claiming he was protecting the newcomers. Unfortunately, just a few steps away, one of his lackeys suddenly exclaimed, I just realized who this guy is. Isn't he the one who smashed the boss's Lamborghini yesterday? It truly is him. I think his name is Gu Linfeng. I heard the boss's girlfriend was stolen by this guy. This is a matter of vengeance. Damn, will he hold a grudge against me for asking him to move? The lackey fretted. I only have a bicycle and no luxury car for him to smash. The lackeys hastily fell silent. Zhang Junjie squinted, mentally reassuring himself. Stay calm. I'll make you embarrass yourself at the welcome party. Gu Linfeng chuckled disdainfully. Chapter 46. The gambling father, the sick mother having calmed himself down, Zhang Junjie felt much better. Unable to embarrass Gu Linfeng for now, he turned his attention to Gu Linfeng's 3 sons. Let us start with you. Zhang Junjie beckoned, and his lackeys quickly stood by for orders. Are you an idiot? I'm the president of the student council. I can choose whoever I want to put on stage, and if I don't want someone, even kneeling one, change that. Zhang Junjie snapped, giving one of his lackeys a sharp slap on the head. Hey, you guys, the lackey now acted with inflated arrogance, poking at his nose with his finger. What is it? Zhang Long asked, bewildered. No, we've rehearsed for several days. How can you just cancel? Zhang Long responded anxiously. This skit was something Ran wanted to see. You rehearsed for days for such a lousy piece? I'd rather perform a mime than watch your pathetic skit. The lackey unleashed a tirade of insults, completely disregarding the furious expressions on Zhang Long and his companions' faces. Zhang Long clenched his fists, his face a mask of rage. Su Zhihui and Yu Ximing were equally incensed. But what could they do? This was the decision of the student council. The arm could never outmuscle the thigh. Just then, a large hand rested on Zhang Long's shoulder. I heard everything just now. If you're not performing, then so be it. Gu Linfeng suddenly appeared. He had overheard the lackey's words and recognized that Zhang Junjie was unfairly taking his frustration out on his three roommates. You guys are too close to me. Zhang Junjie is also from the student council. Gu Linfeng sneered. Let us remember this grudge for now. When I have time, I'll settle it slowly. With Gu Linfeng saying this, the trio had nothing more to add. Su Zhihui still hadn't memorized his lines. If we're not performing, then we're not. Zhang Long said helplessly. Nonsense. It was Yu Ximing who misled me. Su Zhihui blushed and quickly defended himself. Seeing the three calm down, Gu Linfeng felt a twinge of guilt and said, There are still several hours until the welcome party. To make it up to you, let me take you out for some fun. Fun? What kind of fun? Zhang Long perked up instantly. Gu Linfeng grinned. I'll take you to experience bathing culture. Oof. As if I've never taken a bath before. Yu Ximing felt disappointed. I'm talking about a more indulgent bath. Gu Linfeng's words were startling. I'm not going. If you go, don't take me along. Zhang Long shook his head vigorously, but his hand still pulled Gu Linfeng toward the exit. I'm a righteous man. I've sworn before my parents to never associate with gambling or drugs. Yu Ximing looked sorrowful, his footsteps equally swift. You rascal. You shouldn't even mention that. Su Zhihui chuckled and scolded, grabbing Gu Linfeng's arm. You're too generous. Heaven and earth, for male guests, please come inside. They were ushered into the most luxurious suite. Gu Linfeng tossed his shoes aside and adeptly slipped on the slippers. Get lost. You should think about how to hide this from Ran. Gu Linfeng raised an eyebrow. I haven't established a relationship with Ran yet. She can't control me. Zhang Long's gaze flickered, clearly apprehensive about the possibility of their secret being revealed. But in this age of surging hormones, the allure of the unknown and the thrill of choices were most exhilarating. Ultimately, which one to choose, room 1 or room 8? After a quick rinse, they headed upstairs. A dozen flamboyantly dressed attendants stood in a row, equipped with professional tools. Gu Linfeng showed little interest. After all, he was the main character, not someone who could indulge in such trivial pleasures. If not for compensating his 3 good sons, he would never have visited such a place. Father, I'm going to listen to the story of the lady in room 8 first. I'll go listen to the lady in room 3. I'm going to room 6. Go ahead. Gu Linfeng waved his hand, playing with his phone. Sir, aren't you going to choose one? The manager inquired with a flattering tone. I have no particular preference. Never mind. Seeing Gu Linfeng uninterested, the manager ceased further conversation and led the remaining attendants out of the room. Finished? Yes. Their stories were so tragic that I felt immense sympathy and shed tears of happiness, Zhang Long said, looking refreshed. A gambling father, a sick mother, a studying sister, a broken self. If I don't love her, who will? Su Zhihui chuckled, romance brewing amidst the chaos of thoughts. Enough with the poetic lines. Just tell me how many hours you added. 3. Su Zhihui shyly lowered his head. And you? Gu Linfeng turned his gaze toward Yu Ximing. I have done nothing at all. My physical condition cannot withstand the madness of Yu Ximing. Reflecting on last night's debauchery. My heart is filled, yet my body is unresponsive. Has my mood settled? Gu Linfeng sat up straight. It has settled. If this skit is not performed, then so be it. Gu Linfeng stood up and was the first to exit the private room. Sir, the total is 58,888. Would you like to pay by card or WeChat? WeChat payment, please. Upon hearing the trio's total expenditure of 58,888, Gu Linfeng's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Sir, please keep your receipt. The cashier, casting a flirtatious glance, handed over a thick stack of receipts. Gu Linfeng received it, but as he did, the receipts slipped from his grip, unfurling to a length of nearly 1 meter. This spectacle drew the attention of several patrons, who couldn't help but admire the youth's extravagance. How many engineers must have been hired to spin such tales? Wouldn't it take 100,000 words to write it all down? He truly felt embarrassed to be associated with these three. Foster father, do you need this receipt? Zhang Long followed him out, holding the receipt. Why the hell would I need the receipt? Is it going to be reimbursed? He pondered how the accountant would react upon seeing a receipt for 58,888. Essential oil massages, 88 times. Health treatments, 88 times. Chapter 47, Performance? I never signed up for a performance. Gu Linfeng, where have you been? You haven't answered your phone. I was worried sick. Gu Linfeng was somewhat perplexed and replied, my phone ran out of battery. Is there something urgent? Su Su took a deep breath, calming herself before saying, a man with a sense of security and diverse talents. Who wouldn't love such a man? Foster father, are you secretly planning a comeback to astonish everyone? Zhang Long teased with a grin. Now it makes sense. No wonder foster father didn't join us on stage for the skit. He keeping something up his sleeve. Wait a minute. On the night we bid farewell to the instructor, didn't you say you couldn't sing? Zhang Long suddenly recalled and asked hurriedly. I did say that, but I never signed up. Gu Linfeng replied coolly. Huh, you didn't sign up? But I saw the list, and the student council has already informed me to prepare you for the backstage. Su Su was baffled by the student council's actions. Huh, it seems some people want me to embarrass myself. Gu Linfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. It meant to humiliate me? I want to fulfill their wishes. Su Su, not being naive, quickly understood who he was referring to. Apart from Zhang Junjie, who else could it be? Exactly. Zhang Junjie orchestrated this, to see you make a fool of yourself. Yu Shiming exclaimed. Come on, Gu Linfeng. I'll take you to confront Zhang Junjie and clear things up. Su Su insisted, pulling at Gu Linfeng's arm with a determined expression. There's no need, instructor. Gu Linfeng gently pried Su Su's hand away, their skin brushing against each other. Su Su felt the roughness of his hand, her face flushed, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Gu Linfeng, don't act impulsively. Su Su suppressed her shyness and urged him. Act impulsively? Gu Linfeng chuckled at himself. When I said I couldn't sing, it was merely modesty. Tonight, I shall show you what it means to be a king of songs. Su Su thought Gu Linfeng was boasting and looked exasperated. The school leaders are here today. If you embarrass yourself, it will be a grand disaster. She refrained from saying more. This was the music academy after all. If you were to sing off-key, what would the school leaders think? They would only regard Gu Linfeng as a clown. Such a display would undoubtedly tarnish their impression of him, perhaps even instilling disdain. Who will be embarrassed remains to be seen. Gu Linfeng replied with a mysterious smile. With that, he strode confidently into the auditorium, seeing Gu Linfeng's resolute demeanor. The others exchanged glances, only able to sigh in resignation. Su Su stamped her foot, gazing at Gu Linfeng's retreating figure before chasing after him. At that moment, there were only half an hour left until the welcome party commenced, and students were trickling into the auditorium to claim their seats. The welcome party of the Music Academy was known for its high quality. Senior students, having mastered some skills, would also present performances to send their blessings to the newcomers. Go find a seat. I'll prepare backstage. Foster father, please don't go and hit Zhang Junjie. The school leaders are coming, and if there's a problem, it could become a serious matter. Zhang Long, aware of Gu Linfeng's temperament, cautioned him. Rest assured. Gu Linfeng flashed a reassuring glance at Zhang Long and then turned to Su Su. Instructor, please trust me. I will not bring disgrace to class 102. Su Su had many words to say, but upon hearing Gu Linfeng's plea for trust, she felt a surge of emotion. Okay, I believe in you. After parting ways, Gu Linfeng made his way backstage alone. Students preparing for performances were either taking deep breaths to alleviate their nerves or rehearsing their scripts. The student council members' eyes lit up upon seeing Gu Linfeng arrive. Sun Wei, a sycophant of Zhang Junjie, approached with a sneer. So you're Gu Linfeng, huh? Why didn't you attend the rehearsals? By the way, what is the name of the original song you've composed? The host will need it to announce on stage. You didn't notify me about the rehearsals. Gu Linfeng replied, uninterested, as he found a seat for himself. What else with your attitude? Are you implying that we in the student council have been negligent, leaving you out? Sun Wei, emboldened by Zhang Junjia's backing, was unafraid. Go cool off somewhere else. Gu Linfeng closed his eyes and ceased to engage. Hey! Sun Wei was about to retort when Zhang Junjia, arriving just in time, pulled him aside. Let this kid be arrogant for now. He will soon have his moment of embarrassment. Zhang Junjia chuckled coldly to himself, having set a huge trap for Gu Linfeng, who surprisingly still dared to show up. Is he confident or just a fool who doesn't fear the heat? I choose to believe the latter. Gu Linfeng is indeed a fool, a thick-skinned one at that. He is supposed to be the campus heartthrob. Today, I shall make him into a ridiculous clown. As Zhang Junjia approached, Gu Linfeng had already noticed him, yet he chose not to acknowledge him, instead communicating with the system in his mind. System, can I have the 300 popular songs as a reward? Can you provide me with the tracks? Beep. Yes, the host must select the songs, and the system will manifest them in a playlist. Gu Linfeng felt a surge of confidence as he browsed through the 300 popular songs. This song, which I am hastily clutching at, fits my current predicament perfectly. Upon opening the lyrics, he cursed under his breath. I always scramble at the last moment. Scrambling at the last moment. I always scramble at the last moment. Not only were the lyrics devoid of substance, but the repetition was also excessive. They were far inferior to Kuan Gu Sni Time A. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but scoff at the system's taste. Beep. The songs recorded by this system are the top 300 in terms of play count, not classic songs. Now made sense to Gu Linfeng. In truth, he had misunderstood the system. Although the song was terrible, its play count was indeed impressive, reportedly surpassing 100 million. Regardless of who has heard it, they would invariably leave a scathing comment in the review section. Subsequently, Gu Linfeng continued to sift through the options until a familiar tune from his past caught his eye. This is the one. Chapter 48, The Campus Bell, Li Yitong. Just as Gu Linfeng was engaged in conversation with the system, Lu Qianran entered, adorned in a stunning white evening gown. While her character may be lacking, her beauty was undeniably commendable. Upon entering the backstage area, numerous male admirers began to whisper amongst themselves. Lu Qianran looks stunning. She has curves in all the right places. If I could win her over, I would willingly trade 3 years off my life. Dude, you're really that hungry? You'd fancy anyone else woman? If Zhang Junjia hears you, he might just put you out of commission. Come on, I'm just daydreaming. Dreaming isn't illegal. Today's female host was none other than Li Yitong, ranked second in the campus beauty hierarchy, who was no less impressive than Lu Qianran. Lu Qianran, initially delighted by the discussions of her male classmates, felt her mood plummet upon hearing them mention the campus belle, Li Yitong. This ranking of campus beauties was an enduring source of pain for her. Despite her own attractive figure and striking features, she had never even come close to making it onto that list. Were these boys truly blind? Dismissing the group of foolish boys, Lu Qianran donned a cheerful facade and approached Zhang Junjia. Clad in a white suit, Zhang Junjia, standing at approximately 1.50 meters, resembled a child in oversized clothing, a sight both amusing and absurd. Unaware of his ridiculous appearance, he meticulously styled his slick hair in front of the mirror. Darling, I'm feeling a bit nervous, Lu Qianran teased coyly. What is there to fear with me by your side? Zhang Junjia asserted possessively, wrapping his arm around her waist and inhaling the fragrant scent of her perfume. Gu Linfeng chuckled. Goodness, it's like witnessing Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian in real life. With Lu Qianran in towering heels, Zhang Junjia's head only reached her chin, creating a comically pronounced height difference. Ugh, I can't be bothered with you. Are you looking for trouble? Zhang Junjia scowled, as he despised being mocked for his height above all else. Coming from a prominent family, his only insecurity was his stature, a trait dictated by genetics, impervious to wealth or status, unless one resorted to surgical height enhancement. However, with his 5-foot stature, how much could surgery truly achieve? I wasn't even talking about you. Why do you always take things personally? Gu Linfeng shrugged, feigning innocence. I know you were devastated by our breakup, but don't attempt to grab my attention this way. We are simply not meant to be. Lu Qianran shamelessly declared. How brazen of you to say that. Gu Linfeng retorted, adding, by the way, it was I who initiated our breakup. Remember that. You'll be performing soon. with that tone-deaf voice of yours. I'm curious to see how you manage. Lu Qianran snapped, inadvertently revealing her irritation. Gu Linfeng's expression turned knowing. Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran, undeterred, seemed intent on embarrassing themselves, but their efforts would surely end in disappointment. What are you two arguing about? At that moment, a girl in a wine-red evening gown entered, her white stilettos accentuating her sweet appearance. Standing at the entrance of the banquet, the lights beautifully highlighted her elegant silhouette, the lace gown gracefully draped over her, accentuating her fair skin, while her softly curled hair cascaded down her shoulders, enhancing her delicate charm. Wow, it's Li Yitong. She is absolutely stunning, exclaimed one boy. Are you serious? She completely eclipses Lu Qianran. Another added, my taste in beauty has always been impeccable. Even Gu Linfeng couldn't help but steal a few glances at the girl. Li Yitong frowned slightly. She enjoyed being admired but despised being the subject of gossip. Hello, Li Yitong. I'm Zhang Junjie. May we get acquainted? He approached, oblivious to Lu Qianran's resentful gaze. He was aware of the campus bell ranking, and Li Yitong's beauty and grace far surpassed Lu Qianran's. Such a captivating beauty was worth any expense for a night of companionship. I'm not interested. Li Yitong coldly turned away, stating, you may wish to know me, but I have no desire to know you. Zhang Junjie's expression soured, internally cursing her. Yet maintaining his smile, he continued, I should mention that my father is the vice principal of our school, Zhang Yud, and that concerns me how, Li Yitong replied, perplexed by his claim. Zhang Junjie had hoped that name-dropping would endear her to him, but her indifference only amplified his frustration. It may not concern you now, but if you wish to progress in school, it certainly will, he asserted confidently. Though he found her challenging, he quickly witnessed a shocking turn of events. The previously aloof Li Yitong suddenly turned her attention to Gu Linfeng. Oh, you know me? Gu Linfeng inquired, surprised. You're quite the well-known figure. How could I not? Li Yitong was intrigued by the handsome boy before her. How flattering. Gu Linfeng responded humbly. But let's skip the song titles for now. You'll know them once I take the stage. As Li Yitong sensed his reticence, disappointment washed over her. Just as she prepared to leave, Zhang Junjie interjected. You're claiming to have original songs? Don't be ridiculous. Is a person from the military capable of singing? You better not perform. Unity is strength later. Lu Qianran chimed in, eager to strike. My singing ability is none of your concern. Gu Linfeng, once composed, now lashed out at the meddling couple. How vulgar. Lu Qianran, you should steer clear of such lowly individuals. Gu Linfeng retorted. As he prepared to unleash a few choice words, Li Yitong, intrigued, shook her head. Not at all. I find Gu Linfeng quite amusing. Chapter 49. The gala begins. Oh no, the sky is falling. The campus belle is interested in Gu Linfeng. My secret crush is doomed. Lu Qianran lamented internally. Men chase women over mountains. Women chase men through veils. Gu Linfeng, hold fast. Do not let Li Yitong triumph. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhang Junjie trembled with indignation. Was Li Yitong truly so biased? Was appearance really that significant? In that moment, alongside his height insecurities, he found himself grappling with his looks. Lu Qianran clenched her teeth, unable to comprehend how Gu Linfeng had become so popular after their separation. Furthermore, what secrets lay behind his recent Lamborghini purchase? Gu Linfeng, too, was momentarily taken aback by Li Yitong's words. The campus belle expressed interest in him. Please don't become infatuated with me. I'm merely a legend, he quipped. And surprisingly, his jest resonated well. Who knew you were not only handsome, but also witty? Li Yitong chuckled, her interest in Gu Linfeng growing. It's getting late. The gala will begin shortly. Shall we exchange WeChat and chat later? Certainly, Gu Linfeng replied, eagerly pulling out his phone to scan the QR code. This moment left everyone around them in stunned silence. The goddess was being so forward, yet the reality was stark. If you were unattractive, not only would the goddess show no interest, but even the average girl would feel the same. Darling, let us keep our distance from this loser. Lu Qianran scoffed, clinging to Zhang Junjie as they moved away. Zhang Junjie wanted to retort, but the courage eluded him, leaving him to follow Lu Qianran's lead. At last, the world felt serene once more. However, the welcome gala was about to commence. In the grand auditorium, Silence enveloped the room as Li Yitong and the male host stepped onto the stage. Gu Linfeng, positioned backstage, could only catch glimpses of her profile, yet it was enough to leave him spellbound by her alluring figure. Respected leaders and fellow students, good evening. I am Li Yitong from the Broadcasting and Hosting Department, and it is an honor to host this welcome gala. Now, let's warmly welcome the school leaders present today. The applause erupted. No wonder she received full marks. The evaluators would surely stand in awe of her presence. Gu Linfeng found it amusing as the confident young man Yuan Hua stepped onto the stage with purposeful strides and boldly declared, in my recollection, "My father has never attended a single parent-teacher meeting nor accompanied me to an amusement park. In my childhood, I often harbored grievances against my father, even resentment. However, I was unable to grasp the essence of it, primarily due to the dazzling 2 golden stars on my mother's shoulders that blinded me. It was only when I penned this essay that enlightenment dawned upon me. My father's intentions are referred to locally as policy, and the desk lamp in his room serves as the sun illuminating the lives of the entire province." Gu Linfeng almost burst into laughter, never expecting this essay to carry such hidden depths. My general mother? Once Yuan Hua finished his speech, the audience fell into an eerie silence. What a remarkable essay! If Gu Linfeng were to evaluate it, he would unflinchingly commend it as a stellar piece deserving full marks. Clearing his throat, the principal coughed like a tiger, feigning indifference as he glanced at Zhang Yu beside him. "What is his name?" "Yuan Hua. Have him come to my office shortly." The principal, feeling it was inappropriate, hastily added, "There are some minor grammatical issues in the essay. I will personally guide him." Zhang Yu understood instantly, nodding before applauding. The students, bewildered, joined in the applause upon witnessing the leader's endorsement. However, this moment ignited a commotion in the audience. "What the hell? Is this an essay? This is just nepotism. I declare, Yuan Hua has secured the priority in partner selection for 4 years of university. A man capable of rivaling Gu Linfeng has emerged. His name is Yuan Hua." As Yuan Hua descended the stage, Li Yitong promptly stepped in to redirect the focus. The essay brought forth by Yuan Hua is rich in emotion and profound in content, warranting our contemplation. Now, let us welcome the next student to the stage. Gu Linfeng stood up and approached the senior responsible for playing the music. "Senior, this is the song I will be singing shortly." Gu Linfeng retrieved a disc from his pocket and handed it to the bespectacled senior operating the computer. "Why are you only giving it now? We're about to start," the senior complained. Gu Linfeng smiled helplessly. He felt relieved to discover that this senior was not associated with Zhang Junjie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shared so much. Without music, Gu Linfeng would have to sing a cappella. "Oh, why is it so hot backstage? Indeed, tomorrow I will have my dad install an air conditioner back here," Zhang Junjie relentlessly boasted. However, with the provincial governor as a father figure, his vice principal status felt somewhat diminished. "Darling, I want a drink. We're about to perform. What can I get you a cold drink?" Listening to their conversation, Gu Linfeng was struck by inspiration. He found a secluded corner and took out the 30-year-old Leibi, a reward from the system. "You want a drink, do you? Let me ensure you have plenty." Gu Linfeng seized the opportunity to discreetly place the drink not far from the couple. Then, he casually approached Zhang Junjie's lackey and whispered, "Your dad wants a drink. Isn't there a bottle? You better hurry and show off." The lackey, surprised that Gu Linfeng initiated conversation, felt a wave of gratitude wash over him upon hearing about the drink. "I've treated Gu Linfeng this way, yet he is considering my needs. I must be a fool. Thank you." "No need for thanks, just hurry. Your dad is waiting eagerly." The lackey, initially feeling favorable towards Gu Linfeng, was once again disheartened by Gu Linfeng's dismissive comment. "Mind your own business," he retorted, snatching the drink and heading straight for the couple. Chapter 50, A Blooming Farewell Dad. "It's not the boss. I've got drinks for you and sister-in-law," the lackey, Sun Wei, flatteringly stated. He then twisted open the cap of the Leibi and began drinking without a glance. "Honey, save some for me." Gu Linfeng couldn't help but smirk, envisioning the scene where the two would take the stage and embarrass themselves. Li Yitong announced, "Now, let us welcome Gu Linfeng from the music department, Class 102, to present his original song." Gu Linfeng stood up, adjusted his attire, and walked confidently and calmly toward the stage. "Finally, it's Gu Linfeng's turn. I've already set things in motion, As soon as he starts singing, I'll post it on Douyin. Not only will he be humiliated in school, but I will also ensure he is ridiculed nationwide. Zhang Junjie declared malevolently. Thank you for standing up for me, darling, Lu Qianran said shyly. Then accidentally let out a loud fart. Damn, your fart really stinks. Zhang Junjie quickly covered his nose. Lu Qianran felt quite embarrassed. I'm sorry, darling. I must have eaten something that didn't agree with me. Just as she spoke, another fart escaped. The students backstage collectively covered their noses, astonished by the contrast between Lu Qianran's beauty and her foul-smelling emissions. Enough, let us focus on watching Gu Linfeng embarrass himself. Zhang Junjie fanned his face and concentrated on Gu Linfeng's performance. Yet he furrowed his brow, feeling a slight discomfort in his stomach. However, he brushed it off, attributing it to pre-performance nerves. Gu Linfeng took a deep breath, touched the pendant engraved with the character Gu on his chest, silently recited Ami Dofu, and calmly walked onto the stage. As Gu Linfeng made his entrance, a chorus of gasps erupted from the female students. Wow, Gu Linfeng is so handsome. Quick, get your phones ready. I want to upload my husband's singing video online. He truly embodies the quintessential campus heartthrob of Huhai University, with such looks and physique. I am utterly smitten. Gu Linfeng is performing an original song. How exciting. He is Gu Linfeng. Oh my, I declare him my idol from this day forward. Su Su and Zhang Long sat together, silently wishing, Gu Linfeng, please don't embarrass yourself. Go, foster father. Zhang Long's unique title fell out of place. The girls eager to know Gu Linfeng's contact details were suddenly intrigued, realizing his connection with this seemingly simpleton. Others were already buzzing with excitement, eager to approach Zhang Long for Gu Linfeng's information. Gao Xinrui felt a pang of jealousy, as she was close, yet moving slowly due to their strained relationship, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. Luo Wan, on the other hand, waved her little pink fists excitedly, repeatedly chanting Gu Linfeng's name, unaware that he was about to perform. Coupled with their ambiguous relationship, she instinctively believed it was all for her surprise. Li Yitong handed the microphone to Gu Linfeng, offering a gentle smile and whispering so only they could hear, Gu Linfeng, you can do it. Gu Linfeng remained silent, accepting the microphone, taking a deep breath while looking out at the audience. Esteemed leaders and fellow students, I am Gu Linfeng from the music department, class 102. I will now present my original song titled Blooming Farewell, and I hope you enjoy it. He then gave a slight bow. Blooming Farewell? Zhang Junjie muttered backstage, then scoffed. Just from the title, it's clear this is a trivial song. I bet Gu Linfeng is just waiting for humiliation. Indeed, our duet will undoubtedly be superior. Lu Qianran nodded in agreement. The senior operating the sound system nodded and began playing the prelude to Blooming Farewell. As the prelude resonated, the students and teachers in the audience collectively perked up. The song's theme revolves around departure and growth, depicting a young person's journey of leaving their hometown to pursue dreams. The lyrics express deep nostalgia for home and loved ones, alongside complex feelings towards the bustling city, while encouraging the youth to bravely chase their dreams, facing all difficulties and challenges without fear. Ultimately, it is an inspirational song. The principal closed his eyes, attentively listening to the music. Fortunately, the issue has been impeccably resolved. Otherwise, offending this esteemed individual could have jeopardized one's future career. Regardless of what others may say about Gu Linfeng, it is indisputable that this song is an original composition, one she has certainly never encountered on any platform. Can someone capable of creating such a melody truly be unable to sing? At this moment, the auditorium remains somewhat boisterous. But most of the female students have held their breath, quietly absorbing the narrative woven into Gu Linfeng's original song. As he begins to sing, riding on a cloud away from home, his magnetic and raspy voice instantly silences the chatting students below. Some have even gaped in astonishment, utterly captivated. Gu Linfeng continues to perform with steady poise, singing, drifting to an unknown horizon, carrying the words of my mother. Child, life is not complicated. In the backstage area, Zhang Junjie is utterly bewildered. The professionalism of the singing and the emotion it conveys creates within him a sensation akin to a clown performing before a formidable figure. He is the true fool here. You said he couldn't sing. Zhang Junjie bellows in frustration. Indeed, He was once incapable of singing. Lu Qianran has not lied. During their online relationship, Gu Linfeng had sung military songs to her over the phone, songs like Unity is Strength and the Tough Brigade. Frankly, they lacked any remarkable auditory appeal. Little did she know that Gu Linfeng was merely feigning incompetence. He is, in fact, an exceptional singer. The music continues while the two of them silently observe Gu Linfeng's performance, each lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 51, Celestial Melody. Drifting to an unknown horizon. Carrying the words of my mother, child, life is not complicated. At this juncture, Gu Linfeng pauses briefly, waving to the audience below. This gesture elicits another wave of enthusiastic screams from the female students, including Gao Xinrui, Su Su, and Luo Wan, all of whom have had interactions with him. Conversely, some male students react with disdain. They may tolerate pretension, but this is beyond what they can bear. How can this guy be so good at acting? One mutters, while another complains, Shaoli, didn't you say my singing is the best? Why do you look so enchanted? Please, you sing nowhere near as well as Gu Linfeng. For reasons unknown, as she listens to Gu Linfeng's voice, Su Su feels an urge to weep. I miss my mom, she exclaims. Her expression reflects a serious contemplation. She senses that Gu Linfeng is destined for fame. With his melodious voice and striking good looks, he embodies the archetype of the contemporary heartthrob, not to mention his multifaceted talents. As a graduate student in music, she can immediately discern that Gu Linfeng's singing ability far exceeds what one would expect at his age. The only person who comes to mind as a comparison is her music instructor, Lu Huan. Oh, gently wipe away your tears, ignore the chattering crows, swallow the dust of the wind, and you shall grow gradually. When parting blossoms, reaching forth new branches, like winter yielding to spring, awaiting the melting of heart's snow. Each time you leave home, carrying the distant longing, the city's splendor obscures the crescent moon. Child, take flight with ease. Behind you awaits a home. Below the stage, everyone is enveloped in the enchanting music of Gu Linfeng. This song possesses the power to pierce the heart, evoking memories of leaving one's mother's embrace to embark on a solitary journey to university. Although the song's content is somewhat simplistic, simplicity is the essence of beauty. Until the final high note concludes, Gu Linfeng's performance resonates with the audience, who remain entranced by the song's profound ambience. After what feels like an eternity, the crisp sound of applause jolts everyone back to reality, erupting from the audience in a thunderous ovation. Initially, I was somewhat dismissive, but Gu Linfeng's performance filled me with a force, a determination to excel in my studies and make my parents proud. I used an entire pack of tissues. Heavens! Gu Linfeng's song made me yearn for home. When I departed for university, my mother's advice seemed trivial, but now I realize I owe her an apology. You all keep discussing the depth of this song, yet have you not recognized the terrifying prowess of Gu Linfeng's vocal skills? Ah, indeed. Gu Linfeng has only just begun university. How can he sing so exquisitely? Why bother with such concerns? From this moment forth, I shall be an ardent fan of Gu Linfeng. As the song concludes, feeling the din of envious admiration from the audience, Gu Linfeng bows slightly, preparing to exit the stage. When he reaches Li Yitong, the campus bell remains in a state of shock. Hey, wake up! Don't fall asleep. Gu Linfeng chuckles, handing her the microphone. Oh, I apologize. Your singing is simply too enchanting, on par with professional artists and top-tier stars. Moreover, your lyrics possess great depth. Li Yitong's face flushes as she takes the microphone and steps onto the stage. Gu Linfeng merely smiles faintly, dismissing her praise. Depth in lyrics? Apologies, but I am merely a copyist. Next up is the duet performance by Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran. They await Li Yitong's announcement before stepping onto the stage. At this moment, Zhang Junjie's expression is as dismal as if he had consumed something foul. His intention was to humiliate Gu Linfeng and subsequently save face on stage. The contrast between their performances would naturally highlight his superiority. Now all is ruined due to Gu Linfeng's outstanding display. This man is a master of deception, and he's been thoroughly outmatched. Gu Linfeng, you truly are a master of disguise. Lu Qianran grits her teeth. My apologies for disappointing you. Gu Linfeng smirks with delight. Zhang Junjie scowls. You managed to outshine me once again. I'll concede you are impressive. Impressive? Haha, just wait, there is more to come. Gu Linfeng remarks cryptically. We shall see. Zhang Junjie retorts coldly, pulling Lu Qianran's arm as they head towards the stage. Regret? Gu Linfeng shakes his head vigorously. Even if he regretted it, what difference would it make? Late remorse is as worthless as grass. Loss is irretrievable, and no remedy exists for Lu Qianran's plight. Time for the effects to take hold. Gu Linfeng murmurs to himself. Now, let's welcome Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran with their duet, Encountering Love, a whimsical title. Li Yitong maintains her professional demeanor, and upon seeing Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran approach hand in hand, she hands a microphone to them and steps off the stage. A song about encountering love, my original composition for everyone. Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran bow. As the music begins, they quickly enter the performance mode. Suddenly, a wave of nausea sweeps over Zhang Junjie, changing his expression drastically. A glance at Lu Qianran reveals she, too, has gone pale. Yet, faced with thousands of students, they can only suppress their discomfort and await their turn to sing. In the audience, Zhang Yud gazes at the principal, feeling a sense of pride as he thinks. My son is quite impressive. Isn't. Indeed, he is quite the handsome lad. The principal, forced to utter insincere words, squirms uncomfortably. He cannot fathom why his subordinate would propose such a ludicrous idea. Does he not understand Zhang Junjie's true nature? With such looks and abilities, he is merely cannon fodder in the entertainment industry, perhaps even a jester. He wishes to counsel Zhang Yud, suggesting that Zhang Junjie pursue acting instead, perhaps even follow in the footsteps of comedic star. By the way, why does your son appear so ill? The principal suddenly inquires, noticing Zhang Junjie's unusual demeanor. Wait, I see that girl beside him looks unwell too. He frowns, concerned. It is quite possible that everyone is feeling tense. Well, as who no longer intervenes. We shall patiently await the performance of the two. Chapter 52. Where can one relieve oneself? Must it be on stage? As the music begins to play, Zhang Junjie takes a deep breath, attempting to suppress the discomfort within his body. However, the more he thinks about it, the more urgent the need becomes. He is greatly tempted to release gas. Perhaps just a small release? Nobody should notice, should they? Stealing a glance at Lu Qianran and then at the audience, he ultimately makes a decision. He relaxes his sphincter and slowly lets out the gas. Yet, Zhang Junjie forgets that during such moments of gastrointestinal distress, one should never trust any gas entirely. It is a rather odorous release. Lu Qianran catches a whiff of the foul smell and, upon witnessing Zhang Junjie's blissful expression, is momentarily rendered speechless. No way. Is he really releasing gas in this setting? Zhang Junjie appears carefree, applying just a little pressure, causing his white suit pants to bulge. Just as he prepares to sing, his backside seems to have opened the floodgates, producing a cacophony of sounds. The fart reverberates through the microphone, amplifying the embarrassment. At that moment, the audience begins to murmur. What on earth? I've heard Zhang Junjie's song Encountering Love before, but when did they add this to the accompaniment? Wait, why does his face look a bit off? It's as if he has just experienced a liberating release. You can't be serious. Can he really defecate on stage? Look at Lu Qianran's expression. She seems to be reacting oddly as well. However, he simply cannot hold it in any longer. Just as he opens his mouth, an unidentified yellow substance bursts forth. Realizing his legs are damp, Zhang Junjie internally curses his fate. Lu Qianran, standing closest, feels a wave of foul odor assault her senses, prompting a wave of nausea that overwhelms her control. Thus, both of them publicly succumb to their bodily functions on stage. No, they're not merely playing a game of red light, green light. They're standing motionless on stage. Zhang Yud furrows his brow, cursing under his breath at this wastefulness. He had just been boasting to the principal, and now Zhang Junjie is making a fool of himself on stage. Such a blunder leaves him utterly humiliated. But soon, who notices something amiss? Old Zhang, did your son just defecate? Why does his white suit look yellow? Before Zhang Yud can respond, he catches a whiff of the unmistakable odor. At that moment, the students in the audience also begin to notice the anomaly. What the heck? How did Zhang Junjie's white pants turn yellow? Dude, do you smell that foul odor? Yeah, it's oddly familiar. It's identical to the scent I produce when I have an upset stomach. Do you think Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran actually just did that? Speculation runs rampant in the crowd, with some students even pulling out their phones to record the spectacle. Li Yitong, sensing something is off, consults the temporary director and hurriedly approaches the stage. As she steps up, the stench nearly knocks her out. Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran are experiencing a sudden issue. We now invite the next group of dance performers to the stage. Following this announcement, Li Yitong shoots a pointed look. Zhang Junjie, looking as if he has been deflated, slowly shuffles off stage. Lu Qianran, covering her face, bolts down the stage in a frantic rush towards the restroom. Gu Linfeng, witnessing the entire episode from backstage, is filled with delight. This pair has finally faced public disgrace. Isn't this more thrilling than killing them? Li Yitong holds her breath, continuing to introduce the next dance group. However, this predicament proves troublesome for the upcoming dance ensemble. They are set to perform street dance, which naturally involves ground movements. As they prepare to execute a full spin or a windmill, the sight of the yellow substance on the floor causes them to abruptly halt, standing bewildered on stage. Their instructor, in a panic, shouts from the sidelines, "What are you all doing standing there? Get to dancing." The lead boy, clad in hip-hop attire, scowls and retorts loudly, "Dance? With that mess on stage? If you want to dance, you come up and do it." The instructor, taken aback, is about to chastise them when the audience bursts into laughter. Is that really what I think it is? It seems Zhang Junjie truly has made a mess. The laughter continues, transforming the welcoming party into a farce thanks to this couple. "I can't handle this. I'm about to vomit." Hu's face darkens as he glares at Zhang Yid. "Is this what you consider an exemplary son? Why must he relieve himself on stage?" Zhang Yid opens his mouth to explain, but the words fail him. He genuinely wants to confront Zhang Junjie. Was it absolutely essential to do this? Indeed, Huhai University has held countless welcome parties, but this is the first time they have required an intermission. Gu Linfeng is nearly beside himself with laughter backstage, never expecting the street dancers to expose Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran's shameful moment. After all, who would want to perform street dance in such a messy environment? With Gu Linfeng's antics preceding them, the remaining performances lack any highlights, and the school leaders appear disinterested. 30 minutes later, Hu steps onto the stage to deliver a speech and announce the award recipients for the welcome party. After deliberation among the school leaders, it is decided that the first prize goes to Hu. Draws out the suspense, looking at the students and saying, "You all should know who it is, right?" The audience responds in unison, cheering, "Gu Linfeng! Gu Linfeng!" It transforms into a concert for Gu Linfeng, who clears his throat and, as the noise subsides, declares loudly, "The first prize of this welcome party goes to the work presented by Yuan Hua, titled My Provincial Governor Father." Instantly, the grand hall falls silent, a precursor to the impending eruption. Hu coughs again and continues, and to Gu Linfeng for his song, "Flowers Blooming at Parting." Indeed, this year's first prize is awarded to both. A chorus of boos erupts on stage. Gu Linfeng's victory is well-deserved, while Yuan Hua's accolade seems solely reliant on his father's position. Gu Linfeng is left speechless, wondering if it was taken inspiration from the rap of China, adopting this dual champion approach, treating the audience as if they were fools. Naturally, Gu Linfeng does not delve deeper into the matter. This first prize is merely nominal, awarded for the sake of recognition, a formality, if you will. Chapter 53. The public outcry, following a few words of gratitude on stage. Gu Linfeng quietly departs amidst the cheers of his peers. Under the adoring gaze of Su Su, he hastens to escape this den of turmoil alongside Zhang Long, fearing that if he lingers, he may be besieged by the eager crowd. "Father, I wish to express my heartfelt sentiments," Zhang Long declares earnestly, gazing at Gu Linfeng. "Speak." Gu Linfeng replies dismissively, "From this day forth you are my God." As he utters these words, his companions simultaneously kneel on one knee in reverence. What is this? Gu Linfeng is at a loss for words, looking at his 3 adopted sons. "I am no deity, merely a young father." In the school infirmary, Zhang Junjie never anticipated that a single welcome party would bring about his downfall, even before the event concludes. His WeChat is inundated with messages inquiring whether he truly defecated on stage. In a fit of rage, Zhang Junjie blocks and deletes all those who revel in his misfortune. Lu Qianran is equally distressed. Her expensive white gown has been irreparably stained, now resembling a shade of brown. Her initial intention was to garner popularity at school before pursuing fame post-graduation, but now all her aspirations lie in ruins. Meanwhile, the two find themselves in the school infirmary, hooked to 4 drips, emanating an unmistakable foul odor. The attending physician, aware of the consequences of offending the vice principal's son, dons several layers of masks to protect himself. Wretched person, this is all your fault. Zhang Junjie was compelled to attend the welcome party, and now he found himself the subject of ridicule. His heart was a tempest of emotions as he vented his frustrations upon Lu Qianran. Darling, don't you think it's rather peculiar that both of us experienced gastrointestinal distress? Lu Qianran, unfazed by Zhang Junjie's outburst, began to analyze the reasons behind their embarrassment. Zhang Junjie furrowed his brows. Please elaborate. We dined at a Michelin 3-star restaurant for lunch. The quality was impeccable. So it is inconceivable that we would fall ill. What do you imply? Zhang Junjie felt a flicker of understanding, his expression growing increasingly animated. The drink we had prior to taking the stage must have been tampered with. Lu Qianran asserted emphatically. Drink? Yes, the drink. Zhang Junjie awakened to the realization, his countenance shifting to one of fury. That drink was given to us by Sun Wei. That scoundrel has made me a laughingstock. No, I must summon him for answers. Without hesitation, Zhang Junjie retrieved his phone and dialed Sun Wei, unleashing a torrent of accusations upon him, demanding he promptly report to the infirmary. Sun Wei, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried over. Upon entering, he raised an eyebrow. Even though Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran had changed into clean garments, a faint odor lingered in the air. Has something gone awry? Sun Wei, you got some nerve. Zhang Junjie seized the moment. Did you drug the drinks that you gave to Lu Qianran and me? Sun Wei gulped nervously. No, boss, it's not my doing. It was Gu Linfeng. He provided me with the drinks. What? The name struck Zhang Junjie like lightning, igniting a blaze of anger within him. Lu Qianran, hearing that familiar name, immediately donned a sorrowful expression. Whoa, darling, Gu Linfeng has gone too far. You must avenge us. Zhang Junjie turned his gaze sharply towards Sun Wei. Where's that drink now? Lu Qianran ceased her weeping. Indeed, if we can locate that problematic beverage, we can file a complaint, and Gu Linfeng will surely face charges for poisoning. Precisely. Let us ensure Gu Linfeng pays for this. The fury within Zhang Junjie subsided significantly as he addressed Sun Wei. Take the drink and report it immediately. If we can prove it was tainted, Lu Qianran's and my reputations will be salvaged. Sun Wei, still in a state of shock, nodded, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. What are you waiting for? Hurry! Lu Qianran urged impatiently. She had concocted a plan to abandon her pure image and instead portray herself as a victim of her ex-boyfriend's malice. Those mindless admirers would undoubtedly rally to her cause, launching an all-out assault on Gu Linfeng. As for the incident of public defecation, it would merely serve as a stepping stone into the entertainment industry. Ahem, Sun Wei hesitated, fumbling for words. Speak up. Zhang Junjie glared. What's wrong? Is my conversation no longer effective? Do you still wish to be the head of security? Of course, Sun Wei desired that position, dreaming of emulating a certain senior from a northeastern province, inspecting dormitories with a sense of authority. Boss, that drink was taken by Gu Linfeng. Sun Wei confessed after a moment as contemplation. At first, he had not understood Gu Linfeng's motives, but now it dawned on him that it was likely an attempt to eliminate incriminating evidence. You fool! Zhang Junjie roared, glaring at the ceiling, his desire to chastise Sun Wei dissipating. Lu Qianran began to weep anew, her sobs grating on his nerves. Not everyone knows we defecated in public. Why are you crying? Zhang Junjie shouted in exasperation. Lu Qianran numbly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Sun Wei raised his hand like a diligent student. Boss, I have news. You and sister-in-law's public incident has already made the trending searches. Sun Wei scratched his head, looking rather uncomfortable. What? Zhang Junjie shot upright. Lu Qianran panicked. Quick, give me your phone. Reluctantly, Sun Wei handed it over. Zhang Junjie, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, leaned in to see the screen. The first message on Douyin read, I swear this is the first time I've seen someone defecate in public, and it was a beauty. Zhang Junjie glanced at the video shared by the public account. The footage was blurry, rendering their faces indistinguishable, likely recorded by a student and submitted to social media. Thank goodness they can't see our faces. Zhang Junjie sighed in relief. Boss, perhaps you should check the comments section? Sun Wei interjected awkwardly. Yes, let us see the comments. Lu Qianran agreed, eagerly opening the comments. What had previously been a calming atmosphere turned into chaos as Lu Qianran's eyes widened in disbelief, and she fainted from the shock. Zhang Junjie, being a man, could endure more than Lu Qianran, yet even he felt his teeth clenching as he read the comments. I'm a freshman from Huhai University, and I can confirm everything the public account posted is true. Nowadays, public accounts are absurd. I can't believe someone would defecate in such a setting. Don't doubt me. I was there sitting in the front row, and the smell was simply unbearable. To prove my point, here's my student ID and a photo. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Today, as college students are unashamed. What a shame for that beauty, tarnishing her pristine image with such a grotesque act. Is this even grotesque? It reminds me of that infamous video from years ago. Two girls, one cup. Two girls, one cup? Just two women sharing a cup. Don't inquire too much about the world's intricacies. At this juncture, Zhang Junjie could no longer contain himself. He hurled the phone against the ground with all his might. As it shattered, two cries echoed from the infirmary. My phone, my reputation. In that moment, their emotions diverged sharply. Linfeng, a social media influencer with 5 million followers on Douyin, specialized in unboxing and reviewing cosmetics. Despite the niche nature of her field, she had carved out a significant presence. Ugh, what is this trash they recommended? Public defecation. How disgusting. She scrolled quickly, moving to the next video. The protagonist of this video was an exceptionally handsome young man, poised on stage, ready to sing. This scene bears an uncanny resemblance to that public defeca, as a growing number of young women began to seek out Gu Linfeng's performance at the welcome party. The incident involving Zhang Junjie and Lu Qianran escalated with increasing fervor. Soon, a new term emerged. Gu Linfeng publicly defecates. When Gu Linfeng became aware of this, he had just completed his morning routine, only to be inundated with dozens of messages on WeChat. The messages in the class group chat were overwhelming. Puzzled, Gu Linfeng wondered what had transpired. Was there a supermarket promotion? However, his confusion was quickly dispelled when Zhang Long burst in, exclaiming, Father, you've become famous. Famous for what? Gu Linfeng, engrossed in his phone, was momentarily startled by Zhang Long's words. Not for a fire, but your song has gone viral online. How come I didn't know about this? Gu Linfeng replied, taken aback. Why don't you check online? You're trending #1. Zhang Long produced his phone and pointed to a video that was currently playing. Gu Linfeng took the phone and began to watch intently. It was a video of him singing on stage. Although the footage was not very clear and recorded from a distance, his handsome silhouette was discernible, evoking a sense of ethereal charm. Boss, I advise you to keep a low profile for a while. Zhang Long suddenly cautioned. Hide? I haven't committed any crime. Why would I need to hide? Gu Linfeng remarked, playfully touching Zhang Long's forehead and noting he didn't have a fever. What else with the nonsense during the day? Zhang Long shook his head and pulled Gu Linfeng to the window. Look for yourself. Peering down, Gu Linfeng was astonished to see a throng of female university students gathered below the boys' dormitory. To his disbelief, they had even unfurled banners proclaiming, in this life, my beloved is Gu Linfeng. And Gu Linfeng, I want to bear your child. As if to amplify the chaos, Zhang Long opened the window, and a cacophony of slogans flooded into the room. Linfeng, Linfeng, a jade tree facing the wind. For the wind, for the wind. For a lifetime of being single. Is this really happening? Are these university girls truly this fervent? Gu Linfeng's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Father, this is nothing. Nowadays, fans will even smuggle batteries in their sanitary pads just to use them as light sticks at idol concerts. And some concert tickets are being resold for astronomical prices. Over $1 million for a front row seat. Zhang Long exclaimed, his indignation palpable. Seeing the seriousness in Zhang Long's expression, Gu Linfeng felt a twinge of apprehension. I need to keep a low profile. He certainly did not wish to be followed around by a legion of ardent fans. While staying low-key is wise, don't forget these fans are our classmates. Can you truly maintain a low profile forever? Zhang Long shook his head helplessly. Indeed, it's hard to avoid them when we see each other daily. Gu Linfeng wished he could slap himself for drawing unnecessary attention. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Is this Gu Linfeng's dormitory? A petite figure wearing sunglasses and a mask suddenly barged in, politely inquiring upon seeing Zhang Long. Gu Linfeng felt a jolt. The voice was unmistakably female. The Shanghai Conservatory of Music has strict regulations prohibiting the entrance of the opposite sex into dormitories. How had she managed to enter? Gu Linfeng, I'm your fan. Could you please give me an autograph? The girl removed her hat and mask, presenting a piece of paper and a pen, revealing an attractive face to the two young men. Gu Linfeng nodded slightly, smiling warmly. Certainly my classmate. The girl's excitement nearly caused her to faint. After hastily signing, Gu Linfeng added with a smile, this is a boys' dormitory. Please exit promptly. Okay. The girl nodded repeatedly, yet her gaze remained fixated on Gu Linfeng's handsome visage. At that moment, the female students who had been cheering outside had vanished. Oh no, father, they've rushed in. Gu Linfeng's pupils dilated as he disregarded the height of the second floor and leaped out in response to the girl's exclamation. My wind. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she reached out, but she could not grasp her idol. My wind has jumped to his death for me. I cannot live either. Zhang Long, quick on his feet, caught the girl, exclaiming, Sister, this is the second floor? Gu Linfeng landed unscathed and seized the opportunity to escape the boys' dormitory while remaining incognito. Meanwhile, discussion surrounding Gu Linfeng's song continued to proliferate online. With Ling Yufei as promotion, numerous music streamers began to cover his song on Douyin. Countless fans clamored for Shanghai University to reveal the identity of this enigmatic young man. Within a few short hours, a fan support group for Gu Linfeng was established. The identity of the president remained a mystery, but it was rumored to be a fellow student from Shanghai University. Whether this was true or not mattered little to the fans, who looked to the president for direction. Gu Linfeng had garnered fame, which naturally attracted detractors. Honestly, I find this boy's singing average. He doesn't compare to my Cohen. Another chimed in. I'll concede he is handsome, but his skills are lacking. Not even half as good as my master. People are desperate for fame. Who is backing this boy? The criticisms poured in, and soon, Gu Linfeng's fans retaliated, attacking anyone who disparaged him. Who is Cohen? I only recognize Ji Gu. If you say Gu Linfeng sings worse than Cohen, I might begrudgingly agree. But saying he is not even half as good as your master is something I cannot accept. You don't appreciate public taste. Do you prefer live magic shows? Don't speak for us upstairs. Yes, we have child. I don't care. Gu Linfeng is the best, and his singing is the finest. The online feud intensified. Yet Gu Linfeng remained blissfully unaware, reclining in a luxurious 5-star hotel bed, sound asleep. The following day, Gu Linfeng awoke to a call from Zhang Long father. You need to check online. Master has critiqued your song as mediocre. It's chaos on the internet. Zhang Long's urgency was palpable. Gu Linfeng, however, was somewhat indifferent. He didn't even know who Zhang Long was referring to as master. With a desire to learn, he searched for the name on Douyin, clicking on a video from a certain influencer. He frowned as he watched, muttering curses under his breath as he closed the app. Having encountered a lackluster performance of a Cantonese song that was riddled with off-key notes. This is the so-called god. How absurd. To his surprise, after a night of development, he discovered he had amassed a considerable following online. Should he post a video to confirm his identity and perhaps gain some fans? This stirred within him a sense of excitement, prompting a moment of contemplation. It is widely acknowledged that Douyin monetizes rapidly, particularly for an overnight sensation like himself. If he were to commence a live stream at the pinnacle of traffic, a revenue exceeding $1 million would undoubtedly be within reach. However, after mere seconds of reflection, he resolutely declined the idea. While verifying his real name was acceptable, he deemed the act of exploiting wealth unnecessary. He was not in want of money. His micro-securities account had already amassed over 500 million. To him, $1 million from live streaming was trivial, neither here nor there, considering the fervent fans. Gu Linfeng resolved to take action. With determination, he raised his phone and recorded a simple video online. Hello everyone. I am a male singer from Shanghai Music Academy. I'm just an ordinary student, and I never anticipated that singing a casual song would lead to such fame. This has taken me by surprise." He paused briefly before continuing. "However, your enthusiasm has begun to intrude upon my daily life. I hope everyone can pursue their admiration for me with reason. If my life continues to be disrupted, I will have to deactivate this account." Upon clicking publish, he also invested 100,000 yuan. The moment the video was released, it surged to the trending topics. His fans were elated, finally feeling a sense of community. Yet, upon absorbing the content of the video, a whirlwind of emotions swept over them. Especially the mention of deactivating his account brought them back to reality, leading them to silently follow him and choose to remain quiet. The idol had expressed a desire for solitude, so they resolved to protect him from the shadows. Inside the hotel, Linfeng refreshingly checked Douyin every second, witnessing his follower count escalate exponentially. After 2 hours, once his followers reached approximately 3 million, the growth began to slow. Linfeng was left agape, astonished that a song about parting could garner such affection. 3 million followers? All genuine. If he were to collaborate with someone for a skit or a live stream, it was entirely possible to surpass 10 million in popularity. Yet, after some contemplation, Linfeng decided against it. Quietly amassing wealth was the true path to success. System. Sign in. Signing in. Congratulations, host has received Huhai's premier luxury villa in Guanjingyuan. Guanjingyuan? Linfeng was unfamiliar with the name, yet he recognized the significance of the term premier. To dare to use such words in a city like Huhai, where every inch is precious, indicated that this villa was of considerable value. Thus, he transformed into a young scholar of Baidu, searching for Guanjingyuan. Guanjingyuan spans nearly 50,000 square meters, housing only 12 villas. 11 of these have been sold 6 months prior, leaving only villa number 1 available. The price per square meter in Guanjingyuan approached 200,000 yuan. Linfeng hastily retrieved the property deed from the system S-Space. Noticing the building area was 400 square meters, he felt as though his mind might implode. After some calculations, he arrived at the conclusion that the value of this villa was a staggering 8 billion. Of course, this figure was merely theoretical. Should he truly wish to purchase it, the price would likely exceed 1 billion, given that this was the king of villas. System? Where is the key to the villa? Linfeng urgently inquired within his mind. Please proceed to Guanjing Villa, where someone will assist you with the handover. Wait. Linfeng suddenly sensed something amiss and pressed on. Will the sudden appearance of this property under my name pose any issues? Rest assured, all funds and assets from this system are legitimate, so there is no need for concern. With the system's reassurance, Linfeng wasted no time. He grabbed the keys to the luxury car on the table, checked out, and sped towards Guanjing Villa. While driving his Lamborghini, he was captivated by the scenery outside the window. It was hard to fathom that in the concrete jungle of Huhai, one could witness an abundance of trees and flowers in the city center. The closer he approached Guanjing Villa, the more lush the greenery became, and he even spotted ancient trees that required multiple individuals to encircle. Arriving at the villa's entrance, the bronze gate could not conceal the verdant beauty within, where numerous precious trees thrived. Sir, this is a private residence. Parking is not permitted. A young security guard rushed over, saluting Linfeng earnestly. The security personnel here were well-trained and possessed a keen eye for identifying owners. The young guard was certain he had never seen Linfeng or his luxury car before. Wait, a luxury car? The guard scrutinized the emblem and realized it was indeed a Lamborghini. This revelation ignited a surge of resentment within him. Just last month, his girlfriend had ridden in a Lamborghini and subsequently ended their relationship via WeChat, claiming she had found love. Damn it, you found love? What about me? Am I merely a backup? The guard's anger swelled. Anyone driving a Lamborghini was met with his silent curses. I'm the owner here, having just moved in. Linfeng noticed the guard's darkening expression, furrowing his brow as he turned to retrieve the property deed from the passenger seat. Wait. Didn't you see the property deed on my passenger seat? Aren't you afraid I might genuinely be the owner and report you? Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. How could anyone dare to look down upon him while he was behind the wheel of a Lamborghini? I've seen plenty of people like you. Some claim to be relatives of the owner, while others say they're maintenance workers here to fix the plumbing. You are the first to boast about a property deed to deceive me. The guard shook his head dismissively. Gu Linfeng, perplexed, glanced at the guard's name tag, which read Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, is it? Here, that's my property deed. Go ahead and take a look. Gu Linfeng impatiently extended the deed through the window. Buddy, you must have rented this luxury car, right? Zhao Yang's expression grew increasingly icy. Why do you say that? Gu Linfeng asked, intrigued. He had initially intended to hurl a few choice words at Zhao Yang, but thought better of it. As a cultured security guard, he couldn't possibly compare to those who would assault delivery personnel or owners. At this moment, Gu Linfeng felt utterly bewildered, even experiencing a sense of absurdity. Here he was, holding a property deed, yet being barred from entry by a security guard. Is there no justice in this world? Wait, my property deed bears a steel seal. Gu Linfeng persisted in his explanation. Falsifying such documents is illegal. Ah, I see. You seem quite bold, knowing it's illegal yet still daring to forge. Gu Linfeng was momentarily rendered speechless. Fine. Can I at least park here for a moment? Gu Linfeng pointed to a parking spot by the entrance. Absolutely not. Zhao Yang firmly rejected, asserting that the entrance also belonged to Guanjing Villa, and non-owners were not permitted to park. I'll just be a moment. Gu Linfeng insisted. Zhao Yang hesitated, but the memory of his girlfriend leaving him for a man with a Lamborghini gnawed at him. Even if she suggested reconciliation, he had never considered it. Only later did he discover that the man driving the Lamborghini had rented it. Rumor had it that he had crashed it at the university gate and, unable to pay for the damages, was ultimately exposed. I will say this once more. Please leave immediately. How dare you obstruct a homeowner? Do you want to lose your job? A panting, portly manager hurried over. Manager, what brings you here? Zhao Liang stood at attention, saluting with a serious demeanor. I am the manager here. Do you think I cannot come? The manager shot him a resentful glare, then turned to Gu Linfeng with a fawning tone. Are you Mr. Gu? Yes, I am, Gu Linfeng replied nonchalantly, without even stepping out of the car. I am Zhang Yukai, the manager of Guanjing Garden. It is an honor to meet you. Witnessing Zhang Youcai's attitude toward Gu Linfeng, akin to that of a devoted son meeting his father, Zhao Liang was left in shock. Could it be? He dared not ponder further. With his eyes darting nervously, Zhao Liang quickly changed his tune. With your remarkable presence, striking good looks, and piercing gaze, you must be the owner here. My earlier oversight warrants an apology. Please forgive my indiscretion. Gu Linfeng waved his hand impatiently. Enough. I preferred your earlier defiance. Kindly revert to that demeanor. Zhao Liang was taken aback, secretly wondering what peculiar preferences this owner held. But his face rapidly shifted back to the sullen expression from their first encounter. Clearing his throat, Zhao Liang asserted, You must move your car immediately. Parking is prohibited here. How dare you? Zhang Yukai fumed. Gu Linfeng reached out through the car window to pull Zhang Yukai back. Observing Zhao Liang with amusement, this security guard is quite commendable. Very dedicated. While it could be said he was dedicated, it was more accurate to say he was sweet-tongued, given that he was in the presence of a handsome and wealthy owner. Amid Zhao Liang's anxiousness, Gu Linfeng invited Zhang Yukai into the car. Zhao Liang quickly jogged to open the gate, sighing in relief. It seemed this distinguished individual bore no grudge against him, and he chuckled to himself. After all, he was merely a security guard. How could he capture the owner's attention? As the Lamborghini glided past Zhao Liang, Gu Linfeng intentionally lowered the window. Brother, I truly am the owner of Villa Number 1. Yes, indeed. Zhao Liang thought to himself, You're so impressive. You could claim to be my father, and I would believe you. The security guard at Guanjing Garden earned $15,000 a month. Should he lose this job, he wouldn't know where to weep. The Lamborghini gradually drove off. Inside, Zhang Yukai flatteringly suggested, Shall I have him dismissed? Before he could finish, Gu Linfeng interrupted, Let it go. Life is not easy for anyone. One should show mercy. Mr. Gu, I am truly impressed. My admiration for you is boundless, Zhang Yukai continued. But Gu Linfeng brusquely cut him off. Enough with the chatter. Direct me to Villa Number 1. I am eager to see it. Zhang Youcai's face flushed, and he obediently closed his mouth. This individual was a quintessential sycophant, and Gu Linfeng found his demeanor somewhat distasteful. Minutes later, they exited the car. and Gu Linfeng inhaled the fresh air of the garden, exclaiming, "In the bustling city of Huhai, I have discovered such a serene paradise. It truly opens my eyes." Zhang Yukai, feeling a sense of pride, replied, "Indeed, this is our President Xi's most prized creation." "Xi? The system?" Gu Linfeng paused. "How do you know our President Xi is Shitong?" Zhang Yukai, taken aback, quickly realized, "How silly of me. If President Xi could sell Villa Number 1 to you, you must surely know him." "Ah." Gu Linfeng coughed lightly, slowly articulating, "That is quite a name." Gu Linfeng hurriedly began to communicate with the system in his mind. "Ding. Coincidence. I do not believe it. Believe it or not, I don't care. You are rather proud, aren't you?" Gu Linfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. If the Shitong truly was the embodiment of the system, he would have to pay a visit to seize the opportunity. Mr. Gu, Zhang Yukai gently urged as he noticed Gu Linfeng lost in thought. "Shall I show you Villa Number 1 now?" With that, Zhang Yukai produced a key card and unlocked the grand bronze door. "Mr. Gu, do not underestimate this door." "I am not," Gu Linfeng replied. Zhang Yukai momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his professional demeanor. "This door is worth 3 million and was specially imported from abroad as a bulletproof custom edition. It has been tested abroad, and not even a .47 caliber bullet can leave a mark on it, showcasing its sturdiness." Gu Linfeng remained silent, inwardly dismissing the claim. In Longhua, there were locksmiths who could open any lock. Gu Linfeng had previously experienced the prowess of a locksmith with a swipe of a card. He had lost 200 yuan in less than 3 seconds. The locksmith had even deliberately slowed down, fearing Gu Linfeng might hesitate to pay. "Mr. Gu, I will first register your fingerprint and facial recognition," Zhang Yukai stated, proceeding to operate the password lock. Moments later, Gu Linfeng tested the fingerprint and facial recognition, successfully unlocking the door to Villa Number 1. Upon entering, the modern decor was immediately evident, from the sleek marble floors to the soaring ceilings. Every piece of furniture exuded opulence. The entire villa was equipped with smart home technology. Simply calling out Xiao Du would control the entire house. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Such a luxurious villa required a call to Xiao Du, evoking the absurdity of eating instant noodles in a fine dining restaurant. The garage, capable of accommodating 5 vehicles, and the basement caught Gu Linfeng's admiration. The soundproofing was impeccable, and the audio system was top-tier, costing millions, indicating that President Xi was indeed someone who appreciated the finer things in life. Gu Linfeng also favored the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, which was simple yet elegant, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. "Let's proceed." Gu Linfeng nodded slightly. Moments later, a butler entered with more than 10 stunningly beautiful housekeepers dressed in black stockings, ready to clean the house, leaving Gu Linfeng astonished. Such was the privilege of wealth. Even the cleaning staff appeared as if they were on display. Were they here to tidy up or to entice the owner? I stand at 168 centimeters, have practiced yoga since childhood, and am a master of the splits. Under Zhang Youtsai's lecherous gaze, Gu Linfeng tossed the note into the trash, stating, "I am quite satisfied with the villa. You may leave now." "Certainly, sir. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call the butler. We at Guanjin Garden provide whatever you desire." Zhang Yukai bowed and departed. "What if I want to eat chicken?" "Are you referring to high-end chicken, Mr. Gu?" Zhang Yukai chuckled, "Starting at 100,000, if it's a socialite. There's no charge. Just let her come in for a photo op." Gu Linfeng felt a wave of frustration, thinking, "Are you out of your mind? I meant chicken, as in chicken meat." Zhang Yukai, embarrassed, quickly replied, "Guanjin Garden Villas provide meals around the clock. You can always ask the butler to order. Just leave." Gu Linfeng waved his hand impatiently. Zhang Yukai hastily excused himself, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 58. What? The richest man in Huhai has come to seek me out? Inside Villa Number 1, Gu Linfeng sank into the luxurious mattress of the king-sized bed, moaning with pleasure. This is the life of the wealthy, utterly delightful. After frolicking on the bed for a while, a hint of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber on the soft mattress. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated rental apartment in Huhai, Zhao Jinshun lay sprawled on the bed, scrolling through Douyin, his eyes gleaming as he browsed videos of alluring women in black stockings. "Shun, we are running low on money. Perhaps you should consider finding a job?" Zhang Shumi nervously wrung her hands, casting a hesitant glance at the slothful Zhao Jinshun on the bed. Work? Zhao Jinshun's expression soured, slamming his phone down in anger. You wretched woman. If you hadn't insisted on selling the old house, would I be reduced to renting this shabby place? Do you know how much we received from the demolition of that old house? Zhao Jinshun sat up straight, taking a swig from a beer can. 5 million. I have never seen so much money in my life. If it weren't for your illness and the need to sell the house, I would be a millionaire by now. Zhang Shumi murmured, my illness was just appendicitis. Besides, it wasn't my decision to sell. You lost at gambling. How do you talk back? Zhao Jinshun seized the beer bottle and struck Zhang Shumi's head with great force, shattering the bottle into fragments and causing blood to flow from her forehead. Zhang Shumi, enduring the pain, remained silent, seemingly accustomed to her husband's domestic violence. Zhao Jinshun appeared to have calmed down, lying back on the bed to scroll through Douyin. Hello everyone. I am Gu Linfeng. The algorithm of Douyin is indeed peculiar. Despite Zhao Jinshun's evident preference for women in black stockings, he was presented with images of handsome men. I despise such pretty boys, Zhao Jinshun muttered under his breath, preparing to swipe away the video when he noticed the pendant around Gu Linfeng's neck, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. What is this? Shumi, come here. Zhang Shumi hesitated, fearing another beating, her steps faltering. Hurry up and get over here. Zhao Jinshun glared, prompting her to reluctantly approach. Look at this kid's pendant. Do you recognize it? Initially fearful, Zhang Shumi's expression shifted upon seeing the video of Gu Linfeng and the engraved pendant. Is this the child from the Gu family? Indeed, it is. Zhao Jinshun's eyes darted as a malicious thought crossed his mind. He then affectionately touched Zhang Shumi's forehead, asking, Does it hurt? Zhang Shumi instinctively recoiled, but quickly shook her head, realizing Zhao Jinshun's terrifying nature. Not at all. This kid has become quite famous now. What do you say we go ask him for some money? Zhao Jinshun's intent was clear. Jinshun, we are not his biological parents. Isn't this inappropriate? Zhang Shumi timidly protested. What is inappropriate? Don't forget, this kid was once fed by you. Zhao Jinshun slammed the table. I didn't get enough, and you gave it to someone else. What is wrong with asking him for some support? But didn't you abandon him at the orphanage? Zhang Shumi whispered. Are you reluctant? Zhao Jinshun's anger flared as he grabbed her collar, his previous affection replaced by fury. If you refuse, I will end you today, and then that little brat. Zhang Shumi broke down in tears. Xiaoliang is your biological son. I can barely survive myself. What does it matter whose son he is? Zhao Jinshun uttered the cruelest words in a mundane tone. Spare Xiaoliang. I will do anything. Zhang Shumi pleaded, kneeling. I remember you have pictures of him as child, right? Zhao Jinshun's demeanor softened slightly. Go find them. All right. Zhang Shumi scrambled to her feet, searching for the photographs. Tears streamed down her face as memories flooded her mind. Shumi, I am pleased with your work for the Gu family these past years now. I have a task for you. Take this child away, and I will arrange for the world's best doctors to treat your son's illness. But what about this child? Do not ask questions that should not be asked. Otherwise, wretched woman, have you not found it after all this time? Zhao Jinshun's furious voice interrupted. I found it. Zhang Shumi hesitantly handed over the photograph. Zhao Jinshun accepted it with a satisfied nod. In the photo, the young Gu Linfeng was peacefully asleep, the pendant clearly visible on his chest. This pendant is still worn. It must be quite valuable. I truly underestimated it. Had I known, I would have had it appraised. Zhao Jinshun lamented, as if he had lost 5 million. Kindness is futile. Had I kept the pendant, perhaps I would have turned my fortunes around. Moreover, since it originates from the Gu family, it surely holds significant worth. But it is not too late. This kid has gained fame. The photo has been found. But how to establish a connection has become a predicament. He incessantly searched Douyin, and indeed, he uncovered Gu Linfeng's information. First-year music student at Huhai University, Gu Linfeng. Wretched brat, wipe the blood from your face. Zhao Jinshun envisioned a prosperous future. All he needed was to seize this opportunity, and life would transform dramatically. Drinking a bottle after another would no longer be a dream. Dingling. Gu Linfeng was awakened by the ringing of his phone, and upon answering, he heard Su Su's voice. Gu Linfeng, you need to come to school right away. What happened? Your parents are here looking for you. His drowsiness vanished, and Gu Linfeng exclaimed, "What? The richest in Huhai has come to claim me? What richest in Huhai? Your parents look quite ordinary. You should hurry." Susurriplaid, exasperative. After hanging up, Gu Linfeng rubbed his temples, trying to dispel his confusion. "My parents are here to claim me?" he muttered, skeptical yet intrigued, as Su Su's tone seemed sincere. He soon lost any desire to sleep, grabbed the car keys from his bedside, and headed straight for Huhai University. Chapter 59. Gu Linfeng does not acknowledge his parents? Upon arriving at Su Su's office building, Gu Linfeng rushed directly to the office without even locking his car. He sensed an unusual gaze from the students in the corridor, particularly noticing the girl who had previously asked him for an autograph. She quickly lowered her head upon seeing him. Slowing his pace, he overheard several girls whispering. "Have you heard? Gu Linfeng's parents came to the school. I heard from the music department that Gu Linfeng is an orphan. Where did these parents come from? I'm not sure, but judging by Gu Linfeng's parents, they don't seem well off. His mother is wearing an old floral dress from over a decade ago." "Really? Gu Linfeng has luxury cars and designer clothes. Why doesn't he spend money on his parents? Also, where does Gu Linfeng's wealth come from? Do you think he might be working as a gigolo?" Gu Linfeng's expression darkened, dismissing the gossiping girls as he strode toward the office. Inside, he heard Zhao Jinshuan's furious voice. "Where's my son? Why hasn't he come to see me? Had he forgotten his biological father now that he is famous? Mr. Gu, please calm down. I am Zhao, of course. I am his father." Intrigued, Gu Linfeng pondered how he was unaware of having a father with the surname Zhao. With a sudden kick, Gu Linfeng burst through the office door. "So, you're the one with the surname Zhao?" The room fell silent as Zhao Jinshan froze mid-sentence, and Zhang Shumi became emotional upon seeing Gu Linfeng. Zhao Jinshan gulped, startled by Gu Linfeng's imposing presence. "You must be Gu Linfeng. I am your father." Zhao, before he could finish, Gu Linfeng slapped him hard across the face. "I am your ancestor." Gu Linfeng roared in anger. "So you dare to come to school to claim kinship?" After years of navigating the world, Gu Linfeng was accustomed to being addressed as father by others, and today he would not allow anyone to take advantage of him. The slap left Zhao Jinshan momentarily stunned. By now, a crowd had gathered outside the office, mostly female students. Zhao Jinshuan's complexion shifted wildly as he noticed the gathering. Thinking quickly, he shouted, "You're all Gu Linfeng's classmates, right? You witnessed him hitting me, didn't you? I am his biological father." "Uncle, you don't look like Gu Linfeng at all," a girl instinctively remarked, prompting nods of agreement from others. Zhao Jinshan, with his triangular eyes and mustache, seemed unlikely to have fathered such a handsome son. Yet, undeterred, he pulled a photograph from his pocket. "Look at this photo. This is Gu Linfeng. If I were not his biological father, how could I possibly have his picture?" Was taken aback. This old man was quite crafty. The photographs circulated continuously, and the students compared the miniature version of in the images. Eventually, they all nodded in agreement that it indeed was him. "I never expected you to be this kind of person," one student remarked. "What kind of person am I?" responded, puzzled. "So once you have money, you no longer recognize your biological parents? Is that it?" "Yes, I once admired you as an idol. Yet you treat your parents this way?" Another student lamented, weeping, "My idol has fallen from grace." The cacophony of voices made frown deeply. Su Su urgently shouted, "Everyone be quiet and let's speak." Initially, Su Su did not believe the claims made by the couple Zhao Jinshan and Zhang Shumi, but upon seeing the childhood photograph of, she chose to believe. Old photographs cannot deceive, and the pendant in the picture was identical to one owned by. At that moment, disappointment crept into her feelings towards him. Being poor at home is not terrifying. What is frightening is the lack of courage to face everything with equanimity. "But I am an orphan. What does it matter if I disown them?" he retorted. This statement struck like a thunderbolt. Indeed was an orphan. She had seen the records indicating his orphan status. Zhao Jinshan cast a fierce glance at Zhang Shumi. Reluctantly, she admitted, "It was my carelessness that caused me to lose him when he was young." You all heard that, right? Carelessness led to losing him. Now that we have found him, do you not recognize him? Zhao Jinshan feigned emotion, squeezing out a couple of tears. "What a dramatic performance." Scoffed. "You claim I was lost? Then I am curious. How did you misplace me in an orphanage? You didn't lose me on the street or in a restroom. It just happened to be an orphanage? Or were you intending to abandon me? His inquiries rang loud and clear. Zhao Jinshun was unprepared for such resistance, but to extract benefits from. He staggered a few steps and pointed at his own clothes, saying, "I'm sorry, son. We were too poor to raise you, and your mother fell ill. I had no choice but to send you to the orphanage." As he continued, he wiped his tears and added, "We could have sold you, but we chose not to because we still have a conscience, which is why we sent you to the orphanage." Seeing disbelief, Zhao Jinshun exchanged glances with Zhang Shumi, who reluctantly conceded, "What he says is true. Your mother has a scar from the surgery she underwent when she was ill. Would you like to see it?" Wiping away his tears, Zhao Jinshun shouted angrily, "I'm still not convinced. What you're saying is utterly ridiculous." Shrugged, "Perhaps you can fool a fool. But we are all adults here. So tell me, how much do you want?" S. directness left Zhao Jinshun speechless. He had often deceived children for money, but never had he encountered such a forthright target. After a moment of thought, Zhao Jinshun extended 5 fingers. 500,000? Inquired. Zhao Jinshun shook his head. 5 million? Zhao Jinshun nodded. "You must be joking. Just look at yourself. How could you possibly think you are worth 5 million? S. Sharp tongue continued. "Have you ever seen 5 million? You're not even worth selling to the north for a kidney." His words rendered Zhao Jinshun utterly dumbfounded. Impatient, grabbed Zhao Jinshun by the collar. "You think you can deceive me? Come, let us go to the hospital now. We'll confirm our blood relation." Zhang Shumi's expression changed, and she quickly pleaded, "You've misunderstood. Old Zhao had too much to drink. Don't take it seriously. Let us leave." Zhao Jinshun felt a strong grip around his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. At that moment, security arrived, and upon seeing in a rage, they dared not intervene. "Throw this fraud out," commanded, flinging Zhao Jinshun toward the security personnel, who promptly seized him and began to escort him away. Just as Zhao Jinshun prepared to curse, a couple of security batons struck his face. "Take that. I'll make sure you regret this." Zhao Jinshun shot a venomous glare at, as if to say, "Just wait." In Chapter 60, can you withstand this shameless move? Are this couple perhaps suffering from some grave illness? Su Su waved her hand, signaling the crowd to disperse. After a moment, she addressed the onlookers, "This is a scam. I have seen its records, and he is indeed an orphan. This couple bears no resemblance to him, and must have come to swindle money since he has gained notoriety recently. And how many such scams exist nowadays?" The realization dawned on the onlooking female students. "I knew it. That man doesn't he look like at all? I never claimed to have seen before." One protested, "Enough. Everyone leave. I need to talk to privately." Su Su issued her order. Reluctantly, the female students exited. At that moment, only the two remained in the office. "They are not my parents," declared without hesitation. "But how do we explain the photograph? Do you truly believe it?" Su Su stood with her hands on her hips, her expression demanding an explanation. "How to put it? The photograph is undoubtedly authentic, but its origin is uncertain," mused thoughtfully. "It's possible they may have cared for me at some point." Suddenly, he appeared melancholic. Su Su's heart softened in that instant. She longed to embrace and offer him comfort, yet their identities presented an insurmountable chasm. "All right, please communicate with me promptly about any matters." Su Su gestured. Upon entering the dormitory, was immediately surrounded by his 3 adoptive sons. "What's going on? I heard you found a godfather for me." Zhang Long laughed heartily. "Get lost," retorted, lying on his bed, devoid of any desire to converse with his sons. The 3 quickly fell silent, not daring to speak further. Zhang Long had already heard about the incident, indicating that rumors about it spread throughout the school. Valued his reputation highly. He regretted not forcing Zhao Jinshun to go to the hospital earlier. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinshun cursed inwardly. This little brat is quite clever. He is merely a small internet celebrity. What is he pretending for? Wait, internet celebrity? Zhao Jinshun's mind began to race. At the Urban Entertainment News, editor Wang Xin furrowed his brow. Half an hour earlier, the chief editor had summoned him to the office and berated him mercilessly. "You useless fool. Find me some explosive news or get out." Wang Xin, feeling disheartened, leaned back in his chair, exhausted, and opened Douyin, hoping to unearth a gem amidst the vast sea of content. Indeed, it was akin to fishing for treasure in a pile of refuse. The news on Douyin was a mix of both righteous acts and the darkness of humanity. If discovered early enough, it was not difficult to find a sensational story. As he scrolled through videos, one caught his attention, a man holding up his ID in a selfie. He paused, realizing it was yet another instance of online real name reporting. Douyin was becoming akin to a disciplinary committee. Wang Xian, feeling impatient, was about to leave when the subsequent words jolted him into attention. I am Zhao Jinshan, seeking assistance from the vast online community. 18 years ago, due to my family's circumstances, I abandoned my child in an orphanage. I am guilty and repentant. However, as my child's mother and I grow older, we yearn to reunite with our child. Recently, I learned online that our child is studying at Shanghai Music University, only to discover that he has become wealthy yet refuses to acknowledge us. I bear guilt, but my child's mother is innocent. Look at her. The lack of recognition from our child has pushed her to the brink of suicide. As he spoke, Zhao Jinshan directed the camera towards Zhang Shumi, who appeared utterly wretched, her face bruised and body marked with contusions. Zhang Shumi remained silent, her eyes devoid of light. Yet, her pitiful state resonated with Wang Xian, who was desperate to know the child's name, eager to comprehend the terror of public opinion. My child is Linfeng, the one who recently gained immense popularity, singing on the stage of Shanghai Music University. I am aware that you may accuse me of seeking fame, but I possess evidence. Look at this photograph and observe this pendant. Linfeng? Wang Xian's expression brightened. Here was a ready-made topic. They had previously shared viral videos of Linfeng. Thus, the name was not unfamiliar to them. The revelation of a famous influencer disavowing their biological parents would surely attract attention and traffic. Consequently, Wang Xian proactively contacted Zhao Jinshan using the account of Urban Entertainment News. In the rental apartment, Zhao Jinshan chuckled heartily, envisioning the impending wealth. Despite his apparent recklessness, he was not foolish. He understood that netizens were well aware of such matters and would invariably side with the perceived weak, regardless of the truth. He intentionally portrayed himself as the victim to manipulate public sentiment. Little brat, can you withstand this shameless tactic? Jinshan, do not err further. Zhang Shumi, despite her agony, urged him. Feeling a bit frisky, are we? I could strike you harder. Zhao Jinshan sneered as he stood up, raising his fist to deliver another brutal blow, disregarding Zhang Shumi's pleas for mercy. At that moment, the sound of a door unlocking pierced the air, and their son entered. Witnessing his mother being savagely beaten, the young man rushed forward to intervene. You bastard, are you seeking death? Zhao Jinshuan's face twisted with rage as he turned his wrath upon the young man, seizing a beer bottle from the table and smashing it over his head. The young man let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Zhang Shumi, upon seeing this, lunged at Zhao Jinshan in a frenzy. You can hit me, but spare my son. The cramped, suffocating room echoed with cries of despair. Eventually, a knock at the door interrupted the chaos. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao Jinshan pointed at his son. You worthless fool, we have guests. Hurry and drag him away. Zhang Shumi, gritting her teeth against the pain, limped to pull her son into the room. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground. When editor Wang Xian entered, he caught a faint whiff of blood and frowned, remarking, It seems what you said is true. You must advise the child's mother to remain calm. After all, suicide is you are right. Zhao Jinshan nodded incessantly. Now, please recount the events to me, Wang Xian said in a flat tone. Chapter 61, Security Guard Zhao Liang. Now, please recount the events to me, Wang Xian reiterated blandly. All right, here is how it happened. Zhao Jinshan began, spinning a tale, most of which was fabricated. Wang Xian nodded, cursing Linfeng under his breath. People change once they gain fame. Your son is a quintessential ingrate. Indeed, we had our reasons. Zhao Jinshan wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, feigning sincerity. We acknowledge our mistakes. But the child was so young. Enough. You are too benevolent. Wang Xian retorted with disdain. Such a person deserves to fall from grace. Only then can he understand the weight of the world, for a parent's love is the heaviest of all. Zhao Jinshan, however, was still plotting his financial windfall, contemplating how to sink Linfeng deeper without losing his chance at compensation. As long as he acknowledges me, I prefer not to completely destroy him. You need not concern yourself with that. Please send my regards to your sister-in-law. Wang Xian's words brooked no refusal. He intended to say more, but Wang Xian turned and left. After Wang Xian departed, sounds echoed within the room. Their son assisted Zhang Shumi as they made their way outside. What are you doing, you dog? My mother is in this state because of you. I'm taking her to the hospital. The young man wiped the blood from his head, seemingly unfazed. You shall not go. Does a hospital not cost money? Zhao Jinshun stepped closer, forcibly pulling Zhang Shumi aside. It hurts. The young man appeared somewhat intimidated by Zhao Jinshun. Zhao Yang's fists clenched tightly, yet years of fear rendered him incapable of resistance. It was not merely muscle memory, but an indelible psychological scar. I heard you became a security guard in a community, earning 15,000 a month? Zhao Jinshun chuckled. It seems I was right not to let you attend university. Just look at the graduates. Many earn but a few thousand monthly, while you land a high-paying security job straight away. Zhao Jinshun squinted from now on. Your salary must be handed over promptly each month, understood? Should you dare to keep any for yourself, I will break your mother's legs. Understood, the young man replied, his clenched fists relaxing, still hesitant to resist. Supporting his mother into the room, Zhang Shumi looked at Zhao Liang with maternal tenderness, as if enduring any suffering for her son. Liang, your father is up to no good again. Go to Huhai Music University and find someone named Gu Linfeng, and warn him. Gu Linfeng? Li Liang felt the name rang a bell. Suddenly, he recalled the latest registration information for the villa owner, the owner of Villa No. One was indeed named Gu Linfeng. Mother, is he the tall, handsome one with a pendant around his neck? You know him? Zhang Shumi appeared increasingly pained, beads of cold sweat forming. Yes, the owner of the villa where I work is named Gu Linfeng. Li Liang gazed at his mother with concern. So you know him. You must go quickly, but keep it from your father. That old brute is not my father. Zhang Shumi shushed him. Lower your voice. Do not let him hear. However, she could no longer withstand the strain and fainted completely. When the ambulance arrived, Zhao Jinshun erupted in curses, showing no concern for Zhang Shumi's injuries, instead fretting over the impending expenses. Li Liang remained silent as he took his mother to the hospital. Once she was wheeled into the operating room, he anxiously inquired with a colleague and managed to find Gu Linfeng's phone number at the property registration desk. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number. At that moment, Gu Linfeng, deep in thought, noticed an incoming call. I haven't ordered any takeout, he mused, intending to decline, but ultimately chose to answer. Is this Mr. Gu? Yes. Who is this? Gu Linfeng replied, momentarily taken aback. I am Zhao Liang, the security guard of the villa. My mother is Zhang Shumi. And my father is my mother asked me to inform you that Zhao Jinshun, that old brute, is seeking media attention to target you. Gu Linfeng instantly recalled the young security guard he had seen at the villa entrance, astonished by this unexpected connection. Why would you tell me this? Gu Linfeng asked, bewildered. Zhao Yang was acutely aware of Gu Linfeng's wealth. Matters of public exposure through online denunciation were far too complex to explain in mere words. And he was curious as to why Zhao Liang stood on his side. Perhaps it is out of conscience. He is a brute. But my mother and I are decent people. Zhao Yang replied calmly. Suddenly, urgent cries echoed through the phone. Who are the relatives of the patient Zhang Shumi? The patient is in critical condition due to severe renal hemorrhage. Immediate emergency measures must be taken. I am. First, go pay the fees. But I have no money. Upon hearing this, Gu Linfeng could no longer remain seated and urgently shouted, Where are you now? Zhao Liang, initially in a state of panic, responded with the urgency of one grasping a lifeline. Mr. Gu, I am at the First People's Hospital. Wait for me. Gu Linfeng hung up the phone and, amidst the bewildered gazes of Zhang Long and others, swiftly dashed out of the dormitory. By the time Gu Linfeng arrived at the hospital, Li Liang was crouched on the ground, weeping bitterly. What are you crying about? I have already paid your fees. Gu Linfeng pulled Zhao Liang up from the ground. Thank you, Zhao Liang exclaimed, about to kneel. Oh, there's no need for that. Gu Linfeng quickly interjected, a man's knees are worth gold. But I don't know how to thank you. Gu Linfeng waved his hand, only to notice blood streaming from Zhao Yang's head. What happened to your head? That old beast hit me, Zhao Yang said with a self-deprecating smile. Why would he hit you, his own son? Gu Linfeng felt a wave of sympathy for the boy before him. I don't know. Zhao Yang shook his head frantically. And your mother's injuries? It must have been that old beast who did it. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and seethed with anger. Have you never thought of resisting? Gu Linfeng found it hard to comprehend. I didn't dare. Gu Linfeng was almost struck dumb. Didn't he dare? But after some thought, he nodded contemplatively. It seemed that he had been oppressed since childhood and had developed a psychological shadow. It was understandable that he did not dare to resist. Have you never considered overcoming your fear? How can I overcome it? Gu Linfeng scoffed, an eye for an eye. But don't let me look down upon you. Gu Linfeng patted Zhao Yang's shoulder, saying that the medical fees need not be repaid. Instead, he should reflect on how to resolve the trouble with his father. Of course, you could also seek my help. Sending your father to prison would be a mere word from me. Zhao Yang's expression shifted repeatedly as he thought of his mother, Zhao Shufen, who was in surgery. Gritting his teeth, he asked, what should I do then? Gu Linfeng glanced at the camera overhead, pulled him into the stairwell, and whispered, just do this. Chapter 62. The Zhang family's revenge. Gu Linfeng departed. Moments earlier, Zhang Long had called, informing him that the Metropolitan Entertainment News had reported on Zhao Jinshuan's acknowledgement of kinship, which had already sparked public interest online. Gu Linfeng's phone incessantly chimed with notifications. Luo Wan even called directly. Gu Linfeng, the internet is currently lambasting you. You and that. Gu Linfeng replied gently, merely a jumping clown. You'd best avoid school for now. The media is acting like wild animals, asking all sorts of questions. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, Gu Linfeng couldn't help but sneer, harboring increasing disdain for Zhao Jinshan. A tree without its bark is doomed to die. A person without shame is invincible. It seems that Zhao Jinshan has become utterly obsessed with money. At that moment, Zhao Jinshan was live streaming from home. Thank you to the loyal fans for sending over the big rockets. Thanks to my dear father for the case of beer. Zhao Jinshan beamed with delight, never expecting Gu Linfeng's popularity to soar. Within 10 minutes of starting the stream, his room reached a viewership of 10, with gifts flooding in nonstop. Thank you to Zhang Jiajun for the Huazi. Zhao Jinshan casually watched the stream and understood the value of Huazi well. He stood up and bowed in gratitude. Brother, I have no special talents, so let me perform a 3-second beer show for you. The viewers hurriedly dissuaded him. Netizen Zhang Jiajun bluntly commented in the chat, you're foolish. Drinking beer will get you banned. Oh, my apologies, I got a bit too excited. Zhao Jinshan couldn't suppress his smile. Zhang Jiajun urged, stop messing around. Hurry up and tell the audience about your acknowledgement of kinship. All right, I'll share it now. Zhao Jinshan secretly glanced at the prepared script and began to denounce Gu Linfeng. Today, I went to find Gu Linfeng to acknowledge kinship. Do you know how he treated me? He slapped me right away. Look at my face. It's still swollen. If it weren't for familial ties, I would have long since turned my back on him. Yet my forbearance has only been met with Gu Linfeng's ruthlessness. He ordered the school security to throw me out. My backside still hurts. I even have hemorrhoids now. The viewers in the stream were outraged, cursing Gu Linfeng as an ungrateful wolf. Zhang Jiajun sent more Huazi and remarked in the chat, let us have a private chat, streamer. Sure thing, big brother. Zhao Jinshan, not wanting to offend his benefactor, quickly replied. In a villa area of Huhai, Zhang Jiajun sat in the living room, listening to his girlfriend Lu Qianran's wretched screams while simultaneously watching Zhao Jinshuan's live stream. It was indeed a tale of contrasting fortunes. Ever since Lu Qianran had publicly defecated, he had lost interest in her and decided to gift her to his good brother. Initially, he was concerned that his brother might be displeased upon learning of Lu Qianran's disgrace. But to his surprise, his brother not only didn't mind but seemed to revel in it, even purchasing a large quantity of laxatives for Lu Qianran to perform again in front of him. This grotesque spectacle nearly made Zhang Jiajun vomit. He originally planned to have his brother deal with Gu Linfeng, but unexpectedly, this fellow collapsed first. Wait a minute. Isn't Gu Linfeng supposed to have a mysterious background? How could he have such a father? Zhang Jiajun discerned from Zhao Jinshuan's live stream the family's dire straits, which hardly resembled that of a wealthy household. With that thought, he could no longer sit still. Hearing the ongoing wails from the room without any sign of stopping, he decided to message Zhao Jinshan, offering him a taste of wealth. Zhao Jinshan, being forthright, ended the stream, and they arranged a meeting to conspire. The objective was unmistakable: to deal a crushing blow to Gu Linfeng. The security guards initially intended to obstruct them, but chose to ignore them upon seeing Zhang Jiejun. Reporters at the entrance spotted Zhao Jinshun and swarmed him, but the security swiftly drove them away. The two hurried toward the school. This time, Zhao Jinshun did not seek out the counselor Su Su, but directly went to Zhang Yude's office. Who is this person? Dad. He is Gu Linfeng's biological father. Zhang Jiejun grinned widely. Huh? Zhang Yu put down his pen and glanced at Zhao Jinshun. With his yellowed teeth and triangular eyes, he bore a little resemblance to a father-son duo. What do you mean by bringing him to see me? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. Dad, I refuse to accept this. The drink Gu Linfeng gave me must have been tampered with. He caused me to defecate in public, and I must take revenge. Get him out of here immediately. Zhang Yu recalled Qian Meng's warning and was reluctant to let Zhang Jiejun act recklessly. Dad, I've been bullied to this extent. I truly don't understand why you're so cautious. Zhang Jiejun shouted in grievance. Silly son, Gu Linfeng's background does not stem from this so-called father. Zhang Yu mockingly gestured to Zhao Jinshun and continued. His background comes from the military. The military? Zhang Jiejun scoffed, his tone dismissive. What does the military even count for? But don't forget, this is Huhai, and I've already persuaded that individual. He has agreed to help me take revenge. That young master? Zhang Yude's expression wavered. Dad, if you don't help me, I'll just throw myself against the wall to die in your office. As he spoke, he repeatedly gestured toward Zhao Jinshun. Zhao Jinshun quickly grabbed Zhang Jiejun, pleading, Brother, you mustn't die? Uncle, please talk some sense into him. Zhang Yude's face darkened. You have more wrinkles on your face than I do, and you dare to call someone brother? Accustomed to addressing people as brothers online, Zhao Jinshun instinctively blurted it out and quickly apologized. All right, tell me your plan. At that moment, Zhang Yu chose to relent. It was indeed laughable to fear for the sake of an imaginary mysterious background when he only had this one son. Dad, I don't have a plan. Zhang Jiejun was taken aback. Then just watch me. Zhang Yu replied, exasperated. He then picked up the landline on the desk and called the security at the school gate. I am Zhang Yu. Have all the reporters come to my office. Zhang Jiejun's eyes lit up. Dad, what a brilliant scheme. Are you preparing to accept an interview and subsequently criticize Gu Linfeng? My intention is to escalate public opinion, thereby justifying his dismissal. Zhang Yu, cunning and astute, has already devised a strategy. Moments later, a throng of reporters inundated Zhang Yu's office. We'll let you in. Zhang Yu feigned panic as he rose from his chair. The reporters, equally bewildered, inquired, Didn't you summon us? Vice Principal Zhang, what is your stance on Gu Linfeng's denial of kinship? How should your institution address a student of such questionable character as Gu Linfeng? Mr. Zhao Jinshun, what is your perspective on Gu Linfeng's refusal to acknowledge you? The flashes of cameras flickered incessantly, with some reporters initiating live broadcasts. Chapter 63. The Wealthy Acknowledges Kinship. Zhang Yu cleared his throat, grasped a microphone, and declared, As the president of the Music Academy, I assure you that I will provide a satisfactory response regarding this matter. Initially, the reporters anticipated another round of bureaucratic jargon. However, Zhang Yu pivoted his discourse. According to the University Student Code of Conduct, our freshman Gu Linfeng has violated pertinent regulations. In light of his moral deficiencies, our institution cannot remain indifferent and will impose strict measures. Thus, we have decided to expel Gu Linfeng from our academic community. Henceforth, he shall no longer be a student of our university. As soon as the words left his mouth, a languid voice resonated from outside. You dare expel me without a thorough investigation? Vice Principal, how grand your authority. Gu Linfeng's voice emerged as he entered the school, coincidentally encountering Gao Xinrue. She anxiously relayed the news of the reporter's live interview with Zhang Yu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Linfeng hurried over, only to overhear Zhang Yu's decision regarding his expulsion. In the corner, Zhao Jinshun trembled in fear, hastily retreating. Are you afraid of your own son, coward? Zhang Junjie thrust Zhao Jinshun forward towards Gu Linfeng. We meet again. Gu Linfeng regarded Zhao Jinshun as if he were a ghost. Why yes, Zhao Jinshun stammered. This scene was swiftly broadcasted live, igniting a frenzy online. The dramatic recognition between father and son captivated the audience. Indeed, the father fears the son. It seems Zhao Jinshun holds great affection for Gu Linfeng. I can hardly contain my disdain. I wish nothing more than for Gu Linfeng to suffer a tragic fate. His singing may be melodic, yet his character is lacking. He is nothing but a beast. I have unfollowed Gu Linfeng, Zhang Yi proclaimed with righteous indignation. Expelled? Huh. What grounds do you have to dismiss me? Gu Linfeng laughed incredulously. If I were to claim I am your father, would you acknowledge it? He has even produced childhood photographs of you. How will you explain that? Zhang Junjie questioned loudly. Is it merely a photograph? Gu Linfeng was at a loss for words. But you are indeed an orphan, Gu Linfeng. Now your biological father has come forth. Surely you cannot deny him simply because he has not prospered, Zhang Junjie emphasized. Gu Linfeng found himself speechless, realizing that the Zhang family was confident in their lack of proof. The only recourse remaining was that, as time unfolded, irrespective of blood ties, public opinion would brand him as guilty. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Over 20 men clad in black suits stormed in, swiftly restraining the reporters present. All live broadcasts were immediately terminated, and any dissenters were met with a swift punch, leaving the journalists dazed. Who are you? We are journalists. How dare you lay hands on us? Are you unaware of press freedom? Return our phones, or I shall call the authorities. Viewers following the live stream were bewildered. The sudden appearance of these suited men left them anxious and desperate to reach the scene. The situation was quickly brought under control, with media personnel crouching on the floor. At that moment, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and an imposing demeanor approached. Zhang Junjie's eyes lit up. He recognized this influential figure. Gu Beichun, the father of his psychopathic older brother. Uncle Gu, what brings you here? Zhang Junjie eagerly approached. Zhang Yud also extended his greetings. Mr. Gu, it is a pleasure to see you. However, amid the flattery exchanged between the father and son, this prominent figure's gaze remained fixed on Gu Linfeng's face. He murmured, "You bear an uncanny resemblance to my younger self." Subsequently, he reached for the pendant around Gu Linfeng's neck. Gu Linfeng slightly recoiled, causing Gu Beichun to grasp at nothing. Unperturbed, Gu Beichun's eyes welled with tears. "My son, I have searched tirelessly for you." Gu Linfeng turned his head, expressionless. He felt lost in how to confront his biological father. He had once dreamed of this moment, yet now, as it unfolded, his heart remained tranquil. At this juncture, everyone in the room stood agape. What does Mr. Gu mean by this? I understand now. Gu Linfeng's biological father must be Gu Beichun, as they share the same surname. Good heavens, I am utterly astonished. Gu Beichun is Gu Linfeng's true father, but who then is Zhao Jinshun? At that moment, upon seeing Gu Beichun, Zhao Jinshun's legs trembled in fear. Gu Beichun, publicly the wealthiest man in Huhai, possessed many covert identities. An extinguishing and nameless wretch like Zhao Jinshun would be akin to squashing an ant. Son, are you still angry with me? Gu Beichun's voice quivered. I have been searching for you all these years. Gu Linfeng finally sighed and awkwardly uttered, Dad. Oh, my dear son. Gu Beichun, filled with emotion, attempted to embrace Gu Linfeng, but the latter effortlessly evaded. He found himself unable to endure such a display. Meanwhile, Zhang Junjie was utterly stunned. Gu Linfeng had called Gu Beichun Dad, who then was his psychopathic older brother, Gu Namling. He had never heard of Gu Namling having another sibling. Zhang Yud appeared ashen. His hands clenched and released repeatedly, recalling the tale of the Gu family from years past. Gu Beichun indeed had a son who had gone missing 18 years ago. Fearing his wife Wei Yuzhen might succumb to despair, he adopted the now nominal son, Gu Namling. He could not help but feel sorrow for his son's future and his own prospects. Son, how do you wish to handle these individuals? Gu Beichun inquired casually, yet his narrowed eyes betrayed a menacing intent. The reporters, fearing for their safety, hastily pleaded for mercy. We had no part in this, wealthy sir. Gu Linfeng replied coolly. Delete all recorded videos, and you may leave. The men in suits swiftly operated on the reporters' devices, erasing all footage. Keep your mouth shut. Should I learn that anyone dares to leak information, I shall take their life. At that moment, Gu Beichun's domineering aura surged forth. Truly, a man named Gu Beichun spoke with aplomb. Gu Linfeng nodded in agreement, as he had no intention of revealing his identity just yet. It was preferable to leave a hint of mystery in this world. The reporters, rendered mute, slinked out, while Zhao Jinshun buried his head in his trousers, attempting to evade detection. Where do you think you're going? Gu Linfeng's voice boomed beside Zhao Jinshun's ear. Chapter 64. Clarification of events. Do you believe I went the wrong way? Zhao Jinshun stood awkwardly, rooted in place, unwilling to move. Do you think I believe you? Gu Linfeng approached and delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhao Jinshun spinning thrice in place. Dazed, Zhao Jinshun felt as though he were seeing stars. Son, how should we address these individuals? Gu Beichun inquired as if discussing a trivial matter. Zhang Yud, upon hearing this, was gripped by terror. Gu Beichun is none other than the esteemed guest of the head of Wuhai. To eliminate a mere university deputy president is a trivial matter. Moreover, there is no need for the Gu family to act personally. Merely releasing a hint would suffice to incite those eager to curry favor with the Gu family to take action. Upon this realization, Zhang Yuda's legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, pleading, "It was all my doing. My son is in no way involved. Please spare him." He repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. At this moment, Zhang Junjie choked on his words, feeling a surge of emotion. It was indeed a touching scene of paternal affection and filial piety. Gu Linfeng observed with amusement. Gu Xiaoyi, I was wrong. Please regard me as inconsequential and let me go. Zhang Junjie, devoid of any desire for vengeance, merely wished to quell the Gu family's wrath. You have indeed caused me considerable trouble. Gu Linfeng, well-versed in the art of leveraging power, seized the opportunity to perform while Gu Beichun was present. With a series of sharp slaps, he showcased his signature move, all the while capturing the moment on his phone. Zhang Junjie, feeling the sting of humiliation, instinctively wanted to evade, yet the cold, emotionless gaze of Gu Beichun sent a shiver down his spine. Gu Shushu, I am good friend with Gu Ninling. For the sake of Gu Xiaoyi, please spare me. Zhang Junjie was compelled to invoke his connections. You consider yourself a brother to Nanling? Gu Beichun was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. How could Nanling have a brother of immoral caliber? Do not tarnish his name. Gu Linfeng looked at Gu Beichun with curiosity, seemingly questioning who Gu Ninling was. His online search for information about the Gu family yielded nothing regarding the next generation. The year you went missing, your mother fell into despair. To lift her spirits, we adopted Nanling together. Gu Beichun felt immense satisfaction as he mentioned Gu Nanling. Oh, he is an adopted son. Gu Linfeng nodded thoughtfully. Linfeng, he is still your brother. Do not refer to him as an adopted son within the family. Gu Beichun affectionately ruffled Gu Linfeng's hair, asserting that once one enters the Gu family, they are all kin. Gu Linfeng chuckled inwardly. Though he had never met this adopted son, if he could befriend someone like Zhang Junjie, he surely was not of noble character. Gu Linfeng's thoughts raced, and his gaze towards the Zhang father and his son shifted. I am still in need of 2 pets. What say you both? Zhang Junjie's face brightened with hope as he hurriedly replied, Rest assured, Gu Xiaoyi, whatever pet you desire, I can procure, even a Siberian tiger. Such words were ill-advised. Gu Linfeng again slapped Zhang Junjie's face, exclaiming, You truly are adorably foolish. What? Zhang Yuda, wise with age, understood Gu Linfeng's implication and barked twice on the ground. Zhang Junjie was left bewildered, questioning his father's sanity. Junjie, quickly learn from your father, bark. Zhang Yuda looked at his son with disappointment. It appears you are a foolish dog. Gu Linfeng mocked. Woof woof woof. Zhang Junjie threw caution to the wind, barking while sticking out his tongue. Gu Beichun remained impassive. The humiliation inflicted by the Gu family was indeed mild. Had it been him, he would have ensured the father and son duo would not see the morning sun again. In a land as vast as Longhua, the demise of a father and son would not be excessive. Gu Linfeng was quite pleased with their performance. He produced a piece of candy from his pocket and tossed it to the ground, saying, Here, enjoy this as a reward. The Zhang father and son scrambled like rabid dogs to snatch it up, the absurdity of the scene eliciting hearty laughter from him. He mused to himself, I'm truly becoming more like a villain. Zhao Jinshun, following suit, prepared to imitate their antics when Gu Linfeng kicked him to the ground, placing his foot firmly on Zhao Jinshun's face. Now, Post a clarification online, understood? Understood. At that moment, the internet erupted. A sudden influx of black-clad individuals interrupted a live media broadcast, abruptly cutting the stream. This led to a flurry of speculation and vitriol directed at Gu Linfeng. Oh dear, your prodigy Gu Linfeng has been expelled. His singing cannot compare to my family's Hua Hua, and his character is utterly tarnished. I once encountered someone like Gu Linfeng. He was my classmate. His father farmed in the countryside, yet he crafted an image of a wealthy, second-generation heir at school. When his father came to visit, he pretended not to see him. Sometimes when classmates spotted his father, he claimed he was a passerby. In essence, Gu Linfeng was still grappling with his own insecurities. At this juncture, the fanbase of Gu Linfeng was in disarray, with their idol's reputation crumbling. They could not remain indifferent. Yet, his actions were so outrageous that they were at a loss on how to defend him. Coincidentally, one fan noticed Zhao Jinshun's recently uploaded video. Dear fans, Zhao Jinshun has posted a clarification. Go watch it. What? A twist in the tale? I just saw it. Zhao Jinshun deliberately provoked Brother Linfeng. We were all deceived by this person. I knew it. How could someone as handsome as Gu Linfeng have a father like Zhao Jinshun? That ugly brute. Haha. Let's see how those little black fans react now. Fellow fans, gather Zhao Jinshun's apology screenshots and join me in the fight. The fanbase of Gu Linfeng quickly mobilized, flooding every video platform with comments. Initially, the black fans were slandering Gu Linfeng, but upon seeing the comments from his supporters, they were left dumbfounded. No way. Is there a twist to this? Though doubts lingered, they swiftly deleted their previous comments, fearing repercussions for defamation. The internet soon fell silent. Some public accounts, fearing accountability, immediately removed videos of Gu Linfeng disowning his father and replaced them with Zhao Jinshun's clarification video. Gu Linfeng's Douyin account, which had plummeted to 800,000 followers, began to skyrocket at an astonishing pace. In Zhang Yuda's office, Zhao Jinshun was incessantly bowing. I didn't intend to do anything to you. Gu Linfeng, disinterested in such individuals, thought it best to leave them for those in greater need. Thank you, Gu Xiao. Zhao Jinshun felt a rush of relief, even experiencing a sense of joy akin to surviving a disaster. Wait, how do you have my son Linfeng's photo? Gu Beichun inquired from his elevated position. Zhao Jinshun's mind raced, and he feigned panic. I found it. I didn't throw it away, just casually left it at home. His explanation was riddled with holes. As Gu Beichun prepared to press further, Gu Linfeng interrupted. Enough. I have no interest in this matter. While saying this, he contemplated the significance of the photo. Found it? Surely, it is not so simple. Zhao Jinshun breathed a sigh of relief, trembling as he rose from the ground. Can I leave now? Of course. You made a part. Gu Linfeng replied with a mysterious smile. Zhao Jinshun bowed deeply and fled the office in a panic. I shall spare your lives for now, but should there be a next time, humph. Gu Beichen's words dripped with menace. The father and son hurriedly promised to follow Gu Linfeng's lead henceforth. With matters settled, Gu Beichen looked contentedly at the son he had lost for 18 years. Son, I missed you. Dad, I missed you too. The two did not embrace, but merely clasped hands. To be honest, Gu Linfeng felt no emotional connection to this so-called father. The word dad was uttered with great difficulty, suppressing the discomfort within. After a brief moment, they both exited the office together. Outside the door, more than 20 individuals clad in black shouted in unison. Gu Linfeng paused, silently cursing in his heart. Fortunately, these black-clad figures had evacuated the entire office building, and no one heard their exceedingly dramatic exclamations. Gu Linfeng followed closely behind Gu Beichen as they descended the stairs, where over a dozen luxury vehicles awaited them. Leading the convoy was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, adorned with a license plate whose 00001, while the remaining vehicles were all black Range Rovers. Such a display of prominence was indeed impressive. Beside the Cullinan, a middle-aged man resembling a butler respectfully opened the car door. You must be the young master, he said, his eyes filled with affection. This was butler Huang Xiandong, who was introduced by Gu Beichen as Huang Bo. Hello, Huang Bo. It is truly a blessing to see the young master in my lifetime. Huang Xiandong's voice quivered with emotion. Old Huang, at your age, there's no need to speak of death so readily. Gu Beichen remarked with a hint of exasperation. You ought to find a wife and enjoy a more settled life. At my age, who would still be interested in me? Huang Xiandong replied with a self-deprecating smile. Have you informed the madam, the young lady, and Nanling? Gu Beichun inquired, refusing to linger on the previous topic. Yes, I have informed them. The madam is preparing a dinner at home upon learning that the young master has returned. Gu Linfeng opened his mouth to express that he had his own vehicle, but thought better of it, and settled into the back seat of the Cullinan. As he closed the door, he was somewhat taken aback by its heavy weight. This vehicle is a bulletproof version, priced 5 times out of the standard Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Nearly 50 million, Gu Beichun explained, perhaps sensing Gu Linfeng's confusion. He felt a small sense of pride, hoping to impress his son with the extravagant cost. However, Gu Linfeng merely nodded in a nonchalant manner. In Zhang Yude's office, it was only after the sound of footsteps completely faded that the father and son finally assisted each other in rising from the floor. Dad, I was wrong. I should have listened to you, Zhang Junjie lamented, finally understanding the gravity of his mistakes. He expected Zhang Yude to erupt in anger, but instead, a sigh escaped his lips. Aren't we doing well now? Zhang Yude said, gently touching Zhang Junjie's bruised forehead. Suddenly, Zhang Yude's expression darkened as he slapped Zhang Junjie across the face. You fool. Gu Nanling may be the young master of the Gu family, but he is merely an adopted son. Have you lost your mind? But we have already offended Gu Linfeng, Zhang Junjie protested meekly, covering his face. Do you want me to call you foolish? What do the people of Longwu value most? Bloodline, of course. An adopted son daring to compete with a biological son. What gives him the right? Having lived nearly 50 years, Zhang Yude understood the significance of blood relations within a family. So, you mean we will truly be at Gu Linfeng's mercy from now on? Zhang Junjie asked incredulously. What is wrong with that? Woof woof. Zhang Yude mocked playfully. From now on, our Zhang family will be Gu Linfeng's dogs. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Zhang Junjie replied obediently. The Gu family's convoy slowly departed from Shanghai Music University. Countless students gazed at the luxury fleet led by the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, instinctively believing a foreign president was visiting the school, until someone well-informed exclaimed, Who's 00001? That's the Gu family's vehicle. The Gu family from Shanghai? The family of the richest man in Shanghai? Indeed. Why would the Gu family come to our school? I heard the media rushed into the vice principal's office earlier, all for Gu Linfeng's refusal to acknowledge his father. Now the richest man is here, and he bears the surname Gu. Do you think? Impossible. If Gu Linfeng were truly a child of the Gu family, how could he attend our music academy? Shouldn't he be studying finance or business management at Qingbei? What if he simply loves music? You must be kidding. Chapter 66, Justifiable Defense at Shanghai Hospital, Zhang Shumi's family. The patient has awakened and wishes to see you. Zhao Yang sprang to his feet, excitedly following the doctor to the bedside. Upon seeing him, Zhang Shumi's pale face was adorned with tears. My child, I'm fine. Tell the doctor we can be discharged now. Mom, don't worry about the money. It's already been settled. Zhao Yang held Zhang Shumi's hand, smiling. Settled? But you just started working. Where did the money come from? Zhang Shumi questioned, puzzled. It was Gu Linfeng who paid, Zhao Yang confessed, revealing the truth. Upon hearing Gu Linfeng's name, a myriad of emotions washed over Zhang Shumi. We must repay this money. I will. Zhao Yang suddenly hesitated, as if contemplating something unsaid. What is it? Zhang Shumi whispered. Mom, do you think if that old beast were to die, would you feel sad? Zhao Yang's gaze bore into Zhang Shumi. Son, you mustn't do anything foolish. Zhang Shumi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After all, he is your father, she added hesitantly. Truth be told, Zhang Shumi harbored a deep desire for Zhao Jinxuan's demise, yet she knew that murder was a crime. She dared not voice it. Mom, rest assured, I won't do anything. Yet in her heart, she thought, once you are discharged, all of this will come to an end. Family of the patient. Visiting hours are nearly over. It's time to leave. The doctor announced, entering and beckoning Zhao Yang. Yes, work hard. Mom has sought countless people to secure this job for you. Do your best. Zhang Shumi said lovingly. Okay. This security job was one Zhang Shumi had begged for while working as a maid in Zhang Youcai's household, kneeling and pleading. He knew this, but he had never spoken of it for the sake of his mother's dignity. After Zhao Yang left, Zhang Shumi stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang. Expressionless, watched Zhao Jinshan. You kicked my mom's kidney. Now she is lying in the hospital. Zhao Yang stood slowly and retrieved some cooked food from the kitchen. It's all prepared for you. Not bad. You're showing some progress. Just take it easy on your old man. Zhao Jinshan laughed heartily, tearing into a piece of beef. Go fetch me a knife. Zhao Jinshan, with poor dental health, struggled to chew the large piece of meat. Zhao Yang quietly rose and fetched a kitchen knife, along with a bottle of strong liquor. Here, he tossed the knife onto the table, startling Zhao Jinshan. You clumsy fool. Can't you be quieter? Zhao Yang remained silent, merely observing Zhao Jinshan indulge himself. Zhao Jinshan, already inebriated, lamented, I missed out on 5 million today. That is 5 million. He howled at the sky, failing to recognize his own errors. Damn it, the more I look at you, the more I find you insufferable. Come here. Zhao Jinshan reached out toward Zhao Yang, clearly intending strike. Is it happening again? In this moment, Zhao Yang felt no fear, his mind echoing Gu Linfeng's words. Is this all you're capable of? Besides hitting me and my mother, who else would you dare strike? Zhao Yang suddenly spoke. The insult was piercing, trampling on Zhao Jinshan's pride. Infuriated, Zhao Jinshan rose and began to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks on Zhao Yang. I'll teach you to speak so insolently. I'll beat you to death. Come, witness my strength. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth in silence. Seeing this, Zhao Jinshan intensified his blows, growing weary and drenched in sweat, yet still feeling unsatisfied. He seized the kitchen knife, threatening. Do you believe I want to chop you to pieces? I don't believe you. Zhao Yang retorted defiantly. What is that? You don't believe me? Zhao Jinshan was momentarily taken aback. Is this still the son who used to endure everything? Zhao Yang rose from the ground, pointed to his neck, and declared, If you're so bold, go ahead and strike here. If you don't, you're the coward. Zhao Jinshan felt a twinge of fear, but more so. He was overwhelmed with cowardice. He dared to hit, yet he could not bring himself to harm. As a father, being provoked by his son left him struggling to maintain his dignity. Observing this, Zhao Yang mockingly exclaimed, You are nothing but a worthless being, a good-for-nothing who merely exists. With a knife in one hand, Zhao Jinshan struck Zhao Yang's face with the other, causing blood to spatter. Zhao Yang did not retaliate, yet his taunts persisted. Haven't you eaten? Is it all the strength you possess? If you have the guts, then use the knife. With eyes ablaze, Zhao Jinshan roared and lunged at Zhao Yang with the knife. However, he hesitated to strike at vulnerable areas, instead aiming for Zhao Yang's arm. The blade found its mark, leaving a gash that soaked his shirt in crimson. It seemed that Zhao Jinshan regained some clarity, and just as he considered lowering the knife, Zhao Yang seized it from him and swung it towards Zhao Jinshan's neck, declaring, Remember not to commit domestic violence in your next life. Also, you may lack the courage to kill, but I do not. As the blade glimmered, Zhao Jinshan, in sheer terror, clutched his neck as blood gushed forth. Until his last breath, he could not fathom that his previously timid son would dare to take his life. With a clatter, the kitchen knife fell to the ground, and Zhao Yang glanced at the newly installed surveillance camera, a smile creeping across his face. He then voluntarily called the authorities to confess. The police arrived promptly, only to find Zhao Jinshan's lifeless body on the floor, and they swiftly detained Zhao Yang. You are suspected of murder and are hereby arrested. Do you have anything to say? An officer pronounced with authority. Yes, he tried to kill me first. Out of fear, I retaliated. Zhao Yang asserted. Do you have evidence? The surveillance recorded everything. Skeptical, the officers reviewed the footage, which depicted a clear case of self-defense, save for the absence of sound. The video showed Zhao Yang being repeatedly assaulted by Zhao Jinshan, who even raised a knife against him. Ultimately, Zhao Yang had seized the knife in self-defense, a case reminiscent of the infamous Kunshan Longgu incident. The officers felt a pang of sympathy, but proceeded to report to their superiors, who in turn relayed the matter to Deputy Director Qianmeng. Without delay, Qianmeng instructed that Zhao Yang be treated with kindness and assured that this incident would be established as a classic case of justifiable self-defense. Zhao Jinshan would remain oblivious to the fact that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Gu Linfeng. Chapter 67. Arrival at the Gu family. Gu Linfeng sat in the car, receiving a text from Qianming regarding the Zhao Liang murder case. As for Zhao Jinshun, one could only say that he had brought this upon himself. A man's fists are meant to conquer the world, not to strike down his wife and children. For such scum, death was a lenient reprieve. Noticing Gu Linfeng's furrowed brow, Gu Beichen inquired, "Are you nervous about meeting your mother soon?" Gu Linfeng shook his head. Gu Beichen sighed. After all, it had been over a decade since they last met, and feeling estranged was only natural. Perhaps it was a trick of the light. But Gu Linfeng caught a fleeting glimpse of resentment in Huangbo's eyes, a momentary flicker that raised alarms in his mind. This steward seemed somewhat off. Although Gu Linfeng had never encountered him before, the intensity of his gaze was unsettling. In an instant, a thought crossed his mind. From the brief exchanges between Gu Beichen and Huangbo, it became evident that Gu Beichen had entrusted the task of finding him to the steward. With Gu Beichen's command, Huangbo undoubtedly had access to formidable resources, yet why had he failed to locate him? Perhaps they had not searched at all? Gu Linfeng sighed inwardly. Such was the drawback of large families, rife with scheming and intrigue. After 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Shi Mountain Royal Manor. Nestled in the outskirts of Huhai, far from the city's heart, this estate was not to be underestimated. Spanning an astonishing 180 acres, and costing 17 billion to construct. With nearly 2 billion spent on renovations alone, the manor boasted a European castle design and featured a vast artificial lake, epitomizing opulence. In all of Huhai, only the Gu family could afford such a grand castle. Gu Beichen was pleased to see Gu Linfeng's astonished expression. "See, isn't it extravagant?" The Cullinan came to a halt before the castle, and Huangbo exited to open the door. Gu Linfeng nodded politely and expressed his gratitude. Huangbo, now visibly anxious, responded with obsequiousness. How pretentious, Gu Linfeng thought with a cold smile. At that moment, 4 or 5 individuals emerged from the castle, led by a beautiful woman. Upon seeing Gu Linfeng, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. This woman was none other than Gu Linfeng's mother, Wu Yuzhen. Behind her stood 2 daughters and a son, one of whom was a sweet-faced young actress, Gu Xinyu, whom Gu Linfeng recognized. "Sister, you shouldn't say that about brother. He didn't disappear on purpose." Gu Nanling defended his sibling. "You're such a good brother," Gu Xinyu chimed in, linking her arm with Gu Nanling and smiling charmingly. Wu Yuzhen frowned disapprovingly, saying, "Xinyu, quickly apologize to your brother." "I'm sorry, brother," Gu Xinyu pouted, though her dissatisfaction was palpable. "It's all right, sister, I don't mind," Gu Linfeng replied, suppressing his disdain. "This is your eldest sister, Gu Xingqing," Wu Yuzhen introduced, gesturing towards the icy-faced figure. Gu Xingqing merely nodded in acknowledgement. "This is your brother, Gu Nanling," Gu Beichen interjected, seemingly fond of the adopted son. "Brother, I'm your brother Gu Nanling. Just call me Nanling from now on," Gu Nanling said with a bright smile, radiating youthful exuberance. "Oh, hello." Gu Linfeng smiled faintly, extending his hand for a handshake. Gu Linfeng scrutinized his nominal brother, noting his handsome appearance and sunny demeanor, which gave off a refreshing aura. He couldn't help but concede that this foolish younger brother was indeed blessed with good looks. However, Gu Linfeng sensed through their handshake that the boy was merely superficial. "The banquet is ready. Let's proceed." Wu Yuzhen seemed pleased with the display of brotherly affection, her lips curling into a smile. "Come, let's eat." Gu Beichen patted Gu Linfeng's back, guiding him inside. As they entered the castle, Gu Linfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "The decor here is truly breathtaking." The interior was gilded and resplendent, rivaling that of ancient royal palaces. Country bumpkin," Gu Xinyu muttered under her breath. Gu Linfeng chose to remain unperturbed, even ignoring her. However, Gu Beichen's expression darkened, and he raised his hand as if to strike. "The child is still young. Why must you hit her?" Wu Yuzhen interjected urgently, her tone stern. Gu Beichen's raised hand hung in the air, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. "Xinyu, if you continue to speak like that, I want to hold back. Let me see you not hold back." Gu Xinyu was unafraid of her father, leaning closer to his hand. The younger daughter's defiance left him somewhat exasperated. "Dad, don't be angry with sister," Gu Nanling urged, holding back Gu Beichen's arm. "All right, let's all sit down for dinner," Wu Yuzhen interrupted, diffusing the tension. The long dining table was laden with exquisite delicacies, including Australian lobsters and king crabs. Gu Beichun naturally took the seat of honor. Linfeng, sit wherever you like. Gu Linfeng chose a seat near Gu Beichun, the closest to the main position. The previously silent Gu Xingqing finally spoke, her expression frostier than ever, declaring, "This is my seat." Just as Gu Linfeng was about to rise, Gu Nanling pressed him back down. Gu Xingqing, undeterred, sought another seat. Gu Linfeng maintained a stoic facade, inwardly lamenting the rigid hierarchy of such a large family, where even dining demanded an adherence to rank. Gu Beichun observed as the guests settled into their seats, feeling quite satisfied with the seemingly harmonious atmosphere, which, in reality, was filled with hidden intentions. He then downed his drink in one go. Wu Yuzhen wore a benevolent expression once more, urging Nanling to drink slowly. Suddenly, a cough interrupted the moment, as Gu Nanling seemed to have choked on a red wine. Beside him, Gu Xanyu hurriedly offered a napkin. Her eyes filled with concern as she wiped the wine from his lips. Gu Linfeng frowned slightly, feeling somewhat superfluous in this family gathering. At his age, he should learn to take care of himself. Gu Beichun remarked, displeased after taking a sip of wine. "He is my younger brother. It is not your concern." Accustomed to this exchange, Gu Beichun remained silent, his gaze fixated on the swirling wine in his glass. Gu Linfeng, noticing this, raised his glass again, feeling honored to be part of this family. His words were few and to the point. Regardless of the thoughts of those at the table, he drained his glass. "Huh, a wild boar cannot appreciate fine grain. That is Roman economy, worth over $1 million a bottle, and you drink it like that? Gusin ius gulp." This woman exhibited the utmost double standards. She fawned over her so-called brother Gu Nanling when he gulped down his drink, yet criticized Gu Linfeng for doing the same. He began to wonder who truly was the favored brother. Wu Yuzhen coughed lightly and admonished, "Xinu, can't you keep quiet even during dinner? If you keep speaking nonsense, you might as well leave." At her words, Gu Xinu hastily stood, resembling a child caught misbehaving. Gu Linfeng realized that Gu Beichun was indeed under the thumb of his wife, holding no real authority in this household. "All right, let us eat," Wu Yuzhen declared, her tone reminiscent of bestowing charity upon her second daughter. This time, Gu Xinyu behaved much more obediently. "Linfeng, why not share some of your stories from these past years?" Wu Yuzhen suggested with a gentle gaze. "You and our schoolmates?" Gu Xinyu remarked, surprised. It was then that she truly noticed Gu Linfeng, who possessed an appealing visage that could easily shine in the entertainment industry. "Wait, why do you look so familiar?" She scrutinized him closely. "Oh, I remember. Did you not sing a song called Blooming Flowers?" Gu Xinyu exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "Yes, Farewell Blooming Flowers is my song." Then I must toast to you." Gu Xinyu lifted her glass and took a small sip. "Is this truly a toast?" Gu Linfeng politely downed half of his glass. "Look how kind I am to you. May I ask a favor, dear second sister?" Gu Xinyu said with a cheerful smile. "Please speak." Gu Linfeng sensed something amiss. "Your song has been quite well received lately. Could you possibly gift it to me?" Gu Xinyu asked without hesitation. "Absolutely not," Gu Linfeng retorted coldly. Gu Xinyu was taken aback, as this was the first time someone had dared to refuse her. "Look at you being so stingy. Do you think I, Gu Xinyu, lack for songs? I could have a ghostwriter pen 100 songs of your style by tomorrow, if I wished." "Then go find a ghostwriter," Gu Linfeng responded. Had she approached him with this attitude when he first arrived at the mansion, he might have truly considered gifting her the song. However, since she was so presumptuous, he would not grant her that favor. "All right, it is just a song. If you truly desire it, I can speak with Mr. Wang from the entertainment company, and you may choose any song from the library." Gu Baichen interjected assertively. "Enough, let us eat." Wu Yuzhen then served Gu Linfeng a piece of pork rib. He accepted graciously, opting to go with the flow given the uncertain situation. "Brother, do have some of this beef." Gu Nanling also offered him food. "Apologies, I do not eat beef." At the table, the members of the Gu family had their own thoughts, while Gu Linfeng focused solely on his meal. Others were only halfway through when he had already set down his chopsticks, nearly ready to floss his teeth. Such a lack of upbringing. Gu Xingcheng suddenly remarked after a long silence. Eating quickly is not to be blamed on Gu Linfeng. In the military, one is reprimanded for eating slowly. Thus, everyone developed the skill of eating swiftly. Habits are not easily changed, he defended himself. Dear elder sister, you claim I lack upbringing? Might I inquire if you possess any? Gu Linfeng shot back undeterred. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your elder sister. Gu Xingcheng exclaimed, slamming her fork onto the table. I have just returned from military service. Have you ever seen a soldier eat slowly? Gu Linfeng asserted with conviction, a fierce aura radiating from him. Gu Xingcheng felt dizzy, a sense of fear creeping in. Linfeng was right. He had been molded by the military after being lost in childhood. You cannot speak to him like that. Quickly apologize to your brother. Wu Yuzhen commanded decisively. I am sorry, Gu Linfeng chuckled, finding the situation amusing as two of his sisters apologized to him. Now, only Gu Ninling remained, who appeared more eager to please. Such a person harbored deep thoughts, indeed. Typically, even a foster child would exhibit some response in such circumstances. Yet he acted as if nothing were amiss. Gu Linfeng understood why they regarded him with such disdain. It was merely due to his status as the heir and the future distribution of wealth. Gu Baichen, one less foolish, would never relinquish the fruits of his labor to outsiders. With Gu Linfeng now in the mix, it was likely that they would lose sleep over it. Yet, did Gu Linfeng truly care about the so-called vast wealth of the Gu family? For the system he possessed, what could he not obtain? He even believed the system could acquire the entire world. The Gu family was but a trivial matter. Linfeng, do you have any plans for the future? Gu Baichen inquired, voicing his most pressing question. Plans? Gu Linfeng mused, nothing concrete at the moment. That will not do. The future of the Gu family rests upon your shoulders. First, withdraw from the music academy, and I will use my connections to get you into Haijiada to study finance or management. Gu Baichen expressed his high expectations for Gu Linfeng. Gu Xingcheng paused, her utensils halting. She feared Gu Linfeng would agree. Gu Ninling also ceased eating, while Gu Xianyu remained unfazed, nonchalantly scrolling through her phone, seemingly uninterested in the Gu family enterprise. At this moment, however, Wu Yuzhen interjected, Old Gu, our family believes in gender equality. The future of the Gu group must rely on capability. This statement held profound implications, for it suggested that assets would be equally divided while emphasizing that the future leader of the Gu group must be competent. All right, my dear wife speaks wisely. Gu Baichen chuckled awkwardly. Linfeng, you must strive diligently. He appeared somewhat bewildered by his own subservience to Wu Yuzhen. Externally, he was known for his decisiveness. Could it be that he had committed some transgression against Wu Yuzhen, which she held over him? If this was love, he found it hard to believe. In the world of adults, there was seldom room for romance. In affluent families, intrigue and rivalry were the norm. I understand, Gu Linfeng replied calmly. The dinner gathering concluded swiftly, with Wu Yuzhen personally leading Gu Linfeng to select his room. Although it was termed a selection, it was more so Wu Yuzhen making the decision. The chosen room was quite distant from Wu Yuzhen's master suite, yet its interior decoration rivaled that of a scenic garden. Linfeng, this will be your room from now on, Wu Yuzhen stated flatly, devoid of any excitement reminiscent of her earlier welcome. Gu Linfeng smiled and nodded. He narrowed his eyes. Although Wu Yuzhen was his nominal mother, he felt no love emanating from her, leaving him increasingly perplexed. Could it be that he was not her biological child? Gu Linfeng shook his head, a resolution forming in his heart. He was determined to unravel the mystery with his own hands. In a certain room of the manor, a man and a woman were engaged in conversation. How did that old man manage to find Gu Linfeng? The woman whispered fiercely. I never expected him to scroll through Douyin and coincidentally stumble upon a video of Gu Linfeng with the pendant. The man replied with a tone of resignation. At this point, we must deal with what needs to be dealt with. The woman stated coldly. It might already be too late, the man cautioned. Then let it be a matter without witnesses. The following day, Gu Linfeng rose early. System sign-in. Today's sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item card. Infinite Evasion 1. Infinite Evasion. Ah, you can't hit me, can you? Just say, are you frustrated? Note, automatically used in case of lethal danger. What a remarkable item. This is indeed a life-saving tool. Gu Linfeng beamed with joy. Just after he finished washing up, Huangbo knocked a few times on the door and entered. Young master, The master and mistress request your presence for breakfast. Ah, it's Huang Bo. I understand. Gu Linfeng replied politely, slightly uncomfortable with the title. As he walked out, he casually inquired, "How many years have you worked here, Huang Bo?" "I held you when you were just born. It feels like only a moment has passed. And you have grown so much," Huang Bo reminisced. Gu Linfeng feigned indifference and asked, "So how did I end up lost back then?" "Huh?" Huang Bo appeared at a loss for words. "Come on, tell me about it. I'm quite curious." Gu Linfeng prodded. "Didn't the master and mistress ever mention it to you? I fear it may not be appropriate for me to discuss." Huang Bo seemed deeply cautious about Gu Linfeng's disappearance and was reluctant to elaborate. "Can you tell me about my brother, Gu Namling?" Gu Linfeng shifted the topic. Huang Bo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Young Master Namling is 18 this year and is a freshman at Jiaoda. He is the adopted son of the mistress." Huang Bo's eyes sparkled as he spoke of Gu Namling. "I watched young Master Namling grow up. I hope you can look after him in the future. He's a good boy. That foolish younger brother of mine. If I don't take care of him, who will?" Gu Linfeng jested, unafraid of Huang Bo catching the underlying meaning. "Young Master Namling is quite intelligent. He gained admission to Jiaoda through his own merits. Please do not underestimate him." Huang Bo, who had initially been smiling, lost his desire to converse upon hearing Gu Linfeng's words. "Young master, you should hurry downstairs. Otherwise, the master and mistress may become upset." Gu Linfeng softly acknowledged and walked out of the room. In the dining room, "Linfeng, why did you take so long to come down?" Gu Beichun inquired casually while sipping milk. "Next time, don't make everyone wait. Come sit down for breakfast." Wu Yuzhen, dressed elegantly in a wine-red suit, added. Gu Linfeng nodded and took a seat at the table, somewhat distant. "Linfeng, have you considered my request about sending me the song last night?" Gu Xinyu fiddled with her phone, not even lifting her head. "I won't send it." She decisively refused. "Well, I want to let you do it for free. I bought this song for $1 million. Gu Xinyu declared, raising her head. "You've never seen so much money, have you?" "No, I haven't," Gu Linfeng thought to himself, amused by the sense of superiority his so-called second sister exhibited. "Is it merely because you have lived in this house for over 20 years longer than I have? All right, if Linfeng doesn't want to sell, he doesn't have to. What are you trying to do, sister? Coerce and entice?" Wu Yuzhen exclaimed in frustration. "Oh, I was just teasing him," Gu Xinyu pouted. "Such jokes should be avoided in the future." Wu Yuzhen set down her napkin, wiped her mouth, and said, "You all continue eating. I have a meeting at school to attend." With that, she rose and left. A few minutes later, after finishing breakfast, Gu Linfeng suddenly remembered something. He had not brought his Lamborghini, and the journey to school was quite far. Sensing Gu Linfeng's predicament, the usually expressionless Gu Xingqing suddenly spoke up. "Are you heading to school? I can give you a ride." "Thank you very much." Gu Linfeng expressed his gratitude. "No, big sister, I can take brother." Gu Namling cheerfully waved his Porsche car keys. Gu Linfeng felt a smile creeping onto his face. The offer seemed less about helping and more about flaunting wealth, as if to showcase his standing in their parents' eyes. "Although I am the biological son, it seems I am less favored than you. I think I will ride with big sister," Gu Linfeng decided. Gu Namling shrugged. "I wanted to let brother experience the thrill of speed, but it seems I can only enjoy my Porsche 918 alone." Gu Beichun was pleased with this display of brotherly affection, happily stating, "All right, you all have grown up. Go on and be busy." After everyone left, Gu Beichun stealthily entered Gu Linfeng's room, akin to a thief, and began carefully searching for hair on the pillow with tweezers. It appeared he was somewhat concerned that Gu Linfeng might not be his biological son. Gu Linfeng followed his elder sister, Gu Xingqing, into a silver Bentley. The interior was pleasantly fragrant, imbued with a subtle jasmine scent. Sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Xingqing drove away with an impassive expression. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Gu Linfeng decided to take out his phone and scroll through Douyin. "Lower the volume." Gu Xingqing shot him a glare. "Oh, got it." Gu Linfeng adjusted the sound. After a few minutes, Gu Xingqing suddenly remarked, "The development of Gu Corporation in recent years is attributable to me. I will not allow anyone, including you, to compete with me." The abrupt statement caught Gu Linfeng off guard, and he retorted teasingly, "Rest assured, I hardly regard Gu Corporation as a threat. Of course, if someone dares to provoke me, I would not hesitate to let them experience what a dimensionality reduction strike feels like. Gu Xingqing burst into laughter. You are quite audacious. Gu Linfeng forced a bitter smile and shook his head, finding it difficult to navigate the complexities of conversation. Falsehoods made him seem boastful, while truths were often met with disbelief. At Shanghai Music University, a white Bentley came to a halt at the entrance. Students entering the school were astonished by the car's opulence and curious about who might be stepping out. As the door swung open, Gu Linfeng emerged. Wow. Isn't that Gu Linfeng? The one who disowned his father? Aren't you aware? The news has already debunked that. The man was merely a con artist. Look at the Bentley driver. She's stunning. It turned out Gu Linfeng had no interest in the school itself, but rather in mature and alluring women. He waved goodbye to Gu Xingqing in the car and walked into the university. As Gu Xingqing watched him leave, she murmured, I'm sorry, brother. Once I take over Gu Corporation, I will ensure you want for nothing. With that, the Bentley sped away, inciting a chorus of jeers. Gu Linfeng entered the school, attracting countless female gazes. He shone like a firefly in the night, captivating attention. However, he had no time to greet everyone, as his first class at the university was about to commence. He did not meet up with Zhang Long and the others, but instead headed to the multimedia classroom alone. Upon his arrival, gasps echoed in the room. Gu, I just saw the news that the con artist was killed. I heard it was his son who did it. The world is filled with so much malice. Such a person deserves death for daring to scam Linfeng. Gao Xinrui pointed to the empty seat beside her. Gu, there is no one next to me. Please sit here. Gu Linfeng accepted the invitation without hesitation. I was terrified yesterday, but it seems nothing significant happened. Gu Linfeng chuckled. At that moment, Zhang Long and the others entered the room. Seeing Gu Linfeng in conversation with the campus belle, they wisely chose not to interrupt and instead settled in the back. A few minutes later, the music department teacher, Zhou Zhou, entered carrying a textbook. Greetings, dear students. I am Zhou Zhou, a professor from the Department of Music, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Zhou Zhou, around 30 years of age, wears gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Given that you are all candidates for the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, I trust you possess a certain level of understanding regarding vocal techniques. Indeed, I have been immersed in music since my childhood. Zhou Zhou exhaled in relief, as this undoubtedly alleviated the challenges of his instruction. Now, let us commence today's lesson. Firstly, proper breathing is the cornerstone of singing. By engaging in deep breaths, one should fully draw air into the abdomen and then exhale slowly, maintaining a stable breath support to render the vocal performance more fluid and enduring. Secondly, the placement of sound is equally crucial. Zhou Zhou initiated a theoretical discourse, while Gu Linfeng, however, was somewhat distracted. Initially intrigued, he soon realized that for someone with his masterful vocal prowess, the content was as elementary as learning basic arithmetic. Now, I would like to invite a student to demonstrate. Is there anyone willing to come to the stage? Zhou Zhou scanned the room, but no hand were raised. It seems the enthusiasm is lacking. In that case, I shall call upon someone. Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng held a fundamental respect for his teacher. He reluctantly approached the stage, ready to showcase his true abilities as Zhou Zhou expressed keen interest, particularly in the song Li Bi Kai Chu Hua, which was already saved in his music player and listened to before sleep. Very well, Gu Linfeng acknowledged, reluctantly stepping onto the platform and began to demonstrate according to Zhou Zhou's guidelines. The students below applauded, while some male students silently cursed. And female students were entirely captivated by his looks, occasionally exclaiming how handsome he was. Gu Linfeng's foundation was exceptional, perhaps even surpassing Zhou Zhou's expectations. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the classroom. It was Ma Defa, a competitor from earlier. Teacher, I think that was rather average. Why not have a contest? Each of you performing a popular song? Zhou Zhou was intrigued. Ma Defa was indeed a good student. If Gu Linfeng accepted, his playlist would undoubtedly expand. Ahem, let us skip the popular music. In this setting, I prefer to engage in a duel with Gu Linfeng. Ma Defa, aware of his own limitations, understood that challenging Gu Linfeng with popular music was akin to a chicken pecking a stone. Are you certain? Gu Linfeng chuckled lightly. Absolutely, but with a wager. Ma Defa declared confidently. The loser must keep their distance from Gao Xinrui. As soon as he uttered the words, all eyes in the classroom turned toward Gao Xinrui, whose cheeks flushed a delightful shade of crimson. If that's the wager, I cannot agree. Gu Linfeng shook his head in refusal. I see you're afraid. Ma defaznivd. No, Gao Xinrui is not a prize to be wagered. Gu Linfeng smiled at her. At this proclamation, the classroom erupted in excitement. Oh my! Suddenly I ship Gu Linfeng and Gao Xinrui. No, Gu Linfeng is mine. While Gu Linfeng could manage popular music, hip-hop would likely pose a challenge. Why is that? Have you not seen how Ma Defa's pants are nearly falling down? That's the quintessential West Coast style, complemented by his dreadlocks. Though Gao Xinrui feigned indifference, she felt a surge of warmth at Gu Linfeng's words. Then there's no wager. Do you dare? Ma Defa taunted, eager to provoke Gu Linfeng. What's there to fear? Let us do this. Gu Linfeng responded boldly. Although he lacked an affinity for hip-hop, he had an extensive repertoire of songs to draw from. You sing first. Gu Linfeng gestured to the microphone, needing time to prepare his own song. All right, Ma Defa, undeterred, inserted his disc into the computer. As the music began, he turned to Gao Xinrui. Xinrui, I'll show you who the true champion is. Gu Linfeng internally scoffed at the childish bravado. As the music played, Ma Defa quickly fell into rhythm. Yo, I'm wearing Bulgari. My ride is a Ferrari. Hurry up and kneel before me. He pointed provocatively at Gu Linfeng, prompting a chorus of boos from the audience. Gu Linfeng was taken aback. What on earth is this? Cars, houses, money? If you strip those attributes away, what remains? As Ma Defa finished, he wore a smug expression, looking down at Gu Linfeng as if to say, you can still beg for mercy. Gu Linfeng glanced at Ma Defa, then at his classmates and back to Ma Defa, smirking. Seriously? Is that what you call rhyming? Laughter erupted in the classroom. Today, as college students had a modicum of understanding regarding hip-hop music, Ma Defa's lyrics were painfully simplistic, relying solely on the last word of each line to rhyme. A prime example of the lowest form of rhyming. What do you know? This is called returning to simplicity. If you think you could do better, go ahead. Ma Defa's face turned ashen. I'll show you. Gu Linfeng inserted his own disc, discarding Ma Defa's like refuse. As the music played, the students felt a wave of excitement. Gu Linfeng did not resort to gimmicks, but instead announced, Here, as a song titled My Sky, dedicated to you all. Farewell to my love, farewell to my past, farewell to my tears, my falls, and failures, farewell to that reckless youth. Farewell to my troubles, no longer alone. Farewell to my weakness, no longer crying out. In the endless night, when all seems destined for ruin, at least I have dreams, and I am moved for you. In my sky. As the song concluded, Ma Defa was left utterly stunned. Not to be rude, but you can sing popular songs well. But to excel in hip-hop too? Are you trying to tempt fate? Wow, I'm floored. This song surpassed Li Bikai, Chu Huan brilliance. Gu Linfeng, could you please release a lossless version? I would love to drift in a sleep listening to it. Such a powerful song. How could one possibly sleep after hearing it? From the moment Gu Linfeng began to sing, Zhou's pupils widened in astonishment. Though he was a teacher of popular music, he had a keen interest in hip-hop as well. Gu Linfeng's My Sky was clearly a masterpiece, and the lyrics were a resounding triumph over Ma Defa's superficial themes of wealth. It was a total domination. Ahem, I believe the outcome is quite evident. Zhou coughed, refraining from formally declaring a winner to spare Ma Defa's dignity. Gu Linfeng, do you have any improvisational rap skills? Ma Defa challenged, refusing to concede. Gu Linfeng chuckled coldly. I recall the last person who asked that ended up in prison. The audacity of Gu Linfeng's words was staggering. Zhou shook his head. Ma Defa, you have lost. It's time to stop this nonsense. Yet Ma Defa, stubborn as a child, squatted on the floor, exclaiming, I refuse to accept defeat. I must win. Zhou finally lost his temper, his voice rising sharply. Get down. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 tears rolled down Ma Defa's cheeks, tears of shattered pride. The song he had held dear was effortlessly eclipsed. Ma Defa appeared despondent, and Gu Linfeng, feeling a twinge of compassion, remarked, Ma Defa, don't be disheartened. You've already won at the starting line. After all, your education surpasses theirs. His words, however, only deepened Ma Defa's sorrow. So you're saying my undergraduate degree is inferior to a vocational diploma? Let's express our gratitude to the two students for their splendid performance. And let us offer a resounding applause. Yifu, you are truly remarkable, Zhang Long exclaimed passionately. Gu Linfeng, however, remained indifferent and even felt a tinge of embarrassment. Gao Xinrui quietly inquired, "May I post the song you just sang online?" "Of course," she responded with delight. Zhou Zhou resumed his lecture while Gu Linfeng drifted into slumber. Indeed, he was in a state of dreams. Gao Xinrui, hearing the snoring beside her, stealthily captured a photo, intending to use it as her wallpaper. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Today's trending topics were rather mundane until Gu Linfeng's fans received a video of him singing from the fan club leader, who despises cilantro. The fan group erupted with excitement. "This is not merely my sky. This is unequivocally my deity." With the release of the song, the entire hip-hop scene was left speechless. "Leader, could we persuade our idol to record a studio version? I long to hear the lossless version." The song My Sky, through the fans' retweets, soared to the top of the trending list in a mere hour. Countless onlookers initially approached with casual curiosity, but upon hearing Gu Linfeng's voice, they found themselves enamored with this hidden gem of a boy. Soon, numerous hip-hop artists began to share the video, even expressing a desire to learn from Gu Linfeng. Various labels extended olive branches to him, propelling Gu Linfeng back into the limelight as his TikTok followers surged. In Chapter 72, Zhang Junjie spoke of Gu Nanling. Xinu's acting had grown increasingly refined. Her portrayal of a comatose patient was truly lifelike. The director, Lao Mozi, gave a thumbs up in praise. "This is nothing." Gu Xinyu, sitting up from her hospital bed, spoke with a tone of arrogance. Lao Mozi seemed to run out of compliments, as portraying a comatose person requires no particular acting skill, merely the ability to sleep. Yet, who could blame Gu Xinyu, being a descendant of affluent capitalists? Upon opening TikTok, the melody of My Sky wafted into her ears. Setbacks and farewells are merely embellishments in life. This voice sounds so familiar. Gu Xinyu found the song captivating and, upon closer inspection, realized that the singer was none other than her younger brother. "Sister Xinyu, this song is bound to become a hit. Should we contact them to purchase the copyright?" Her assistant, Feng Rui, remarked, swaying slightly. "Purchase? I doubt they would sell." Gu Xinyu scoffed. "What? Who would dare refuse you?" Feng Rui flattered. "Leave now." Gu Xinyu waved her hand impatiently. After her assistant exited, Gu Xinyu hesitated briefly before dialing Gu Beichen's number. "Dad, send me Gu Linfeng's number." "Why are you asking so many questions? Just send it." "The vast horizon is my love." Gu Linfeng abruptly awoke to find his classmates staring at him. "My apologies. I received a call." He looked at Zhou Zhou, who nodded in agreement, and hurriedly exited the classroom. The caller was a stranger, and he furrowed his brow as he answered. "Gu Linfeng, you are quite the character. Just released a song that's a masterpiece, and now another, My Sky." Gu Xinyu's voice echoed through the phone. "How did you get my number?" "That's none of your concern. I want to buy the copyright for your new song. I need it for a variety show." Gu Xinyu's tone was unyielding. "Get lost." Gu Linfeng hung up decisively. "Are you done yet?" Gu Linfeng shouted in frustration. "This variety show is crucial. It's with foreigners, and I cannot afford to lose." Gu Xinyu exaggeratedly pleaded. "You know Yi Hina Laingzi, the renowned domestic singer? She's nearly in despair. I must make a stunning entrance as a substitute. What does that have to do with me?" Gu Linfeng reiterated his refusal and hung up once more. Subsequently, Gu Xinyu frantically attempted to call again, but each attempt was met with rejection. Ultimately, Gu Linfeng, thoroughly annoyed, blocked her number, and peace finally returned to his world. At this moment, Gu Xinyu was on the verge of exploding with rage. Since gaining fame, being hailed as the nation's sweetheart, she had never experienced such treatment from a man. "Gu Linfeng, you country bumpkin. Just wait." Once class concluded, Gu Linfeng exchanged a few words with Zhang Long before fetching his Lamborghini and dialing Zhang Junjie's number. Zhang Junjie was enjoying himself, having a good time with two girls. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me." Gu Linfeng's voice boomed like thunder, leaving Zhang Junjie momentarily dazed. "Hello, young Master Gu. I'm at Old John S. Steakhouse by the school entrance. You have 5 minutes to get here." "Understood." As soon as the call ended, Zhang Junjie hurriedly made his exit. Young Master Zhang, love me. Get lost. Zhang Junjie hastily dressed and bolted out the door. 5 minutes later, Zhang Junjie burst into Old John S. Steakhouse, panting and disheveled. 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Not bad. You're on time. Gu Linfeng glanced at his watch and gestured to the chair in front of him. Have a seat. I need to ask you something. I'd rather stand. Zhang Junjie replied obediently. All right, tell me everything about Gu Namling. Gu Linfeng got straight to the point. Young master, he asked your brother. Do I really need to explain? Are you questioning me? Gu Linfeng's eyes narrowed, exuding a menacing aura. Zhang Junjie, intimidated, stumbled into a new vocabulary he had just learned. Speak in human language. Okay. Young master, let me explain properly. Gu Namling has some peculiar habits. Every woman he has been with ends up in hospital. He also has a collection fetish. After every encounter, he collects a hair for a brush. What kind of nonsense is that? Gu Linfeng fumed. That's what I know. Zhang Junjie protested, feeling wronged. What do you think of him? A smiling tiger. He appears sunny but is exceedingly cunning. Zhang Junjie pondered momentarily before continuing. I met him at a bar. He fancied a girl, but she had a boyfriend, so he threw money around. He threw money at the girl? No. He threw money at the boyfriend to drug the girl, and then took advantage of her. Gu Linfeng gritted his teeth in anger. This Gu Namling is truly a scoundrel. How is this any different from the ruffians of ancient times? What other dirt do you know? Gu Linfeng pressed further. Zhang Junjie shook his head. I don't know. I only recently entered his circle. Gu Linfeng contemplated for a moment. From now on, inform me of any news regarding Gu Namling, understood? Understood. Zhang Junjie swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. He was genuinely frightened. Gu Linfeng was terrifying. Gu Linfeng nodded in satisfaction before shifting the topic. By the way, where's Lu Qianran? Zhang Junjie hesitated, struggling to find words. Speak. Gu Linfeng ordered coldly. I gave her to Gu Namling. She is probably in the hospital now. Gu Namling is quite twisted. She wants to be out for at least 10 to 15 days. Zhang Junjie fell to his knees. Young master, I was wrong. Please spare me. I want to dare again. Zhang Junjie thought Gu Linfeng still cared for Lu Qianran, hence his fearful demeanor. Why would I blame you? I commend you for your actions. Gu Linfeng patted Zhang Junjie's shoulder. You did well. Keep it up. Thank you, young master Gu. Zhang Junjie wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now leave. Gu Linfeng waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Junjie felt as if he had received a reprieve and hurriedly departed. Watching Zhang Junjie's retreating figure, Gu Linfeng's expression remained neutral. It was evident that Gu Namling was not as docile as he appeared. Rather, he was twisted, using such things to create brushes. What was he thinking? It seemed that he could never afford to let him off lightly. Alas, Gu Linfeng was a principled young man with a strong moral compass. Such scum must be eradicated to prevent them from becoming a societal menace. Chapter 73. Alas, it simply cannot be done. Glancing at the time on his watch, the day was still relatively young. With an elective course scheduled for the afternoon, Gu Linfeng, wary of being recognized, deliberately donned a mask. He meandered through the afternoon in a daze, before hastily driving his Lamborghini to the hospital. Now, he needed to uncover the second question. How had he lost it all those years ago? Surely, Zhang Shumi must know. After purchasing a bouquet of fresh flowers, he arrived at the hospital. Upon knocking and entering the ward, he found the doctor just finishing an examination of Zhang Shumi. The doctor, noticing Gu Linfeng's presence, voiced his discontent, saying, the patient has undergone an nephrectomy. Shouldn't you, as family, stay to care for her? Feeling embarrassed, Gu Linfeng nodded in acknowledgement, a hint of shame creeping in. Upon seeing him, Zhang Shumi's emotions shifted dramatically. Why are you here? She stammered. I came to check on you and to inquire about something, Gu Linfeng replied candidly. Sensing the tension in the room, the doctor misinterpreted the situation and, after advising the young man to be mindful of his time, left the ward. Now, only the two remained. I have nothing to say. Zhang Shumi bit her lip, her intuition hinting at the question he was about to pose. You think I wouldn't know? You were the one who took me away from the Gu family back then, weren't you? Gu Linfeng placed the flowers in a vase and sat down. Zhang Shumi's pupils dilated as she trembled. You know? I guessed, he replied somberly. but judging by your reaction, it seems my guess was correct. Realizing that Gu Linfeng was toying with her, Zhang Shumi shook her head vehemently. I don't know. Please, don't ask me. I truly know nothing. Gu Linfeng remained unperturbed, pulling out his phone to show her the video of Zhao Liang's arrest. Watch this, and then consider whether you wish to tell me the truth. Confused, Zhang Shumi accepted the phone. Upon viewing the news, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. My son, you are so foolish, she lamented, recalling the words Zhang Junjie had imparted to her before his departure, urging her to look after their son. Regarding Zhao Jinshuan's demise, she felt a twisted sense of relief, cursing her own softness for ruining her son's life trajectory. Gu Linfeng sighed internally. Yet, one must acknowledge that those who suffer often possess their own faults. Regardless of Zhang Shumi's circumstances, her actions bore a striking resemblance to those of human traffickers. The only distinction lay in the notions of coercion versus volition. Rest assured, I can help extricate your son, Gu Linfeng remarked, aware that Zhao Yang would undoubtedly be exonerated, though the news had not yet reported it. You have a way to get my son out? A glimmer of hope sparked in Zhang Shumi's despondent eyes. I do. Gu Linfeng sensed her skepticism. Zhang Shumi gritted her teeth. At this juncture, she feared nothing, willing to gamble on a desperate chance. For her son, she would even sacrifice her own life. Taking a deep breath, she recounted when Xiao Liang fell ill years ago. It required a substantial sum for treatment. I was at my wit's end. Even after selling our old house, the money was insufficient, which compelled me to borrow from here. Just then, the door swung open at an inopportune moment. 3 men clad in white coats entered the room. Zhang Shumi, it's time for your infusion, rasped the masked male doctor. Did I not just finish one? Why another? Zhang Shumi questioned in confusion. The condition has worsened. Stop dawdling. Gu Linfeng furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound, the unmistakable click of a gun's safety being disengaged. You are not doctors. Who are you? Gu Linfeng bellowed. Now that you've figured it out, it's time for you to die. As they spoke, the 3 men simultaneously raised their weapons and opened fire. In the face of 3 ominous gun barrels, even with Gu Linfeng's peak physical prowess, evasion seemed futile. As the bullets flew toward him, he braced himself for the worst. Warning, host is about to encounter lethal danger. Item card infinite evasion will activate automatically. Activation successful. At the very moment a bullet was about to pierce his body, an uncontrollable twist of his form allowed countless rounds to whiz past him, embedding themselves in the walls instead. This bizarre spectacle left Zhang Shumi aghast, covering her mouth in shock. The 3 assailants were momentarily frozen, having never witnessed such an occurrence in all their assassination missions. Alas, it cannot be done. It simply cannot be done. Gu Linfeng chuckled, taunting the 3 assassins with exuberance. This item card was truly extraordinary. Switch to submachine guns. The trio swiftly discarded their handguns, pulling submachine guns from beneath their lab coats, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Gu Linfeng's playful spirit surged. He yearned to test the limits of his advanced evasion. As a torrent of bullets rained down, his body twisted and contorted like a pretzel. Yet still, none found their mark. Gu Linfeng even contemplated singing, "Follow my lead" with a slow-motion move. Kill her. The lead assassin roared, aiming his weapon at the bedridden Zhang Shumi. Having had his fill of amusement, Gu Linfeng would not allow them to have their way. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to one assassin's heart, causing him to spit blood before collapsing. Brother, I'm going all out. Gu Linfeng soared in the air, his left foot stepping on his right, executing a powerful strike aimed at the assassin's neck. With a sharp crack, another fell lifelessly. Now it's your turn. Gu Linfeng landed with precision, delivering a crushing blow to the remaining assassin's abdomen. The foe convulsed before succumbing to defeat. Approaching the sole survivor, Gu Linfeng effortlessly removed his mask. The face was unfamiliar. He had never encountered this individual. Who sent you? He demanded. Cough. How did you dodge the bullets? The assassin replied, evading the question. I didn't dodge. Your aim is just abysmal. Gu Linfeng quipped. You must be joking. The assassin coughed violently, black blood spilling from his lips before losing consciousness entirely. Poisoned? A professional assassin? Gu Linfeng carefully pried open the man's mouth, discovering a ruptured capsule lodged in his molars. Outside, footsteps hurriedly approached. At that moment, Xiao Lei, who was executing a mission at the hospital, was alerted by the gunfire and rushed in. Upon witnessing Gu Linfeng inspecting the three corpses, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Gu Xiao, what are you doing here?" "They came to kill her." Gu Linfeng pointed at Zhang Shumi lying on the bed. Xiao Lei inquired with concern, "Gu Xiao, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine, but please investigate the identities of these three assassins as swiftly as possible." Gu Linfeng's brow furrowed, clearly lacking hope. Given their expertise, uncovering their true identities would be nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, these individuals wielded firearms and submachine guns. This was Longhua. How did they acquire such weapons? Chapter 74. The butler indeed harbors secrets. Since the late 20th century, two villages embroiled in conflict over water issues escalated into war, leading to countless casualties from gunfire. Consequently, Longhua instituted a gun ban. Possession was met with severe penalties, and since that time, firearms had nearly vanished from circulation. At this moment, Zhang Shumi was utterly petrified, her complexion ashen. Upon receiving the news, Qianming rushed over immediately. Seeing Gu Linfeng single-handedly dispatch three armed assassins, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, you are like the king of hell." Gu Linfeng shook his head. "Old leader, this shooting incident is far from simple. I hope to handle it discreetly." "Why?" Qianming asked, perplexed. In a hushed tone, Gu Linfeng replied, "You are aware of the Gu family, right?" "I am, in fact, the lost child of the Gu family." "The Huhai Gu family?" Qianming's eyes widened in astonishment. "Linfeng, your lineage is quite explosive." As Gu Linfeng's former superior, Qianming was well acquainted with his background and the fact that he was an orphan. Ah, the depths of a prominent family. Gu Linfeng reflected with a hint of melancholy. "What do you intend to do now?" Qianming seemed to have resolved something within himself. "You should refrain from getting involved." Gu Linfeng scoffed with disdain. "Since you wish to engage in this game, let us see how it unfolds." Qianming ceased his attempts at persuasion just as Xiao Lei entered, saluting before stating, "Director, the identities of the three assassins cannot be found in the household registration system. I suspect they are from abroad." "Abroad?" Qianming was taken aback, understanding that the matter was far more complex than anticipated. This situation must remain strictly confidential. No information is to be disclosed to the press. Understood? Qianming instructed sternly. Understood. At that moment, Zhang Shumi was being comforted by two female police officers. Seeing that her emotions had stabilized, Gu Linfeng dismissed everyone, wishing to speak with Zhang Shumi privately. Once alone, he pressed, "Please continue." "All right," Zhang Shumi began, having lost her doubt about Gu Linfeng's capabilities. It was evident he had the means to extricate Zhao Liang from the detention center. After collecting her thoughts, she slowly recounted, "After my child fell ill, we were financially unable to afford treatment. It was the butler of the Gu family who sought me out, asking me to leave this city with you in exchange for funding the treatment of Xiao Liang's illness." "The butler?" Gu Linfeng exclaimed. "Was his surname Huang?" "Yes, Huang Xiandong. I worked for the Gu family at that time," Zhang Shumi confirmed. "Are you aware of Huang Xiandong's intentions in doing this?" "I cannot say for certain. After he had you taken away, Xiao Yang's illness was treated by specialists, and then Huang Xiandong instructed me to leave Huhai with you." However, Zhao Jinshun disagreed. Zhang Shumi sighed. "Thus, I devised a compromise, informing him that I had already left, while in truth, I remained in Huhai." "Then for whom was Huang Xiandong acting?" Gu Linfeng asked, voicing his most pressing inquiry. Zhang Shumi shook her head, indicating she did not know. Yet, Gu Linfeng had already formed his own conclusions. What puzzled him was why, despite being the sole male heir of the Gu family, he was subjected to such treatment. Choosing to set aside his thoughts, Gu Linfeng turned to Zhang Shumi, stating, "You cannot remain in Longhua. I will provide you with funds to facilitate your departure abroad with your son." "Abroad?" "I am unfamiliar with foreign lands." Zhang Shumi expressed her trepidation. "At this juncture, you should not hesitate. If you continue to linger in Longhua, it is only a matter of time before your life is in jeopardy." Gu Linfeng's voice was cold. Then, "Very well," she acquiesced. Gu Linfeng then wished her a swift recovery before exiting the ward. Outside the ward, Qianming was smoking, disregarding the no smoking signs plastered on the hospital walls. "Old leader, I need to request a favor from you." Gu Linfeng approached with a cheerful demeanor. What is it? I hope Zhao Liang can be released today. Qian Ming extinguished his cigarette, acknowledging the challenge, but affirming it can be arranged. He can be out at any time. Thank you very much. Gu Linfeng deliberated and decided to be forthright with Qian Ming. Zhang Shumi is the one who took me away as a child, and now there are individuals seeking to harm her. She cannot remain in Longhua. I will ensure Zhao Liang accompanies her abroad to find Lao Go. Lao Go. Qian Ming chuckled. That fellow reportedly reigns in Mianghua. Are you not concerned he might face dire consequences upon arrival? Leader, you jest. Lao Go runs a security company in northern Mian, not a scam operation. Gu Linfeng retorted, exasperated. Very well. I will arrange for their departure. Qian Ming resolved, aligning himself with Gu Linfeng's course of action. Inside the detention center, the officer announced, Zhao Liang, you are free to go. As he removed the handcuffs, Zhao Liang appeared bewildered. I haven't even been tried yet. How is this possible? You have been granted bail. The officer kindly explained upon seeing Zhao Liang's confusion. Thank you, government. Zhao Liang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Upon exiting the detention center, he inhaled the fresh air and squinted against the glaring sunlight. Just then, a black Passat honked at him from a distance. Is that you, Zhao Liang? The window of the Passat slowly descended, revealing Xiao Lei's face. Yes, that's me. Zhao Liang nodded. All right. Hesitantly, he entered the vehicle. Xiao Lei handed him an envelope containing a phone number for Lao Go and a bank card with 10 million yuan. This is all from Gu Xiao. Once you arrive, call Lao Go. He will ensure your safety. Zhao Liang, still in a daze, accepted the envelope and asked, What about my mother? She has already departed. You will meet in Nanyan province. Xiao Lei replied matter-of-factly, Please thank Gu Xiao for me. Zhao Liang pressed his lips together, gratitude evident on his face. Though he lacked understanding of the circumstances, he was certain that Gu Linfeng had saved his mother's life, and he held complete trust in him. I will convey your thanks. Xiao Lei nodded slightly. I will escort you to the city limits, where another vehicle will take you away. Remember, try not to exit the car or let any cameras capture you. Understood. Zhao Liang affirmed earnestly. At the estate entrance, they were halted by security personnel who, upon recognizing Gu Linfeng, quickly allowed passage and greeted him respectfully. After parking, Gu Linfeng entered the manor. Not bad. Gu Linfeng remarked with surprise. That's good. Here's 100 million. Take it. Gu Beichen clandestinely produced a bank card and handed it over. I have money. Gu Linfeng shook his head. That is inconsequential. This is merely pocket money from a father to his son. Obediently take it. Gu Beichen transformed into a doting father. Gu Linfeng was taken aback, sensing that Gu Beichen's warmth towards him had intensified since yesterday. What has brought about this sudden paternal affection? Unbeknownst to Gu Linfeng, the reason for this transformation stemmed from Gu Beichen secretly acquiring a strand of his hair and having it tested, confirming him as his biological son. This revelation led to the current display of paternal care. Ah, so you are secretly providing Gu Linfeng with money behind our backs? At some point, Gu Xinyu stormed in fiercely, snatching the bank card away. Xinyu, this is your younger brother. What's wrong with giving him a little pocket money? Gu Beichen's expression darkened. Does Mom know about this? Gu Xinyu boldly inquired. Keep this from your mother. In front of his daughter, Gu Beichen had become a complete slave to her whims, his tone exceedingly submissive. Gu Linfeng shook his head in exasperation, noting the stark contrast to the image of the richest man in Huhai. At that moment, Gu Nanling and Wu Yuzhen entered together. What is going on here? Wu Yuzhen asked with a smile. Mom, let me tell you, Gu Xinyu began, ready to spill the beans. Xinyu. Gu Beichen gestured, attempting to silence her. Mom, I caught Dad red-handed giving Gu Linfeng pocket money. And this card has 100 million yuan on it. What do you think we should do? Gu Xinyu waved the bank card in the air. Wu Yuzhen remained silent, taking the card from Gu Xinyu's hand. Indeed, you are correct. Gu Beichen nodded vigorously. The money is confiscated. Wu Yuzhen's expression was cold, yet she turned to Gu Linfeng. Linfeng, you do not hold this against your mother, do you? Of course not. I'm not in need of money. Gu Linfeng chuckled. Brother, is that Lamborghini outside yours? Gu Nanling interjected suddenly. Gu Linfeng nodded affirmatively, shaking the keys in his hand. Gu Xinyu's keen eyes caught sight of the watch on Gu Linfeng's wrist. Patek Philippe? Gu Linfeng, you are quite the enigma. Gu Xinyu remarked with mild astonishment. As the daughter of the wealthiest man, She wanted for nothing and thus held little regard for a mere few million watch. However, the fact that Gu Linfeng had acquired it through his own means irked her. Wu Yuzhen also appeared surprised, seemingly having underestimated her son. Since you're not in need of money, then let this money go to Namling. Wu Yuzhen cheerfully handed the bank card to her younger son. Thank you, Mom. You are wonderful. Gu Namling affectionately embraced Wu Yuzhen. Wu Yuzhen smiled broadly. She then turned and ascended the staircase, lost in her own thoughts. Mom, look at Gu Linfeng. He completely disregards you and leaves at will. Gu Xinyu complained, her tone petulant. Wu Yuzhen said nothing, instead lovingly ruffling Gu Namling's hair. Is anyone coming in? A voice echoed in the room. Gu Linfeng possessed a remarkable memory, capable of discerning even the slightest details within a room. Reflecting on Gu Beichen's attitude towards him, Gu Linfeng found clarity. It was only natural. Had he been in Gu Beichen's position, he too would seek verification from relevant institutions. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded, and Gu Beichen entered. Son, are you settling in well? It's fine, Gu Linfeng replied, gesturing towards the sofa. Let us sit and converse. Sure, Gu Beichen took a seat. I am quite curious about how I lost it back then. Gu Linfeng initiated the conversation after sitting down. Gu Beichen shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but it was likely the work of competitors. Gu Linfeng chuckled. It seems your standing in this household is rather low. Gu Beichen's expression darkened. That was out of respect for my wife. Gu Linfeng merely smiled in silence. By the way, how did my mother, Wu, react after I went missing back then? Gu Beichen sighed. Of course, she was devastated. Eventually, your mother requested an extended leave from school and went abroad to recuperate. How long did she stay? Gu Linfeng suddenly inquired. About a year, Gu Beichen responded, taken aback. Why are you asking this? Oh, just curious. Gu Linfeng continued. Did the butler accompany her? Gu Linfeng squinted, feeling a twinge of pity for Gu Beichen at that moment. He was not of this world, and thus viewed familial ties with indifference. Yet he felt sympathy towards Gu Beichen. However, all of this was merely speculation. After a brief idle chat, Gu Beichen stood up. All right, let's go down for dinner. We can discuss matters afterward. In the dining room, Gu Linfeng observed this warm family dynamic as a mere spectator. He began to doubt his own presence, feeling somewhat extraneous. Were it not for Gu Beichen's efforts to serve him food, he might have truly believed he was merely a guest. Gu Linfeng, what was the meaning of hanging up on my call today? Gu Xinyu immediately confronted him after the meal. Do you realize how significant this upcoming show is for my status? Oh, why should I care? Gu Linfeng responded apathetically. Wu Yuzhen slammed her chopsticks down on the table, finally reaching her breaking point. Linfeng, I understand you grew up in an orphanage and spent considerable time with those of lower status, inevitably picking up some of their filth, but you cannot speak to your sister in such a manner. Now, apologize to your second sister immediately. Chapter 76, The Inept Father. The Dominant Mother. Apologize? I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Gu Linfeng retaliated, slamming his chopsticks down as well. This left Wu Yuzhen momentarily stunned. Gu Xinyu, reveling in the chaos, exclaimed, Mother, look at him! Isn't he utterly uncultured to dare throw chopsticks at you? Gu Xingqing's gaze flickered, but he remained silent. Gu Beichen hurriedly intervened, grasping Gu Linfeng's arm. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Quickly apologize to your mother. Gu Linfeng scoffed. I stand by my words. An apology is out of the question. It's clear this family does not welcome me at all. I can hardly blame you. You have no authority here. Gu Linfeng mocked. Truly inept. Gu Beichen felt the sting of truth in those words, but remained silent. Gu Linfeng was right. He was indeed powerless within this household. Outside, he was the chairman of the Gu group. Yet at home, he felt like a mere child. Wu Yuzhen's expression fluctuated, while Gu Namling attempted to soothe her by patting her back. The contrast between the obedient youngest son and the rebellious eldest son was glaringly apparent. Wu Yuzhen cast a glance at Gu Linfeng. Consider this a warning. If it happens again, you will face 3 days without meals. Gu Linfeng was about to retort when Gu Namling seized his arm. Brother, haven't you seen my room? Let me show you. He then pulled Gu Linfeng toward his room. Gu Linfeng offered no resistance. He was somewhat impressed by this so-called brother, who adeptly navigated social nuances. Upon entering Gu Namling's room, Gu Linfeng casually surveyed the space. The layout was similar to his own, but the opulence of the furnishings was incomparable. Brother, mother is getting older. You should be more mindful of your words. Gu Namling innocently suggested. Oh, by the way, I noticed you just received $1 billion in pocket money. How about sharing half with me? Gu Linfeng teased. That's impossible. It's given to me by mother, and she would be furious if she found out. Gu Namling firmly declined. You don't seem to lack money. Surely you can afford to be generous? Gu Linfeng probed further. How about you just look around my room instead? Gu Namling skillfully deflected. All right. Gu Linfeng clasped his hands behind his back and began to wander about the room. Reaching the study, Gu Linfeng remarked, I didn't expect you to enjoy calligraphy. Gu Namling rushed in. Yes, I've practiced in childhood. Glancing at the Xian paper on the desk, Gu Linfeng picked up a brush and began to doodle. Gu Namling remained silent, though internally he held disdain. After sketching a small chick, Gu Linfeng set down the ordinary brush and turned his attention to a golden brush nearby. This brush is quite impressive, Gu Linfeng exclaimed, holding it aloft. That wolf hair brush is not to be used. Return immediately. Gu Namling cried out in alarm. Reaching to reclaim it, Gu Linfeng, however, held it high, evading his grasp. This golden wolf hair brush is rather peculiar. Why are the bristles all bent? Not a single one is straight. He mused, though internally he scoffed. Wolf hair? More like something sinister. He recalled a news story about a corrupt official who, enamored by women, had their hair collected to create brushes. He was astonished that Gu Namling, so young, harbored such refined tastes. Mind your own business. Return it at once, or I shall inform mother. Gu Namling's heart ached as his prized possession was toyed with by another. In a moment of audacity, Gu Linfeng shoved Gu Namling aside, seizing the opportunity to plunge the golden brush into the ink. He then violently scrawled on the Xian paper. Stop! Gu Namling's eyes widened in fury. But it was too late. Under Gu Linfeng's aggressive strokes, the bristles of the golden brush fell away, and on the Xian paper, he boldly wrote 2 characters, perverse. Gu Namling's eyes turned crimson. This golden brush had taken him ages to collect, crafted with contributions from countless women, including young mothers, celebrities, and mature ladies. With a careless toss, he discarded the golden brush. What's the matter, brother? It's just a brush, and I merely wrote a few words. Why are you so agitated? You. Gu Namling clenched his fists. In that moment, he yearned to tear Gu Linfeng apart. Gu Linfeng remained unfazed by Gu Namling's fury, continuing to explore the room. Oh, I see you have quite the fondness for specimens. Gu Linfeng cheerfully pointed at an album on the wall. Please leave my room immediately. Gu Namling hurriedly pursued him. What are these specimens? They appear quite strange. Are they meat? Could be beef? Gu Linfeng laughed. Who would have thought the young master of the Gu family would collect specimens of beef? Gu Namling struggled to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit they were pacifiers. Oh dear, I can't quite see. Gu Linfeng took a running start and knocked the album from the wall. With a crash, the album shattered. Gu Linfeng, with his size 42 feet, stomped on it forcefully, twisting it as he did so. It's over. Gu Namling felt despair wash over him. I'll fight you, he declared, charging at Gu Linfeng, ready to confront him in a fierce struggle. Ah, why is my younger brother so petty? It's merely a bit of beef jerky. I'll buy you a ton. Gu Linfeng chuckled heartily, deftly evading. Gu Namling, his body drained by indulgence, soon found himself gasping for breath. I won't play the game of eagle catches chicks with you anymore. You're busy, so I shall take my leave. Gu Linfeng turned and walked away, leaving Gu Namling in a daze. After Gu Linfeng departed, a chilling silence enveloped the room. No, as the snowflakes drifted down, Gu Namling knelt on the floor, his left hand cradling a golden wolf hairbrush, while his right clutched a shattered photo album. It was as if he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. What is Namling doing in the room? It sounds utterly heart-wrenching, Gu Baichen remarked, perplexed, as he massaged Wu Yuzhen's shoulders. Perhaps he failed at a video game, Wu Yuzhen replied indifferently. By the way, one must never indulge the children. I am quite unhappy with you giving Linfeng money without my consent today. I know. Gu Baichen, recalling something, added, though Namling and Linfeng are a year apart. They share the same birthday. I wish to prepare a surprise for Linfeng tomorrow. Fine, you decide. Wu Yuzhen responded nonchalantly. Enough of the massage. I'll check on Namling. Wu Yuzhen, feeling uneasy about Gu Namling, brushed aside Gu Beichen's hand and headed out. Chapter 77. A commercial property worth 3 billion upon entering Gu Nanling's room. Wu Yuzhen frowned. What are you doing? Gu Nanling was kneeling on the floor, weeping profusely. Upon seeing Wu Yuzhen enter, he hurriedly wiped his tears and stammered, "Good son, do not worry too much." Wu Yuzhen, filled with maternal concern, assured him, "You will always be my precious son." "But I am merely an adopted child," Gu Nanling replied, his expression downcast. "What nonsense are you speaking? You will forever be a good son in your mother's heart." And Wu Yuzhen began but hesitated. "And what?" Gu Nanling scratched his head. "Nothing." Wu Yuzhen quickly corrected herself. "My point is that your position in your mother's heart is irreplaceable." Gu Nanling was greatly moved. "Mother, son." The mother and son embraced tightly, embodying the essence of familial love. After a moment, Wu Yuzhen gently stroked Gu Nanling's back and asked, "Son, tomorrow is your birthday. What gift do you desire?" "No need for anything. Your companionship is the greatest gift." Gu Nanling replied joyfully, "My good son truly understands." Wu Yuzhen beamed with satisfaction, subconsciously comparing Gu Nanling to Gu Linfeng. "By the way, Mom, I remember that my brother and I share the same birthday. I could buy the cake." Gu Nanling volunteered, beaming with delight. Once Wu Yuzhen left, Gu Nanling immediately donned a fierce expression. "Gu Linfeng, wait for me. Dare to ruin my collection, and I shall make you pay." He then picked up the phone and called Zhang Junjie. "Hello, I have something to discuss. Tomorrow." Yuzhen, the butler, Huangbo, appeared behind Wu Yuzhen. "Your audacity grows. You dare to summon me at the manor. What is there to fear? Even if he finds out, so what? Do not forget, you own half of the Gu Group's shares." Old Huang chuckled smugly. "Let us remain low-key." Wu Yuzhen shook her head. "How did you handle the matter I assigned you?" Huangbo momentarily faltered. "I'm asking you a question. There was a slight issue. All the assassins are dead." Huangbo replied helplessly. "How could this happen?" Wu Yuzhen exclaimed in surprise. Those assassins had trained abroad for over 10 years and completed countless missions. How could they fall to a defenseless woman? "The police have sealed the information. It's challenging to ascertain the specifics." Huangbo, embarrassed by the failure, felt humiliated. "Let be. A minor child cannot stir up much trouble." Wu Yuzhen spoke dismissively. "Very well then." Huangbo ceased his persuasion. The next day, Gu Linfeng awoke early. "System check-in. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the property rights to a luxury commercial street in the city center, comprising 58 retail spaces. Total value, 3 billion. Gu Linfeng was slightly taken aback. Retail spaces on a luxury commercial street are worth their weight in gold. The establishments there are all top-tier luxury brands. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Gu? I am Ming Hong Tu, the general manager of Tianyao Property. I wish to report to you in person." Gu Linfeng understood. It appeared to be another character arranged by the system. After washing up, Gu Linfeng skipped breakfast, grabbed his car keys, and headed to school. Upon parking his Lamborghini, Zhang Junjie jogged over. "Young master, I have something to report." "What is it?" Gu Linfeng pocketed his keys, puzzled. "Last night, Gu Nanling called me." Zhang Junjie quickly corrected himself. "What did he call you for? To have you seek out prey for him?" Gu Linfeng chuckled, relishing the memory of destroying Gu Nanling's collection the previous night. "No, he asked me to prepare a cake." Zhang Junjie clarified. "Prepare a cake?" Gu Linfeng responded nonchalantly. "Go ahead and prepare it. You needn't share such trivial information with me." Zhang Junjie hurriedly intercepted Gu Linfeng. "Young master, please listen. While it's normal for Gu Nanling to request a cake, he also asked for it to be modified." "What do you mean?" Zhang Junjie hastily explained. "He wants a stick added to the bottom of the cake." "Who is he planning to harm?" Gu Linfeng's interest was piqued. "I'm not sure, but he instructed me to deliver it to Shi Mountain Royal Manor tomorrow." Zhang Junjie scratched his head, leaving the rest unspoken. However, Gu Linfeng, with his keen intellect, grasped the implication immediately. "This information is quite valuable. Well done." Gu Linfeng patted Zhang Junjie on the shoulder. "So, do I still need to prepare the cake?" "Of course. Prepare it as normal." Gu Linfeng had already deduced what his foolish younger brother intended to do. After bidding farewell to Zhang Junjie, Gu Linfeng proceeded to the multimedia classroom for class. "Your rendition of my sky yesterday was incredibly popular. Your news is all over Douyin. Zhang Long expressed enviously. Oh, really? Gu Linfeng became intrigued and checked his phone. After a night of viral spread, his Douyin followers had surged to 5 million. Most were leaving comments urging him to record a studio version. This stirred something within him. Gu Linfeng turned to his 3 adopted sons. Do you wish to be famous? Absolutely. We must. Then let us sing this song together. Gu Linfeng intended to include his 3 adopted sons. My Sky had been a massive hit in his past life, and many had sung it. Thank you, adoptive father. The 3 sons replied in unison. Practice on your own first. I will step out for a moment. Gu Linfeng glanced at his watch. Chapter 78, Birthday Gift After Class. Gu Linfeng drove his Lamborghini towards Shi Mountain. This time, he had connected his phone to Bluetooth, playing his newly pilfered song My Sky. Gu Linfeng hummed along, feeling quite splendid. The sensation of driving while listening to his own music was exhilarating. As he reached the outskirts, the traffic dwindled. Suddenly, a Porsche 918, akin to a rampaging beast, sped past him on the left. In a rush to meet his fate, Gu Linfeng muttered under his breath, pressing the accelerator harder. It seemed the 918 had caught wind of Gu Linfeng's murmur as it abruptly slammed on the brakes, startling him into a quick swerve to avoid a collision. Fury ignited within him as he accelerated to catch up. The 2 sports cars raced side by side, and Gu Linfeng soon recognized Gu Nanling behind the wheel of the Porsche. He raised his middle finger and shouted through the open window. Was this deliberate? This act of provocation greatly infuriated Gu Linfeng. However, Gu Nanling paid no heed, pressing the accelerator and departing with a flourish. Gu Linfeng chuckled coldly to himself and picked up his phone to call 122. Hello. I would like to report a white Porsche with license plate who 12355 racing in the suburbs. Estimated speed exceeding 200. I hope you can intercept it soon. All right, sir. We are on our way. Gu Linfeng leisurely drove his car and spotted Gu Nanling being stopped by Uncle Hat. Oh, isn't this young Master Gu? What brings you here? Gu Nanling's face darkened. Did you report me? Indeed. I am a concerned citizen, firmly opposed to your reckless speeding, Gu Linfeng declared with righteous fervor. Just you wait. Gu Nanling, having lost all semblance of composure, glared back. Gu Linfeng waved dismissively goodbye. You wait for me. Gu Nanling cursed as he inhaled the fumes of the Lamborghini. Please present your driver's license. Uncle Hat demanded sternly. Reluctantly, Gu Nanling produced his license. Speeding, dangerous driving, 12 points deducted from your license. And you must retake the first subject. Uncle Hat enforced the law without leniency, despite Gu Nanling's luxurious car. Don't you recognize me? Gu Nanling asked, his expression impassive. Breaking the law means facing consequences. It has nothing to do with whether I know you. Uncle Hat adjusted the camera on his shoulder. All right, you're impressive. Gu Nanling shot a guilty glance at the enforcement camera. You can't drive your car anymore. Find someone to take it away. Unklahat atvisit. With gritted teeth, Gu Nanling reluctantly called Huang Bo. Upon arriving at the castle, Gu Linfeng discovered that the interior had already been arranged. Gu Beichun had even tactily hung a banner on the wall that read, Happy birthday to my 2 beloved sons. Love from your father. Surprise, sons, are you thrilled? Gu Beichun said with a beaming smile. Wow, this is quite a surprise. Gu Linfeng exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, though his smile barely reached his eyes. Gu Xinyu rolled her eyes. I didn't expect you and Nanling to share the same birthday. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother celebrating yours. All right, keep your comments to yourself. Gu Xingxing, seated at the computer, did not even look up. Just then, Gu Nanling rushed in, breathless, holding a cake. Gu Linfeng feigned ignorance. How could it possibly be me? Gu Nanling hurriedly denied, not wanting to leave a bad impression in front of Wu Yuzhen. Oh, perhaps I misjudged. Gu Linfeng nodded thoughtfully. Since the family is all here, let us celebrate. Gu Beichun asserted with the air of a family patriarch. However, no one moved, all eyes fixed on Wu Yuzhen. Once the hostess nodded, they made their way to the dining room. Everyone took their seats. Gu Xinyu cheerfully handed a small box to Gu Nanling. Brother, this is a gift from your sister. Open it and see if you like it. Thank you, sister. Gu Nanling happily accepted it. Inside was a Vacheron Constantine watch, valued at around 3 million, regarded as the king of watches. What about Linfeng's gift? Gu Beichun frowned. Oh, of course, I prepared something as well. Gu Xinyu grinned as she produced another gift box. Here, this is for you. Gu Xinyu tossed it on the table. Linfeng, hurry and open it. Gu Beichun urged eagerly, impressed by his daughter's growth. Reluctantly, Gu Linfeng opened the gift box. A silver electronic wristwatch appeared. What is this? Gu Linfeng frowned. Isn't this a children's watch? I apologize, but buying a Vacheron Constantine for Nanling drained all my funds, and the leftover was just enough for this children's watch. You don't mind, do you? Gu Xinyu raised an eyebrow. How could I mind? Gu Linfeng forced a smile as he picked up the children's watch. He pretended to put it on, but feigned a loss of balance, causing the watch to fall to the ground. With a loud crack, the watch broke in two, revealing its dark electronic components. Who would have thought this watch's heart would be black? Gu Linfeng frowned. Trash is just trash. It broke with a single step. He sighed, looking up at Gu Nanling. Your brother broke the gift your sister gave you. You don't mind, right? Clearly, you did that on purpose. Gu Xinyu crossed her arms, ready to explode. All right. Wu Yuzhen interjected, feeling overwhelmed. Xingqing, what about your gift? You always forget something. Wu Yuzhen admonished. Gu Xingqing had no explanation, unable to say that she was too busy to buy a gift. All right, just make up for it next time. Gu Beichun intervened, producing 2 sheets of paper. Nanling, this is for you. Gu Nanling joyfully accepted it. This is the transfer agreement for Villa Number 2 in the Scenic Garden. From now on, this will be your house. The room filled with gasps of astonishment. Dad, you're biased. That house is worth 5 billion. And I've been asking for it for so long. Yet you gave it to my brother? I want it too. Gu Xinyu pouted, throwing a tantrum. Wu Yuzhen chuckled. All right. Xinyu, when your birthday comes around, your father will make it up to you. Thank you, Dad. Gu Nanling expressed his gratitude, but his mind was already wandering to how he would host lavish parties in the luxurious villa. Gu Linfeng, however, remained expressionless, thinking little of Villa Number 2, for he resided in Villa Number 1. At that moment, Gu Beichun mysteriously produced another piece of paper. Son, this is for you. Gu Linfeng calmly accepted it, expecting a house, but the contents left him astounded. Gu Group Share Transfer Document. Donating 25 of Gu Group's shares to Gu Linfeng, effective immediately upon signing. The Gu Group's market value exceeded 100 billion, making a quarter of the shares an astronomical figure. Gu Beichun, seemingly under the thumb of his wife, displayed unexpected boldness. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but regard Gu Beichun with newfound respect. What did you give him, old Gu? Wu Yuzhen inquired, noticing Gu Linfeng's astonished expression. Linfeng, hurry and sign, Gu Beichun urged. Wu Yuzhen furrowed her brows and snatched the contract from Gu Linfeng's hands. She scanned it rapidly. Moments later, her expression darkened as if it could drip water. Old Gu, why didn't you discuss this significant matter with me? Gu Xingqing realized something was amiss and moved behind Wu Yuzhen. What? Gu Xinyu gasped. Although she had little interest in business, she understood the implications of these shares. Gu Nanling's face resembled that of someone constipated, yet he knew his position and kept his head down to avoid drawing attention to his expression. Linfeng will ultimately inherit the Gu Group. Gu Beichun sighed. No way. Several women exclaimed in unison, fearful that Gu Linfeng might have ulterior motives. Wu Yuzhen spoke earnestly. I'm worried you may not be able to handle it. Gu Linfeng chuckled to himself in disbelief. Worried I can't handle it? So you personally came to oversee? Of course, he merely thought this silently. The ability to offer a quarter of the shares demonstrated the immense pressure Gu Beichun faced. Regardless of the outcome, he felt the sincerity behind this gesture. Future directions. 1. The Gu Group fractures. Gu Linfeng allies with Gu Beichun to oppose Wu Yuzhen. 2. Gu Linfeng confronts the entire Gu family, leaving it to his guardians to choose. No, this is my well-considered decision, Gu Beichun asserted gravely. Old Gu, don't forget I own half of the group's shares. Wu Yuzhen rose, agitated. But you mustn't forget that incident from years ago. Wu Yuzhen's complexion darkened further. In that moment, he seemed to age a decade, entirely losing the demeanor of a formidable figure in the business world. It truly was a pitiful sight. Gu Linfeng harbored a sense of curiosity regarding the incident from years past, pondering the depth of its impact that could lead Gu Beichun, this man sharing the same name as the domineering CEO Gu Beichun, to such a state of despair. Let us put this matter aside and continue. Wu Yuzhen, as if nothing had transpired, elegantly clapped her hands. Bring them all in. Gu Linfeng was startled. What kind of gift required such a display? Steward Lao Huang, accompanied by 4 or 5 servants, entered carrying a large box. After setting it down, Wu Yuzhen first retrieved a document from within, affectionately handing it to Gu Namling. Initially disheartened, Gu Namling's mood brightened at the sight of the document. "Thank you, Mother." Upon glancing at it, he realized it was not a share transfer agreement, but rather a property transfer agreement. "This is the property transfer agreement for the commercial street," Wu Yuzhen exclaimed. "Namling, you have grown up. It is time for you to embark on your own ventures. This is a prime shopfront in the heart of the commercial street. Consider what business you might like to pursue and hone your skills." Her eyes crinkled in delight. "Thank you, Mother." Though a sense of disappointment lingered within him, Gu Namling dared not show it. "Mother, please don't tell me the remaining gifts are also from Gu Linfeng," Gu Xinyu remarked, her gaze fixed on the towering boxes, a surge of jealousy swelling within her. "Linfeng, open it and see." Gu Linfeng complied with a nod, crouching down to lift the box. Upon opening it, he casually picked up a gift box. The inscription read, "Gift for Linfeng's first birthday." Inside lay a golden longevity lock that should have adorned him at his first month, but since he was no longer in the Gu family at that time, this was now his supplement. Wu Yuzhen explained with a smile. Gu Linfeng remained silent, opting instead to unwrap the second gift, which left him speechless. It was a piece of children's clothing. "This was hand-knitted by your mother," Wu Yuzhen declared, moved by her own sentiment. At that moment, Gu Xinyu ceased her complaints of favoritism, stifling laughter behind her hand. Even Gu Xingqing frowned in disapproval. One by one, gifts were unwrapped, and Wu Yuzhen provided explanations for each. Finally, upon unveiling the last gift designated for his 19th birthday, a car key appeared before him. "Mother knows you have your own car, but that was purchased by you. This is a gift from your mother. Do not drive that sports car anymore. You shall drive this one," Wu Yuzhen clarified. Gu Linfeng stared blankly at the Volkswagen key in his hand, pondering silently. Was this favoritism not a tad excessive? Gu Namling, the adopted son, received a Porsche 918 upon leaving, while he received a Volkswagen. Gu Linfeng calculated that the total value of the gifts from Wu Yuzhen did not exceed 300,000. "Mother, brother is so delighted he cannot speak." Gu Namling chimed in opportunely. Gu Beichen's face darkened, a desire to erupt boiling within him, yet restrained. He huffed and turned away. Chapter 80. The cake was bought by you. How could I know it contained something? "Linfeng, do you like the gifts?" Wu Yuzhen asked with a beaming smile. "Yes, I like them very much," Gu Linfeng replied, his face twitching. Internally, he thought, liking them is one thing, but once I step outside, they will find their way into the trash. "As long as you like them." Wu Yuzhen nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Gu Namling. "Namling, didn't you prepare a birthday cake? Hurry and bring it out." Oh. Gu Namling nodded, retrieving the birthday cake from behind him. "Brother, I prepared a birthday cake for you, and I hope you will like it." As he unwrapped it, he inserted a candle atop. "Stowat Lao Huang Wava," drawing all the curtains shut. Once the candle was lit, Gu Namling humbly smiled. "Brother, you should blow out the candle this year." "That cannot be." Gu Linfeng quickly waved his hands. No. Gu Linfeng continued to shake his head. Gu Namling grew anxious. This was a gift he had meticulously prepared for Gu Linfeng. If he did not close his eyes to make a wish, how could the subsequent plans unfold? "How about I make a wish first, and then you can wish afterward, brother?" Gu Namling suggested a compromise. "Sounds good. You are indeed clever, dear brother." Gu Linfeng nodded in agreement. "Let it be so." As the curtains were drawn, Gu Namling closed his eyes to make his wish. "I hope to inherit all shares of the Gu Corporation. May Gu Linfeng meet a dire fate." Just as he opened his eyes, ready for Gu Linfeng to make his wish, he suddenly felt a pair of large hands gripping the back of his head. Just as he was about to cry out, his head was forcefully shoved into the cake. He attempted to resist, but with his body inebriated and weakened, it was a futile endeavor. "Ah!" Gu Namling screamed. "Brother, what happened to you?" Gu Namling sprang upright from the cake, his forehead smeared with cream. A wooden stick protruding, blood oozing down and mingling with the cream, a nauseating sight. "Ah, Namling, you are bleeding." Wu Yuzhen gasped. "Lao Huang, call the doctor immediately." Lao Huang's eyes widened as he shouted for a doctor outside. For a family as prominent as the Gu family, a family doctor was indispensable. boasting the finest medical resources in the Dragon Kingdom. Gu Linfeng, look at the trouble you have caused. If anything happens to Nanling, I will not spare you. Wu Yuzhen's face turned fierce. Linfeng, how could you be so reckless? Gu Beichun remarked, having assessed Nanling's injury, relieved yet only mildly reprimanding. Mother, father, and sister. I am fine. Please do not blame brother. It was not intentional. Gu Nanling, pale but still maintaining his composure, spoke reassuringly. The doctor soon arrived, expertly cleaning off the cream with alcohol, stating professionally, Sir, madam, the young master is fine? Nonsense. The blood pours out like a child urinating. And you say he is fine? Wu Yuzhen struck the doctor across the face. You should say it flows like a river. Gu Linfeng found it amusing. Quick, stop the bleeding. The doctor dared not speak further, directing his assistants to commence suturing. I do not want anesthetic, Gu Nanling shouted. For someone who relied on intellect, anesthetics would numb the brain. This was absolutely unacceptable. Nanling, you are so strong. Well done, dear brother. Gu Linfeng stood by, observing like a spectator detached from the chaos. 10 minutes later, Gu Nanling's wound was stitched up, his body drenched in cold sweat. Yet it must be said, this so-called brother was indeed a tough one, not uttering a single cry. My son, my heart aches for you. Wu Yuzhen wept as she embraced Gu Nanling. It's nothing, it's just a few stitches. Gu Beichun reproached Wu Yuzhen for overreacting. Do you realize, had it been a few centimeters off, your son's eyesight would have been lost. Wu Yuzhen released Gu Nanling and shouted at Gu Beichun. But it's nothing, right? Gu Beichun muttered under his breath. Ignoring him, Wu Yuzhen furiously approached Gu Linfeng, delivering another slap. Gu Linfeng dodged effortlessly. You dare to evade? Wu Yuzhen fumed. Why shouldn't I? Gu Linfeng retorted with a cold smile. I did not buy the cake. How could I know there was a wooden stick inside? As he spoke, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he might have aimed a little higher. In that case, Gu Nanling would have become a pirate captain. My foolish little brother would have permanently lost an eye. Nonsense. Wu Yuzhen erupted in a furious tirade, berating the uncouth individual before her. How dare you argue with me? With that, she seized the cake-cutting knife and lunged it towards Gu Linfeng's chest. Without flinching, Gu Linfeng allowed the knife to pierce his flesh. Blood splattered onto Wu Yuzhen's face as the knife clattered to the ground. Regaining her composure, she questioned, Why did you not evade? To which Gu Linfeng replied indifferently, Because I am not afraid. Why are you not afraid? She pressed. Not afraid is simply not being afraid. Wu Yuzhen, gasping for breath, declared, This time I shall let it pass. Should there be a next time, you will leave the Gu family. Gu Linfeng chuckled mockingly, directing his derision at those gathered within the room, ready to unleash his fury. Son, how could you think this way? Gu Beichun lamented, his face awash with concern. Look at your pitiful self. Close your mouth. Gu Linfeng yelled, his frustration with his father's shortcomings boiling over. Gu Beichun hesitated, reflecting that Gu Linfeng had a point. Indeed, he was rather pathetic. This is not your place to speak. Gu Linfeng shot a venomous glare at Gu Xinyu before turning his ire back to Wu Yuzhen. On your birthday, you gift a son you adopted a property worth several billion, yet bestow upon me, your own flesh and blood, nothing but worthless trash. Your bias is astonishing. You treat me this way, and I am left wondering what I have done to deserve such hatred from you, Gu Linfeng accused, pointing a finger at Wu Yuzhen, whose countenance had turned a deep shade of anger. Did I unearth the ancestral grave of the Wu family to invoke your wrath? His words detonated like thunder, leaving the members of the Gu family in a state of bewilderment. How dare he? Gu Xingqing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide in shock. Gu Linfeng, have you lost your mind? That is our mother. You must apologize this instant. The eldest sister, who had previously said little, now demanded an apology from Gu Linfeng. Apologize? He laughed again. What if I choose not to? Is it too lenient to be cast out of the Gu family? Gu Linfeng mocked. Shall I return my life to you? After all, you did give me life. He shook his head with a grin. No, that cannot happen. Instead, I will return you some blood. Ignoring his own pain, Gu Linfeng retrieved his phone and, to the confusion of the Gu family members, began calculating. The human body contains approximately 7 to 8% blood. When you birthed me, I weighed no more than 7 or 8 gene. So I owe you, he continued, tapping away on his phone. That would be 6 liang and 4 foot of blood. Considering the knife you just plunged into me, I estimate I have lost at least 4 liang, so I shall return you 6 liang. Gu Linfeng chuckled, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. The others were left in a state of utter disbelief as they watched him barter with himself. Too bad I am not a woman. Otherwise, I would send you a large supply of bandages each month as a form of repayment. You think this will sever ties with the Gu family? Wu Yuzhen bellowed in rage. You are delusional. Haha, I was born free. I could go wherever I please. Gu Linfeng declared with a smirk. Do not worry. I will regularly donate blood at the Central Blood Bank to repay you. Is that what you want from me? My blood? Wu Yuzhen retorted furiously. What else could it be? Gu Linfeng quipped. Do you wish for my life instead? Spare me the nonsense. From this moment forth, I, Gu Linfeng, formally sever all ties with the Gu family. The room fell silent, each person lost in their own thoughts. Gu Nanling internally labeled him a fool, daydreaming about taking control of the Gu Corporation. Gu Xingxing felt an indescribable guilt. Gu Xinyu, however, was blunt in her thoughts. Good. You leaving the Gu family is for the best. That way, there will be no competition for our shares. Gu Beichen attempted to appeal to familial bonds. Son, I have finally found you. How can you so easily sever ties with us? Had you been more assertive, he would not have endured such injustice. Gu Linfeng replied with a hint of resignation. This is a notification, not a negotiation, he stated firmly. Give up on that notion. I will never agree. Gu Linfeng called for the butler, requesting paper and pen. I want a declaration now. Huang Bo felt a surge of excitement, but was halted by Gu Beichun's glare. You dare. Old Huang, do not listen to him. Go fetch the materials now. Let us see how much chaos Gu Linfeng can stir up. Wu Yuzhen said calmly. Understood, madam. Huang Bo disregarded Gu Beichun's murderous gaze and hurried off. Gu Linfeng wasted no time, taking the pen and writing. After signing his name, he felt it lacked formality, so he pressed his bloodied thumb against his chest and then onto the paper. With 2 copies created, the declaration of severance became official. Son, you cannot be so impulsive. Gu Beichen lamented, tears streaming down his face. Father, this is the last time I shall call you that. Gu Linfeng said, a tinge of sadness in his voice. I hope that after I leave, you can stand tall like a man. In that moment, Gu Beichen was consumed by a mix of grief and anger. Here, take it. Gu Linfeng tossed 1 copy to Wu Yuzhen. Wait. Gu Xinyu interjected suddenly. What is this? It holds no legal weight. If you have the ability, post it online. Very well, as you wish. Gu Linfeng took out his phone, ready to record. First, I renounce my status as the heir of the Gu family. Second, I formally sever all relations and interactions with the Gu family. This video serves as evidence. Should I violate this, may heaven and earth conspire against me. His final words were resolute, underscoring his determination to part ways with the Gu family. At that moment, Gu Beichen appeared like a frail old man. After sending the video, Gu Linfeng approached Gu Nanling, his eyes glimmering with mockery. My foolish little brother, is this what you wished for? Brother, you misunderstand me. I do not want you to leave the Gu family. Even after you nearly blinded me, I bear you no resentment. Gu Nanling exclaimed, suddenly animated. You cannot go. How will I survive without you? In that moment, Gu Nanling seemed to channel the spirit of a seasoned actor, having undoubtedly spent his idle hours studying the craft. Keep up the act. Gu Linfeng waved dismissively, ready to depart. Wait, Wu Yuzhen called out again. Since we have severed ties, you ought to remove the pendant from your neck. With a stoic expression, she commanded. All right. Gu Linfeng promptly removed the pendant, tossing it onto the table as he strode towards the exit. Apart from his bloodied body and the pendant emblazoned with the Gu character, he possessed nothing else. What the future held was uncertain, but in this moment, Gu Linfeng felt a sense of liberation. The title of Gu family heir held no significance to him. With the system by his side, wherever he went, that would be his domain. The video of Gu Linfeng severing ties included appearances by Gu Beichen and Gu Xinyu, and once released, it created a sensation. I truly did not expect Gu Linfeng to be the lost heir of the Gu family, and even less so that he would sever ties. What has happened to this world? Why would one forsake the heirship of a trillion-dollar corporation to dwell among the lower echelons of society? Lower echelons? Have you seen a person with nearly 7 million followers living in the lower echelons? Oh, I am in tears. Brother Linfeng, do not fear. I am willing to stand by your side and face all challenges together. Could you please message me your location? To the one above. Your calculations are about to hit me in the face. I am a classmate of Gu Linfeng. No wonder the Tycoon-esque convoy visited us the other day. It turns out Gu Linfeng is the lost child of the Gu family. Revered as a prolific influencer, Wang and Kong even reached out to Gu Linfeng. Brother, you are a true man. Countless onlookers flocked to Gu Xinyu, the celebrity, on Douyin, inquiring if Gu Linfeng was indeed her brother. Gu Xinyu, he used to be, but now he is not, and he will never be again. The situation has grown increasingly dire, leaving countless onlookers in a state of suspense, speculating what grievous events could have transpired within the Gu family that would compel Gu Linfeng to sever ties. Chapter 82, Recording a Song. At the Gu estate, following Gu Linfeng's abrupt departure, an air of tension enveloped the ancient castle. Gu Beichun, silently smoking, did not utter a word. Gu Namling, suppressing his own excitement, attempted to console Wu Yuzhen, saying, "Mom, my brother is just momentarily lost." However, Wu Yuzhen shook her head resolutely, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be my only son." Overwhelmed with emotion, Gu Namling's eyes glistened with tears as he called out, "Mom." As news of Gu Linfeng's disassociation from his affluent family spread, even Lu Qianran, bedridden in a hospital, caught wind of it. What? Gu Linfeng is actually a child of the Gu family? Her pallid face reflected disbelief. Had she remained steadfastly by Gu Linfeng's side, marrying into wealth would have been an attainable dream. Alas, one cannot reverse time. And with a bittersweet smile, Lu Qianran mused, "It is not too late to join the elite. Though I miss my chance with Gu Linfeng, Gu Namling shall not escape my grasp." As joy accompanies sorrow, Zhang Junjie, upon seeing this news, hesitantly called Gu Linfeng. "Young master, why did you sever ties with the Gu family?" Gu Linfeng, driving scoff, "What? Do you no longer wish to associate with me?" Zhang Junjie, wavering, was reminded by Gu Linfeng, "Do not forget, it was you who informed me about the tampering with the cake. Are you not concerned that Gu Namling will tear you apart?" Startled, Zhang Junjie stammered, "I apologize. Young master, I was wrong. You can command me whenever you need." After ending the call, Gu Linfeng smirked coldly. Following this incident, all manner of dubious characters emerged. Indeed, just moments ago, Qian Ming had called, attempting to broach the subject. Yet, Gu Linfeng, with mere words, silenced him entirely. "Once you embark on this journey, there is no turning back, old leader. Have you made your decision?" This remark left Qian Ming speechless, eventually conceding, "I have been too cautious. The more power one wields, the more timid one becomes." Simultaneously, Gu Linfeng's WeChat notifications rang incessantly, all inquiries concerning his severance from the Gu family. He chose to ignore them all. As his Lamborghini rolled onto the campus, Gu Linfeng locked the car and proceeded towards the dormitory. Notably, despite possessing a physique of unparalleled strength, even a stab wound healed within minutes, dissuading him from tending to it. Along the way, numerous students pointed and whispered upon sighting Gu Linfeng. He even discerned pity in several gazes directed at him. "Really, guys? I've just driven a Lamborghini, and you look at me with such pity? Are you worried I might not afford its fuel?" At that moment, a throng of girls came rushing towards him, several familiar faces among them. "Gu classmate, you must be strong," Gao Xinrui exclaimed sympathetically. "Gu Linfeng, I'm tall and beautiful. If you're feeling down, let us go to a hotel, and I'll comfort you." "Brother Linfeng, you must pull yourself together and become even more outstanding to stun those from the Gu family." Gu Linfeng felt vulnerable at that moment, pondering the utility of their well-meaning yet cliché encouragement. "Let us go to the hotel and create chaos." Gao Xinrui cursed under her breath, regretting bringing these misguided friends to meet Gu Linfeng. "Thank you for your support, everyone, but I truly am fine," Gu Linfeng replied awkwardly. He had noticed earlier that the outspoken girl, while attractive, was rather lacking in her endowments. "All right, everyone disperse. Let Gu classmate have some solitude," Gao Xinrui shouted to the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Linfeng dashed away from the throng. Upon reaching the dormitory, Zhang Long and the other two adopted sons stared at Gu Linfeng in astonishment. "No more practicing?" Zhang Long inquired. "Not anymore. Gu Linfeng replied, exasperated. Do you think losing my status as a Gu family heir will bring me down? By the way, how is your song practice going? Gu Linfeng shifted the topic. We're almost there. It's not a difficult song. We'll learn it quickly. Yu Ximing replied with pride. Very well. I'll take you all to record. Gu Linfeng said as he rose to leave. The school had a recording studio, albeit not free of charge. Students had to pay. But the prices were half that of external rates. Upon entering the studio, Gu Linfeng was taken aback to see Teacher Zhou there. Teacher Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou chuckled, just doing a bit of side work. Are you four here to record a song? Gu Linfeng nodded, explaining they were preparing to sing My Sky together. Zhou's eyes lit up. All right, I'll record it for you all for free, as support for your musical endeavors. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. They chorused. After some discussion, Zhou ushered each of them into the recording booth. Gu Linfeng, naturally, needed no extra takes, but the other three faced various challenges. Zhou, though weary, patiently guided them until sunset marked the completion of their recording. Thank you, teacher. A hastily produced, yet enjoyable track was born. He promptly uploaded the audio to major music platforms and shared the collaborative video on Douyin with his three brothers, clicking publish. He aimed to assist them. Success or failure rested on this moment. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Linfeng's fan count had stealthily surged to 8 million, a figure eclipsing 99.9% of Douyin streamers, elevating him to a celebrity status. Any casual advertisement could fetch no less than 100,000 yuan. Following the video's release, the three adopted sons incessantly refreshed Douyin, eagerly awaiting fan reactions. Chapter 83, A Mysterious Visitor. The next day, holy cow, we're famous, Zhang Long exclaimed, jubilantly bouncing around the bedroom, his enthusiasm palpable. Gu Linfeng, groggy, opened his eyes to see it was merely 5 a.m, frowning. Have you taken some sort of stimulant? Boss, our newly released song has gone viral, Zhang Long exclaimed, launching himself onto Gu Linfeng's bedside. Get off. Can you at least put on some underwear? Gu Linfeng recoiled into his blankets. Oh, my apologies. I'm just too excited. Zhang Long blushed. Su Zhihui and Yu Ximing, awakened by the commotion, immediately grabbed their phones. Wow, I've got 500,000 fans. Su Jihu got pet. I'm at 700,000. Yu Ximing exclaimed, bouncing out of bed, eager to share the good news with Gu Linfeng. Shaking his still drowsy head, Gu Linfeng checked Douyin. The newly released collaborative video had amassed 2 million likes and was trending. There's no challenge that could deter Gu Linfeng. Even leaving the Gu family, a broader sky awaits him. A tale of 2 stars. The story of sister Gu Xinyu and the rising internet celebrity Gu Linfeng cannot be overlooked. Simultaneously, countless netizens flooded the comments. Gu Xinyu, what are your thoughts on your brother's song, My Sky? What brother? Gu Xinyu is no longer his sibling. What is so impressive about Gu Xinyu's 20 million fans? Gu Linfeng gained nearly 10 million from just 2 videos. Is he going crazy? Puffed. A mere insect, try to shake a tree. A small Gu Linfeng is unworthy of comparison to Gu Xinyu. In terms of creativity, he is leagues behind. Oh, look at the sycophant upstairs. How can a star who relies on purchasing other songs be compared to Gu Linfeng's originality? Gu Linfeng glanced at the comments, choosing to disengage, and with time still on his side, turned his attention to the trending topics. In the realm of Douyin, 10 trending topics emerged, with Gu Linfeng monopolizing 3 of them. The remaining 7 were entirely dominated by Mango TV. Gu Xinyu attempted to rescue the situation on I Am a Singer, yet fell short against international competitors, securing only the 2nd position. Gu Linfeng furrowed his brow. The promotional efforts for I Am a Singer had been formidable in recent days. Rumor had it that several foreign artists were invited, and in an open mic format, they had outperformed domestic singers, leaving only the veteran Wang, Yehanala, Ingzi, to struggle against the tide. The fate of the Yehanala clan was to guard the homeland against foreign influences. Mango TV, as the pioneer of traffic-driven content, had inadvertently instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis regarding national pride. This is the Dragon Country. Surely, one cannot allow foreigners to claim the title of Singer King. Was this a jest? How could a mere internet celebrity participate in I Am a Singer and star competitions? System, check-in. Gu Linfeng called upon the system. Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host receives a reward of 5 million in cash. What is this? Gu Linfeng was taken aback. Money was the least of his concerns. He had nearly 1 billion in the stock market. Surely, he was not so desperate as to be appeased by a mere 5 million. The system struck again. Gu Linfeng could only exclaim that he could not afford to be provoked. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. 5 million should not be turned down. After a quick wash, Gu Linfeng and his 3 adopted sons headed to the cafeteria. To avoid being recognized by female fans at the school, he donned his signature hat and mask once more. "Excuse me, are you Zhang Long?" A familiar female voice called from behind. It was Ran, beaming as she linked arms with Luo Wan. "Are you the Zhang Long who sings My Sky?" Ran inquired again. Zhang Long slapped his forehead. "Ran, stop fooling around." "What? Now that you're famous, you don't recognize me?" Ran huffed playfully. "How could I not recognize you? I wish I could hold you in my mouth and keep you in the palm of my hand," Zhang Long replied, instantly adopting a romantic demeanor. "You're truly disgusting. I would never want to be held in your mouth," Ran retorted, making a cute, gagging expression. Zhang Long stood frozen, momentarily dazed by love. "Do you two not have any sense of occasion for flaunting your affection?" Luo Wan pouted, seemingly teasing the pair, yet her gaze remained fixed on Gu Linfeng. "Luo Wan, you've become even more beautiful after not seeing you for a while." The moment the words left Gu Linfeng's mouth, he regretted the compliment. Unsurprisingly, Luo Wan's charming face visibly flushed. "I just wore light makeup. I didn't do much to prepare," she said shyly, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, appearing utterly endearing. "Have you eaten? Would you like to join me?" Gu Linfeng smiled, extending an invitation. "Sure," Luo Wan chirped excitedly. Just then, Li Yitong approached, and upon seeing Gu Linfeng, her eyes lit up. "Gu Linfeng, I absolutely adore your song My Sky. If there's an opportunity, shall we collaborate?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Linfeng's side was suddenly attacked. His physique had long reached the pinnacle of human potential, and the surprise almost made him cry out in pain. "Gu Linfeng, we should go eat now," Luo once said through clenched teeth. All right, Li Yitong. We can chat more when we have time." Gu Linfeng hastily made his escape. Watching the group leave, a hint of amusement danced across Li Yitong's face, youthful and vibrant. After their meal, Gu Linfeng, under the relentless gaze of Luo Wan, made a swift exit. The women down the mountain were as fierce as tigers. He could not afford to provoke them. Upon arriving in the classroom, the previously lively atmosphere fell silent, only to erupt in screams moments later. "Wow, aren't these the 4 great talents? I just realized that besides Gu Linfeng, his roommates are quite handsome too. Oh my, Yu Shiming is so tall. And Su Zhihui is adorably cute." Su Zhihui's face darkened. While he was not particularly tall, he felt humiliated by the comparison. Did they not know that the essence is concentrated in the finest form? Earlier that morning, he had eagerly opened Douyin's comments, only to be nearly driven mad by the reactions. Gu Linfeng was affectionately called Brother Linfeng by his fans, while he was dubbed Little Steel Cannon. "Oh, be quiet," Gao Xinrui exclaimed irritably, feeling as though her beloved was drifting away. "Gu, Teacher Zhou wants to see you right now." "What is this about?" Gu Linfeng asked, perplexed. "It seems someone is looking for you." Gu Linfeng furrowed his brow. Who would come to the school to find him? Chapter 84. Invitation to I Am a Singer. Gu Linfeng knocked on Zhou's office door. "Come Zhou's voice resonated. Upon seeing Gu Linfeng, he quickly stood up. "Linfeng is here. Let me introduce you. This is Director Hong Xiao from Mango TV." A middle-aged man, approximately 40, wearing glasses, extended his hand. "Hello, Gu Linfeng." Zhou's introduction was lacking. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm not only a director at Mango TV, but also the chief director of the variety show I Am a Singer." Hong Xiao smiled broadly, increasingly finding Gu Linfeng handsome. It seemed he had come to the right place. "Linfeng, Director Hong graduated from the directing department and is considered our senior," Zhou remarked with a smile. "Hello, Director Hong. May I ask what you need from me?" Gu Linfeng, sensing the purpose of Hong Xiao's visit, feigned ignorance. "I'll just call you Linfeng, as Zhou does." Hong Xiao responded humbly, showing no airs of a big director from Mango TV. "Linfeng, this morning, the official account of I Am a Singer was nearly overwhelmed by netizens." Hong Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. "Oh, and how is that related to me?" Hong Xiao's smile faltered. He wondered if this young man was genuinely naive. However, considering the traffic Gu Linfeng could bring to I Am a Singer, he remained patient. Naturally, the netizens hope you can join I Am a Singer and fight for the honor of our country. Fearing Gu Linfeng would refuse, Hong Xiao raised the stakes, but to his surprise, Gu Linfeng simply shook his head at the suggestion. No, 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 that is absolutely not my intention. Hong Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing helplessly at Zhou Zhou for assistance. Yet Hong Xiao persisted. Gu, the appearance fee is 1 million. Please consider it. I'm not in need of money. Gu Linfeng raised the Lamborghini key in his hand and casually flicked his wrist, making the Patek Philippe on his arm even more conspicuous. In that case, I shall not take up your time any longer. Hong Xiao, having faced rejection, left the office with a sense of defeat. Linfeng, I don't quite understand. Zhou Zhou remarked. My apologies, teacher. My aspirations lie elsewhere. Gu Linfeng replied in a calm tone. It's a pity for such a prodigy. Zhou Zhou sighed, expressing his regret. Just as Gu Linfeng was about to exit the office, Zhang Long rushed in, panting. Father, you must see Douyin. What happened? Gu Linfeng frowned. That sister of yours, rather, Gu Xinyu, is currently live streaming. Streaming? Why should I care? Gu Linfeng scoffed. Oh, just take a look for yourself. Zhang Long, unable to convey his point, handed his phone to Gu Linfeng. Noticing Zhang Long's serious expression, Zhou Zhou, who was preparing to leave, leaned in as well. Gu Linfeng accepted the phone, where Gu Xinyu was animatedly discussing. Gu Linfeng's song Farewell is devoid of substance. The lyrics are insipid and lack any nourishment. I truly do not understand why his fans adore him. Is it merely because he is handsome? Absurd. Can good looks fill one's stomach? Furthermore, regarding the song My Sky, I fail to comprehend what makes it appealing. Zhang Long glanced at Gu Linfeng's expression, only to find it remarkably calm. Father, aren't you angry? What is there to be angry about? She is merely a clown. At that moment, Gu Xinyu continued to belittle Gu Linfeng in her live stream. Perhaps I may wonder why he cannot rise to the occasion. This exemplifies the distinction between a professional singer and an amateur. I am a singer who adopts a live streaming format with an open microphone, where even the slightest flaw is magnified infinitely. Even the queen of the music scene, Yingzi, can make mistakes, let alone him. Gu Linfeng chuckled coldly, taking Zhang Long's phone to initiate a recharge. The sound of a successful transaction echoed from the device. What the heck, adoptive father? That's my money you're spending. Zhang Long lamented, on the verge of tears. Gu Linfeng paid him no mind and, after purchasing a carnival item, used Zhang Long's account to inquire, May I ask, esteemed star Gu, whose prowess is superior, yours or Gu Linfeng's? Gu Xinyu noticed this comment and sneered. The question posed by this fan lacks depth. As I have stated before, I am a professional singer. How could a grassroots amateur like him possibly be my rival? In the live stream, Gu Xinyu shrugged her shoulders haughtily. Immediately, the comment section was flooded with remarks. Xinyu is the strongest. I don't even know who Gu Linfeng is. Xinyu's wife studied at Berkeley, and she has virtually no rivals domestically. Forget Gu Linfeng. Even if Jackie Chung were here, he'd leave in tears. As a music teacher, I can responsibly say that Gu Linfeng's singing skills are average, not comparable to Gu Xinyu. What a coincidence, I'm also a music teacher. But my views are entirely opposite. Gu Linfeng excels in both vocal tone and technique, surpassing Gu Xinyu. Get lost, Gu fan upstairs. Upon reading this, Gu Linfeng ended the live stream, returned the phone to Zhang Long, and turned to Zhou Zhou, saying, Did you not just say your aspirations lie elsewhere? Indeed, my aspirations lie elsewhere, but that doesn't preclude me from publicly slapping her face on stage. Does it? Gu Linfeng blinked innocently at Zhou Zhou. No mistake there. Zhou Zhou stifled a laugh but still called Hong Xiao. No need, I'll go alone. Gu Linfeng smiled as he declined. However, I have one request. Please speak. Hong Xiao's expression turned serious. One request? Or even 100? I shall comply. Hong Xiao was truly going all out for the sake of views and topics. I want to wear a mask while on stage. Hong Xiao hesitated. If you disagree, then forget it. Gu Linfeng said, preparing to leave. All right, but there will be an appearance fee. Hong Xiao smirked. You set the fee. Then it shall be 100,000. In that moment, Hong Xiao transformed into a shrewd businessman. Agreed. Gu Linfeng's expression darkened, but for the sake of slapping Gu Xinyu's face, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Simultaneously, he could not help but reflect. In my life, Gu Linfeng, it seems I am either showing off or preparing to show off. Since you Gu Xinyu have it coming, just wait for me. Chapter 85. Journey to Changsha after Hong Xiao left. Zhang Long exclaimed, "Adoptive father, you are too amazing. I can already imagine how you will rub Gu Xinyu's face into the ground." Zhou chuckled, "Your sister must be worried sick having you as a brother. She is not my sister. She was not before, is not now, and will not be in the future." Gu Linfeng scoffed. He then began reviewing the competition format of I Am a Singer. Each performance would be judged by audience votes, determining the ranking based on the number of votes received. Each episode would feature a challenger. If successful, they would remain, while the defeated artist would be eliminated. Gu Linfeng's objective was clear, to challenge Gu Xinyu. If you claim I cannot do it, let the entire Long Kingdom witness who truly lacks talent. Before long, the official WeChat account of I Am a Singer updated. This episode's challenger is a mysterious guest. Can you guess who it is? Needless to say, it must be the eternal deity of the Chinese music scene. I can't think of anyone else besides Fa Gu. I, Xiang Timo, openly express my discontent. Hurry up and start the live stream. I am eagerly awaiting. Hong Xiao, come out here. Are you seriously making a mysterious guest out of a challenger? Could it possibly be Gu Linfeng? How could it be him? He is merely an amateur, utterly unworthy of competing alongside these stars. The comment section was filled with skepticism towards Gu Linfeng's participation. Gu Linfeng approached his advisor, Su, to request a leave of absence. Isn't your reason for leave a bit flimsy? Do you take me for a fool? Are you going to accompany your grandmother for her second childbirth? What need do you have for your grandfather? The male student scratched his head awkwardly. I believe you just want to take leave to go to an internet CAF, right? Go on, get out. Just then, Gu Linfeng approached, and Su's expression brightened instantly. Gu classmate, do you need something? Instructor. I would also like to request a leave, Gu Linfeng said anxiously. For how long? 3 days. All right. Write a leave note, and I shall approve it. Su did not hesitate in the slightest. Wait, teacher, shouldn't you at least ask him why he needs to take leave? The male student wailed. By the way, Gu classmate, your reason for leave is... Su, who had been captivated by Gu Linfeng's handsome face, suddenly remembered the other students in the class. Oh dear, a puppy giving birth naturally requires its owner to be present. Is 3 days enough? If not, I could add a few more. Su's smile remained unbroken, and she approved the leave with remarkable efficiency. How is it possible, teacher? You didn't approve my grandmother's second childbirth leave, but you approve for Gu Linfeng's puppy? Why is there such a disparity between people? The male student lamented. Go. You're talking nonsense. Your grandmother is 80. How can she have a second child? Gu Linfeng produced a leave note he had already prepared and handed it to Su. Instructor, I shall take my leave now. All right. Contact me anytime. Upon returning to his dormitory, Gu Linfeng briefed Zhang Long on a few matters before booking a high-speed train to Changsha Online. As for why he did not book a flight, it was naturally for his own safety. It is well known that while airplanes have the lowest accident rate, when accidents do occur, they often result in fatalities. Compared to planes, high-speed trains are the safest option, being both fast and secure. He tossed the keys to his Lamborghini to Zhang Long, saying, "Drive this to the train station for the next few days." Really, adoptive father? Zhang Long, brimming with excitement, was already contemplating how to use the Lamborghini to woo Iran. Hurry up. Gu Linfeng frowned impatiently. On the high-speed train from Huhai to Changsha, Gu Linfeng, donning a mask and sunglasses, settled into the business class seat he had reserved. The price for business class was higher, but its comfort was incomparable to the first or second class seats. It was perfectly feasible to lie down and take a nap. Just as Gu Linfeng was about to doze off, a boisterous child of around 7 or 8 years old, holding a phone, began jumping around in the aisle. Bai Qiyang. I'm Xiong. The child shouted, imitating characters from an animated show. Gu Linfeng furrowed his brow and, with an air of displeasure, said, "Little brother, this is a public space. Please do not make loud noises. My mom doesn't mind. Why should you?" The boy stuck out his tongue, making a face. Darn it. Gu Linfeng muttered a curse under his breath. Are the child's parents around? He paid no attention to the boy, but instead searched for his parents in the business class compartment. Just then, A young woman leaning against her seat opened her eyes. Seeing Gu Linfeng was quite young, presumably a university student, she promptly closed her eyes again, showing no intention of intervening. This was utterly dismissive. Gu Linfeng repeatedly reassured himself, urging himself to remain calm and embody the qualities of a cultured, moral university student. However, seeing that his mother did not reprimand him, the boy grew even more unruly, racing around the business class compartment while sticking out his tongue and taunting, "I'm making you mad, making you mad. I have an early class." Gu Linfeng took a deep breath and extended his hand. "Excuse me, could I have the attendant come here, please?" At that moment, the train attendant was checking tickets and, noticing that a passenger in the business class had a concern, hurried over. "Sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" Gu Linfeng frowned and replied, "This little brat is jumping around. Aren't you going to do something about it?" The attendant smiled apologetically, seemingly accustomed to such situations, and said, "I apologize, sir, if it has affected your travel experience. I will speak to the child's parents right away." Gu Linfeng nodded, satisfied with the attendant's attitude. "Ma'am, please keep an eye on your child." The attendant smiled as she gently roused the child's mother. The woman, awakened abruptly, glared. "The child has legs and feet. How can I control him? I can't tie him to the chair, can I? If you can manage him, then do so and let me sleep." The attendant was momentarily taken aback, tears welling in her eyes. Gu Linfeng gestured for the attendant to move on, saying, "Forget it. You can attend to other matters." Just then, the woman opened her eyes again and scoffed. "What next? Are you going to control when he poops and farts too? Such a bother." Gu Linfeng was seething, wishing to confront the mother about her lack of discipline. The attendant awkwardly stood by, feeling helpless. "I suppose I will just endure this," Gu Linfeng thought, suppressing his anger as he scrolled through Douyin. The attendant cast an apologetic glance his way. As the situation unfolded, the woman retrieved a sleep mask from somewhere, placed it over her face, and leaned back against her seat. The unruly child, now fully unleashed, bounded over to Gu Linfeng, leaping and occasionally shrieking. Gu Linfeng felt an overwhelming urge to toss the child out the door when the train stopped. "Hey, what are you playing with?" the little boy chirped. The boy's eyes sparkled with mischief as he seemed to concoct another tormenting idea. "Ah!" he shouted, his voice echoing in Gu Linfeng's ears. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Gu Linfeng was at his wit's end. The boy was yelling on the high-speed train, and his mother showed no sign of intervention. "Little brother, let me show you something cool." Gu Linfeng had a sudden inspiration and randomly found a streamer on Douyin, gifting a huazi. The special effect appeared, instantly captivating the boy. "Wow, that's so cool. Let me play," he exclaimed, reaching for Gu Linfeng's phone. "To send such gifts, I need to enter a password. Do you know it?" Gu Linfeng smirked mischievously. "Of course. I know my mom's bank card and phone passwords. That's why she lets me play with her phone," the boy boasted, waving his mother's phone in the air. "You know the password? Then I won't hold back." Gu Linfeng teased. All right. Let me teach you." He handed the phone to the boy, demonstrating how to send gifts. The boy, delighting in the fun, sent multiple huazi, his laughter echoing. Gu Linfeng's heart ached. Each huazi cost 3,000 yuan, and this little rascal had already sent 20 in just a minute. 60,000 yuan exchanged for a few words of gratitude from the streamer. "Why does it say insufficient balance?" the boy asked, pointing at the screen. Insufficient balance means you need to top up," Gu Linfeng explained patiently. "Then hurry up and recharge. I want to keep playing," the boy insisted. In a fit of frustration, Gu Linfeng demonstrated how to recharge right in front of him. After a successful recharge, the boy continued to send huazi with glee. Minutes later, the notification appeared again. Insufficient balance. Why is there no money again? Hurry and recharge. The boy tugged at Gu Linfeng's arm, shaking it. "Give me back my phone," he demanded, hands on hips, clearly planning to throw a tantrum if Gu Linfeng refused. "Go away, this is my phone. If you want to play, go use your mother's." Gu Linfeng shooed him away like a pesky fly. The boy immediately plopped down and wailed, "You bad guy, give me back my phone. I want to send huazi." The mother still remained silent, seemingly in a deep sleep. "Are you foolish? Isn't that your phone in your hand?" Gu Linfeng remarked, causing the child to cease his sobbing. Realizing he still held the phone, the boy's eyes lit up. Following Gu Linfeng's previous steps, he opened Douyin and began sending huazi once more. The boy's mother, unfamiliar with sending gifts, received the insufficient balance message, but it didn't deter the boy. He quickly input the password and continued to recharge. Soon, Huazi after Huazi were sent. Thanks for the 300 Huazi, angry fairy. Oh, thank you. My sister, for 66-foot Huazi. And thanks again for the 200-foot Huazi. Gu Linfeng couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's enthusiasm. However, the funds were limited, and after the boy sent 300 Huazi, the system alerted him of insufficient balance once more. Why is there insufficient balance again? The boy asked in confusion. That means there's no money left. Gu Linfeng replied with a cold smirk. Little brother, have you ever considered that spending your mother's money might lead to a beating? Who are you to tell me what to do? The boy retorted, turning away in displeasure. Gu Linfeng chose to ignore him, eagerly anticipating the woman's reaction when she discovered her bank account was empty. As the child continued to make a ruckus, the high-speed train approached Chang's. Dear passengers, we are nearing Chang's South Station. Please prepare your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. At that moment, the boy's mother finally awoke, removed her sleep mask, yawned, and upon seeing her son still causing a ruckus, she simply rolled her eyes at Gu Linfeng. Roll your eyes at me? Just wait. I'll make you regret it. Gu Linfeng thought resentfully. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang. Xiao Wei, give the phone to your mother. What, Huazi? The woman ignored the boy and answered the call. Hello, dear. We are about to arrive. The mortgage payment didn't go through? How could that be? I still have tens of thousands in my account. After hanging up, she noticed a slew of messages on her phone. Your industrial and commercial bank account deducted 5,000. Your industrial and commercial bank account deducted 5,000. Your industrial and commercial bank account deducted 5,000. Your account balance is 12,300 yuan. What a good child, leaving her just enough for a taxi. Just then, a private message from the app popped up. Thanks for the 300-foot Huazi, fairy sister. I'm so happy to meet you. If you don't mind, please send me an address, and I'll come to accompany you. You can have any position you desire. Upon reading the streamer's suggestive message, the woman's pupils dilated. Could it be? She quickly checked her transaction history. Angry Fairy sent streamer, I have big Kuan gifts. Carnival 1. Angry Fairy sent streamer, I have big Kuan gifts. Carnival 300. Xiao Wei shrank back in fear. Mom, I didn't do anything. Don't you dare lie. The woman raised her hand and struck the boy's backside. Ouch. I'm sorry. Don't hit me. She paid no heed to his pleas, delivering a flurry of blows. Now tell me, who taught you to send gifts to streamers? What? It was that man who taught me. Xiao Wei sobbed, pointing at Gu Linfeng. The woman turned her ire toward Gu Linfeng. What do you mean? This child is so young, and you teach him to recharge and reward streamers? Do you have any idea that money comes from my husband and me saving every penny? That's absurd. Gu Linfeng retorted angrily. When did I ever teach your son to recharge? If you didn't teach him, how would he know? I merely demonstrated once. Gu Linfeng chuckled. The woman felt a wave of dizziness. It was the frustration caused by Gu Linfeng. How can you be so lacking in manners? Do you have no morals? The woman continued to shout furiously. Was it not enough that your child disturbed you? Why not just tell me instead of resorting to such vengeful tactics? Gu Linfeng scoffed. If I recall correctly, it was you who accused me of meddling, right? Since you cannot discipline your son, I must impart a lesson in my own way. At that moment, the woman erupted in fury, lunging at Gu Linfeng. He deftly dodged while shouting for the train police. The train attendants had already noticed the quarrel and reported it to the authorities. Just in time, the train officer arrived and, witnessing the woman's aggression towards Gu Linfeng, bellowed, "Stop." The woman, momentarily taken aback, halted her advance. "Officer, you must stand up for me. This man encouraged my son to send gifts to a streamer, and in just a short time, he has sent 900,000. The woman's voice trembled with emotion. "Don't wrongfully accuse me. That was your son's doing, not my business." Gu Linfeng quickly clarified, "Officer, just ask the child." The officer turned to the boy. "Little one, is what this uncle says true?" Despite the woman's frantic gestures, the boy patted his chest, declaring, "I did it, so what? I'll beat you." The woman screamed in anger. The officer hastily intervened. Seeing this, the woman finally lowered her raised hand. "Officer, look at this man. He has no morals. He saw my son sending gifts and did nothing to stop it. What are his intentions?" The officer felt a headache coming on. This woman was truly exasperating. She neglects her own child and blames others. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you cannot attempt to morally blackmail me. Gu Linfeng shrugged nonchalantly. Morality holds no sway over me, for I possess none. Instantly, the carriage fell into a profound silence. I must clarify, the train will arrive shortly, and this matter has nothing to do with me. I must disembark. Gu Linfeng glanced at his watch, feigning urgency. You cannot leave, the woman shouted again. Officer, can I leave? Gu Linfeng smiled at the policeman. You can go, the officer said helplessly, mentally shaking his head at the young man. Then I shall take my leave. Gu Linfeng waved dismissively, adding, next time you take your child out, remember to keep an eye on him. If he keeps sending gifts like that, you may need to sell your house to pay off the debts. The woman, infuriated, found herself powerless against Gu Linfeng. After all, he had not forced the child to send gifts, so she had no grounds for complaint. Gu Linfeng exited the high-speed train amidst the admiring gazes of the attendants. He had certainly dealt a heavy blow to the parents who allowed their children to misbehave on the train. As for refunds for minors, that is a matter of perspective. Upon leaving the high-speed train, Gu Linfeng called Hong Xiao. Gu Linfeng? It's me. I have arrived at Changsha. Great, I'm waiting at the exit, holding a sign that reads handsome young boy. To avoid revealing his identity, Gu Linfeng had arranged this code with Hong Xiao beforehand, with the phrase handsome young boy as their signal. Gu Linfeng swiftly spotted Hong Xiao, who was holding the sign from a distance. Despite the man's hat and mask, Gu Linfeng recognized him immediately. Approaching him, Gu Linfeng whispered, odd changes even do not change. Symbols indicate quadrants. Is it you, comrade? It is I. Thank you for your hard work. The two performed a covert exchange at the train station, leaving passers-by bewildered. Linfeng, I have eagerly awaited your arrival, Hong Xiao exclaimed once they settled into a business car. Oh, how much anticipation? Gu Linfeng asked with an innocent, curious expression. Ahem, simply a lot. Hong Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, having never encountered someone as straightforward as Gu Linfeng in his years directing. The business car soon arrived at a five-star hotel in Changsha. Although the signing fee for Gu Linfeng was meager, the production team was generous regarding his accommodation. After dropping off his luggage, Hong Xiao treated Gu Linfeng to a meal, which he did not decline. I know you have a grudge against Gu Xinyu, but you must not choose her as your opponent in this competition. Why? Gu Linfeng frowned. Because of her popularity. Hong Xiao revealed candidly, this time, you'll face Yang Chenglin. Her performance in recent shows has been lackluster, often going off-key, which has dissatisfied many viewers. Gu Linfeng nodded slightly, acknowledging Hong Xiao's words, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. Mango TV has some matters for me to address. Enjoy your day in Changsha tomorrow. We will officially compete the day after. Hong Xiao reiterated before bidding farewell. Gu Linfeng nodded nonchalantly. Aren't you curious about who your agent is? Whoever it may be, Gu Linfeng replied, flopping onto the bed with a satisfied sigh. Remember to close the door when you leave. Hong Xiao responded incredulously. Hey, I'm the director. What happened to the respect we discussed? Chapter 88. The Lost Child's Sister. After a simple wash-up, Gu Linfeng lay on the bed, sending a message to several of his adopted sons before gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, Gu Linfeng stretched lazily, rising to draw open the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained proficiency in world languages. Proficiency in world languages. Upon use, you can master all languages worldwide, including any minor languages and dialects of Longwa. This is incredible. Gu Linfeng's childhood dream was to become a diplomat, but he ultimately chose to abandon that pursuit due to the difficulties of mastering foreign languages. System. Activate proficiency in world languages. Instantly, a torrent of memories surged through Gu Linfeng's mind. Wow, amazing! A few minutes later, Gu Linfeng regained his composure. After a quick wash-up, he donned sunglasses and stepped outside. Having finally ventured out, he intended to explore the sights and savor the culinary delights of Changsha. Speaking of food, this was one of Gu Linfeng's few passions. The stinky tofu of Changsha is renowned across the country, and he had long wished to experience it. Hailing a taxi, Gu Linfeng spoke in Mandarin to the driver. Sir, please take me to the most authentic stinky tofu. The driver's eyes flickered momentarily. Sure thing. After a 10-minute ride, the vehicle veered further away, and the roads became increasingly secluded. Sir, are you taking me out of the city? Oh, young man, You're not from around here, are you? The most authentic stinky tofu is found in the suburbs. Glancing at the rapidly increasing fare, Gu Linfeng smirked and switched from Mandarin to Changsha dialect. You think you can fool me? Are you blind? You're trying to swindle me? The driver's hands faltered on the steering wheel, awkwardly replying. If I had known you were a local, I wouldn't have assumed you were a tourist. But you shouldn't cheat outsiders. Gu Linfeng suppressed his anger. He had thought he was an easy target, but ended up being deceived by a local instead. This is a pain I will never forget. Being overcharged by a taxi driver while traveling in this city, the fare exceeding 100. Gu Linfeng nodded slightly, choosing silence. Yet he felt admiration for the system's reward of world language proficiency. The driver's stunned expression made it clear he had failed to discern Gu Linfeng's dialect. Now, that was truly authentic. After a little over 10 minutes, the driver parked the vehicle outside a well-known snack shop. Young man, just 10 yuan will suffice, he said. How can that be? Earning money is not easy. Gu Linfeng glanced at the meter, which read 198 yuan. Here, 200 yuan. With a cheerful smile, he handed over the money. The driver immediately brightened up, exclaiming, such generosity. However, he added, I need to issue an invoice. Our company will reimburse it. All right then, no problem. As the driver accepted the money, he handed Gu Linfeng an invoice. After stepping out of the car, Gu Linfeng glanced at the driver's license plate and proceeded to call the municipal hotline 12345. Hello, I'm a tourist who was taken on a detour by a driver and charged 200 yuan. How do you resolve such matters? May I have the driver's license plate number, please? Sir, rest assured, we will provide you with a satisfactory response. After hanging up, Gu Linfeng leisurely strolled through the snack shop. Boss, I'll have 10 yuan worth of stinky tofu. Coming right up. He then explored various attractions in Changsha before arriving near Wui Square. The area surrounding Wui Square is replete with shopping, dining, and entertainment options. Particularly at night, the square is aglow with dazzling lights, harmoniously complementing the surrounding architecture, creating a picturesque night scene. Unable to resist, Gu Linfeng asked a passerby to take a few photos of him. The young woman stared at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Haven't we met somewhere before? That's a rather cliché pickup line. Gu Linfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly put on his mask. You're overthinking it. I'm not trying to flirt with you. The young woman rolled her eyes, returned his phone, and walked away in her high heels. Yet she couldn't shake the thought of why he looked so familiar. As Gu Linfeng wandered about, he suddenly heard an anxious voice in the distance, speaking in English. Excuse me, my phone is dead, and I got separated from my friends. Can I borrow your phone? The men and women addressed looked bewildered, and even the young people who understood some English scratched their heads in confusion. Her speech was too rapid for them to grasp. Gu Linfeng, with a desire to help, stepped into the crowd and fluently spoke. How may I assist you? I'm lost. Can you take me back to my hotel? Upon closer inspection, he noted that she was a foreign woman, around 20 years old, appearing somewhat mature due to the early development often seen in foreigners. He couldn't help but admire her, as she fit the aesthetic preferences of many locals, tall, with firm skin and a healthy tan. Of course, where are you staying? Gu Linfeng smiled. I'm at the Hilton. Thank you so much. The woman expressed her gratitude. I got separated from my friends and can't reach them, and I have no money, so I had to seek help. By the way, what is your name? Gu Linfeng inquired in fluent English. I'm Vanya. What about you? She asked with curiosity. Suddenly, it dawned on Gu Linfeng why she seemed so familiar. She was a rising star who had performed at the Grammy Awards abroad. Though young, her talent in the international music scene was undeniable, which explained her remarkable achievement at such a young age. You can call me Lei Feng. Gu Linfeng thought it unnecessary to reveal his true name when doing good deeds. Lei Feng? I'll remember that. Vanya smiled elegantly. All right, let me take you to your hotel. Gu Linfeng gestured for her to follow. In the car, Vanya looked at Gu Linfeng with gratitude. Why are you wearing a mask? She asked curiously. Oh, I'll take it off now. Gu Linfeng, no longer worried about being recognized, removed his mask. Wow, you're so handsome. You're exactly my type. Upon seeing his charming face, Vanya's eyes sparkled with admiration. Westerners tend to be quite direct in their affections, and she was no exception. Thank you. You're very beautiful as well. Gu Linfeng reciprocated the compliment without hesitation. The car soon arrived at the Hilton, but Vanya appeared somewhat hesitant. What is wrong? Vanya? Gu Linfeng asked, puzzled. Can I invite you up for a bit? Vanya mustered her courage. However, Gu Linfeng waved his hand, saying, rest well. Perhaps we'll meet again. Vanya's face turned crimson, and with a huff, she exited the vehicle, closing the door while exclaiming in English, what a stubborn blockhead. Gu Linfeng could only smile wryly, contemplating the burdensome nature of his good looks. After she left, the driver could no longer contain his curiosity. Young man, you're quite impressive. Is this for the glory of the nation? Remember the 8-nation alliance invasion, with their pillaging and destruction. Now you have a chance for revenge. After saying this, the driver chuckled. Gu Linfeng chose to ignore him, simply stating the name of his hotel and closing his eyes in the back seat. A little over 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel. That LLB 30 yuan. Gu Linfeng tossed a 100 yuan note to the driver, saying, no need for change, but the driver insisted, young man, that 1T do. It's fine, consider the rest a tip. However, the driver quickly waved his hands, declining. Let us forget it. A colleague of mine was reported today for taking tourists on a detour and got fined a hefty sum. It's not worth it for your little amount. Gu Linfeng was taken aback, feeling a newfound respect for the driver, and thus he passed 30 yuan to him. After a quick wash-up, he fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Gu Linfeng rose early to check in again. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Basic Voice Techniques. Basic Voice Techniques allows for slight alteration of voice pitch. This skill was advantageous for him. As he contemplated singing without being recognized, his phone rang. It was Hong Xiao. Young man, the celebrity agent is on their way to pick you up. You will be joining them shortly. Understood. After hanging up, Gu Linfeng went to the bathroom to freshen up. After changing his outfit, the doorbell rang. He hurriedly donned the clown mask he had purchased at Wui Square before opening the door. Upon seeing him, the girl outside was startled and let out a scream. Ah! Gu Linfeng quickly covered her mouth, whispering, show I'm a person. What? The girl pried his hand away, furrowing her brow. I know you're a person, but why are you wearing that mask? Gu Linfeng remained silent, not intending to remove the mask. The girl rolled her eyes and asked, which celebrity are you? Just as he was about to reveal his name, he remembered the importance of confidentiality and decided instead to playfully utilize his voice skills. Mimicking the voice of a famous singer, singing, I'm just renting in this town, it's so local and rustic. I know, you're Huazai, right? The girl gazed at him in awe. Yes, that SM. That distinctive accent could only belong to Huazai. I'm not Huazai. You've mistaken me. Gu Linfeng switched to Mandarin. Then who are you? She asked, regaining her composure, her gaze becoming icy. I'm Jia Hui. My brother is just here to see me. He switched to the accent of another famous actor, mimicking him perfectly. You're unbelievable. The girl sighed in exasperation. Fine. If you want to tell me, I'll let it go. You should know me, right? Gu Linfeng shook his head. The girl stomped her feet in frustration, declaring, I am the newly crowned goddess of the entertainment industry, Zhang Runin, on par with Gu Xinyu. To be honest, Gu Linfeng was utterly unfamiliar with the entertainment world and had no idea who Zhang Runin was. However, fearing that she might think poorly of him, he feigned astonishment and remarked, Oh, it's you. The mask obscured my view. Yet, there was no denying that your real self is even more captivating than on screen. I'll give you credit for your discernment. Zhang Runin smiled with pride, her curiosity about the true identity behind the clown mask growing deeper. Shall we go? Gu Linfeng urged, glancing at his watch. As they exited the hotel via the elevator, Zhang Runin chattered incessantly, I don't know who you are, but I expect you to bring your full strength. You must not let the foreigners steal the spotlight. Understood. Upon their arrival at the Mango TV recording studio, the moment Gu Linfeng stepped into the lounge, a wave of gasps erupted. As it was a live broadcast, the comments section exploded. You Haven T made a mistake. This is indeed the live venue for the masked singer. Wow, this clown has something going on. What is he up to? Perhaps he is afraid of losing and embarrassing himself. Is Hong Xiao really out of ideas to attract views? What a joke. Regardless of who this clown might be, the singers of Longhua ought to seize first place. Inside the lounge, after a moment of shock, Ingzi proactively extended her hand, asking, Sir, may I inquire your identity? Gu Linfeng altered his voice, responding the clown. Ingzi's face darkened. This fellow was clearly being disrespectful. At that moment, the artist in the lounge stood up to shake hands with Gu Linfeng, Even Fan Xia and Xiang Timo followed suit. Gu Xinyu felt vexed, but, aware that they were live, could only force a smile to ease the awkwardness. As Zhang Runin accompanied Gu Linfeng throughout, she felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing Gu Linfeng's disregard for Gu Xinyu. She had long been annoyed by Gu Xinyu's pretentiousness. What was the big deal about family matters? Why act so grand? Now, with Gu Linfeng's slight on her, Zhang Runin's fondness for him increased by 3 points. Mr. Clown, which singer do you plan to challenge? Zhang Runin inquired covertly. The clown, concealed behind the mask, scanned the room and noted Hong Dao mentioning Yang Chenglin. Their eyes met, dimmed with apprehension. Am I finally to be eliminated? Recently, her social media had been inundated with ridicule for her off-key singing. She should never have come to I Am a Singer. And now, perhaps, she was finally liberated. Chapter 90. The live broadcast begins. I haven't decided yet. Let us see how it goes. Just as Yang Chenglin was feeling melancholic, the clown shook his head, indicating he had not yet determined his target. As the stars in the large lounge whispered among themselves, speculating about Gu Linfeng's true identity, the chief director, Hong Xiao, entered. He winked at Gu Linfeng, cleared his throat, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we will pause the live broadcast for 5 minutes. We commence promptly afterward, so please prepare yourselves." Ingzi was the first to speak. Director Hong. Who is this masked clown? That's a secret. Hong Xiao replied with a smile, remaining tight-lipped. You can't tell us his identity, but surely you can reveal who he intends to challenge? Ingzi, known for her sharp tongue, pressed the director, showcasing her cunning social acumen. Her question elicited responses from the other stars, who joined in the inquiry. Hong Xiao could only look at Gu Linfeng with a questioning gaze. Upon receiving a nod from Gu Linfeng, he reluctantly stated, "The clown's target is Yang Chenglin. I knew it would be me. Yang Chenglin chuklet self-deprecatingly. If you perform well this time, you might not necessarily lose." Wang Sulong offered words of encouragement. "Please, spare me the platitudes. I know my own capabilities." Hong Xiao smiled apologetically, addressing the crowd. "I'll step out for now. If anyone has questions before the broadcast starts, feel free to reach out." Once Hong Xiao exited, the room fell silent, and the assistants began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast commenced. At the assistant's command, the previously languid stars straightened their spines, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. At that moment, the host was outlining the process on stage. Next, the competition continues, but we have a special mass challenger. The large screen suddenly displayed an artistic photo of Gu Linfeng adorned in the clown mask. While the audience at home was prepared, those present were taken by surprise, erupting in astonishment. What is happening? Am I not at I Am a Singer, but rather Masked Singer? The director is indeed clever. They VE set up a suspenseful scenario for us. The caliber of a performer capable of stepping in at this moment must be substantial. The true identity would soon be revealed when he sang. Clown? This isn't a circus. Who do you think you're scaring with that mask? This deserves a poor rating. I can't believe it. My daughter was watching and got frightened by this masked star. At this moment, the scene shifted to the live perspective, and Gu Linfeng calmly stood, waving his hand in greeting. The host continued, "Now, let us welcome today's first competing singer, Ingzi." Ingzi, accompanied by her manager, rose and walked onto the stage. Sister Ingzi placed third in the last competition. What song will you be bringing today? Are you confident in aiming for first place? Ingzi smiled awkwardly. I'll do my best. Although she was a renowned domestic singer, facing 2 Grammy winners left her feeling uncertain. Over the years, her songs had grown repetitive, and the audience was nearly tired of them. Aiming for first place felt like a pipe dream. Scattered cheers erupted from the audience. Let us welcome Sister Ingzi to begin her performance. The host stepped off the stage as Ingzi took a deep breath and nodded to the sound engineer. As the music began, viewers in the live broadcast chimed in. Ingzi is recycling old material. I'm about to be sick of this song. Can't she sing something original, just to surprise us a little? Ingzi has run out of good songs. She hasn't released anything noteworthy in years. As the music played, Ingzi began to sing. We have no rights to possess each other. Only at dawn, when mingled with the night, do we share fleeting moments, alternating between day and night without exchange. Unable to imagine each other's worlds, we persist in waiting in our respective places. You will never understand my sorrow. just as day cannot comprehend the darkness of night. The audience applauded, granting Ingzi the respect she deserved. Once the song concluded, the host returned to the stage, stating, "Now, let us have the audience vote for Sister Ingzi's rendition of Day, Doesn't T Understand Night?" Though many felt the song lacked originality, a significant portion of the audience pressed their voting buttons. Moments later, under the host's watchful eye, the results were revealed. Out of 200 votes, Ingzi garnered 158. After bowing in gratitude, she descended from the stage, her expression tinged with melancholy. Next was Hai Lai Mu with his song Your Thousands of Mountains and Rivers. As he began to sing, Linfeng, backstage, nearly burst into laughter. "I once waited for you, because I believe in what you said about the flowing rivers and mountains. I can no longer love you. May the warm sun protect you always." The audience in the live broadcast filled the comments section with excitement. What a splendid throat resonance technique. Good, but I must offer two small suggestions. Be mindful of the placement of the resonance. It must not reach the microphone. I'm quite particular. Every time a guest sings Hai Lai in Mu songs, they are promptly dismissed because complaints about the microphone being unpleasantly cluttered arise every time. I truly admire his music, from a driver to a star. His journey is truly inspirational. We also enjoy it, but that does not hinder our playful banter. Hai Lai Mu's face bore no special expression, merely a humble smile. Next up was Yang Chenglin, whose performance remained inconsistent, garnering only 120 votes from the audience. The moment the voting results were announced, Yang Chenglin realized she could conclude her recording for Washir Guwang early. A mere 120 votes. Any singer could surpass that. In the lounge at this time, the stars gathered to chat, while Fan Xia and Xiang Timo, not understanding Longwa language, could only smile awkwardly yet politely. Fan Xia listened to the incomprehensible Longwa dialect, her gaze fixated on Gu Linfeng, concealed beneath a clown mask. Observing this man, she felt an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of a kind-hearted stranger she had met the day before. Yet, their voices seemed to belong to two different individuals. "Fan Xia, it is your turn," her assistant called in English. "All right, I understand." As Fan Xia ascended the stage in her elegant gown, gasps filled the room. "Wow, truly the child's sister. She looks breathtaking." In this world, culture and language may not always connect, but beauty transcends all barriers. Today, Fan Xia radiated brilliance. I am intrigued to see what song she will present. Chapter 91. The contestant I challenge on stage. Fan Xia could not comprehend the host's words, yet the audience's reaction was overwhelming, with numerous support light boards waving in the air. Having participated in just one episode of Washir Guwang, she had already amassed a considerable fan base in Longwa. This journey to Longwa proved immensely rewarding. Skipping the lyrics, all in English, nothing of note to write. Once the song concluded, Fan Xia bowed and exited the stage. The audience, both present and in the live stream, remained entranced by her voice, even forgetting to vote. It was only at the host's reminder that the audience hastily pressed their voting devices. Her talent was evident. Fan Xia secured 190 votes. This was undoubtedly a commendable achievement. Meanwhile, our child's sister merely smiled, utterly oblivious to what was being said. Gu Xinyu chose not to join the commotion. As the most popular star domestically, she held her own pride. Subsequently, Xiang Timo took the stage, performing her signature song and receiving 188 votes, placing second, unless Gu Xinyu exerted herself. This ranking was likely solidified. On stage, the host excitedly introduced, "I believe many viewers, like myself, eagerly anticipate the next performance. Indeed, it is our goddess Gu Xinyu. As a singer whose debut marked the pinnacle of her career, what kind of song will she bring us? Let us await with bated breath." Gu Xinyu rose majestically, her assistant hastily adjusting her gown's train. "Xinyu, go for it. Xinyu, you are the best." Finally, we can hear Gu Xinyu's song again. I am so excited. When Gu Xinyu stood upon the stage, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, akin to an earthquake. "Xinyu, Xinyu, you are uniquely beautiful. Xinyu, Xinyu, I love you most." The host frowned, hastily explaining, "Dear viewers in the live stream, please do not misinterpret. Our live audience is highly professional and will not cast emotional votes based on their favorite stars." Gu Xinyu smiled gently, thanking her fans for their support. but urging them to listen attentively to her upcoming original song and to feel whether it truly deserves their precious vote. As her voice faded, the lights dimmed abruptly, and the music began. I have long since parted from you, yet these years we still think of each other. Why do you appear before me, tearing open the scars within my heart? A fabricated lyric. In summary, with Gu Sinyu's experience and originality, this song was crafted by a true artist. As long as sufficient funds are invested, who among Long's lyricists would not bow to such monetary persuasion? The emotionally charged audience below even began to weep. The viewers in the live stream uniformly flooded the chat with crying emojis. I wonder how those detractors of Gu Sinyu dare to claim she is unworthy with this song. She once again proved her strength. Oh, this song moved me to tears. Just moments ago, my husband asked why I was crying, and without hesitation, I slapped him, demanding to know if he harbored feelings for someone else. Haha, did your husband confess? Under my relentless questioning, he admitted to affairs with a mistress and others. Enough said. I'm off to file for divorce. With this song, Gu Sinyu's position at the top is now threatened. As her performance concluded, Gu Sinyu's voice cracked with emotion. Thank you all. The host promptly stepped forward. Dear audience, please take up your voting devices to cast votes for Gu Sinyu's performance. The audience eagerly complied, raising their voting devices in support. Minutes passed. All right, time's up. But before revealing Gu Sinyu's vote count, please enjoy a word from our sponsors. The host said with a smile. The audience below erupted in discontent. How could Mango TV be so inconsiderate to interrupt such a significant moment with advertisements? What was the director thinking? In the background, Hong Xiao was naturally monitoring the live stream and, witnessing the flood of criticism regarding his poor timing, could only offer a wry smile. Thank you for tuning into a good show. Now let's unveil Gu Sinyu's vote count. Let's count down together, everyone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 197 votes. Higher than Fan Xia's 190 votes, momentarily placing her in first. The audience instantly rose to applaud, as if solidifying her top position. In the backstage area, Gu Linfeng sneered. Half the room is celebrating? They will soon have cause to weep. Next, Gu Linfeng, disguised as a clown, prepared to challenge the competition. After Gu Sinyu expressed her gratitude, she headed toward the lounge, coincidentally encountering Gu Linfeng. Mr. Clown, I hope your singing does not disappoint. Gu Sinyu's expression was one of smug satisfaction. Oh, disappointment is out of the question, but you may not be smiling for long. Gu Linfeng casually remarked. I have secured 197 votes. You do not intend to surpass me, do you? Gu Sinyu recalled Gu Linfeng's earlier dismissal of her, and seizing the opportunity in the unmonitored hallway, she disdainfully remarked, merely a frog at the bottom of the well. No one has been born who could make me unable to smile. What if I surpass you? Are you aware that this is merely slaughtering a god? Gu Sinyu asserted confidently. God? Ha, you are not worthy. Gu Linfeng dismissed her, turning away and leaving no room for further conversation. Such arrogance. Who does he think he is? Gu Sinyu muttered to herself. Upon entering the lounge, she immediately donned her signature smile. Sinyu, your performance was truly magnificent. Ingzi praised. Despite Ingzi's sharp tongue, she could not help but show courtesy to Gu Sinyu, the esteemed daughter of the Hai Gu family. Fan Xia gave a thumbs up. At that moment, the television in the lounge displayed Gu Linfeng's figure. The host inquired, Mr. Clown, whom do you wish to challenge? Chapter 92. Is the clown insane? Challenging Gu Sinyu? In the lounge, Yang Qinglin nervously clenched her fists, aware that the clown was about to announce her name. Ingzi furrowed her brow, analyzing. Judging by his voice, he must be quite young. He likely is not a senior figure from the music industry that I am familiar with. Wang Sulong reassured Yang Qinglin, do not worry. Since Ingzi has said so, it is likely a rising star. It is truly challenging to perform flawlessly in such an environment. Yet, Yang Qinglin felt no relaxation. Her instincts warned her that this clown was formidable. Gu Sinyu, however, scoffed, reminded that they were still live, and hurriedly turned her head away. At this moment, the host asked, Mr. Clown, whom do you wish to challenge? The host, having been aware that Gu Linfeng intended to challenge Yang Qinglin, eagerly awaited Gu Linfeng's utterance of those 3 words. Amidst the collective gaze of the audience, Gu Linfeng spoke with an air of nonchalance. My challenge is directed towards Gu Xinyu. The host instinctively responded, very well. Mr. Joker intends to challenge Yang Chenglin. A profound silence enveloped the audience, while the live broadcast erupted into chaos moments later. Goodness, did I hear that correctly? This Joker wishes to challenge Gu Xinyu? This clearly deviates from the script. The name that slipped from the host's lips was Yang Chenglin. What a scandal. It would be a feat if he could even manage to challenge Yang Chenglin, let alone Gu Xinyu. He is utterly overestimating his capabilities. Gu Xinyu was equally bewildered. She initially presumed the Joker was jesting, merely seeking her attention, but to her astonishment, he was genuinely daring to challenge her. Was the vote count of 197 not substantial enough to intimidate him? In the lounge, Yang Chenglin was the most astonished. She had been forewarned by Hong Xiao about being challenged, yet she did not expect this Joker to stray from the script and choose Gu Xinyu instead. In that instant, Yang Chenglin began to overthink. Could it be that this Joker harbored feelings for her? Otherwise, why would he spare her? Backstage, the director, perplexed, questioned, why has there been a sudden change in the challenger? The assistant director chuckled, yet was met with Hong Xiao's dark demeanor. Change the script? This rascal isn't following it at all. What? He not adhering to your instructions? The assistant director exclaimed in astonishment. Such a scenario constituted an unforeseen mishap, catching the production team off guard. Shall we interrupt the live broadcast? The assistant director timidly suggested. Interrupt? That would only confirm that we have a script. Hong Xiao retorted with a sardonic smile, gesturing towards Gu Linfeng on the screen. Let this na-ve fool continue. I am eager to witness his defeat. At this moment, Hong Xiao's impression of Gu Linfeng plummeted. The show proceeded, and the host, swallowing hard, asked again, Mr. Joker, are you certain you wish to challenge Gu Xinyu? I am absolutely certain. Gu Linfeng's voice resonated with confidence. The host, caught in a quandary, realized that the director's instructions had yet to come through his earpiece. With no alternative, he steeled himself and said, Then please prepare, Mr. Joker. With that, the host exited the stage. Gu Linfeng grasped the microphone and preemptively declared, I understand that my choice of Gu Xinyu as the challenger may astonish you, perhaps even lead you to deem me reckless. However, I have no explanations to offer. All explanations lie within the song. The audience erupted in admiration for the Joker's audacious attitude, silently rallying behind him. Despite their affection for Gu Xinyu, the audience, trained by Mango TV, would not cast their votes blindly. At Shanghai Music Academy, Zhou activated the projector in the multimedia classroom. I have imparted numerous musical concepts, and I hope you have taken them to heart. Now, let us observe how the singers perform without audio correction on Mango TV's I.am a singer. Unfortunately, he still had to conduct the class. Yet, this did not deter him. He cleverly engaged the students in the multimedia classroom while simultaneously following the performance. At this moment, Gu Linfeng stood on stage, responding to the host's query about the challenger. Zhou had anticipated that Gu Linfeng would select a less formidable opponent. But when he heard that Gu Xinyu was the one being challenged, he could no longer contain his astonishment. The students in the audience shared his disbelief. This guy is audacious, challenging Gu Xinyu. Who does he think he is? Mat Defa, sporting the quintessential West Coast attire, exposing half of his undergarments, began his commentary. I believe this Joker can win. Zhang Long, aware of the identity behind the mask, immediately countered, if he wins, I will eat Lao Ba's secret burgers right here. Mat Defa boldly proclaimed his vow. Gu Linfeng nodded towards the sound technician. As the audience held their breath in anticipation, the music began. This prelude is rather mundane. Indeed, I find it rather lackluster. The Joker, seemingly foolish, was questioned. What can you possibly compare with Gu Xinyu? All are brave. Your forehead bears scars, your differences, your faults. There is no need to conceal. As the song progressed, the audience began to frown slightly. The backstage Gu Xinyu scoffed dismissively, having expected the Joker to be a clever underdog, but was instead met with a boastful fool. A Joker is merely a Joker. At Shanghai Music Academy, Mat Defa lifted his head in triumph. Zhang Long, it seems you are destined to lose. Zhang Long, however, smiled enigmatically, confident in Gu Linfeng's capabilities, which would not be in vain. This was the unwavering faith of a child in his father. Gu Linfeng remained undistracted, fully immersed in his melody. He was confident in this song, which had once captivated the nation. There was no reason it would falter now. When I unveil this song, Gu Yong Zhi Gu Xinyu, can you withstand it? Chapter 93. Did Gu Linfeng win, or was it a conspiracy? The melody persisted. Your tattered doll, your mask, your true self. They say to tame every beast with light. They say to mend your wounds. No one loves a joker. Gu Linfeng's voice soared. I love you, wandering through dark alleys. I love you, unyielding in your stance. I love you, confronting despair without shedding a tear. At this moment, both the audience and the viewers in the live broadcast gaped in awe. Goodness, why does this song feel increasingly exhilarating? Indeed, it's so electrifying that I might just shed my garments. No wonder he's called a joker. It turns out he has suffered, and no one loves a joker. I am utterly captivated. This song demands careful appreciation. I fear for Gu Xinyu. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Xinyu will not lose. In a lounge, the competing singers collectively turned their gaze towards Gu Xinyu. Her brow furrowed, sensing an inexplicable threat. This joker possesses some talent. Yet, to win against me is but a foolish dream. Shall we go? Are we worthy? This tattered cloak. Shall we battle? Indeed, with the most humble of dreams. To honor the whimpers and roars of the night. Just a moment ago, the audience had rallied behind Gu Xinyu. Yet now, they were harmonizing with Gu Linfeng's song. Shall we go? Are we worthy? This tattered cloak. As the song concluded, the entire audience rose to their feet in applause. In that moment, they became immersed in the world woven by Gu Linfeng's melody, transformed into fearless warriors defying tyranny. This is utterly exhilarating. In a multimedia classroom at Huhai Music Academy, Ma Defa, once boastful, now resembled an ostrich, wishing he could bury his head in his trousers. Why has the cheering ceased? Zhang Long quipped with a teasing tone. He hasn't won yet. Ma Defa, unwilling to concede, shouted defiantly. All right, quiet down. Zhou coughed to regain order in the classroom. Gao Xinrui squinted, intently observing Gu Linfeng on the television. He seemed oddly familiar, connecting the dots with Gu Linfeng's unexplained 3-day absence. She gasped as if uncovering a secret. Could it be that this joker is? In the lounge, Gu Xinyu appeared slightly flustered. She had not anticipated the strength of the man behind the joker's mask. She felt a profound resonance within the song. It was an inexplicable force. Ingzi cast a worried glance at Gu Xinyu. From her extensive experience in the entertainment industry, she sensed that Gu Xinyu was in peril. Shanti Mo conversed with Fang Xia in English. This man behind the joker's mask possesses remarkable strength. Indeed, I am quite curious about the handsome face hidden beneath that mask. Fang Xia replied with a smile, shaking her head. At this moment, the assistant director felt overwhelmed. Addressing Hong Xiao, should we intervene? We cannot allow Gu Linfeng to win. Hong Xiao, with a bitter smile, lamented. Do you think I don't want to? We're live right now. If anything goes wrong, our careers will be ruined. He pondered the ramifications of Gu Linfeng winning. It would surely offend Gu Xinyu and the Gu family. Clenching his fist, he seemed to resolve himself. If we offend, we offend. Let us refrain from interference and see how the audience decides. Yet, even as he spoke, doubt lingered in his heart. He wished for Gu Linfeng's victory, a bond between men, but simultaneously desired Gu Xinyu to win, a safeguard against future troubles. At that moment, the host stepped onto the stage, exclaiming, Mr. Joker, I never anticipated your singing would be so captivating. I was lost in your melody. May I unveil your identity? Gu Linfeng shook his head. If I win, I shall reveal myself. He feared losing, for that would render him a laughingstock online. Unless Gu Linfeng were gravely ill, now was not the time for revelation. The host, with an excited tone, declared, let the audience decide if Mr. Joker deserves to unveil his identity. The audience fervently pressed their voting devices. Moments later, the host announced, time's up. Now, please welcome our defending guest, Gu Xinyu. This was the protocol for the challenge, where the defending guest would reveal the challenger's vote count. Gu Xinyu gracefully approached the stage, flashing a charming smile. Oh my, the goddess is truly beautiful. But I just voted for the Joker. Will she hold it against me? Nonsense. Your goddess doesn't even know you. I also voted for the Joker, but my heart supports Gu Xinyu. You traitors. Did you vote? I did. but it was an accidental press. At that moment, Gu Sinyu's gaze fell on Gu Linfeng, astonished by the Joker's remarkable singing prowess. I wonder which senior from the entertainment industry you are? She instinctively addressed him with respect. Not a senior, just an ordinary person. Gu Linfeng replied nonchalantly. You yist. With such talent, you surely belong in the entertainment scene. Let me guess, are you Su Nan or Li Ronghao? Neither. Gu Linfeng continued to shake his head. Please reveal my vote count. Gu Xinyu was momentarily speechless, but maintained her smile for the cameras. Then allow me to announce your vote count. As she spoke, the screen behind them instantly displayed Gu Linfeng's vote count. The audience gasped in unison. Gu Xinyu felt a jolt of surprise as she turned to see the astonishing numbers on the screen. How is this possible? His votes are even higher than mine? Disappointment washed over her, and the audience began to console her. Cheer up, Xinyu, you are the best. Don't let a temporary setback affect your mindset. Yes, we fans will always support you. Gu Xinyu's lips twitched slightly as she thought. Is this what always support looks like? Can't they refrain from voting for this Joker? Just then, a spectator shouted, Wait, there's foul play in the voting. Gu Xinyu was taken aback, then elated. Finally, someone was speaking up for her. At that moment, Hong Xiao was flabbergasted. He had had no interaction with the voting audience. How could there be foul play? Even the professional host on stage felt a chill. Yet, the young man who had cried foul continued, then explained why my voting device ran out of battery. Gu Linfeng should not have 199 votes with my vote. It should be a perfect 200. Gu Xinyu's smile froze on her face. So this is the foul play you speak of. It is merely a defense for Gu Linfeng. She had thought she encountered a true fan, only to find a detractor instead. The host reacted swiftly, directing the staff backstage. Add one more vote to Gu Linfeng's count. The staff complied without hesitation, and moments later, the screen displayed 200 votes. Gu Xinyu congratulated, Congratulations, Mr. Joker. Do you truly believe it? Gu Linfeng's eyes gleamed coldly beneath his mask. Of course I do. Gu Xinyu's words were insincere. It seems you are obedient to the outcome, yet your heart is not. Gu Linfeng exposed her facade. Despite Gu Xinyu's calm demeanor, her expression changed when faced with the Joker's prowess. Seeing the tension between them, the host interjected, Earlier, Mr. Joker stated that if he wins, he would unveil his true identity. Therefore, let us proceed with the reveal. The audience collectively chanted, Reveal, reveal, reveal. Meanwhile, within the ancient castle of the Gu family in Huhai, all members were gathered before the television. I never anticipated Xinyu would lose. Wu Yuzhen shook her head slightly. This Joker song was truly invigorating. I nearly sang along. Gu Nanling grinned. Gu Beichan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the Joker, who had just finished singing. Gu Xingqing was absorbed in her laptop, oblivious to her surroundings, only glancing at Gu Linfeng's vote count. Gu Linfeng, honoring his promise, placed his hand on his mask and slowly removed it. A dashing face, recently embroiled in controversy, was revealed to all. Gu Xinyu, standing closest, staggered back in shock. How could it be you? The guests in the lounge were equally astonished. I never expected it to be the young master of the Gu family. Wang Sulong chuckled bitterly. Didn't they say the relationship was severed? Yang Chenglin inquired curiously. You can cut ties, but the bonds remain. This is a family matter. Wang Sulong shook his head again. Upon seeing Gu Linfeng's true face, Fan Xia gasped, It's you. You know him? Xiang Ti frowned. No, I don't know him. Fan Xia quickly denied it. Yet something crossed her mind, and a blush crept onto her tan skin. The audience in the live stream fell silent for 3 seconds after seeing Gu Linfeng's face, then erupted with frantic comments. I can't believe it. I imagined several male celebrities from the entertainment circle, but never associated them with this Joker. I never expected the Joker to be Gu Linfeng. Where are those who said Gu Linfeng was incapable? Show yourselves so I can confront you. This is hilarious. Just days ago, Gu Xinyu critiqued Gu Linfeng, claiming his singing was poor. She just got slapped in the face. Although I'm a fan of Gu Xinyu, I can't help but chuckle after seeing the Joker's true identity. I'm curious, is Gu Xinyu simply creating hype? Is she letting Gu Linfeng climb over her shoulders? Don't talk nonsense. Gu Xinyu has already claimed she has no brother, neither now nor in the future. At Huhai University, chaos erupted. Mat Defa, get yourself some of that secret old 8 burger right now. Zhang Long shouted angrily. But after searching for a while, Ma Defa had vanished. What a joke. Where else would he go? The restroom. Gao Xinrue pounded her chest, beaming with joy for Gu Linfeng. He truly is impressive. Zhou, a music teacher, admitted. Although I teach music, I cannot guarantee victory among such talented singers. I am a singer. In the Gu family of Huhai, silence prevailed. Yet, Gu Beichen suddenly perked up. It's Linfeng. I thought he seemed familiar. Who had been humming the tune of Ai Gu Shan Zhou Xiang, immediately sealed his lips. Gu Xingqing smiled slightly and asked, "Why have you stopped singing?" It wasn't pleasing at all. Gu Linfeng mocked, "What is the matter? Are you surprised to see me? I heard you claim my singing is subpar and my skills lacking. So how do you explain losing to me? Doesn't that imply you're inferior to me?" Gu Linfeng spoke without restraint. Gu Xinyu found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to retort. However, she quickly devised a counterattack. Do you truly believe your victory today was due to genuine talent? What about the clown mask you donned to create an air of mystery, claiming you would only reveal your face upon winning? Such cunning. As she uttered this, Gu Xinyu secretly commended herself. "Huh, a stubborn duck," Gu Linfeng teased. "Do you wish to compete again? What are you afraid?" At that moment, Hong Xiao could no longer contain herself and rushed toward the stage, only to be restrained by the assistant director. "What? The ratings have skyrocketed," Hong Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The current ratings had already set a national record. Gritting her teeth, Hong Xiao immediately spoke into her earpiece to the host. "Do not intervene. Let them create a scene." The host's mind was nearly overwhelmed. "Are you testing me?" Observing the tension between the two on stage, the host swallowed hard and, with a steely resolve, declared, "In that case, let us have a competition." "Great. Let us compete." Gu Xinyu was unafraid. The audience was filled with her fans, who surely knew whom to vote for. However, Gu Linfeng's next words rendered Gu Xinyu utterly speechless. Chapter 95. A competition is acceptable, but voting must be done by all online viewers. I certainly can compete, but the voting must be conducted by all viewers currently watching the live broadcast. Gu Linfeng stated nonchalantly. "No way." Gu Xinyu immediately rejected without hesitation. "Why not? Are you afraid?" Gu Linfeng inquired from a position of superiority. To be honest, facing an opponent like Gu Linfeng left her with little confidence in victory. Just then, the host, covering her earpiece, murmured a few words and then picked up the microphone, announcing, "Rest assured, the director has just informed me that we can have an additional round, and the online voting feature has been activated. Your win or loss will be entirely in the hands of the audience." Gu Xinyu felt dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground. She wanted to feign illness and back out. But if she retreated, she would surely be ridiculed online. For the sake of her pride, she was compelled to agree. The audience in the live chat was eager to participate, typing fervently. "I'm a die-hard fan of Gu Xinyu. I must vote for Xinyu. Coincidentally, I can't stand the lofty demeanor of those big families. I will vote for Gu Linfeng. Ladies, don't you think Gu Linfeng is simply the quintessential male lead? If not him, then who? Oh my, I love watching this melodramatic family drama. This year's I'm a Singer is truly spectacular." On stage, during a brief intermission, the two contestants were urged to prepare for their performances. Gu Linfeng nodded slightly. He anticipated Gu Xinyu would be dissatisfied with the sudden additional round. Hence he had prepared a song for the next segment. Yet this posed no challenge for him, as he could always request songs from the system. 300 classic pop songs were at his disposal. "Gu Xinyu, what do you intend to compete with me?" He mused. "Do you think the songs on Earth can surpass yours?" Before reaching the waiting room, Hong Xiao angrily confronted Gu Linfeng. "Why didn't you stick to the script?" Hong Xiao was taken aback, but then chuckled. "You've seen through me. I hope you win in the upcoming match." His words indicated he held little hope for the forthcoming confrontation. Online voting? He didn't even consider how many fans Gu Xinyu had. Zhang Runin pouted, her pink lips forming a frown. "Isn't that for confidentiality?" Gu Linfeng replied with a helpless smile. At that moment, Fan Xia approached. "Gu, your singing is wonderful. You performed brilliantly," Fan Xia said with a sly smile. The two exchanged knowing nods. "Do you know each other?" Zhang Runin asked suspiciously. "Not really. Perhaps it's mutual admiration." Gu Linfeng fabricated a response. Fan Xia, unable to comprehend the dragon language, nodded in agreement. In the room, aside from the two women, No one else initiated conversation with Gu Linfeng. The reason was understood by those in the know. Gu Xinyu was the daughter of the Gu family. Although Gu Linfeng was also of the Gu lineage, he had severed ties, and they needed to maintain appearances to avoid provoking Gu Xinyu. Dressed in leather attire, she exuded an aura of cool confidence. It seemed evident that her upcoming song would undoubtedly be rock. Gu Linfeng, don't you dare cry if you lose. Gu Xinyu warned, having decided to sound fierce. With her full power unleashed, there was no possibility of losing. You should heed your own advice. Just then, the assistant entered, announcing, you two may take the stage. On stage, Gu Linfeng and Gu Xinyu stood ready. The host began with a formulaic introduction before diving into the main event. Which of you will sing first? As a gentleman, you go ahead. Gu Xinyu raised an eyebrow. However, Gu Linfeng was not swayed. I'm afraid I'm no gentleman. Are you not a man? Should you let me go first? Gu Xinyu continued to speak with a smile. The audience perceived this as playful banter. Yet, Gu Linfeng remained resolute. Equality between genders. Why should I concede? Gu Xinyu contemplated various scenarios, never anticipating that Gu Linfeng would deviate from the conventional approach. Fine, I'll go first. Gu Xinyu thought with a smirk. It was merely a matter of early or late demise. The host, picking up on the tension, declared, Gu Xinyu will sing first, followed by Gu Linfeng. Let us hand the stage over to Gu Xinyu. As Gu Linfeng and the host stepped off the stage, Gu Xinyu applauded. Gu Linfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise, perplexed by her antics. As the applause echoed, several men with guitars and bass instruments entered from backstage. What? Isn't this the Heilong band? Gu Xinyu seemed to fear she would be outperformed, thus bringing in external assistance. This is akin to using cheats in a game. The Heilong band was a renowned domestic band known for their exceptional live performances. With their support, Gu Xinyu's prowess would undoubtedly elevate. Gu Linfeng remained unfazed. A band? What does it matter? I can defeat you all the same. Standing on stage, Gu Xinyu's gaze turned icy, feeling pity for what she deemed her so-called brother. So what if you can sing, write lyrics, and compose? Let us begin. Gu Xinyu nodded at the guitarist. The reckless guitarist smirked disdainfully, strumming his guitar as the drummer pounded on the drums. Gu Xinyu's rock performance commenced, a rebellious rock song dedicated to everyone. The audience erupted in astonishment. Is that rebellion? That won the Golden Melody Award last year. It seems Gu Xinyu is serious. I already feel sorry for Gu Linfeng. Against a fully committed Gu Xinyu, he is unlikely to win. At that moment, the camera shifted to Gu Linfeng. One would expect him to be flustered, yet the protagonist appeared to be yawning. Are you kidding me? We're about to go into battle, and you're tired? Chapter 96. The Big Fish, let me see your hands. Gu Xinyu energized the audience, bouncing around on stage. To triumph over Gu Linfeng, she unleashed all her strength. With her black hair and dark eyes, she declared, with my black guitar, I leave home. I don't care how you perceive me. I will pursue the boundless sky and the vast ocean. The audience below the stage was screaming with heart-wrenching fervor. Some fans even fainted from the overwhelming impact of Gu Xinyu's rock performance. However, Gu Linfeng, the odd one out, disdainfully shook his head, muttering, what a load of rubbish. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Gu Xinyu. Please cast your votes for me, she proclaimed, casting a provocative glance at Gu Linfeng. The host, He Ling, stepped onto the stage, applauding. Thank you, Gu Xinyu, for the splendid performance. Please take a break, and now let us welcome our challenger, Gu Linfeng. Unlike Gu Xinyu's entrance, Gu Linfeng was met with a chorus of boos from the audience. It appeared that the impact of unmasking was significant. Do you have confidence facing such a formidable competitor? He Ling asked with a smile. Of course. Gu Linfeng replied confidently. The viewers in the live stream immediately began to flood the screen with comments. Ignorance breeds fear. Gu Xinyu's rebellious song was last year's hit. What does he have to win? I disagree. Gu Linfeng's singing is impeccable. I have no strong feelings for either. I will vote sincerely. Gu Xinyu will definitely win. Within the Gu family mansion, the family members were rallying support for Gu Xinyu. Second sister will win for sure. Gu Nanling exclaimed excitedly in front of the television. Isn't this child just throwing eggs against stone? Xinyu has a strong fan base. It will be tough for him to win. Wu Yuzhen shook her head slightly. Gu Xingqing concurred. He truly is being impulsive. Only Gu Beichun clenched his fist, silently cheering for Gu Linfeng. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Brother is about to sing," Gu Namling said, eyes glued to the television screen showing Gu Linfeng. He relished the thought of seeing Gu Sinyu's arrogance crushed after her defeat. Thus, under the intense scrutiny of the online audience, Gu Linfeng finally began to sing. The waves engulfed the deepening night. "Wow, I kneel before him. What has Gu Linfeng done to his voice? I thought it was a girl singing. Gu Linfeng has truly opened my eyes. Oh no, hearing Gu Linfeng's vocal tone makes me feel inferior as a girl. It's over. Gu Sinyu is bound to lose." Gu Sinyu, in the resting area, widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing Gu Linfeng's voice, exclaiming, "No, it's impossible. How can his vocal quality have changed so much?" It is well known that even professional singers struggle to sing songs intended for the opposite gender, let alone Gu Linfeng's convincingly deceptive voice. This is simply unbelievable. The stars in the lounge were equally astonished, completely unprepared for the magnitude of surprise Gu Linfeng delivered. Fan Xia gently swayed to Gu Linfeng's song, growing increasingly fond of this boy from Longhua. Meanwhile, the song continued to flow, wandering through the corners beyond the horizon. The great fish swims through the seams of dreams, gazing at your sleeping silhouette, fearing you may fly far away, fearing you may leave me, even more so fearing you may remain here forever. This is the song sung in a past life by its original creator at the United Nations, showcasing what true, soulful singing embodies. As the music concluded, those listening were immersed in the ocean of melody. It wasn't until the first awakened audience member applauded that the crowd followed suit with thunderous applause. Gu Linfeng smiled politely, bowing slightly. "This song is titled Great Fish, dedicated to all the listeners." "Oh no, this song made me cry. I'm a loyal fan of Gu Sinyu, but after hearing Gu Linfeng's song, I must follow my heart and cast my vote for him." Wow. With Gu Linfeng's Great Fish, how can Gu Sinyu compete? I have completely fallen for Gu Linfeng. From now on, anyone who dares to criticize him will face my wrath. In the backstage, Hong Xiao was already grinning from ear to ear. "PSA Gem, Director, the ratings have shattered all historical records in Longhua." The assistant director exclaimed excitedly. "Wonderful, wonderful," Hong Xiao replied enthusiastically, already planning to negotiate a higher signing fee with Gu Linfeng after the recording. The members of the Gu family, apart from Gu Beichun who wore a smile, appeared as if they had bitten into something sour. "Humph, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Why can't he just be a proper man?" Gu Namling scoffed. "Sinyu is likely to lose," Wu Yuzhen remarked, visibly distressed. Gu Xingqing glanced at Gu Namling, sighing. "Gu Linfeng's performance has far surpassed her second sister's. If you don't believe me, ask her if she can sing with a male vocal style. Can she do it?" Gu Namling regained his composure, reflecting on the situation. And indeed, Gu Linfeng had the upper hand. However, he could not bear to see Gu Linfeng putting on a show in front of the entire family. Meanwhile, on the stage of I Am a Singer, host He Ling quickly walked on stage. "Gu Linfeng has brought us a stunning song. Let's once again give him the warmest applause." At the same time, Gu Sinyu was invited on stage. She walked up expressionlessly, casting a glance at Gu Linfeng, seething with anger. She had a premonition that she would suffer a crushing defeat in today's contest. Gu Linfeng was clearly climbing over her head. Both performances were splendid, He Ling said gravely. However, today's stage is a formal competition, and we must still determine the scores and winners. To all our viewers watching the live stream, please vote for your favorite singer according to the prompts. The countdown commenced. 5 minutes, starting now. With that, the audience in the live stream began casting their precious votes for their favorite singer. On the stage, Gu Sinyu's palms were clammy. After all these years in the industry, this was her first time feeling so nervous. If she lost, she would have to face the ridicule of the entire internet. In contrast, our protagonist, Gu Linfeng, appeared remarkably calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. The large screen at the center of the stage displayed the voting results for the two. Gu Sinyu had won 8 million votes. Gu Linfeng had reached a staggering 5 million votes, and the numbers were rapidly increasing. With their backs to the screen, neither was aware of their vote counts. He Ling felt a cold sweat for Gu Linfeng, initially expecting an unchallenged duel, but was astonished to see the underestimated Gu Linfeng leading significantly in votes. Only 10 seconds left. Let's count down together. 10, 9, 1. The voting concluded. As the countdown ended, the numbers on the screen ceased to fluctuate. Gu Linfeng led with 32 million votes over Gu Xinyu. Let us congratulate Gu Linfeng on his successful challenge. He Ling exclaimed with excitement. I actually lost. Gu Xinyu could hardly believe it. After so many years in the industry, she had lost to the unknown Gu Linfeng by nearly 30 million votes. She was the new generation of singing royalty, yet only garnered 2 million votes? Ahem. Gu Linfeng cleared his throat, then turned to Gu Xinyu beside him, slowly speaking. I recall you said online that my songs were subpar. I would like to ask you, Ms. Gu Xinyu, does losing to me imply that you are inferior to me? I merely said that to prevent you from becoming arrogant. It was meant to spur you on. Gu Xinyu quickly devised a perfect counter. She felt a cold sweat for herself, while the internet erupted. When Gu Xinyu claimed Gu Linfeng's songs were lacking, I even liked that comment, reflecting on it now. I truly deserve to be damned. Gu Xinyu is hailed as the new queen of the entertainment industry. So if Gu Linfeng can triumph over her, does that not imply that he is deserving of the title of king? In my opinion, there is no need for further competition. The championship should be awarded to Gu Linfeng immediately. The once unyielding Gu Xinyu now bears the weight of her defeat. Gu Linfeng truly emerges as a dark horse in this year's entertainment scene. I'm inclined to call him the strongest. Yet, Gu Xinyu retorts defiantly, her frustration palpable. The host, fearing a confrontation on stage, hurriedly intervenes. However, Gu Xinyu remains ungrateful. For losing is far more painful for someone of her stature than death itself. Many viewers in a live stream may be unaware of the relationship between Gu Xinyu and Gu Linfeng. In truth, they're siblings. Whether the elder sister or the younger brother emerges victorious, it signifies progress for the music industry. Gu Linfeng's expression shifts dramatically as he interrupts He Ling, asserting, "She is not my sister. Do not slander me." He Ling awkwardly chuckles, realizing his mistake as he notices Gu Xinyu's equally grim demeanor. Yet, in a moment of folly, he states, Gu Linfeng's excellence is a product of the Gu family's nurturing. Gu Linfeng inhales deeply, seizing the microphone to declare, I acknowledge my own excellence, but it is not the Gu family that has nurtured me. It is the nation. This declaration resonates powerfully, prompting an online chorus of admiration. Gu Linfeng has severed ties with the Gu family. I dare say this marks a significant blunder in He Ling's hosting career. As He Ling prepares to speak, Gu Linfeng interjects once more, I, Gu Linfeng, reiterate on this stage that I have been an orphan since childhood, without siblings or parents. I am solely an orphan. My achievements today stem from my own efforts and the support of my country. The audience gasps collectively. Most netizens rally behind Gu Linfeng's stance, asserting that wealth cannot corrupt nor can poverty demean. Even without the Gu family's backing, Gu Linfeng thrives. Yet, a minority of viewers deem Gu Linfeng foolish for severing ties with such wealth. You will regret this, Gu Linfeng, Gu Xinyu mutters through clenched teeth. I await that day, he replies coolly. Gu Linfeng exchanges a glance with the host, signaling for the proceedings to continue. He Ling nods slightly, and according to the competition rules, Gu Linfeng successfully challenges the stage, advancing in the contest. Meanwhile, Gu Xinyu is eliminated, and the host announces her departure from the stage. Let us congratulate Gu Linfeng on his successful challenge. Wait, Gu Linfeng's voice cuts through the air. He Ling, now drenched in cold sweat, realizes the chaos that Gu Linfeng has stirred. Mr. Gu, let us discuss this offstage, He Ling pleads. Since Gu Xinyu has been eliminated, I can conclude my participation now. I announce my withdrawal. With that, he steps down decisively, leaving He Ling speechless, unable to utter a word. This sudden withdrawal constitutes a significant disruption to the performance. The director, Hong Xiao, is equally perplexed. Upon reflection, he acknowledges his own wrongdoing in reducing the signing fee from 100,000 to 10,000. Chapter 98. Equity Distribution. The Gu Family. When Gu Linfeng proclaimed he was an orphan without parents, the previously silent Gu Beichen finally lost his composure. This wretched boy, I am still alive. Wu Yuzhen scoffed, pulling Gu Nanling close. Darling, do not emulate Gu Linfeng. Understood, mother. Gu Xingcheng frowned, feeling increasingly disillusioned with her brother. Old Gu, since the eldest son is no longer viable, we should focus on nurturing Nanling. Wu Yuzhan affectionately stroked Gu Nanling's head. This is unacceptable. Gu Bei-chun, despite his fondness for his adopted son, recognized the significance of bloodlines. He could not bequeath all his fortune to an adopted child while leaving his biological son with nothing. Noticing Gu Bei-chun's darkened expression, Wu Yuzhan lowered her voice, attempting to soothe him. Old Gu, should bloodlines hold such weight? Nanling bears the Gu surname. He can care for us in our old age. Mother, I understand your perspective, but I disagree. Gu Xing-chung interjected, her voice resolute. This is not your place to speak. Wu Yuzhan reprimanded. The atmosphere in the ancient castle grew oppressive. Gu Nanling, who should have been celebrating, hung his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Linfeng is still young. If he has erred, I believe he deserves another chance. Gu Bai-chun's tone is oftened. What do you propose? The vast Gu family estate must be inherited. Wu Yuzhan pressed. What about Xing-chung? We could always find a son-in-law. It was evident that Gu Bei-chun, while favoring his adopted son, held firm principles regarding equity. A son-in-law? How absurd! Wu Yuzhan exclaimed angrily. Do not forget, the Gu family's current standing is due to the Wu family support. Without us, you are nothing. Upon hearing the mention of the Wu family, Gu Bei-chun deflated like a punctured balloon. After some contemplation, he begrudgingly stated, equity can be allocated to Nanling, but Linfeng must receive a portion as well. That is my bottom line. Gu Linfeng has cut ties with the Gu family. Wu Yuzhan shattered Gu Bei-chun's hopes. Then there is nothing to discuss. Gu Bei-chun rose from the sofa, insisting that the matter of equity was no longer up for debate. Wait, Wu Yuzhan, casting a fond glance at Gu Nanling, halted Gu Bei-chun's departure. Old Gu, why not allow the two children to compete fairly? Compete? Gu Bei-chun hesitated. Old Gu, have you forgotten the events of the past? Wu Yuzhan's laughter dripped with disdain, clearly confident in her influence over Gu Bei-chun. As Gu Bei-chun departed, Wu Yuzhan donned a tender expression. Nanling, all that I can do for you is this. Mother, you are so good to me. Gu Nanling replied, his eyes glistening with tears, unable to fathom the extent of his advantages as an adopted child. Silly child, you are my son. But mother, if it comes to competition, fear not. I will assist you. The shares will surely be yours. Mother, so, in the ancient castle, the mother-son bond flourished once more. Gu Linfeng, why are you leaving so hastily? Zhang Ruo then intercepted him, producing her phone. Come, let us connect on WeChat. What for? Of course, to add each other as friends. Gu Linfeng chuckled, hastily waving his hand. You're a superstar. If your fans discover you added a mere civilian, they might come after me. Please, your fame is not insignificant. Seeing Gu Linfeng tease her, Zhang Ruo then seized his phone and forcibly added him as a friend. There, let us keep in touch. All right. Gu Linfeng waved goodbye. Just as he thought he could exit smoothly, Hong Xiao approached with Fan Xia. Gu Linfeng, you have truly put me in a bind. Hong Xiao exclaimed in frustration, wishing he were younger so he could confront Gu Linfeng directly. Director Hong, you know why I am here, and I will accept full responsibility. You expect me to take on such a substantial task for a mere 10,000 in signing fees? Gu Linfeng's words offered no leniency to Hong Xiao. Of course, even if I'm not given anything, what does it matter? Gu Linfeng has no aspirations in the entertainment industry. If he offends him, so be it. Ha ha. Hong Xiao awkwardly chuckled, noticing that Zhang Runin and Fan Xia beside him were scratching their heads in a hurry. I have some matters to attend to backstage. You all continue your conversation. I must take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Seeing that Fan Xia seemed to have something to discuss with Gu Linfeng, Zhang Runin also took the initiative to bid farewell. At this moment, only the two remained on the scene. Gu, you actually deceived me. Sister Xiao addressed directly. Oh, I truly did not know who you were at that time. Gu Linfeng sighed, feeling a headache from his own charm. That is irrelevant. You must compensate me. Fan Xia replied with a mischievous smile. All right, how would you like to be compensated? Fan Xia beamed with delight. Your creative abilities are remarkable. Could you compose a song for me? Certainly. Gu Linfeng nodded. Fan Xia was taken aback, then elated, never expecting Gu Linfeng to be so agreeable. However, his subsequent words left her utterly speechless. One song costs 5 million. Gu, are you robbing me? At this moment, Fan Xia was quite angry. The man she had a favorable impression of was taking advantage of her. To this, Gu Linfeng merely smiled, opening his mouth to sing in Fan Xia's voice. At night, I had a beautiful nightmare. I wanted to wake up, but my heart couldn't resist. After finishing the song, Gu Linfeng reverted to his own voice and asked, so, what do you think? Is 5 million worth it? The light in Fan Xia's large eyes sparkled. It was a look of astonishment and admiration. Chapter 99. Tomato Orphanage. Gu Linfeng was serious about plagiarizing songs. After all, the disparity between this world and the literary works on Earth was vast. This song was sufficient for Fan Xia to shine brilliantly in the Longway entertainment industry. At this thought, Gu Linfeng recalled the phrase, "Yin-yi-yu-yao-wan." Fan Xia, overjoyed, immediately handed over Gu Linfeng's bank card without hesitation, transferring 5 million on the spot. As she was leaving, Fan Xia lowered her gaze, mimicking the bashful demeanor of Longwoo women, and softly said, I will be waiting for you at the hotel tonight. With that, she shyly ran away. Gu Linfeng's mouth dropped open in shock. They say foreign women are open-minded. He never expected it to be to this extent. In broad daylight, she actually invited a man she had only met a few times to a hotel to discuss. Gu Linfeng shivered and shook his head, muttering to himself, forget it. I fear I might not adapt. I should make my swift exit. Meanwhile, Fan Xia waited all night but did not see Gu Linfeng. When she tried to contact him to vent her frustration, she discovered they had no means of communication. The following day, Gu Linfeng awoke in his villa within the scenic garden. He drew open the floor-to-ceiling curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room, and lazily stretched. What is this? Gu Linfeng squinted his eyes. Butler Huang appeared beside Villa Number 2, conversing with Gu Nanling. Young master, do you require anything else? All right, young master. Huang hesitated. Why are you not leaving? Gu Nanling frowned slightly. Young master, I heard from Madam that you're going to compete with Gu Linfeng for equity. Huang chuckled, even louder than Gu Nanling's voice. Gu Nanling's expression darkened, and he angrily scolded. What are you laughing at? Hurry and get lost. Huang's laughter abruptly ceased, his face changing dramatically, but he eventually bowed and took his leave. Damn, you laugh louder than me. Gu Nanling muttered under his breath. Gu Linfeng and Villa No. One watched the pair with contemplation. However, upon recalling that he had completely severed ties with the Gu family, he simply closed the curtains and went to wash up in the bathroom. Just as he was brushing his teeth, his phone rang. Seeing Gu Beichun's call, he rejected it outright. Again, another call. Yet Gu Beichun persisted like a madman, calling time and again. Are you done? Gu Linfeng spat out the toothpaste foam and answered the call with a shout. Son, are you still angry with your father? I apologize. Gu Beichun's tone was extremely humble. If you have something to say it quickly. I am very busy. The voice on the other end suggested they meet somewhere. Just say it over the phone. Gu Linfeng had no desire to meet anyone from the Gu family, including Gu Beichun. Let's meet in person. Gu Beichun insisted earnestly. I promise I won't contact you again after this meeting. Really? Absolutely. You choose the location. Tomato Orphanage. Gu Linfeng arrived late in his Lamborghini. He never expected Gu Beichun would choose this place as their meeting spot. As the luxurious Lamborghini drove into the yard, the abandoned children rushed over. Gu Linfeng hurriedly exited the car. Big brother, can I touch your car? A little boy with a runny nose timidly asked. Of course. Gu Linfeng smiled and gently patted the boy's forehead. Big brother, we want to play with the big car too. Other children quickly surrounded Gu Linfeng. All right. You can all play. Gu Linfeng smiled brightly, yet his heart felt bitter. Who are you? An elderly lady with graying hair approached, leaning on a cane. Grandma Zhang. It's me, Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng's expression changed upon seeing the visitor, and he quickly stepped forward to assist Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang. It has been a long time. Gu Linfeng, typically hard-hearted, couldn't help but feel his eyes welling up upon seeing Grandma Zhang, who had cared for him as he grew up. By the way, where's Lu Qianran? Grandma Zhang shifted the topic. One couldn't simply tell Grandma Zhang that Lu Qianran had run off with a wealthy man, as that would only worry her. I haven't been in touch for a long time. Grandma Zhang squinted her eyes. Are you two quarreling? Although Qianran can be rather materialistic. You both grew up under my watch. You should give each other more chances. Gu Linfeng was left speechless but could only nod helplessly. By the way, Grandma Zhang, does the orphanage need my help with anything? I must tell you, I have money now. Gu Linfeng eagerly boasted, like a returning prodigal son. In the past, we lacked everything, especially money and clothes. Now you don't lack anything? Gu Linfeng inquired in astonishment. Indeed, a magnanimous benefactor visited a few days ago, donating both money and supplies. Now our orphanage has sufficient funds to raise these children. Grandma Zhang appeared quite cheerful, a smile evident in her words. A benefactor? Gu Linfeng was slightly taken aback. Although the tomato orphanage was located in Huhai, it had always been overlooked due to its remote location. Without the support from the orphans who grew up there, the orphanage would have been on the verge of closing down. By the way, Linfeng, that benefactor has been inquiring about you. Do you happen to know him? Grandma Zhang suddenly remarked. Gu Linfeng instantly realized. Without a doubt, this person must be Gu Beichen. No wonder he chose this location for their meeting. This old fox truly has a cunning mind. Just then, the sound of an approaching car echoed at the entrance. As a familiar Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove into the yard. Chapter 100. Numerous doubts speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Grandma Zhang, leaning on her cane, struggled to walk outside. Seeing Gu Linfeng standing still, she scolded with a smile. Don't just stand there like a wooden block. Come, let's go greet the benefactor. Reluctantly, Gu Linfeng walked outside. The children, who had been admiring the Lamborghini, immediately rushed towards the Cullinan upon its arrival. As the door of the Cullinan opened, a pair of shiny black shoes stepped out, followed by Gu Beichen in a suit appearing before everyone. Uncle Gu, you're here again. I missed you. Uncle Gu, I want to eat roast duck. Hello, dear children. Gu Beichen smiled, patting the little heads in front of him. Mr. Gu, you've arrived. Grandma Zhang approached. Director Zhang, why have you come out to greet me, personally? Gu Beichen inquired eagerly. Although the children were reluctant, no one dared to defy Grandma Zhang's orders, and they dispersed in an uproar. You old fox. Gu Linfeng opened his mouth to curse. Linfeng, what are you doing? Grandma Zhang's expression changed. Gu Beichen coughed awkwardly. Director Zhang, it's nothing really. This won't do. Linfeng, apologize at once. Grandma Zhang firmly struck the ground. Gu Linfeng glared fiercely at Gu Beichen and disdainfully muttered an apology. I forgive you. Gu Beichen said generously. What are your intentions in donating money and goods to this place? Gu Linfeng said with a cold expression. What intentions could I possibly have? Don't forget, this orphanage raised you until you were 9. I owe a debt of gratitude. Gu Beichen spoke with righteous indignation. Grandma Zhang, increasingly confused, adjusted her reading glasses, first glancing at Gu Linfeng's face and then at Gu Beichen's, before finally exclaiming, Now I understand why you two look so similar. You are father and son. Gu Beichen looked at Grandma Zhang with gratitude, saying, If it weren't for you raising Linfeng, we wouldn't have such an outstanding young man today. I must thank you. Oh, you should thank the state. Grandma Zhang shook her head in disapproval. Yes, you are right. Gu Beichen echoed. Linfeng, have you quarreled with your father? Grandma Zhang, having lived several decades longer, instantly recognized the rift between the two. Grandma Zhang, please don't involve yourself in this. Gu Linfeng spoke urgently. How can I not? Look at the other children in the orphanage. Who wouldn't wish to be taken away by their biological parents? Grandma Zhang said with a sense of urgency. Yet here you are, having met your biological father, looking as if you hold a deep grudge against him. Just how great is your animosity? Gu Linfeng fell silent, unsure of what to say. While Gu Beichen treated him well, he was merely under the thumb of his wife. Nevertheless, Gu Linfeng continued to shake his head. It's all my fault for the mistakes I made in my early years, which have left your mother with grievances against me. Gu Beichen lamented, clutching his hair in distress. Seeing the mention of their family background, Grandma Zhang quickly excused herself, saying, I will go check on the children. You two should have a good talk. What overnight grudges can exist between a father and son? Sometimes it's better to speak openly. With that, Grandma Zhang shuffled towards the orphanage. Now, it was just the two of them left. Tell me, what mistake did you make back then that has caused Wu Yuzhen to still refuse to forgive you? Gu Linfeng's curiosity was piqued. What is there to say? Gu Beichen's face turned red. If you don't speak, I will leave right now. As he spoke, Gu Linfeng pressed the car key, signaling his intention to depart. All right, I'll tell you. Gu Beichen sighed as a man, it was just that one thing. What thing? Gu Linfeng was determined to get to the bottom of it. Back then, when you disappeared, your mother was heartbroken and went abroad to recuperate. Gu Beichun scratched his head. I was all alone in the country, and with no woman by my side, over time, I couldn't hold back. Gu Linfeng stole a glance downward. Ahem, it was that woman who seduced me. Gu Beichun hurriedly clarified. How'd she find out about this? Did she not give me a brother or sister? Gu Linfeng teased. I had a vasectomy, Gu Beichun stammered. Well, Gu Linfeng felt a sense of admiration for this biological father before him. Additionally, he was grateful for his mercy in not taking his life. Actually, I am quite curious. You manage such a large corporation, yet you are afraid of a woman because of this matter? Gu Linfeng found it hard to believe. For a man like Gu Beichun, who had achieved so much, it was hard to imagine that he wouldn't have a few mistresses on the side. Your mother, Wu Yuzhen, comes from the influential Wu family in the capital. Gu Beichun pointed skyward. The Wu family is a formidable entity in Longhua. I cannot provoke them. The Wu family? Gu Linfeng's interest was piqued. If they have such a powerful background, how did they come to choose you? Ah, your father was quite handsome in his youth. It was natural for your mother to fall for me. Because of love, right? Your mother was knowledgeable, kind, and gentle back then. Unknowingly. Gu Linfeng's tone relaxed as he chatted with Gu Beichun, no longer speaking with hostility. Of course, Gu Beichun reminisced. Your mother gave up the Wu family to marry me, and has not been in contact for many years. If your mother had revealed my infidelity to the Wu family, I fear they would have torn you apart. Gu Linfeng sneered. Had I known today, why would I have acted then? Regretful. Gu Beichun sighed. Listening to Gu Beichun's recounting, Gu Linfeng felt as if he was grasping something elusive and hurriedly asked, You said you and Wu Yuzhen had a good relationship. But why has it come to this? What do you mean by that? Gu Beichun frowned. Don't you find it suspicious that she disappeared for a year? Gu Linfeng's words were shocking. Suspicious? When you went missing, your mother was heartbroken and went out to ease her mind. What suspicion could there be? Gu Linfeng wanted to shout at Gu Beichun at that moment, questioning how he had earned the title of the richest man in Huhai. Let me analyze this for you. Gu Linfeng decided to lay it all bare. Firstly, the biggest question is why at the time of my disappearance? Did Wu Yuzhen go abroad? Surely, the parents of a missing child would be the first to search for them. How could they think of escaping? Gu Linfeng scoffed. Gu Beichun was at a loss for words, unable to counter Gu Linfeng's logic. By the way, do you know Zhang Shumi? Gu Linfeng fixed his gaze on Gu Beichun's eyes as he mentioned this name. Zhang Shumi? That name sounds familiar. Gu Beichun thought for a moment before realizing. Isn't she the nanny from the old villa? Haha, I've already found Zhang Shumi, the wife of Zhao Jinshan, who came to claim kinship with me. Gu Linfeng continued. They had my childhood photos. May I ask where those photos came from? Are you saying? Gu Beichun was slightly startled. Let me tell you one more thing. When I found Zhang Shumi, she was hospitalized, and on that very day, she was attacked by 3 assassins. If I hadn't been there, she might not have survived. What? There was assassination? Gu Beichun was taken aback. I think you're quite clever. With Zhang Shumi as a witness, shouldn't it have been easy to uncover the truth back then? Why have there been no leads until now? Gu Linfeng asked a question that had been on his mind. You know, I'm very busy with work, so I left everything to Old Huang. Gu Beichun paused when he mentioned Old Huang. Wait, Old Huang. That's right. It was Zhang Shumi who took me away, and the person behind her was the butler. Old Huang. Gu Beichun was completely in the dark. You let a thief catch a thief. What could you possibly catch? Did Old Huang really turn himself in? Old Huang. I have treated her well. Why would she do this to me? Gu Beichun roared skyward. Calm down. Gu Linfeng quickly intervened. Moreover, the most important point is, when Wu Yuzhen went abroad, was her purpose really to recuperate? What do you mean? At that moment, Gu Beichun felt a tickling in his mind, as if he were beginning to understand something. Perhaps her recuperation was just a cover. She was actually giving birth. Gu Linfeng's words were astonishing. What? She went abroad to give birth? Why didn't anyone tell me? Gu Beichun was completely bewildered. Tell you? You had a vasectomy. What was there to tell you? Gu Linfeng shook his head. Could it be that she had a child with someone else, but the father wasn't you? Gu Beichun clenched his fists but quickly shook his head. Impossible. I loved Yuzhen very much. And the child? Love? Child? Gu Linfeng laughed heartily. You truly are too close to the situation to see clearly. Don't you think Wu Yuzhen treats Gu Nanling, this adopted son, far better than she treats me? Her biological son? Gu Beichun felt a tightness in his chest, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he felt his mind spinning. These are just my speculations. If you want to know the truth, go investigate. Gu Linfeng stated. Good, I will investigate. If I find out that Gu Nanling is a scoundrel, just wait and see what I will do. Kill him? Gu Linfeng scoffed and cautioned. Don't forget about the Wu family. Mentioning the Wu family caused Gu Beichun to deflate like a punctured balloon, becoming despondent. Indeed, the Wu family looms like a mountain. The mere tycoon of Huhai could be extinguished with a mere flick of the hand. So what shall we do? For now, we must remain still and deliberate. However, Wu Yuzhen has already begun to threaten me with my past mistakes. Gu Beichun paced anxiously, lamenting. Moreover, she demands that you compete fairly with Gu Nanling for the shares. This matter can be entrusted to me. Regarding this foolish younger brother, he harbored thoughts of swiftly eliminating him. Yet, this is a society governed by law. Killing him would only serve to benefit him. Gu Beichun's purpose in visiting was to enable Gu Linfeng to contend with Gu Nanling for the shares. Yet he found no joy in achieving this objective. No man can smile upon discovering he has been cuckolded by his wife. All right, if you need me to return, I shall do so, Gu Linfeng stated, feeling somewhat fatigued after so much discussion. Gu Beichun refrained from saying more. The information he had learned today was overwhelming, and he required time to digest it. After Gu Beichun departed, Gu Linfeng sought out Grandma Zhang. Finished chatting? Grandma Zhang inquired with a smile. Yes, we are done. Gu Linfeng rolled up his sleeves and picked up the mop to clean. By the way, Grandma Zhang, I just transferred 5 million to the orphanage's bank account. You're getting older and should hire some staff to care for the children. 5 million? Grandma Zhang was pleasantly surprised, her heart swelling with gratitude. The child has grown up. With the departure of security guard Zhao Yang, a young man had taken his place. Upon seeing Gu Linfeng's Lamborghini arrive, he respectfully greeted him. Gu Linfeng tossed 2 packs of cigarettes, uttering, "Good work," as he drove into the community. The young security guard rubbed the cigarettes in his hands. Pondering the vast disparities between people, the owner of Villa Number 1 was affable, while the owner of Villa Number 2 was arrogant. Has Gu Linfeng agreed? When will it commence? Wu Yuzhen lowered her newspaper, finally lifting her head. In a few days. Gu Beichun responded somewhat perfunctorily. In comparison to the battle for shares, there were more pressing truths to uncover. As for the identity of the adulterer, he already had several suspects in mind. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Gu Beichun's eyes as he coldly replied, I will head upstairs first. After Gu Beichun left, only 2 remained in the spacious living room. What is wrong with Gu Beichun? He seems in a foul mood, Huang Bo observed thoughtfully. He is probably irked by that little brat. Wu Yuzhen scoffed, but that little brat had already agreed, meaning the Gu Corporation would soon belong to Nanling. Wonderful. Chapter 102. Sign-in reward from ByteDance. After placing the evidence in a sealed bag, he took out his phone and called a trusted aide. I have a strand of hair. Expedite the testing. Why another test? The subordinate inquired, puzzled. Just do it without further ado. Gu Beichun snapped, swiftly ending the call. That night, under the influence of money, the testing results for Gu Nanling and Wu Yuzhen were released. Gu Beichun trembled as he opened the paternity test results. According to the provided testing results, there exists a biological parent-child relationship between the 2 parties. Scoundrel! Gu Beichun gritted his teeth in fury. He had cherished Wu Yuzhen, yet she sought revenge in this manner. No, a revelation struck Gu Beichun's mind. Wu Yuzhen had given birth abroad first, and his infidelity followed. Both had erred, but the fatal mistake was Wu Yuzhen's initial betrayal. Yet this woman acted as if nothing were amiss. His hatred grew. After that incident, in an effort to appease Wu Yuzhen, he had voluntarily transferred half of the corporation's shares to her name. They say a woman's heart is the most poisonous. This scoundrel was willing to disregard Gu Linfeng's feelings to ensure Gu Nanling inherited the fortune. He could not comprehend the reasoning behind this. Their relationship had once been harmonious. Why had she chosen to betray him first? Why give birth to such a scoundrel? At dinner, Gu Beichun sat expressionless at the dining table, while Gu Nanling still dutifully served dishes. In the past, he would have praised her, but now, knowing Gu Nanling was not merely a nominal adopted son, his mindset had irrevocably changed. You should use serving chopsticks. How could you be so rude? Gu Beichen frowned. Huh? Gu Namling's hand hesitated slightly. Old Gu, don't frighten the child. Wu Yuzhen's tone was sharp, yet she turned to Gu Namling with a gentle demeanor, saying, Come, son, if your father isn't eating, you give it to your mother. This once warm scene, which Gu Beichen had found delightful, now filled him with revulsion upon learning the truth. Wait, Wu Yuzhen called out to Gu Beichen. Dad, what is going on today? Gu Xingxing was somewhat perplexed. Gu Beichen had always been steady before her. Yet today, he resembled a humiliated child. What else could it be? I simply do not wish to give the shares to your brother. Wu Yuzhen seemed to have seen through Gu Beichen's thoughts. Mom, Gu Xingxing's eyes sparkled. What use is it for a girl like you to hold shares? When you marry, won't it benefit outsiders? Wu Yuzhen set down her chopsticks, her tone growing tender again. Daughter, rest assured, the betrothal gifts will be substantial on your wedding day. Gu Xingxing said nothing further, similarly placing her chopsticks down, stating she was full before heading upstairs. Soon after, a fierce argument erupted in the master bedroom. Gu Xingxing dared not confront Wu Yuzhen, but she was bold enough to challenge Gu Beichen. Dad, can you not behave like a man? Don't make me look down on you. Gu Xingxing mocked. Gu Beichen was at a loss for words. The remaining half of the shares he held was akin to the flesh in Wu Yuzhen's hands, a concern he had harbored for quite some time. Gu Xingxing's desire for the shares was akin to snatching food from Wu Yuzhen. Xingxing, you must not always think about work. You need a life of your own. Gu Beichen was sullen. At that moment, he trusted no one but Gu Linfeng, not even his 2 daughters. That night, Gu Linfeng received a call from Gu Beichen, instructing him to come to the Gu family castle the following morning. Gu Linfeng agreed eagerly. The next day, system, sign in successful. Gu Linfeng exclaimed in astonishment. The company's market value had reached 15 trillion, and he held 1/5 of the shares, equating to 3 trillion. He had struck it rich. In fact, he had struck it very rich. If he sold, would he not instantly become the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Kingdom? Gu Linfeng began to dream, but the system's subsequent message ignited his fury. Ding! The shares rewarded by the system cannot be sold. Please abandon any thoughts of liquidating them. What the hell are you playing at? The founder and Zhang Ming hold 21 each. Employees hold 21. Global investment institutions hold 38. And the remaining 20 of the investment capital has not been disclosed. It appears that Mr. Shi is at it again. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called his phone. Upon answering, he found the caller to be a young woman. Oh, is there something you need? Gu Linfeng feigned ignorance. I will come by when I have time. By the way, please send my regards to General Manager Zhang. All right, General Gu, I will convey the message. After hanging up, ByteDance's attention shifted to Secretary Zhao Linlin. What did he say? General Gu, he didn't say much, the secretary replied respectfully. Subsequently, Gu Linfeng drove to the Gu family castle. Inside, the atmosphere was peculiar. Gu Namling feigned a blank expression, yet a smile constantly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Gu Beichen and Gu Xingxing wore expressions of gloom throughout. Gu Xinyu, carefree, was engrossed in Douyin, while Wu Yuzhen eagerly awaited Gu Linfeng's arrival. If she could obtain half of the shares from Gu Beichen, the entire Gu corporation would undergo a complete transformation. Let him in. Wu Yuzhen's tone was calm. Good. Huang Bo retreated. When in the presence of Gu Jia and others, he is as respectful as one can be. However, when it is just he and Wu Yuzhen, there are certainly fewer formalities, as they are, after all, among their own.